the bigger slave you are, the more successful you be. If you're a non-slave, you don't get rewarded in Western countries.
Batek, he ain't ready for the
What up?
truth. He ain't ready for that.
What's that?
The truth that you're speaking, he ain't ready for that. He don't believe that we're cattle property, basically. The
Yeah,
idea
yeah. Well,
that these
it's
these
called chattel.
universities
Yeah,
are
chattel.
part of it is mind control, but it could be worse. You know, I'm not a nihilist, but it could be
Mm.
worse. Just the way it is.
That's look, that's why they teach faux science like physics and astronomy and all this other garbage. It's all fake. It's all invented.
The Federal
Astrophysics is a
Reserve,
joke.
the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, man, they control everything. The universities, the media, all
Mm.
these universities in America are all democratic, far left. You know, that's what they.
Yeah,
It's by
he
design.
doesn't understand that a lot of these politicians are related. That's why they all work together in unison and they mock everybody. And any outsiders that come into politics, whether it doesn't matter what side of politics they're from, they're told to conform or they're shipped out, they're fired or
Yeah, they're
set
on their
up. Or...
seventh booster, bro. You know what I'm saying? They're on their eighth booster, and they're sending the cool. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know, but they think it's paranoia. You know, if you say stuff like, "Oh, you're paranoid," the government, the
Yeah.
government's compartmentalized. You know what I'm saying? Like you got parts of it that
Mm-hmm.
there's legitimate good people in the FBI. There's legitimate good people in the CIA. We can't blanket statement. You know, you can't make a blanket statement like that and act like they're all bad because they're just
Yeah.
regular people trying to go to work. And then they realize, like, wait, like, some of them
Mm.
realize how evil and corrupt the government is. Some are still under the delusion. They don't really know. And they're working for the FBI. They think they're doing something
Mm-hmm.
honorable, and some are. Some are saving childs from pedophile rings. You know what I mean? Like, the FBI
Yeah.
is doing that stuff.
Yeah, I know. A lot of shit's going on, but it's selected. It's selected enforcement.
But at the same time, the FBI is covering up for, you know, people like Epstein and
Mm.
Weinstein and Podesta. These men, for whatever reason, they're above the law. Hillary Clinton, but not us.
Yeah.
And was it no?
And,
Did I hear some basically just gave up and gave their reins to China? That they're not even gonna they're gonna do whatever China says. Is that what I heard?
well, look, you're not going to win against me. You know, no one can win arguments against me. It's just not possible. You know.
No, but statistics can be swayed too. You can't go off by statistics. There's unforeseen variables that people aren't
Yeah.
including in their
It,
calculations and their processing. That yeah, we can't
yeah.
like they try to act like they know what they're talking about by using data and statistics. Even if the source was credible from like the University of Cambridge or whatever, it doesn't mean shit.
Hmm.
A statistic is just
Yeah.
that. It's one variable of millions, and a lot are
Yeah.
unforeseen.
See, in Australia, a lot of these enforcement agencies they get a lot of funding, like into the tens of billions or whatever. So they have to justify their huge rates, right? Because all the money's been laundered and stolen. Um, so they just invent crime. They get people in hoodies to go around and break it into people's houses, or doing insurance jobs. You know, when you hear jewelers being robbed,
Yeah,
99% of the time that's a government done insurance racket. You know, jewelry's just worth shit anyway, and you can't sell it.
it's demand and supply,
Like,
bro. So it's all about demand.
mm,
If you can convince people that the diamonds are extremely rare and that they're worth this much, then that's how much they're
yeah,
gonna pay for it. But really, are diamonds actually rare? It's
a lot of them are
debatable.
just glass. You heard about
Gold.
that story a few years ago? They're selling glass. People paying $10,000 for glass. But yeah, it is like it's kind of sad that they have to implement this shit. Like for example, they overinflate the crime rate in Australia I'm not saying you don't have drunk people on the street and drunk drivers and fights, petty shit crime, right? The police don't even really care about, someone had a fight, big deal, right? But they have to invent violent crime, vicious crimes, pay, people off.
No, but I mean, crime is increasing, though. I believe so. That is a fact.
Okay, but that's got to do, especially United States, that's got to do with immigration and social issues, and that's why they keep pumping more and more criminals in, more and more immigrants into the United States to bump up crime rate, to make fear society.
Oh yeah, the U.S. is toppling, bro. We're in the middle of a collapse. I firmly believe, and it's on many tiers. You got so many tiers,
Yeah.
right? You got immigration, the banks, COVID, all that affected the economy, bro. Like
Yeah.
immigration, the way it's happening in America, bro, it's insane. We're just
Yeah.
acting like it's normal, like, oh, whatever. That's part of Russia and China's strategy to bring us down. They're
Yeah,
the
I
ones
know. That's
pushing
what I'm
behind that.
saying.
George
What are these
Soros pushing that.
politicians doing? Are they aligned with Russia and China to undermine our countries? Yeah. So, or is it just the people within the country who just hate themselves and everyone in the country? Maybe Biden generally hates every one of you, all of you equally.
Biden, in the scriptures it says that the leader is a direct reflection of the people, and that Yah appoints kings. All kings are appointed by the Most High, and even if we don't understand it, Biden is who we deserve. Because it says that when the people are righteous, that their leader is righteous, and they all live, happy. But if the people are wicked, a lot of times the leader is wicked, and it's who we deserve, and the people groan. Part of the judgment, that's what. I mean, this country's been pretty bad for 80 years. You know what I'm saying? Maybe longer.
Yeah, the whole World War II was a total failure for the West.
I was in the Army, bro. I did ROTC in high school. I did like 4 years of Air Force ROTC. I've been to the Smithsonian Museum. I seen the SR-71 Blackbird, all the NASA bullshit. I was in the National Parade, bro. I was very patriotic of this country. I don't want to get people twisted that are Americans and still have a little bit of patriotism in them. And it's okay to be prideful of your country. But at the same time, like, I was a fan of Saving Private Ryan. I love Band of Brothers. I used to play paintball in the woods and camouflage, paint my face. I was in the National Guard for like 4 years. So I just want to get you to understand my background so that I don't sound biased, because I was very patriotic of this country. But then, 9/11
I'm
happened.
still patriotic.
I'm not.
But it's the elements that that have destroyed patriotism. Because patriotism is only valuable to a country in wartime. That's when the government needs its slaves to go over the trenches, over the top, to be murdered by another government. So, but look, it's the forces that are trying to destroy the nations. So you can actually, just reminded me. Did you see the protest in the Washington Mall yesterday?
No, I haven't paid attention to the news.
It's been covered up by the media. There was a huge protest, and all these ex-servicemen went to the Washington Mall and threw their medals into the water. Out of disgust, because I don't really agree with. Okay, they can do what they want, but I guess they feel bad that they went to Iraq and they went to Afghanistan and they shot people, I guess. So they're like, we were lied to, and I feel bad for the Iraqi people. And they were apologizing to the Iraqi people.
They should feel bad what they did to Gaddafi.
Yeah, that was Hillary Clinton who organized that. So you've got the evil cult running the Democrat Party. So. But look, you shouldn't hate your country because there was bad eggs in the bunch. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, yeah, you're right. I don't. Like I said, it's just the government that I'm in disagreement with. I like
I
the
think
people.
Yeah, I know.
Americans.
I think all Americans should immigrate to New Zealand and tell the government in America to stick it up their ass.
I don't think
Mhm.
New Zealand would take.
I'd love to have 300 million Americans come to New Zealand and make this place a better place.
They'd make it great again.
Yeah, make New Zealand great again.
They have. Did you know New Zealand had a 24-hour propaganda machine running against the Republicans and Donald Trump for the day of his election? All schools, all television, all media, all radio, and all government had to push an anti-conservative narrative. So you'd go to a school in New Zealand and there'd be pictures of Donald Trump saying he's a bad man. That's how bad things. That's how bad the indoctrination is in America. In New Zealand. I'll tell you a story. I know I'm talking a lot, but I'll just tell you this real quick. After World War II, the powers to be. What's that noise? In Germany, they signed a secret document that the German government, media, politics would be controlled until the year 2099. Isn't that interesting? Blartech never sent anything like that from the UK, though. What are you talking about? Roderick's nose.
What about the World Summit and all the leaders spoke? Fiction, their goals. Pretty crazy shit they're saying, bro. Oh,
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no. Well, that it doesn't. If you're in the UK, it doesn't matter because they're pushing an anti-conservative agenda anyway, as in LGBT, mass immigration, corruption, all that is just another form of indoctrination. Yeah, look, guys, I'll see you later.
later.
Yeah, New Zealand's really small population, 5 million, which is roughly comparable to Sydney, Australia. But the landmass of New Zealand is approximately similar to that of Great Britain. So there you go. That's all there is.
There's no free elections over here. I doubt it in New Zealand or Australia. I highly doubt it.
Yeah. But we know the NBA draft lottery, that's a legit thing. One day, 11 hours, 50 minutes, and 39 seconds, we'll find out who gets the first pick.
Yeah, I got a lot of friends playing fantasy football, making money on that. It's weird, dude. These apps make it so much more accessible, and like you can just bet on play. Dude, it's getting weird. I don't know if you guys been keeping up with that, but a lot of gambling
Mm.
on games too, bro. Like, oh, another distraction. like in Rome, gladiator games. Let's throw a Jew in there and let's get him. They're like, let's throw a Jew in there. Watch him get eaten by a lion. Meanwhile, Rome's collapsing. People are partying. It's all repeating. People busy, popping Molly. The Met Gala, Lady Gaga.
Dropping bars.
A little bit. I'm at work. You hear me heavy breathing? It's because I'm trooping through a swamp.
Man, it's weird in the I Ching. They write like I forget what they're called, but they're the lines and dots. You know what I mean for values. You know, and then but it seems like the Mayans kind of do the same deal.
Yeah.
That's weird.
The I Ching is interesting, but it has made some decent predictions, but I haven't really evaluated every single thing. But I heard that they predicted the stock market crash. I'm
Oh,
sure with the I Ching.
I don't know. I mean, what have you? That is what it is. I just the lines going up. You know, to count something. It's like a certain amount of cultures that go with that. And others don't. But that makes me feel like they're related. Does that make sense, man?
Don't they go by the Shemitah too, bro? Remember we talking about Shemitah every 7 years?
Well, what was that? Shanita?
You know what a Shemitah is? Yeah.
No, I don't know. I don't even know how to spell
Every
that.
7 years, it's supposed to be a Sabbath rest for the land or for the people.
There is a. Okay, is that the Jubilees or something?
Julie's every 49 years, but there seems to be a connection there between the stock market and just like things that happen.
Yeah, like
People
every
that
7
follow
years.
statistics and data.
There is a 7 year
Algorithm.
cycle. I forget what it's for. Is it the moon? No. Yeah.
No, yeah, the moon's actually important. Yeah, for sure. That's how they figure this stuff out.
Ever put your birthday wrong in an app, but it's still wishing you happy birthday? Well, today's a happy birthday for me. From some app I was born onto. Fucking lovely. Have a sweet day now. Jeremy, I don't know if you're there, man. I was Carl monking out for a while yesterday to where I'm just like, fuck it, I don't even need his shit. I'll just come up with my own. Think about that. Do my own karma. I deduce my own constants. Come on. That's dope. You're jealous as hell, Jeremy.
Hey, the guys were talking earlier about trying to test for elevation on the curve, on the globe. What if you had two rockets with a string attached, and the string was the same length, right? Let's say, I don't know, 1,000 feet. You shot a rocket 1,010 feet, enough just to break the string. And then you would have an indicator. As soon as the string slipped, it would mark the indication meter that would test the elevation. Just compared to data on terrain contour maps, and then see if it matches. And if it does, and then that means that, like, if they're matching elevation, that means that that the Earth is flat, right? You following me? He said balloons, but balloons is too, like, unreliable because they move around a lot. I don't know how you do it with a balloon, like a helium balloon. You could do that too. You could tie a string to a helium balloon, a big one.
Sweet.
One of the first local schools to ever do the high altitude helium balloon test on their own independently. I'm actually, like, down the street from one of the schools that, like, 15 years ago did it, dude. And all they did was buy a GPS indicator. They bought a cheap camera at Radio Shack, and then they got the helium balloon and all that. And they had a trigger system. I forget how exactly it worked. I remember seeing the blueprints for it on the internet. For, like, under $600, maybe you could build well, I don't know back then. Maybe now, maybe 1,000. But you could build something relatively easy, and you could send a balloon up, and you could see. And these things go up, man. I want to say like 120,000. And then it was on a timer, and then once the timer hits, it like manually pops the balloon or whatever it does, and then it drops the camera, and you can go retrieve the camera. But you got to hope that it lands somewhere where you can retrieve it. But they did it.
Damn.
They parachuted down. They went and grabbed it. Has anybody here done that on their own? Like, anybody in the server independently verified that? There's already a ton of them on the internet, but it'd be cool to have somebody locally do it. Or somebody in the server, that'd be cool. I never had the drive to do it, but possible. If I was gonna do that, though, you know where I would do it? Yo, guess.
Oh, what? What?
Where would if I was gonna do that test, right? With the camera and the helium balloon, the GPS indicator, if I was gonna want to, where would you do it?
Bruh.
Like, if you
On
had
a
one spot to
mountain.
do it on the Earth.
On a mountain.
Nah, dude, you know what I would do? I would do it on the edge of either the Antarctic Circle or the North Pole, bro, because it's all suspicious over there. If I could send one of those balloons up just enough to get some view of what's over there from up that high.
I really like this stuff I'm doing right now with the pyramid. I'll tell you that much. I'm gonna put it down before my brain bugs out.
What are you doing? Building pyramids over
Like, yeah, I'm on to something here. I think just kind of starting from zero on this whole concept, but like the orientation of the pyramid, right? The flat side is facing north, right? And then everything's basically like a cross. You know, it's setting up a grid right where it fucking is. You know,
Sweet.
as a local idea of saying like, oh, I want to go to these cardinal points, I can go on the pyramid and look, right? Look towards that direction. I can see where I'm going. You figure this is like a place, maybe, you know, you got like land routes, sea routes. There's, you know, a lot of ships coming and going. You got Egypt, pharaohs, whatnot, Cobra Commander on a lion body. Got all kinds of shit going on here, right? So, pyramid has 8-sided actually, right? Because the interior,
Yeah.
yeah. So that really helps out even more. Now we can get some more angles. You know what I mean? And we sort of cast these angles, can use all these geometries that are already there, and it's already trig, right? Because it's already a fucking bunch of triangles and shit. So there's a lot here, I think. Beside that, I'm trying to work out some other synergistic number combinations, and then eventually tie that to what I think that they might have used as a value for equatorial distance or something like that. Yeah, huh? Like, and basically the
Yeah, I'm
most
pretty
simplest way I can
convinced
try
that
to. Yeah.
there's some big secrets there, man. Like if you can figure some of that out, I think they're on the verge of figuring some
Like, if you
deep
just set up
secrets.
the shit correctly, like your city or your tower, whatever temple, and it was just fixed to directions, you could find your way back. You could navigate from there, right? We don't have maps yet, or maybe they have like little maps, you know, carve on a stone or some shit, you know. But just to have like a local orient, you know, like a local orientation, you're like, oh yeah, the pyramids, right? Like that shit that doesn't change. So I don't know, man. Like this is like some Stone Age mapping stuff, but like what else could you do? You know, maybe
What were
paper's
the
hard to.
pyramids for, dude? What do you think they were for? They weren't tombs. We know that much.
Well, I'm gonna go
And
with
it's
the pyramids themselves are um, a mystery, right? What do I think that they're for?
yeah.
They can actually fill like a lot of different um, purposes at the same time, which might have been why they built them. There's like it's like super simplicity, maybe. It's not simple though. But also, I think it represents the fact that they were messing around with metallurgy, that they were mining ores, and that they were basically in some way uh, letting other people know that maybe they did this because the pyramid would be like how you might extract uh, valuable like metal from an ore, like you know, as you heat that stuff up, pour the slurry into an inverted pyramid. This is how it's done still today. The heavier metals fall to the bottom of the pyramid into the cap on the bottom. The rest of the slag is the base, and you knock off the top of the pyramid, which is your rare, well, it'd be silver or gold or something like that, right? So that's why I feel like the pyramids may relate to some sort of endeavor in metal extraction. Clearly, they're into gold already. Plus, there's like a whole bunch of other pyramids. So, is
You
it
know,
part of
Aleister
something like?
Crowley stayed in the Great Pyramid overnight.
Oh, I could give a fuck. Crowley schmowley.
I
Not
think
important.
now there was a few historical figures that stayed in the Great Pyramid overnight. There's like a whole list of them. It's like a tradition that goes way back too. You're any? Are you in any Tartaria groups?
Yeah.
Snacks.
Nope.
Have you seen the pictures of the Sphinx and the pyramids? Like I want to say like 110 years ago, 120 years ago. Dude, it's like covered in sand. Like the whole thing is almost like
Yeah, so they got them
head
snow
up to
shovels
the
out. They
heads.
dug
The
it out.
Sphinx is, they dug it out, dude. Shit's a mad old.
Right. So it was even older before they like knocked the lion head off that shit and put Cobra Commander's face on there.
They definitely did something to the head. They recurved that head for sure. But from what I'm hearing, there's a whole
So
tunnel section. There's a whole underground complex, dude.
Yeah.
The Hall of Records. You ever heard about that shit?
You know, it's just like, yeah, it's like might as well be myth to me, but yeah, I understand what they say.
Like
Yeah,
at
there's
first, it
like
was
a
like
underground
we
complex
heard
that goes
about it.
underneath the Sphinx. There's like a underworld goes down many many feet. Then there are like long corridors which they cannot find the ends of, or won't tell you about. Supposedly going to some kind of library. Could be. I don't have that library card though.
The leading archaeologist in Egypt, that guy knows. He just covering it up. Forget his name.
Yeah, Jeremy's gonna wake up and tell you.
Yeah. It's crazy because um I've read occult literature. You know what I'm saying? That's the
If
reason
Jeremy
I'm
met
talking
like
about
that
this.
guy, the Zawas guy, like he would definitely slapbox Zawas like on site.
It's all good.
That guy seems to be obfuscating a ton of shit.
That shit leaks, dude. People talk, and underneath, it's not just the Sphinx; it's the Great Pyramid. There's a whole underground shaft. It goes deep, dude. It goes a lot deeper. More people realize.
Yeah. No, I'm pretty satisfied that I'll eventually get there because there's like only so many ways to. Well, there's so many ways to hide the symbols and the numbers and the constants and the things that are going through it. You know what I mean?
Chilling. Sorry, hold on.
Yeah. Why am I bothering with any of this? So the Greeks would have been really into lions, I think. And that's funny, they're not that far away from Egypt. But then it's like, if the Sphinx did have a lion head and somebody was like, hey, we don't need that, that's unnatural. Put a snake head on there with the face of a man, that makes more sense. Does that seem like afterwards somebody went and did that? Hmm. Under new management, big snake heads on stuff. Because they could never measured all the miles like that. They would have had to measure it by light in some way, approximate it by light. There's just no way to. But they've got a fucking bicycle wheel out there measuring the sand. I don't think so. These dudes get a tape measure from the Great Pyramid, and then just go to fucking Mecca and just make that like a perfect measurement, and that shit goes to the Dome of the Rock, and that's a perfect triangle, drawn off a fucking square with triangles in it. I don't know. All right, let's go with Shonji versus Damak. I choose you, Damak. Go.
Shit.
Did you see that calendar hat picture I dropped yesterday? Yeah.
No, I haven't.
It's interesting, man. It looks like a
Calendar hat.
I guess they call it. I don't know if it's really meant to be worn as a hat. I don't really know if it's from where they say it's from. You know, it could be from South America, brought over by some weird Germans, and you know,
Yeah.
he sells it to Klaus. Klaus sells it to fucking Gerhardt. Gerhardt sells it to this guy. Whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? Oh, we just got this. It's we don't know. From around here, it must be. Could be from around there too. But basically, it's a 57-month cylindrical calendar, like a lingam, like a Shiva lingam almost, or something like that.
Yeah. Mercury and what? Aluminum alloy.
It's gold. It's gold like it would have been Mayan to me, but
The lingams, the Indian lingams, usually have mercury and aluminum.
well, I just mean like they're like phallic stones, basically. I'm trying not to say that because I'm so evolved. But they used to use those for like moon dials and things like that. But this tells the moon and sun 57 months. I think that's weird and interesting. And it's basically just like a gnomon with a bunch of small dots to it. So it's measuring something, and it's tall.
57 months, you said?
Yeah.
Mm.
Like they only found 4 of them. But being that they're pure gold, maybe people would have fucking melted them down.
Let me do some quick math. So 57.
Welcome back, don't. Are you
Turns out it was
unmutated?
a mistake. Jeremy made a mistake.
Oh, okay. Cool, glad to hear you back.
Ashmida's 80.
What's up?
Ashima is 84 months.
Because it's really easy to accidentally time someone out on Discord.
Probably.
Anyway,
I
what
think
were you
I've had
guys?
my mic unmuted one time. There was an accident somebody else did.
What were you guys talking about?
You're talking about
Men.
calendar hat.
Calendar
57
hat.
month. Yeah, it's a 57-month calendar in the shape of a, I don't know, like a.
You can wear it.
No, it's like it's a freestanding thing you would place somewhere. I guess the size of a tall hat. I'm not sure what the measurements were, but it's basically gold foil, and they hammer it out and then put a bunch of little not rivets, little dimples in it. They're just like hammered. Pretty crude technique, you know. These guys just suddenly had good gold.
It's like an ancient calendar design.
Yeah, ancient calendar.
All right.
Yeah.
That's what I'm into, ancient calendars. But hard to really figure out which one was the most accurate.
Well, they have different accuracy, but I think, you know, because things fall within cycles and cycles and stuff, that they may very well interrelate. At least that's my operating presumption. Like they didn't have 0 either. You know, I don't know if you guys know that 0 was not a thing. They just used a space.
I don't believe that. Oh yeah, 0 was not a thing. Yeah, I show you, but it was
Like
still.
even in, like
They had a
you know,
character for it.
they had no character for it. They just left the space.
True. That's yeah. But then you got to the Arabians, or the Muslims came up with the characters, right? Allegedly, but the Greeks.
So,
It's argued between the Greeks, the Muslims, and the Hebrews. Who came up with the 0 first?
I mean, I'm just like all this time I'm saying it's base 60 math that they're doing, when really they only had 59 numbers and they did not have a 0. So I guess it's base 60, or is it like an extension of like base 6 times 10? I'm not really sure, man. You know, I'm trying to figure out their like I don't know. I'm trying to scratch the surface, really, honestly.
Maybe when they discovered 0, they were like a little bit mind boggled. They realized they could do math backwards into the negative. They were like, "Oh my god, what's happening? We're counting
I think
hypothetical
they might
things now."
understand. I think they could have understood positive and negative on a number line. You know, it's just shifting where that center is on the line.
Well, the way you count weeks in the scriptures, right? It's weird because they had 0, but like you said, it was a space. But that space, they would include it throughout the years too. Like in 2000, they were like Y2K. The computers don't know how to count. You know, you guys remember that?
Yep.
Or it had to, yeah, it's kind of similar
But the real
concept.
problem
Like
came the next year.
when
Really.
you don't start counting at 1, you start counting at 0. Because those 12 months, right? Or you said 59 months?
57. Oh, 50. Oh, fuck, man.
How many
No,
months was a year for them?
it's 59 numbers in the Babylonian number system, but it's 57 months in the Golden Hat calendar. I'm sorry. Yeah, they're just close values.
So basically,
They
the way we
almost might
count.
belie that it's the same system. Do you know what I'm saying? Like it might be that there's a 0th step that we don't know in the hat that makes it, closer to 59, right? That's all we got to get to is just one
I'll
more
give
number.
you a good example.
It's not perfect base 60
So
anyway
like
because there's no 0. Go ahead.
every tens, right? You still have to account for it. There's a space between 10 and 11. There's a space between 19 and 20. But we're not used to looking at it in time. Like so, the way it works is like basically if you have a jubilee is 49 years plus 1. The 50th day, for example, counting the first fruits. So basically, you count 49, right? The next day is a Sunday. It begins the cycle again. The cycle is at number 50, but it's not 50. It's actually day 1. 50 is 1, not 0. You feel me? Because between 49 and 50, there's a space right there. But it's hard to see. It's hard unless you live it out. It's easier seen on paper, theoretically, but when you actually live it out, there's a space there, bro. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. So if there was years, like right, if you have 50 years, year 50, or you have 50 cycles, right? And each cycle was 50, right? 50 would be 1.
You mean one cycle?
No, I'm
This
saying like,
calendar
yeah,
works
50 would start, would refresh the cycle.
like this the way the hat works is like you can see like 12 months ahead. You can see all the way to 57 months in the future, I guess. The predictive power of the calendar.
Another way, right? People say, like, let's pretend that we're in the 7th year, right? You just hit 7. Are you in the 7th year or are you in the 8th year? If you understand what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not sure.
Like if like on your calendar you mark down year 7. So are you in the 7th year or the 8th year? Think about it. On your calendar on your fridge it says year 7. It's a trick question, right? On the calendar on your fridge it says year 7. Are you in the 7th year or the 8th year?
Yeah, I get the conundrum. I don't know. Do you have an answer?
Yeah.
You're saying it's 1.
So basically when you complete year 7 and you mark it down on your calendar as year 7, you're actually now living out year 8. You're not in year 7. You just completed year 7. When you were in year 7, you were completing, right? Year 7. I mean, when you were in year 6, you were completing year 7. The reason I'm using single digits is try to get it easier. Otherwise, I'd use. But this is actually very complex because we're not used to looking at time like this. Like right now, we're in 2023, right? But we just completed 2023. We're actually living out 2024. That's where it gets strange with time.
We're in the year of our Lord. Yeah, man, it's interesting.
You are a young Earth creationist, right? So year 1 was like 6,000 years ago.
That's debatable. It's between 6,000 and 13,000 years, the age of the Earth.
If humans, religions, governments, cults managed to decide this is year 1 a bit later, we'd be totally confused now. We wouldn't be able to find the real first day.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where we're at.
Yeah.
We're trying to figure out a timeline, a credible timeline. It's almost impossible, but we're getting close.
Most people, even
A credible timeline
even
going back
atheists,
6,000 years.
they've settled for Jesus' supposed birth, right? Being year 1. Even atheists have settled for that because they can't be bothered to do anything themselves.
The only ones that really kept time were religious organizations. So if you're kind of stuck. If you're a non-believer or materialist, you can't really take these books into account because they're considered fantasy. So it'll ruin your credibility if you even try to source something like that. At least in modern academia, it wasn't always so.
I agree. I'd almost guarantee that anyone who owns a calendar would be connected to some type of religion.
So the most accurate calendar that, according to an algorithm, they're trying to simulate this with stellarium data and stuff. You're going to be off 1 day in 20,000 years, right? And they can't find a calendar better than that one. But it's going to be hard to try to transition to that. But right now we're under obviously everybody knows the Gregorian. Pope Gregory. Most of us, the Chinese, are in their own shit.
Every 4 years they give us an extra day, don't they? The leap year.
Yeah, it's actually pretty good. Algorithmically, it's not prone to error. There is some calibration that's needed, intercalation, but for the most part, the Gregorian is pretty good. But there's better calendars.
If we didn't count from an arbitrary point, no one would know how old they were, would they? You'd forget.
Yeah.
There was no 2023. It wasn't related to some arbitrary point in the past. People would be confused about how old they were.
Well, the leap years have caveats, man. What are you talking about?
I'm just saying it has to be adjusted. I was just agreeing with the point that
Yeah. They haven't been able to figure out a calendar that doesn't need adjustment. But there
I wonder
is.
if that's like
It exists.
impossible because heliocentricity, and because we don't know gravity and time, we're just clutching at straws, basically. No, that would be the same on any model. We're doing our best, aren't we, to make a cycle that we can live by, but it keeps having to be adjusted because nature.
Such an apologist.
But the beautiful thing about it is, though, it seems like it's deviating, that the luminaries are deviating from their past. That's the idea, that they're not faithful in their orbits, right? In their divine oaths. But they actually are faithful, and they have not deviated from their orbits for anywhere between 6 and 13,000 years. But yet we still need to calibrate.
What do you think of the zodiacs? Not the months, but the aeons people suggest, like Aries, Taurus. We're now nearly at Aquarius, and it's 2150 years each. I wondered
Is
if
it 2150?
wonder if your young Earth, your young Earth theory could fit in 12 aeons. I'm wondering.
I don't see why not. I mean, depending on what you consider an eon or an aeon, how you said it. According to the scriptures, the ages of the eons are reckoned by the stars, and the stars shift one constellation out of 12 constellations on average every 2,000 years or 2,100 years. They shift 30 degrees. So 360 degrees is a circle. 30 degrees is one age. And we are at the center. Right now, we are in Pisces, entering into Aquarius. There's only a few degrees left in
Wait, so
in the sky.
the moon's diameter in miles is equal to the amount of years in a shift of the fucking precession of the equinoxes? That's interesting.
2150.
2,150 is the diameter of the moon.
I have a theory that this 2,150
That's
year
fucking
aeon
sick.
is just Gnostics and occultists trying to apply a 12-phase zodiac to ancient archetypes. So, people seem to be into bulls, so that must be the aeon of Taurus. Then paganism, they seem to be into rams, so that must be the aeon of Aries. Or there is actually cycles of about 2,000 years, and we happen to fall into different religions and archetypes each time. But if yours is only 13,000, you're not going to be able to fit 12 2,000-year cycles in. But maybe there is aeons or zodiac clock, but it wouldn't be 2150.
What wouldn't be?
If the Earth is
So
only 13,000 years old, you can't fit all the aeons in.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure that it's 13,000 years. And I don't know what constellation we started at. I have an idea just because of the
Yeah, that's a
scriptures.
good point.
I believe we started towards the end of Gemini. Towards the end of Gemini.
Actually, so you could be
Only
halfway
because
around the
Gemini
clock.
seems to be very.
You could be halfway through the zodiac, right? That could still work.
So towards the end of Gemini is when human beings came on the scene.
Okay, that's not that long ago. Yeah, I believe humans were here a bit earlier than that.
And the
have no
reason
idea.
I believe that Gemini is when humans came on the scene is because if you look at least mythologically, whether it's the Torah or the Quran, we all came from like a lot of twin sets. Like there was a lot of twins that were born, and there was a lot of doubles and double names. and good and evil, this binary, duality thing. Like it's really weird, bro. Like the yin yang, a lot of double names, like characters with the same name, two Enochs, two Methuselahs, two Lamechs. Adam and Eve were essentially, I mean, a split zygote.
What?
Like Justin Bieber and Miley Cyrus. Engineered.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Separated at birth.
Celebrities.
That probably didn't happen.
They were brother and sister. Makes it a bit
Yeah,
more complicated.
but no, they weren't even brother and sister. Eve actually came out of Adam. However that happened, we believe it was aliens.
Yeah, it's weird.
Test tube.
That actually fits with the
Shit.
DNA. When you study the DNA, women are nearly men, but with one different thing. That's what I've heard anyway. I'm not an expert.
He was taken out of his ribs, out of his side, dude. Like, she's basically, that's what I'm saying. She's basically him, except female.
I would like to actually travel to that operation. And well, I don't know, I'll just watch.
You're astral traveling now?
No, but we were talking about it the other day.
You don't want to go too far, dude. Let's cut the silver cord.
I'll check Florida, Jerusalem, and the North Pole.
So the moon's diameter is 2150. Precession of the equinox is 2150. And then if I just took a ballpark guess and said the equatorial circumference is 21,500, I would only be 139 miles off.
How would they relate? Let's try and work this out.
That.
It's years, and years calculated by 13 moon cycles that we see. 2150 is a long time. It makes me think of these ancients. Yeah, they had to have been around a long time to have been able to tell their sons for 2,000 years about the procession. Make sure you tell your son.
The
watch
thing
out.
is, this was knowledge that was given to them, bro. Like, not something that was built up. It was initially given to them all at once.
Well, yeah, I believe some authority told them, but then I'm thinking people knew these long-term patterns, so they must have been able to pass it down. So they must have been strong people.
Yeah, according to the scriptures, it says that Jubilee says that the 7th-day weekly perpetual cycle Sabbath was given to us, that it was being kept in heaven since the beginning. Whatever the hell that means, right? I don't know what that exactly that title, but it seems to portray that time is universal throughout all realms, not just here that we have a fixed time on this earth, like earth time, right? The idea of earth time. Apparently, time is congruent. And even if you figured out the Zadok calendar, if you keep the feast, right, you're keeping it allegedly, right? I'm not trying to preach, but you're keeping the same time frame as in heaven, and you can actually synchronize with the heavens with sacred time.
No,
So if they're celebrating a certain feast, you'll be celebrating a certain feast.
I like hearing your beliefs. I only call it preaching when people are like shouting, "This is the way it is."
Yeah, I feel you.
What were you saying? The feast day? Which feast day?
You got Passover, Shavuot.
Would you be
Yom Teruah.
I mean, to me, they're pagan holidays. But that doesn't mean it's bad for Christians to recognize them. I think they're religious holidays because of nature.
Yeah, you're right, because a lot of them are connected with harvest.
But yeah, I also think like you probably only have like really organized religions happening within like cities and things like that, and probably like anybody who wasn't really into the way that they would have run it there, or their particular demigods or what have you, in that city, they would have like left, and maybe they would have just like kind of kept on with some of the things and sort of created their own
Yes.
natural
definitely.
understandings of it. So they could have wandered out in the woods somewhere, right, Don, and just like kind of.
But my old argument would have been Christianity stole those holidays. But now it's like everyone's a pagan anyway, so it doesn't matter.
But that holiday, like Easter, right? It might be one you're talking about.
Yeah.
But we got like
Not Easter. I don't.
Ishtar.
I said Passover, bro.
That's just another word for it, yeah.
We got
Hell
Oster,
no.
right? There's like
Spring.
throughout all these different regions, spring happens sort of like different times, and they have these their own kind of name for the same thing.
Easter is just relating to one of the cardinal directions. It's not like satanic word. The eggs
Ishtar
and
is
all that,
not biblical,
paganism.
bro. It's not my fault. Constant stupid ass wanted to Hellenize the faith and superimpose Easter.
Yeah, I just look at the spirit of spring, basically.
They did a wonder on it. They really did. They come from paganism, changed to monotheism, and then they covered themselves in New Age paganism. It's fascinating to see.
Yeah,
What is paganism?
Ishtar goes all the way back to Babylon, bro. That's Nimrod's wife.
Yes, just non-Abrahamic religion. Any other religion.
Any other religion?
Yeah. I now include
Pagano.
all religions. All symbology based on nature is paganism. I basically say now.
Symbology based on nature. I don't think that's exactly fair, but I also don't think it's fair the way that people use the word paganism to, completely like shun away, right? Like a part of human nature, right?
Well, it's an insult. Used as an insult.
It's used as an insult, yeah, but and they may be wrong, right? No matter, anybody may be wrong, but like to, put it in a position of like, being evil, right? I feel like that is evil in itself.
Well, Lion can speak on that.
Oh man, don't please, bro. Objective morality. Here we go. That's a can of worms. You really want to go on that?
I'm explain it for you, Lion. Maybe Lion doesn't actually say if you're a pagan, you're a demon. He just thinks there was a split of people, and some people went the wrong path, and some people went the right path.
They're probably
pagan refers to a lot of the idol worship in the wrong path.
Yeah, of course that can happen. Not denying that whatsoever. In fact, I don't think like idol worship necessarily has a good path.
But hear me out. No, because I just don't want to get into objective morality because we're not going to get anywhere. It's not going to be fruitful. Only because some people believe that it's subjective and some people don't. You know what I mean? But no, going back to what you were saying, we are all pagans. At one point or another, some of us still realize and worship things like that. We're not, subconsciously, artists, politicians, material objects, your computer, your phone, your car. You know what I'm saying? Like people idolize things, and the scriptures teach that idol worship is evil. That's my personal belief, but you don't have to subscribe to it. But it's pretty logical that it is.
That it is that way, but haven't modern religions made an idol of what you would call, I don't know, I don't see how you separate the two.
Could you explain why?
But what I'm saying, I'm actually trying to reach a level ground here and show that we're all pagans by nature because we all have idoled in the past. We've idol worshipped in the past.
Yeah,
so like I can't be a hypocrite and be like, oh, you're an idol, you're a pagan. Because I've been there.
That's cool, man. That's cool. I mean, that kind of conversation is like at least feeds into like interesting, avenues. Otherwise, it's just like, paganism versus Catholicism or something. Right?
I mean, I would explain it like this: a Christian would be worried for idol worshipping, because what happens is, if you take idol worshipping to the extreme, you end up with the Baphomet, a goat with boobs and muscles and horns, right?
Yeah.
And then that's your new god is this weird image that you've made from your psyche, instead of the mystery.
That's right. That's right. And the mystery pervades, any statue or belief or idea, right?
Great.
So there's a lot of idol worship in Christianity and Islam and Judaism.
There is
Absolutely.
Walk the path and ignore it all.
Ton of it.
mostly in Catholicism. There's a lot of idol worship, but in Christianity, they tend to say like, no, we don't worship idols. This is just like the facts, right?
Yeah.
that
Just this
this is
one,
Lies.
one man.
Right? Yeah.
I'm talking about
They're probably
dying
one of the
person
number
on a
one
cross.
offenders. Yeah, the Christianity is one of the number one offenders of idol worship, and they don't even see it. They're hypocrites
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
because they worship, the cross with a barely clothed Jesus, mostly naked Jesus on a cross, dude, at the worst point in his life, and they bow to it, they pray to it,
Yep.
they idolize it, they worship it, they even hold it for protection.
What a mental
That is
image of God.
strictly against the scriptures.
What a graven image that is.
It's a graven image, brother. And the weird thing is, though, they don't see it, dude, because they're in a spiritual delusion and they're hypocrites. They don't even know their own book. But you could say the same thing about NASA and, modern physicists. They don't even know their own theories, bro. They don't even know. I hear Witzel all the time talk about it. Like, they don't even know their own theory.
I would say in my work area, drum and bass music, a lot of people that get releases and get famous have no idea about drum and bass music whatsoever. They just happen to put a few noises together and get recognized.
What's more important to me is not like that somebody said don't worship idols, right? And people still do it. But what's more importantly to me is like, why shouldn't you worship idols, right? What is like the intelligence of that statement alone? And like, why does somebody suggest that we shouldn't do that? You know what I mean? Like,
I think because it can get out of control.
of course it can get out of control. No matter what, it will get out of control, right?
Yeah, right. That's
I guess that
inevitable.
is one thing. Yeah.
But why would you still want to limit people's freedom? Because you're a monotheistic religion that wants to impose rules on people. That's why you say no to it.
Yeah.
Idol worship is not really punished. It's punished, but not like the court isn't going to punish you for idol worship unless your husband sees you, worshiping an idol. He can divorce you. That's about it.
Well,
But
honestly,
there's no real.
it's praised, like it's rewarded. I mean, if you live in a Muslim town, right, or a Muslim country, and you don't practice the faith, you're not going to find very many business opportunities. The people that you interact with, the culture that you're engaging with, does not really support that, and so you're gonna have a hard time. And it's very easy to relinquish, all of your wrongdoing or, all of your pain or tough times and say, this is what I believe in now. I'm joining the crew.
That's exactly right, dude.
Well, it's so attractive because when people are in hard times, they need that, they want that. a community that they can talk to on a level that's beyond just like somebody judging them based off of whatever their wrongdoings in the past are, right? And as long as they join the team, right? And this is like it's unfortunate that it has to be a team or it has to be a religion or anything like that. But that's the way that it has taken form as easily as it could.
That's the nature of things.
Yeah.
It's the way it is.
Well, it's the way that it is currently. It's not necessarily like the nature of things, but it's
you literally can't have it any other way. There's literally no other way to have it. Think about it.
There is.
So what would it be?
No, I'm just saying the way that we currently have it is a limitation on like the true expression.
No, but hold on. No, go back to that because you need two teams, bro. You can't have it. There's no other way. There's two teams, bro. There's a good team and the bad team. This is literally no other way.
There's some teams in the middle as well.
There's not two teams. That's what I'm saying. Like there's only two teams if you make it two teams. And you make it two teams by thought, right? By thinking too much, by inferring, about the future, about like the terrible things that you've seen, and fighting against it and teaming up against it, right? But there is only the good, and there is only the not good. They're not against each other.
But Santiago, I think you're right on the money. Right on the money, but Leon of VR, you're right on the money. But in different respects, like I'm just going to come out of the closet right now and say that the Earth's not fucking flat. There's no way it can be.
I wanted to agree with Lion that I'll give him that there's two extremes to the teams.
Oh, sorry.
People that enjoy really hurting people just because they enjoy it, not even because they make money or get powerful, just because they fucking love hurting people. And there's people that would try to never hurt people. That's the two extremes. But in the middle, there's a million teams of crazy people.
Yeah. Sorry, I'll shut up.
You're fine, Dad. You can have opinions on God.
I don't see how there's two
reality and pagans.
I really like in my best days, right? I don't see how there's two teams when you're just doing good, right? When you're just being good. There's nothing that you're fighting against.
You're fine.
I get
in fact, like it's almost a paradox where it's like the best fight is actually just being good and not having to fight against anything.
You know what I think of it like, though? So let me compare this to an experiment, right? You have two ingredients for the reaction, right?
Yeah, here you go ahead.
And you mix those two ingredients together in a cup, right? Right now, everything's getting mixed. So technically, you're right. You have good, middle, and evil, right? But it's being mixed right now. And this is what dualism teaches, what Gnosticism teaches.
That's mixed. What you're saying is mixed. And I'm saying that, like, truly, the good is not mixed at all. When you mix it with the bad or whatever, it's not good anymore.
Well, hear me out though real quick. So the yin yang is mixing right now. And eventually what the New World Order, what they want to do is get an amalgamation and just have it be, it's weird, bro. It gets, have you looked into what I'm talking about?
Amalgamation means what you just said. It's been heavily mixed. So carry on.
No, when you say the New World Order and what they're trying to do, yeah, I've looked into all of it.
I'm referring to Gnosticism. This is part of their doctrine. I don't know if anybody's looked into Gnosticism and how it works, but that's how you have black and white, and you have good and evil, and they're mixing right now. But it's not going to be like that forever.
You shouldn't be talking about that, big dog. You really shouldn't.
No, you're right, but I'm just trying to get like an idea conveyed that. Yes, I understand what you're saying. That there's three levels, basically.
You're saying order out of chaos.
There's two extremes, and then there's something in the middle, and we're all somewhere in the middle right now. Most of us,
and that's no place to be, right? That's
no place to be. See, that's exactly what I was going to say. because you don't want to be lukewarm. You don't want to be double-minded. You want to, if you're going to pick a side, even in the scriptures it says pick a side. If you're going to be evil, be evil. If you're going to be good,
Leon,
be good. Don't stick in the middle, because in the middle you're useless.
That's right, man.
Leon, you just literally picked yourself as being the dog kennel of the dog coming out of the kennel of narcissism.
No, but let's
No, I'm not a Gnostic.
Talking about, because it's actually intriguing, because
of course you're going to say you're not.
When you're going to pick a side, right? Who's giving you that side to pick?
It doesn't matter who's giving the side.
How do you actually pick the the side that's good? And it's not
can help them, but you don't pick the people that have kids in their basement in chains. Yeah, they're the people you don't pick. So
that's correct.
That's one correct. Extreme. Yeah, you go the other way. The people
the other way. Where do you go?
The people that help kids.
It's not just about helping kids, because you can help kids and also be a terrible person.
It's not that hard, bro, to choose between good and evil, unless
your
mind is all over the place and you think
what we think is good a lot of the time is seeded with an evil.
No, it's not.
That's not what we're saying.
Well,
I'm saying
that, like,
our progression of consciousness.
Our consciousness, people. Right? Our consciousness is connected to all of this whole world that we live in, right?
But it's not. That's the trouble. That is the real trouble. It's actually not.
What do you mean, Jaza?
For the sweet love of God.
Well, you made a statement. I'm just asking what you mean by it.
I'm just that unenthralled that Santiago, I can't remember whether you're a flat earther or a sane person.
Santiago, you explain what you mean by, even if you're trying to be good, the world's bad around you.
Look at it. Like the level of good is what we're talking about, right? And yes. You may have had this like intrinsic innate innocent level of good, right? And that may have gotten curved by society itself, right? The world that you live in, your parents, whatever you brought up, right? And you may get weathered down by that, like initially even. And then you say, like, oh, okay, now within this society, right, I'm going to do what's good. You might not even be able to, right? You may only what's good in that society may not actually be, truly good. And it may not be the light of good, right, the world needs to see. It may not be the correct expression of good, right?
What we're saying is, we've researched good and evil. We took the apple, the knowledge of good and evil. We've got suspects of who's evil, and we know good people are like us. So we're pretty sure what's what already.
The thing is, right, good is relative right now according to us, but not to Yah. To Yah, you're evil or you're good. If you try to be double-minded, you're useless, because think about it, like, okay, so you're not murdering little children, right? But you're still supporting sex trafficking, because when you go to freaking buy your 8-ball, or you're about to go sniff probably from a prostitute's freaking ass crack, you're still relatively good because you're not killing kids, but you're only support. You know what I mean? Like, it's always, people always rationalize it, but in Yah's eyes, in the Creator's eye, you're evil, you're dark. There's no middle ground.
No, and the next step to say, right, is just obvious next step, which is like, you can feel those ways or see that about the world, and that's good, because that's actually what's going on, right? But you can call that good, but that's not actually the good, right? Don't use the word evil, because you're just sitting yourself down, right?
And literally
relativism.
Sorry, and literally what you just said just proves that you're paranoid as fuck.
What do you mean?
What did you just say?
we're talking about the scales of goodness.
Scales,
Yeah.
yes.
And so we're saying, like, when somebody points out something dark going on in the world,
You're just paranoid as fuck.
that should
That
rightfully
was
be
good.
pointed out,
Fuck.
right? That doesn't make them necessarily good. Like, if they stop at that point and say, okay, now I'm good for doing this, let me continue,
Can't
right?
we agree on what's good? It's meant.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
Right.
we can, but it's so shied away from, you know, it's so unkind, you know, it's just it doesn't happen in our day-to-day, you know, life in
Oh,
society.
that's because psychopaths exist, and what we're doing now is we're
No, it's
planning how
because
to take them out.
right, it's because of mostly what we're doing now. That and mostly what people are doing now is they're calling, you know, what they are, right, as good.
Everyone's
No.
always thought they were good, even if they were sick. We're saying we're actually good.
Yeah.
We're the good ones, and we're going to try and plan to get rid of the bad ones that say they're good.
No, because being good
That's what's
doesn't have to
happening.
fight anything, I don't think.
And being good doesn't mean well, I'm speaking for myself, doesn't say
Right.
means saying I'm gonna get rid of you dumb fucks that think the earth's flat, because that's wrong.
No,
Yeah,
man, that's I
He
mean, honestly,
keeps diverting the conversation. He doesn't. He wants to
That's
battle somebody about flat Earth. That's
yeah, Jazza, poor Jazza. He's going to hit the wall soon.
No, he doesn't even want to talk about the stuff. He wants to
No,
just call people paranoid. Yeah, that's what you really want. You really want to just call people paranoid, and that you're not, and you just want to draw that distinction. And we understand you're not paranoid.
I'm just about to pull into hover outside the hangar. I'm just about to get into you, if you want.
You're
I'm
drunk
just
again.
saying,
It's
like,
your paranoia, escaping from nature because nature's scary.
I thought I triggered him. I thought he was a cokehead.
You know, dude, all I'm saying is
Probably in the 80s.
Nothing that anyone can say to you is going to change it because you're, I won't even say it, indoctrinated. But anyway, I'm going to have a quick smoke.
We all are, Jazza. We all are in our own way.
Thank you,
Like.
Jazza. Enjoy your smoke.
I'm going to put my machine to bed, turn the lights out, and we'll catch you in a minute.
Cool.
Drunk ass.
Dumb motherfucker.
I gotta love somebody that just like comes in drunk as fuck and thinks he's gonna school everybody. Would you probably wake up in the morning and be like, oh yeah, all the school does. I told him paranoid. I did everything.
I don't think I'm going to school anyone because dumb motherfuckers can't be schooled. So I've got no.
If you ever come up on here sober, I will definitely have a longer conversation.
This is my advice. Don't call your friends dumb motherfuckers, because eventually you'll have nobody.
No, I'll have it.
Words of wisdom.
Oh, look at it. My flat motherfuckers. I'll say that then.
The flat earthers are your friends.
No, they mute me all the time because they can't handle the truth.
These are the people you come back to talk to when you're drunk. That's your friends.
And I bring all my friends to come and listen to you dumb motherfuckers all the time. They find it fucking hilarious.
Well,
I could literally run a bar called the Flat Earth Bar, just with 24/7 Earth Awakening and 24/7 Flat Earth playing the whole time instead of music.
Okay.
And it'd fill the whole bar.
My advice is then you need to get over this obsession.
No, it's not that. It's that people are inherently drawn to fucking trying to help people. And you motherfuckers don't want help.
No, we're smarter than you. You can't help us.
And you just said that you're fucking Dunning-Kruger to the tea. You're smarter than anyone else,
How
and
could
you
you
don't
help
want
me?
help.
What
Freddy
could you
Krueger, you
possibly
don't
help me with?
You
on
just
anything?
said it. You're Freddy Krueger, exactly.
What are you going
You're
to
the
tell
one
me
You're
with the
about
tallest
Edward
how
house.
to drink
Scissorhands,
whiskey? How
and
to
you're
drink a flat
smarter.
whiskey?
And you're smarter than Edwin Stein.
I already
And
know
you,
how to do that.
I know. You just said it. You didn't have to say that.
You're
Holy
paranoid. You're
fuck.
Freddy Krueger. You're afraid to go and sleep. That's why you drink, so you don't dream of Freddy Krueger. Come on.
Jesus fuck. You guys are fucking out the gate. It's fucking hilarious.
All right, let's calm down. Jazza, you go have a smoke, enjoy it, come back. Try not to instigate conversations, out of the blue about thought.
I'll try not to breathe some oxygen, because if I do, they could fuck shit up.
I feel like I can smell the alcohol from here.
Oh no, actually, I'll breathe a vacuum just to prove that space is a thing, and that all you guys are fucked if it actually is.
All right.
Okay, let's carry on with morals. We can't have moral relativism, Santiago. that allows
I'm dying.
psychopaths.
Just joking.
Too many psychopaths will have a field day if we allow moral relativism.
I'm not a moral relativist whatsoever.
But you were saying, well, what you think is good might not be good.
Yeah, it's using a word, and like we're trying to battle, we're trying to like find the definition of this word. But
I've
like
got it
I
for
was
you right
saying,
now.
right?
Not hurting people. That's good.
Okay. So you can say not hurting people is good, right? Walking a grandma across the street is good, right? And
It's not hurting
everyone
people.
will agree.
Any action that doesn't hurt people, I'm saying.
That's right. That's not really what I'm using as like when he says, the fight between good and evil.
Okay, what do you mean by good?
I think it's something like it's an expression, right, that has no relationship whatsoever to anything bad. And really, like, you can be doing any action, right, no matter what it is, and it can still not harness, but like, be in line with this goodness. But I don't think that, like, for example, I don't think thought is good, and I don't think identification is good. So when a good thing takes place, or when a good person does something, I think that it's selfless. I don't think that it's like that it's in the usual way that we carry ourselves, right? And that and in that alone, sorry,
I don't know what that means.
Well, I'm just saying, like, usually we carry ourselves in a way where we want to have the cake and eat it too, right? Just in a way, like, in life, we want to be good and, and experience that.
Not
And
everyone does.
everyone does. Yeah, absolutely.
No, not everyone. Some people like to hurt people, which is
Some
not
people
good,
do.
is it?
Yeah. Some people do because they're twisted, right?
So
But
not everyone likes to be good.
no, but they've been twisted for bad reasons, and I'm sure, like, in their heart of hearts, there is a good thing there still. But regardless, right? I'm just saying that trying to be good, or wanting to, like, be good and, and like it, right, or think that you're good, is not good enough. And really, like, be like a good person is somebody who, it's hard to phrase it this way, but because it's not somebody who does this or that, but it's somebody who it requires all of your energy, and it's a choice. Like, any one of us could wake up tomorrow and put all of our energy into being good, and really, like, you would find along the way, I think, that, like, a lot of the things that you did while even putting all of your energy into it were futile, right? Compared to like the goodness alone, the silent goodness of just like actually just bringing all of your energy out, right? And for this intention,
Intention.
so sorry.
Surely good needs an action, not intention.
Well, no, I think it's a place, right? It's a place that exists, and it can be within your mind, whether you do an action or not.
We're talking about action, like human behavior, not just people having a little dream about paradise.
Right. But I mean, we don't understand all the intricacies of life, and we don't understand like all the connectivity that goes on. I mean, we have a very fragmented mindset and like how we approach and view these things through, and what we determine and judge as being good or not. But really, at a certain point, a lot of us, and myself included, right? I'm putting myself in this camp, and in my like quest to understand this, right? We're lazy, and we have like a lazy good that we kind of talk about. You know what I mean? But just stopping yourself there with that word good is probably not good. It's probably not enough. And so many people do it. And I don't think it's I don't think it's enough.
I
Do
get what
you,
you're
do you
saying.
understand sort of what I'm saying a little bit?
Talk isn't enough, but that's what I said. Intention is meaningless.
Well,
you need to act good.
No, I'm saying the laziness, right, and the thinking about goodness in a lazy way, right?
Yeah, we're all acknowledging that we're on Discord talking about being good, not
Yeah.
in the world.
We don't have to talk
doing
about
charity,
stuff.
right?
Yeah. And it's not moral relativity though. That's my point. Is essentially like, there is objective good. When you get into like the judgment aspect of it, that's the whole relativity thing, where it's like, oh, is this better? Is this worse? All of that is a war. And there is something, I know there's something different. There's something other than that, which
it's hurting people
which has no
ever
doubt
good.
whatsoever.
Like, say we're in a little clan, we decide hurting each other's bad. We notice across the valley there's another clan, and they like to hurt each other a lot. Are we allowed to say they're objectively wrong to each other? Or are you going to say, no, in their own way, they're right?
No, I'm not going to say it in their own way they're right. I'm going to look at it objectively, right? But like it's not so simple that you sit in the conference and you say like, hey, point the finger. These people are wrong. Do you know what I mean?
If we see them burning kids on an altar to Moloch,
right?
We agree that we have to do something about this.
Well, you do have to do something about it. It's a dire threat, right? Obviously, not only to you but everyone around you. But it's not to say that like your simple solution is going to work.
Right. We've agreed what they did was objectively bad. Even though they were doing it. We've agreed objectively it was bad to do.
Of course it's objectively bad. Objectively bad is easy.
Okay.
Yeah. That's easy to point out.
Objectively good is easy too, but I know what you're trying to say. Most people's idea of good is just a thought. I do agree with that.
Yeah, and I understand when you say like, okay, comparatively this is objectively good, and I'm trying to take that a step further, because I'm saying that is not necessarily enough, and I have many other. I mean, you could write papers and papers, books on this. Like there's much reason to say like why where it is, its current standing, why it isn't enough, right? And what actually is the real question of like what is good. Where does it come from, right? Not objectively what it is and how do you do it and tell me how to be good and that kind of thing. But like, we all have had that nature within us. And I think we've been brought into a point where naturally we get drawn into, day-to-day life, experiencing things over and over again. And we get this, we've been, drawn into this sort of lazy, sort of duped, view of life that's uncharismatic, and it doesn't have like the right it doesn't ask us, it doesn't beg us to like put all of our energy into it and really like find out. Instead, like we want to get along, or we want to be comfortable in our ideas and our thoughts and all that kind of stuff. And I think like intrinsically in that state alone, that is not good. There's a lot more that anybody can do, you know, and like the capability within anyone, even at your lowest point, you know, I don't know, really anything can switch that around and flip the switch on it. And the future is not what you think, you know.
Could we agree that good would be trying to move humanity towards the blue people in Avatar? Harmony and love in a tree and all of that good stuff. Riding birds.
No, definitely not, man.
Oh man.
Unfortunately.
You don't have to be blue or cheesy, but you get to ride birds. And
Yeah,
anyway,
it's interesting.
sorry. My point is we have to get rid of the psychopaths to head towards Avatar.
Yeah, that blue color, man, it's really interesting. It goes through a lot of places, huh?
The lotus and the Hindu relaxed vibe.
Right, it's the same color as the skin of the deity, right? The deities. They're all that blue. They're like blue lotus blue.
What do you
Other
mean?
people
Dark
like blue
Koreans?
too.
Relaxing.
Maybe. Yeah. Is that what it is?
But we also need to build defenses in case our old selves come looking for us.
You guys
Steal.
seen them mummies that look blue? My mom? Didn't they find Egyptian mummies that were blue? Or something happened to a chemical process over time that make them blue like that?
I don't know. You know, there are people that are blue, right? I forget what it's called. But
Yeah, and it's usually because of silver toxicity or something.
Yeah, maybe that's what it was.
I mean, they could have been doing some alchemy stuff and turned blue and then became deified.
It's like a genetic thing. There's like a whole family of blue people, and then supposedly there's like an old story where these two kids emerged out of this cave and they were blue, and I don't know, an old story.
Are you talking about the green kids?
I think they were blue. I'm pretty sure they were blue, and they said that they ate some specific bean that was within their cave system that they thrived on.
Yeah, some people turn blue from too much colloidal silver intake.
Like, when does that happen besides the one guy that it's known for?
Yeah, it was that one guy. Yeah.
Yeah, with looks like he's wearing makeup though.
Yeah. Well, like I said, there's a whole family.
It happened with a lady as well.
There's like a genetic deficiency within something within the body. There's like a whole family. You can Google it.
It's black and white. It's black and white colorized photo. New York Post. Real life Avatar blue people existed. New York Post is always reliable. Thanks to years of inbreeding. And then they have the same picture that's referenced, which is like a black and white photo. And then there's the blue guy who's got the white hair, apparently from the colloidal silver thing. Yeah, it's another colorized. I'm just not. I'm not down with it. I think that the avatar is immaterial. The avatar comes, you know what I mean? Because you got the Blue Lotus. The avatar makes this stuff happen. We'll build a religion around this. Hoo-ah, right? Put that one in the books.
Well, I use it as a reference because you know when they're prancing about on the trees and the cliffs, and they're connecting with the animals and the trees. No one's getting hurt until the humans turn up. That's what we need to try and move towards.
Yeah, but it's weird. Like, so that, yeah, they call like Krishna is like an avatar. Like he's just like a being that can just materialize or whatever, which doesn't make any sense. I've never seen it.
It's definitely
Right.
related.
Yeah.
Sounds like a skinwalker to me.
Yeah, it sounds like you gotta be tripping, bro. Either through meditation or some psychedelics to see that dude.
Yeah, psychedelicacy. We do that. Blue Lotus. Whoosh.
If you put a goal and you set out a goal to see Krishna, bro, do some lotus flower, a little bit of meditation. He'll manifest in your bedroom, bro.
I don't know. You know, I think some people may have like descent from India or something like that, where maybe they're not aware of it. I mean, you know, it could get hidden right after a couple thousand years, maybe something like that. Is it possible that like we just retain these kind of familiarities with different types of deistic concepts, or if they are in fact energies, like are they hereditary in some way? Like if I was just part Indian, maybe like I don't know, Krishna vibe just happens sometimes, just because of the vibe of my people. There's like a living link. You know what I mean? Anything?
No, yeah, like a cultural archetype, like Santa Claus, but deeper because has a more religious factor.
Hey, have you
What-
ever seen
I
Secret
think we
Space Volume
might be
2?
related.
Yeah, you ever seen Secret Space Volume 2 or whatever? There's like a little series, and it's about how like the whole Iraq war was to like kill off the bloodline of like this ancient reptilian race in the Arab bloodline. No, I guess nobody's heard that.
Not tell us about it though.
I mean, you know, it's pretty alien based, but it's like this idea that it's like I mean, this is like before flat Earth for me, but it's like this idea that there's all these reptilian figurines and all this like reptilian bloodline from like Dracos or some bullshit, you know, uh, and that the Arabs are like, you know, have it in their bloodline. But it made me think of like getting Krishna with it because it's in your bloodline. You know what I mean? Like whatever's like you know, maybe I get, you know, I got Christly with it. You know what I mean? Because I'm, you know, from Christian stock. You know what I mean? Like or whatever. That's an
Right.
interesting point, though.
And you know, and there's people that I meet that have Hebraic, you know, genetic connections, and they don't worship, but they are good at haggling. You know, so some things I think stay around, and they're not necessarily even, you know, things we need to like think about. You know, they're just like part of who we are, part of where we come from, which is all individual.
I seen a movie a long time ago where the children were being raised in a family, and then they reach a certain age and they realize that their parents were vampires, and then they realized that they were vampires and that they had like it was in their blood, and there's nothing they could do about it.
Just like Teen
He
Wolf,
wanted to be
bro.
good. He wanted to be good, but his parents were vampires. They said, "Well, if I can't beat him, join him." At the end, basically.
It's like when Michael J. Fox's dad has that talk with him, says, "Son, you're a werewolf." We all are. All right, no Teen Wolf
Nobody
shirts.
got.
That's fine. That's cool. We don't have to.
Yeah, nobody got that reference, man.
It's all good. I don't care. It means I'm old. That's what it means. Now that's what it means. Is there like an older crowd FE discussion? Just kidding.
Yeah, you ever seen that Trudeau clip? I'd never really seen it before. The whole clip, but he's talking about flat Earth, and he's like, "These flat Earthers, just because they look at the horizon, they say that the Earth is flat." You know, but we've got to agree that there's a certain scientific community that knows that water boils at or freezes at 0 degrees Celsius, and like tries to get all authorized with it. I've never seen the video before, but interesting. Saw it earlier today.
But yeah, from the all these different cultures, they're all into different shades of blue or purple. They like to get fucked up. They like to trip out on mushrooms, on lilies, on fucking toads, right? They see God. They fucking talk to him. They write it down. You know what I mean? This is just going on for a long ass time. I mean, those are
guys
the
heard about
origins
the
to me, man.
Wikipedia, Julian Assange, and when they were first starting up, they were dropping a bunch of government like juice and sauce, like files, emails, numbers, receipts dumped from 2019.
Yeah.
Thousands of documents just released to the public overnight, and the public was left to filter through those documents and find any goodies. There's a lot of goodies in the 2019 dump. Even
Yeah,
like the body of Nimrod. There was one about the government that they basically, around the time that we went into Iraq, that they not only did they take the artifacts from the museums, they had proxy, I don't know what do you want to call them, like proxy Islamists that went in there and took the artifacts, but they
did take the
hired.
artifact.
They did get the
I was
artifacts,
there.
right?
I was in there. I was in Iraq when this happened. They did take the artifacts. I was in there. I was living there.
Yeah, so you're corroborating what I'm saying, and the U.S. government used their own people, right, and took like priceless artifacts, and then they gave them. Eventually, they got caught and they gave some of it back, but they kept like the good shit, like tablets, ancient Babylonian tablets, all kinds of stuff, bro.
You know, my crazy ass theory is there's some actual magic, and they're afraid of it. and they're trying like hell to fucking goop it all up. What do you think about that?
I think you need to stop smoking, bro.
You don't think so? I mean, you know, these people did use like different type of spellcraft, right?
Yes, I do.
I would think that some group would be tasked to collect this information and put it in a safe place.
But what is the motive to take those artifacts? And I know part of the motive is because of
To hide history. To hide history. That was the motive. They don't want to know what was going on in the past. They don't want us to know what was going on in the past. They stole it. They stole it. And they gave some of it away to people's personal collections. They sold it. And the rest of it they destroyed. It was only a small part that they gave back. ISIS did the same thing. ISIS were blowing up monuments and old artifacts in Iraq as well. Why is that?
And ISIS is a CIA
Of course it is.
organization.
Exactly.
Well, but then don't you think the WikiLeaks could be suspected as well, being part of that?
Well, no, because Julian
course
Assange
not.
is being held right now against his will in a freaking private prison somewhere, and they're forcing him to swallow psychotic medication, bro. Antipsychotic medication, so that he doesn't
There was
speak in
also
court.
that other people believed in Julian Assange because they saw him hack a satellite and change its course.
I mean, he probably has that knowledge too, but I believe Julian Assange is, you know, he is working for good. Like, he is sacrificing his life to release this stuff, bro.
I don't think he is. I think he's a disinformation agent. I think he's there to release just enough out in the public. Just enough to not explode the whole powder keg.
Or are they looking for
Maybe.
somebody? And this is a honeypot that they use to find somebody that might have
Exactly. It's a honeypot. Well, Julian.
It's hard to tell.
I think Snowden is too. Because why have these people not got killed? Are you saying me they can't kill these people? The Earth isn't that big. I mean, the Earth is big, but it's not that big. Anyone can be found and anyone can be killed.
Right. You're killed if you know something, which is why I try not to know anything. Haha.
Well, game over.
Game over. Can't kill me. I don't know anything.
Checkmate. Checkmate.
Hell yeah.
I don't know anything either. I'm an idiot.
But you were there and you did witness the shit.
Oh no, I wasn't. No. That's what I heard. I just read about that.
Okay.
I heard it was like tablets that spoke on resurrection that were taken, the artifacts from Iraq, and I thought they said that they found the body of Gilgamesh or something to preserve.
They found the tomb of Gilgamesh. And do you know what it proved?
And Lion, you know who Gilgamesh is, bro. That's Nimrod, bro.
Of course I do know who Gilgamesh is. It proved, when they found Gilgamesh's tomb, it proved that Gilgamesh wasn't fully human. Because he didn't look like a human. He had a skeleton much bigger than a normal human. That's what actually happened. Gilgamesh was 2/3 God. That's what the Sumerian story says. I think I know. These are my ancestors.
Yeah, brother. I was just explaining it in the Hebrew story for Nimrod. It's the same character. Yeah, man. I agree.
It's the same character, but they stole it. They stole this story from the Bible. It's, for example, Noah. You have Noah. Noah is Utnapishtim. Utnapishtim is Noah's real name, the Sumerian name.
What's his name?
Utnapishtim. That's Noah's real name. Utnapishtim, the whole flood myth and everything. And Gilgamesh actually goes to him in the story as well, because in the Epic of Gilgamesh, he goes to Utnapishtim because he wants immortality, because Utnapishtim was granted immortality supposedly for helping the gods, for surviving the flood. So he lived like thousands of years. And then Gilgamesh in the story goes to him to ask him, how do I become immortal? That's Noah that he goes to.
Somebody even called Gilgamesh Apollo or Apollyon.
And then what happens after he asks him how to become?
Does Gilgamesh
he tells him to find this particular plant that you consume to grant you life. And Gilgamesh does find the plant in the story. I don't know if you read the Epic of Gilgamesh, but if you read it, he does find the story. But in one place, he gets tired and falls asleep, and a serpent, a snake, comes and steals this plant away from him.
Right.
And then the snake, yeah, he sheds his skin. Yeah.
Yeah.
It sounds mad like Black Panther, though,
He
right?
realizes that the plant actually did make, you know, him rejuvenate life, right?
Yes. Yes. That's where the whole myth in the Bible comes from as well, where the serpent says, "You eat of this tree, you shall become like the gods. You eat of the tree of life," and all this. That's where that comes as well.
But it's still, even when you draw it back to cuneiform tablets, right? It's still symbolism.
It was the tree of knowledge of good and evil, brother, not the tree of life.
And so,
no, of course. I'm just saying what the Sumerian story says. I'm just saying what the Epic of Gilgamesh says. I've read the Epic of Gilgamesh in Sumerian as well. I've read it. I've seen the tablets. I'm just saying what I said.
If you don't know already, the Epic of Gilgamesh is based on what the story of Genesis is based on.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, it is. But it's precursor to Genesis.
Right, but they both talk about our prehistory, which is that there was a flood.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And so these people who obviously understood the Epic of Gilgamesh, whoever they were, right, that wrote this the Genesis. They knew the Epic of Gilgamesh because it was written 2,000 years before, and they understood more also about our prehistory as well. And so the question is like, what took place before the flood, right? What took place after the flood, and why was this how did this knowledge carry on, right?
If you read what the Sumerians say, that there was something here. There was either the extraterrestrials or there another advanced species that was here. That was very, very clear. From the way they describe it. They even describe how they made humans. Have you seen those tablets where they describe how they created humans?
No, I don't buy into any of that, to be honest.
Yeah, have you read the book of Enoch, dude?
Yes.
Then you would know who those people are he's talking about.
By the way,
extraterrestrials.
The Watchers. Yeah, the Watchers.
Listen, real quick, to Torah is Torah for Yah. I don't believe Gilgamesh is Nimrod, actually.
All right. Oh, yeah, that's cool.
Because in the Sumerian Kings list, both are on there, and Gilgamesh came way later. Gilgamesh is a descendant of Nimrod.
Oh yeah, he is. Nimrod is the first king after the flood.
And before the flood, right? Like in the story of Atlantis, right? That also speaks to the flood. I don't know if you know that, and that was told by an ancient Egyptian priest to Plato, right?
What's it called? The priest? I've read about this as well. What's he called?
I don't know his name, but Plato says that his grandfather was told by an ancient Egyptian priest this story.
Yeah,
that's why he details it out in book form, and that's why we all know about it. But in the story of Atlantis, he talks about a great war that took place between the giants essentially and mankind, right?
Yeah.
And he said that after that war, or during the culmination of that war, there was an earthquake that destroyed both sides and sent floods all over the earth. And so, there's a rich history to, humankind being on this planet. And obviously, like, it's to like somebody growing up in elementary school and whatever, it's occulted knowledge, right? Supposedly. And
the thing is with our if you look at our human genetics, our modern ancestors go back at least 200,000 years. If you look at the Sumerian stories, when they supposedly say that the giants or whoever created humans, it coincides exactly with around 200,000 years ago. They came here longer ago than that, but then it coincides with when they create the humans. I think it's in the 17th Shar or whatever, and one Shar in Sumerian story, one Shar is around 3,500 years. So they created humans in the 17th Shar or whatever. I don't know, like the 20th Shar.
Whether you say 150,000, a million, it doesn't matter, because honestly,
it doesn't matter. No, but you get the point. You get the point.
Yeah, I know. The pertinent factor is that we still haven't figured it out.
We haven't.
Yeah.
None of us were there.
Not to say like we haven't figured out our history, but we haven't figured out how to get along together without destroying ourselves after all this time.
I don't think we ever will.
Well, I'll repeat myself. We need to destroy all the psychopaths.
There are psychopaths, Don. There are, but you can't just destroy them. I don't think that works.
That's what they do to us.
I don't know if anybody gets destroyed. You know what I mean?
I mean, of course they do.
No, I think there's cause and effect action that happens that, you know, if somebody's wrongdoing, right, has, you know, an unsolved factor to it, then it has to be solved. And that unsolved factor can be like, oh, you know, you killed me without, you know, and I was innocent, right? Or it could be, you know, you killed me and I was harboring, you know, the worst things in the world possible, right? But the reason why they're harboring those things, right, is because is for people to, you know, it's like an alarm, right? People have to realize, look at what you are, right? Look at yourselves, because we're not all disconnected, you know, pleasant, perfect people, right? We allow these things to take place, and because we've allowed them, that's why they take place. It's like when you divide yourself based on nationality and religion and every other way possible, individuality, everything, then you're going to create wars. And those wars are going to cause chaos and harm to people. And that harm is going to cause people to feel, you know, to move into that psychopathic direction. It's like a, you know, a wound that has, you know, got festered, gone out of control. And you can't just like cut the arm off. I don't think it works that way. Or else I think we'd be, you know, limbless and lifeless, to be honest.
Most people are.
I look at the external problems in the world as if they're my own problem, right? And that's like not an easy thing to do, because it's very easy just to like point the finger and say, look at that terrible thing that's going on over there, right? Just, you know, organize against it. And in certain circumstances, that can be, you know, helpful. That can be a good thing, but it's not it's not a solution to the problem.
You have the right view, because it is your problem as well. Because everyone else on this earth is your problem as well. Because we live on the same planet. They're ruining the same planet. They're killing the same animal species, the same plant species. So it is your problem.
That's right. That's right. And it's not only, yeah, I mean, man, dude,
How do you get rid of problems? You destroy them.
you keep using the word destroyed on PhD, but how do you
I just mean transfer of energy. You kill the bodies and the ideology.
You put him on a spaceship and you send him to space. You just don't bring him back.
What you do is you convince culture to disbelieve in them so much that even their children denounce them, and then they just die off.
I think life and the universe is way too wild, right? For you just to come in and say, you know, I don't like this, destroy it.
We've seen it happen. Like, you've seen the atom bomb footage. Nagasaki, 9/11.
Yes, I have. Yeah.
And
have you seen the guy who delivered those bombs?
Guy Fawkes.
I'm not sure his name, but you know, this is something that impressed me a lot when I was a younger kid. I watched this footage, and the guy gets off the plane, and he's like a hick from, you know, the middle of nowhere, dumb as a rock, and they asked him like, "How did you feel dropping the bomb on Nagasaki?" And he's like, "This is his response, literally. If I try to recreate it, he's like, well, they told me to press a button and drop the bomb, and that's what I did." And
Wow.
that was
What a hero.
literally like the most shocking thing to see, right? Like that somebody that stupid, right, could be put in charge and cause such a calamity.
But you can't destroy things.
No,
you
but,
don't
but
like,
that's
you don't
that's
like.
that's what it's come down to is we're putting these stupid people in charge because of our like inefficiency, because of like our lack of care.
No. He was put in charge because he's willing to press the button.
That's right.
That was just his excuse. After.
That's right. But that's the system that we've created, right? That's the military industrial.
I didn't create that.
Oh, we created it. We created it. We let it. We let it be created all along the way.
It's
the
partly
Americans'
humanity's fault. But
everything is America's fault. It's you Americans' fault.
It's like saying, when did a wound, right, let an infection take place? It didn't. It just wasn't treated properly.
You're trying to say it's everyone in the past, like original sin. I'm saying no, thank you very much.
Well, you can go to original sin, but really, I'm saying that it's like the environment of people, right, and how people are operating.
It's not me creating military war, is it?
It may be because you're still like collectively involved in this environment of people, right? You're no different from anybody else.
Well, I'm the one saying let's destroy it.
That's right. But plenty of people have said similar things, you know, and it's still along the same lines. It depends on what you're trying to destroy.
Well, I agree. We haven't got it done yet. But we need
Bad things happen because good people stand by and do nothing. It is our own fault. It's our own fault that we're getting fucked. If you look at the elite's belief system, they don't believe, like when you call them Satanists or stuff, they don't actually believe in a Satan separate from God. They believe that in the universe there are two powers. They're equally powerful. You can call them God and Satan. And they believe that because we have this duality in us as humans, we should express it as well. So that's what they believe. They just take it to the ultimate conclusion that if you can do evil, then you can do ultimate evil, and that's fine. And then you can do ultimate good. That's why you have them doing philanthropy for billions of dollars that they're giving away. And then on Saturdays and Sundays, they kill and drink baby blood.
That's correct. That's correct.
That's why you have it.
That's why you can look at them. Right? You can look at a Satanist saying, like, "Oh, I believe that, you know, there is ultimate good and there's ultimate evil, right?" And I'm just
that's what they believe, yeah,
evil, right? And
there's a battle.
You can look at that belief and say, you know what? I'm not going to be on the other side of that. I'm not going to be the one that's fighting against that, just hoping, you know, and praying and saying like, "Oh, there's ultimate good." No,
there's a battle that's taking place, and it's been taking place since the Phoenician and Sumerian time.
Not a monotheistic.
Yeah, basically.
So wait, how is that not dualistic?
Well, it's singular or plural. I mean,
so you just say that there's no such thing as the.
Let me explain. It doesn't have to be theist. It just means you think everything should be one way, and you don't allow for diversity and yin yang. You want to make everything yin. That's what it means.
Hold on. Yeah, let me.
Yang. Sorry.
No, you good, bro. I just want to try to get in here. So, the idea is this: that it's possible to have existence, right, without darkness, right? Gnostics will say no, it's impossible to have good without evil. You need both to be able to contrast the good so that you even know what good is. But but there's a sect of people like myself, or a group of people in the world like myself, that believe that in the beginning there was no such thing as dualism, that there was actually pure bliss, pure nirvana, pure goodness, and that there was always a potentiality, right, worked into the laws of the universe. There was a potential, a possibility that could be taken advantage of. And the first one to take advantage of it, right, was an entity called Hasatan. And he's the producer of evil. But before him, there was no such thing. And
who produced him? And who produced him? Who produced Satan?
All right, we don't have to. Listen, just hear me out real quick. So in the future, right now, we're living in a dualist state. Reality is literally there's good and evil there's right and wrong, there's black and white, there's polarity, right? But there's going to be a time in the future where there will be no more decay, there will be no more entropy, there will be no more darkness, there will be no more sin. It will be completely wiped out of existence. But as humans, we can't comprehend that. And we think it's impossible to have good without evil. But that's not what the Creator says.
Okay, I agree with you that it's that good without evil, they have no relationship whatsoever, or no connection whatsoever. But to say that evil doesn't exist, or that it can't, or that it there's a possibility that it won't exist in the future, I just don't think that matters. You know what I mean? Like, that assumption that it's possible that it won't exist has nothing to do with, you know, what's actually going on, right? Which is that evil does exist. I don't like the word evil. I'd ask anybody like what their good definition on the word evil is, because, you know, it's just
It's not a good way to explain it. It's not a good way to explain it. I agree.
We're throwing up there, right? But like, to actually try to understand that word evil, you know, I think that's better than you know, going off in the other direction and just saying, hopefully, you know, evil won't exist, or in some way like I'm monotheistic or whatever. I believe in this and that.
It's a philosophical, theoretical idea that evil can be completely wiped out forever, right? But the Gnostics say that's impossible. That you need evil. That evil is it's necessary. It's basically a necessary evil. That you need darkness. That you need
disagree with that too.
Sin and all that, because if not, there would be no good. Yeah. That's literally what the Gnostics teach. Like, that is the fundamental doctrine.
That's naive. I think that's like a childish approach.
I'd like to speak on that.
What?
I think you might need 1% evil to know the 99% good, but you could mostly wipe it out. It's technically possible.
You don't need evil to know what's good. Period.
Good. I agree with you.
You need one tribe. You need one tribe of baby eaters to know you're not a baby eater. I'm sticking to the 1%, maybe. Or you at least need a memory of baby eaters to know you're good. But I'd like to think we could wipe it out nearly completely, where it's just a few freak accidents.
Where do you think evil comes from?
God.
I think it's ego of man, because we come from Archon authority.
Yeah, I don't like the word ego either, but you could say self, right? Selfishness.
Well, we can just use the word. You can ask me what I mean by each word.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I'm just using a different word, like self-centeredness, right?
I don't mean the self. I mean
around yourself.
Thinking that you can overpower
I would say
and do what you want.
I would say it's the opposite of wisdom. Wisdom is self-proximity, seeing self in what is not self, and ego would be the opposite of that.
Die slow. Can you, right? This is a trick. It's sort of like a play on words, but can you see what's self and not self? I don't think you can.
Well, like I said, wisdom is seeing
yourself
and what is not yourself. It's being able to separate the persona non grata from the corporeal self, and being able to identify with pretty much everything in a sense of your own self. It's a little complicated, but
it's
with
not
the ego.
It's like non-identification, right? Because once you identify with something, it is the self.
Well, the whole universe is myself, but I'm talking about ego, the part of me that wouldn't mind destroying things or hurting people or doing self-centered things, like you called it, to change my environment because I can or want to. This ego that doesn't want harmony, just wants stuff.
Not necessarily. It may have been hurt, and it just wants to not be hurt, right? But it's like turning a wheel which doesn't actually affect the crank that it's trying to turn. It's just turning that wheel. It just doesn't want to be hurt over and over and over again. It's not doing any actual action other than that.
You're trying to say evil people aren't evil.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm saying that there's a futility, right, in certain action, and that is suffering, right? And that suffering, when not understood, can turn into more and more and more suffering.
Are you saying we should put our weapons down and not fight for a better world?
I would say all it takes for evil people to flourish or to exist is the
Good people to
disconnect.
do nothing.
Well, yeah, that's definitely one thing, but kind of threw me off there. It's a disconnect from the reality around them, right? They're like they're incapable of seeing themselves connected to everything around them.
That's
To
right.
where, yeah, their world is of their own, and we're just in their world essentially, rather than that individual being in our world with us. If that makes sense.
No empathy. That's what means it's a psychopath.
Right.
I don't like the name calling, though, to be honest.
Yeah, no, people that have no empathy, that just live in their own ego world.
Well, you wouldn't like the name calling if you identified with
Don, why don't you have empathy, right? And actually, empathetically understand these people.
I do understand them, but I'm saying they're doing wrong actions in the world, and that's causing
That's
pain
correct.
and torture.
That's correct.
Pain
But
and
that's
torture.
holding you back. That's also holding you back from actually having empathy.
What?
That's not true.
Why don't you say so? I mean, I just said it. Maybe
You can be empathetic, right? And still keep at a distance and still realize that those people are doomed to destruction and folly.
It doesn't. I'm not talking about.
If anything, if anything, that should make you even more empathetic.
No, you're empathetic in a side view.
Reality, right? Like according to wisdom, right? The wisdom of the scriptures, Solomon said that with much knowledge comes much suffering. Because with that knowledge, if you put it to practice, you realize that these people, if they don't wake up from their delusion and they continue in their evil ways, what's left of them is doom and folly, and you can feel bad because these people are your own brothers and sisters.
I'm not.
Could be
Yeah,
your mother, your father, your
talking
family members, your friends.
Right. I'm not talking about any of that. I'm just talking about instant action. Right. Instantly, you can see these people, right, are doing. They've done a terrible thing. They're doing terrible things. They're terrible people. Right. Whatever. Okay. Instantly, you can see that. Now, I mean, that does not need to linger in your mind any more than just seeing it instantly. Your empathy goes far beyond that. It's not to say, like, using that word empathy to say, like, oh, now you're going to try to do something else that you think is good or whatever. No, you've seen that they're evil, right? And now what also is their character, right? What is like the nature of themselves? I mean,
greed.
Okay, greed. Where does it come from, right?
Hear me out.
What is the nature of their greed?
That's where it comes from. Ego.
Hear me out. Actually, I'm about to lose reception.
It's ego, and if you believe in Satan, it comes from Satan.
No, because it's not a judgment, right? It's a further.
It is a judgment.
You don't need.
It is a judgment,
my friend. You don't need a judge.
That's not true. Listen, hold on.
No, you're not the judge.
Because
you're not the judge.
You can. No, I know you're not ultimately judging that person's fate, but you can righteously judge any person initially.
You can do that.
Right? You're supposed to. How else are you supposed to live life if you don't judge righteously? You could be amongst a thief that's about to rob you blind, dude, and you're just gonna let him in your house and leave him in there by himself?
It's
a total stranger.
Righteous. It's not righteous to have intelligence.
Anyways, no. So what I'm saying is that you can dwell right in the empathy. You can dwell in the empathy and evaluate this person's life and feel bad for that person if they don't change their ways, because you can already evaluate what might happen to that person if they continue shooting dope. Right? You can be empathetic and be like, man, like, I don't want this guy to go down this route. Like, his daughter's going to be raised up and she's going to see that her daddy is a dope head, or he's going to overdose. And you can feel empathetic, but still realize that that person's ways are dark and wicked. Right? And there's nothing wrong with that. What you're saying is that, oh, you shouldn't judge. You shouldn't judge. You're supposed to judge every person according to their works and their fruits. Yeah. How are you supposed to judge if you're arbitrarily saying that all works are like relative. Like, what do you mean, dude? Shooting
Literally
dope is
saying-
relative?
He's literally
Yeah,
saying
without the
ignore evil.
judgment, you wouldn't
not
be
saying
able
it's
to
relative.
discern things properly.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
it's just
I'm not
another
saying how to
phenomenon.
discern things
Don't
properly,
look.
right?
Don't look. Get on with your meditation. It's just another phenomenon.
What?
That's what you're saying.
No, I'm not. I'm saying, look, this person's shooting dope, right? Fair enough. Fact, he's shooting dope, and do what you will with that fact. You know it, right? It's okay. You know it. You don't have to what takes place after that is the wrong step where you condemn them, where you decide, you're going to be the arbiter, right? You're going to do this. What actually helps that person
That's
is
exactly
not.
what I said. Ignore evil. Know that it's there and do nothing. That's what you just said.
That's not what I said. I'm saying what you're doing, right, is useless.
Yeah.
It doesn't actually help, right?
You won't be allowed.
The
My cult, sorry,
combination,
I won't
the
initiate
the
you.
separating yourself, the pointing the finger, the saying, you're doing this, I know you're doing this, and garnering on that fact, that actually doesn't help.
You can sit outside the fence and be detached, and we'll say hello as we walk by. That's about it.
What do you mean?
When the revolution and the apocalypse happens, we won't have you on the team because you'll be too detached from reality.
No, I mean,
too blown out, ignoring too many bad things.
You're saying like you won't be on the team, right? You're too detached from reality. The reality is seeing what's going on, right? And that's enough. If everybody
see it
saw,
all, but you won't get back with us.
If everyone was actually on the team and they actually saw what was going on, that would be over. It would be over, and the right action would take place. The strong arm and the compassionate arm would come in because they would actually see.
This reminds me of a silly saying.
All it takes is a lack of morals for somebody to be so far disconnected to where all they see is greed and ego and make evil decisions. Like, that's really what it boils down to. Like, if you have morals, right, there's something preventing you from taking from another, whether it be their life or their goods or whatever it may be. Like, without it, you're doomed and destined to fail.
Let me ask the silly question. Would you, if you were being raped, would you rather Jesus Christ walked by, who wants to stop evil, or the Buddha, who wants to be detached from his karmic cycle so that he doesn't get extra karma? Who would you rather walk by?
Most people don't understand Buddhism. Modern Buddhism is most popular for what it never originally taught. That's a famous quote, by the way.
I don't think that you understand the action of Jesus Christ correctly.
Well, the idea that some people have of Jesus, or the idea that some people have of Buddha, who would you rather walk past?
That's your idea that you're asking from.
Who would you rather walk past?
You're comparing the two as if they have like some fundamental difference.
Yeah, I'm saying in this hypothetical, Jesus wants to stop evil, and the Buddha doesn't want extra karma.
You don't think you think the Buddha doesn't want to stop evil?
Yes, in my example, he won't stop you being raped, probably because he doesn't want extra karma, because it's just another phenomenon on his daily walk.
No, I don't think that's
it's
actually
it's you being raped as he walks by.
Right. I don't think that's how this whole thing works, dude.
You can't answer.
Yeah, there's a huge misconception of Buddha from your thought process.
I think it's just kind of not a smart question. But I mean,
who would you rather walk by? Someone who openly says I'm against evil, or a transcendental meditator?
Okay, if you're going to draw it to like a transcendental meditator that's literally going to walk by a rapist, right, and just say that's what's going on in life, and
that's what you've been saying for the last hour.
Phenomena. That's not what I've been saying.
You've been saying yes, evil exists, but if you do anything, that's wrong.
That's not what I said.
You said that literally.
No, I didn't. I said all I said was seeing it was the most important thing, right? And what you do afterwards,
Stopping it is the most important thing,
right? What?
Stopping it is more important than seeing it. Seeing it doesn't change anything, does it?
okay, like
Well, seeing it and not stopping it would, by definition, make you a coward, which is worse in the eyes of God compared to a murder.
He is the Buddha. That's why I put him being raped while the Buddha walked past.
Yeah, seeing something being done that you could easily prevent, you know, is by definition a coward, and that's pitiful.
Yeah, we're talking about two different things, man. We're talking about
I think
seeing
so.
like not you, Dysla, but like we're talking like seeing like the evil that's actually going on in the world. I'm coming from the position that most people don't even see that. Okay, now what you think is best to be done, right, is your own opinion, and your own opinion may be wrong. Okay, now the important part is that you actually see it. And more people need
What
to
the
see
Buddha
it.
said as he walked by to himself.
What? Sorry?
It's what the Buddha said before he didn't do anything as he walked past the rape.
That has nothing to do with the Buddha, dude.
It's my example.
I know, but your example is irrelevant.
I'll give you that trying to sort out evil is a very dangerous idea and confusing, complex proposition.
Cool.
But it
cool.
has to be done anyway.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm glad you took that step because that alleviates the conversation a little bit. I'm glad, I agree on at least on that level.
Of course, people could be wrong.
He's right though. It sounds crazy and barbaric and evil, right? The idea that we have to do away with a whole group of people because of their wicked ways. But that's what's inevitably going to happen, right? We're living right now, and it's a temporary existence, and inevitably there will be a renewing of the heaven and the earth. However you believe that's going to happen, and it's because of darkness and evil that's going to happen.
People will die, that's for sure, and it will be done in in the order of the universe as it deems fit. But unfortunately, right, a lot of people are disorderly, even in their beliefs about how to deal with evil, and that is taken into account. And it's not a zero-sum game. It's not just like, oh, it's all wiped out for good and we're all peaceful from here on out. No. There are mistakes that are being made, right? And those mistakes stay on the earth. They carry along.
Clearly, y'all already reset the earth one time with water, right? And look, it just went back, right? It's literally done a full circle. We're right back at genetic engineering.
So now it becomes like an interesting question to ask, like, what are we going to learn, right? What are we going to learn from evil? How deep do you want it to go? Do you just want to just say, oh, blanket statement, that person's evil, point the finger, burn him alive, right? Destroy him? Or do you actually want to learn, as like a process of this universe, as a human being yourself, for your children, right? For like the progeny of the future, do you actually like collectively want to learn, about this thing that is like this decrepit thing that's evil? Or do you just want to say, no, let's form a pitchfork party and stab the guy?
Well, yeah, we need a plan. It's not just killing. Destroying means remodeling society by letting people die of old age while their kids get awakened to the truth.
Well, that's why I say, like, good has no connection to evil whatsoever. Like when you are evil, you are at war. When you are good, there is no battle to fight. In fact, like, everything becomes open.
The thing is, the bad apple ruins the whole bunch. And if you have to root evil out of the land, the scriptures say you have to root it out of the land. But the thing is, now we don't really have a righteous court. We don't have a righteous establishment. Like, all the governments in the world are wicked. So you don't have right ruling, right? Righteous law. All the judges are tyrannical. Not all of them, but most of them, right? So from the top down, it's all corrupt. And that's why we have evil flourishing, because they're not literally rooting. The top is evil. They can't root out the evil from the land when the top itself is evil. And the people are evil.
I'm gonna say the biggest barrier in the future is popular opinion. And that popular opinion might swing to your side, and you might get a bunch of energy from it and think, oh, this is the right thing to do. Let's light up the pitchforks and do this. That is never the solution.
I'm not saying attack the Capitol. I've never said that.
I'm not saying attack the Capitol either, man. But I'm
we
saying
do need to do witch hunts sometimes. We need to go after Bill Gates, Anthony Fauci, some of these top dogs. A witch hunt. Pitchforks,
yeah, exactly.
Anything.
If they actually prosecuted people, right? Everybody under the same law, and there wasn't a whole different aristocratic society that are above the law, maybe we'd get things done, right? And then the evil would be rooted out of the land. But bro, that the way things are right now, bro, there's nothing that anybody can do. The whole thing is corrupt. Even if the people revolted, it's too late in the game, bro.
I don't think that's how it works, and I don't think that Jesus comes back as like the ultimate savior either, where you're glorified in like your image. Okay, like if Jesus came back as a person.
Sorry, man, we don't.
No, I'm just throwing it out there, right? Like if Jesus came back as a person that was questionable, right? That where people were against him even. And then, how would you feel about that? Like I don't know if your faith would even give you any like garnering of a clue. It might even be totally against like how you should actually approach this as a human being. And that might be the lesson, in time, right? In deathless time that we all need to learn. Because for all
the scriptures say, there's an interesting verse that says that the land, right? If the evil gets so bad to the point that the people are crying out for help, the land itself will spit you out. Whatever that means, like the earth will spit you out.
What's that mean?
I don't know, man. It's anybody's best guess. That's what the scriptures say. The earth will spit you out, and then you'll start seeing like more.
What is the context?
Weather phenomena and like
okay, I see.
Like just droughts, famine, plague, hurricanes, whatever, man. Like the earth will get to it and will spit you out.
Yeah, I think there will be some of that. But not for the majority of people. And the majority of people are, the popular opinion on this whole shindig.
Did you guys say something about Nibiru before? Sorry.
Yeah. Planet X.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if I just misheard that. Whatever. But then the way you said it sounded like Hebrew, and then I looked up that spelling, and that's actually the original spelling. It's like Nibiru spelled, but like it's Hebrew. How you feel about that now?
That if you look at Google search for Nibiru, man, it probably was off the charts. Planet X.
Yeah.
Lion, you're totally me anyways.
Yeah. Breaking up.
Yep. Badly.
All right.
Let me maybe just go out and come back in.
No, it
might be out in the field or something.
Well, I wanted to hear what he had to say. But I mean, I've been listening only just for a few minutes, but don't you guys think a little bit like America was designed for religious liberty, right? I'm learning that it wasn't for these founding fathers. They believed in a God, but they didn't believe in the son, right? So there's the conflict there. And I believe that they infiltrated, coming over here from the protests, from the Reformation. They countered uh, the protest, right? From a religious, they wanted to get out from religious persecution, but they still
Hell
wanted
yeah,
to be
they
able
did.
to wanted to be
Agree.
able to worship anybody. And it's coming back. Do you guys know much about the age of reason?
A little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I learned about it, gosh, in
Yeah, I've
2010
heard
or
that.
something. Yeah, I mean, it seems like that's what we're moving towards is the age of reason, right? We don't need anybody telling us what to do. We should, inherently just know what to do. And it just seems like that's what's coming back around. Because, I don't know where you stand, Santiago, about the shape of the earth.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I studied physics in college. That was like my main point was to like learn physics to understand what these people like the top of math were thinking about, what problems they were solving. And I didn't know anything about the shape of the Earth back then, or anything about the state of the world back then. But yeah, after getting into college, I started realizing, through 9/11 and things like that, like that, just man, there's so much corruption going on in the world, right? And so I'm definitely aligned with that kind of view. Um, and when I look at NASA, like I've done it in my own time. Um, I like to play with magic cards and learn magic tricks or whatever. And like while I'm learning these magic tricks, at the same time, like I'll look at a NASA video and be like, holy shit, like what they're doing on the ISS is like it's just like a big magic show, and like you wouldn't really think it was a magic trick unless you knew you were at a magic convention, you know what I mean? But it does like deeply give off those vibes to me. But I'm not convinced on like the shape of the earth whatsoever. And
Well,
I
sounds like you're
defend I
open.
defend like the globe model as it is, just because like
Oh,
that's what I know. Um,
but
yeah.
I mean, but like, have you ever looked into the shape of the earth?
Oh
Like,
yeah. Like I followed Jeranism for like 6 years, but not because of like his. I like him as a person, and because he covered those like Christ Church children, you know, ritualistic, abusive, whatever was going on. But I thought he was really respectable for doing that. Um, but I've listened to Jeranism for like 6 years. You know what I mean? So like I know everything about the flat Earth, but it's and recently I've joined in on these like Discord conversations, um, and I've listened like hard. I've tried to be convinced, but at every turn of the way, it's like it's not that convincing. You know?
have you? Well, I mean, I guess, but you said that you went to school and you studied physics. Have you ever looked into the educational system, like who puts science in colleges and schools and things like that? Because I mean, it sounds like you are pretty open and you know quite a few things.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm trying to understand everything I can about life. But what it comes down to me, at least where I am right now, is like, look, like the major problem is not the shape of the Earth. I get that it's like a vector, an avenue, for people to discuss about these things, and I applaud it. But for me, like in my own life, it doesn't matter what shape the Earth is. I come
But
here just to talk to like interesting people.
but what if it did matter? What if you were at the
Yeah,
center of the universe and they
if
were
it
hiding
was
it?
flat, I agree. If it was actually flat, that and like we lived on this plane, right, of existence, right, where it's us and God, right? But see, I feel the same way almost as if it were, no matter what shape it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, that's
Yeah.
that's good. So who are some of your favorite physicists or scientists or those kinds of people?
Well,
Intellectuals.
I mean, I like Dirac a lot. Um, I know a lot of people in here probably don't like Dirac, but because he was the person who like involved special relativity and quantum dynamics. But I've read like his early books, and I think that he's like, you know, a brilliant person. Tesla, I love Tesla. Looked into his life a lot, um, and yeah, I mean,
Well, I guess my point is, you know, back to what I said about how I believe that America was, you know, designed to fail and designed for religious freedom, liberty. But, when you go back to the
could I stop you there for a second?
yeah,
Though?
sure.
All right. Do you think that like when they started, do you think like the first breath of it, like that they had a good chance, or like it was always designed to fail, or what do you think? Like, because I feel like people coming across the ocean to finding a new land that had a lot of space, right? And this space, like from all the previous turmoil in the world, like allowed them to actually set up something that they thought was good. And it's pretty much like a unique situation in the history of the world.
Yeah,
Um,
that's a
you
great
know,
point.
yeah, and I value I attribute that space to the reason why America exists.
But see,
Um,
here's the thing,
yeah,
really quickly, before you say too much and I forget. So I believe as a whole, a lot of the people were really, really good. Absolutely. But then we had a few select leaders that created the Constitution and, some other things that were very nefarious. When you really delve into who they are and what they represented, they weren't for the average person. They had an agenda. So that's my point of, this evil
right.
that we were talking about.
Yeah,
There's an
lots of people with
agenda.
agendas. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah, yeah.
I think it got more so within like 50 years or 100 years of like the America's foundation,
See,
of founding.
I think it was from the foundation. They just worked their way very stealthily and they infiltrated. I think that's why the Society of Jesus was created, the
Right, the
Jesuits.
Jesuits. Yeah.
Yeah, right, and I think that they've
Well,
infiltrated everything.
didn't they even didn't the some of the presidents even out ban Jesuits from the country for a period of time?
I don't know, the United States never
I'm
heard
pretty
that.
sure that they did. I'm pretty sure like they knew they were maniacal, right?
Right. Well,
And
that yeah, but that's a really good point as well because sure, maybe they knew that, but they keep coming back like ants or roaches, they just keep coming back. That's why
right,
they're very
right.
patient. See, the if they were lying in your case, you would want to know, like, why? Why would they be lying, right? What's the end game? Who benefits? Who gets hurt?
Wait, I'm sorry. Who's lying?
Well, NASA?
Oh, NASA,
Um,
NASA. Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
mean,
Exactly.
it's weird that, most of the astronauts are Freemasons, and it's not just the Jesuits, and I'm not saying all Freemasons. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is there's, some upper echelon, people that have an agenda, And the lower level people are very nice people, very loving, thinking they're doing great things, but
Yeah, I know all about it. I know all about, the NASA lies, and it's not only NASA, but I understand the structure of it. I'm sure, and there are a lot of people in here that do as well, and where it comes from. There's a lot of prominent people in the world even that have said it out loud, that understand, where an understanding of where it comes from. It, whatever credence you give to these people because of, I don't know if credence is the right word or whatever, but because of their previous situation, right? An understanding of like the whole thing is important, and it has been like a conspiratorial topic to talk about, I guess, nowadays. But just to say like, NASA's lying, right, is not enough for me.
do you believe that we went to the moon?
I don't think that we did. No.
Okay, so right there, that should speak volumes to you. I mean, to me, anyways, that makes sense. Like, okay, wait a second. These people propagated that we went to the moon first and deceived all these people. See, that's the part. It's deception. Why? Why would they lie to us? That's a big lie.
It is a
Don't you
big
think?
lie.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
so why do you think they would lie to us?
well, because I think that there's an end game that you can't have an outside force. You can't have an outside what do I want to say? People or not
Threat.
creation. What's that?
An outside threat.
The outside threat. Yeah. Hi. Hey, good morning. Yeah, you can't have an outside threat if people know that they live in a protected, enclosed, beautiful system. You know what I'm
Oh
saying?
God.
For me, attack the best way to attack the creator, boom, attack his creation. There you go. Having people second guess where they live. What does it matter? Nihilist.
So
You
I've
know,
also seen like a what I would call, UFO up close. And it was just like an orb of light, like a large orb of light, like 30 feet in diameter. And I watched it for like 30 minutes. And then this thing just like arced up. And I was with a friend. It was after spearfishing, whatever. I've told the story before. But like it just, accelerated straight up into the air and just like foomed off into the atmosphere. Right. And this is like back in 2009. So
well, I know
this
Witch
is,
is probably going to want to say something here in a second about
well,
that. But yeah,
I
go
just
ahead.
want to say that like that I know these things exist, and maybe you can say like, okay, it's Tesla tech, right? Or Tesla tech, right? And like the government's been hiding it from us and they're kind of just outside of the whole game, right? But I do think that these entities exist, and they're not, I don't believe that they're extraterrestrial anymore. I did for a period of time, but I don't think that they are. I think that it's like it has more to do with dimensionality and like how we even understand the space that we exist in, right? And like I think that we misunderstand that space that we actually exist in.
I
So
believe in
it's very flat
dimensions.
Earth-esque, It's like, oh, we live in this magical, electric universe, and like in a way, I agree, we do, but those things that exist out there, I feel like the government knows about them, and it is a pressing threat for them. So they are trying to control every aspect of our reality in order to control the things that they can't. Do you see what I'm saying?
I do,
Yeah.
but I don't agree. Just because, I mean, there's ancient. I mean, somebody else probably can talk to you more about this, but there's ancient um, inscriptions on walls and caves and things like that. I mean, sure, there could be, the watchers had to travel away. I don't have a problem with that, but I have comfort knowing that there's not going to be like a major, war with aliens from multiple planets and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
How do you
I'm
know that? How does flat Earth make you know that no aliens are coming?
because we live in an enclosed system.
No, you don't know that.
What does alien mean?
Not from here. from
Right.
Earth.
I'm cool with that.
So the Watchers could just walk across from the edge, straight in, fuck you up.
Well, I mean, there's no doubt there's going to be some kind of entities, in the last days, maybe some giants, these
Right.
creatures that
Same on any model.
have a scorpion.
Maybe we need some White Walkers, White Walkers, that sort of thing. Maybe those are the aliens.
Real fast, I just want to point out that a couple of things I wanted to say a second ago. For one, America was founded by flat earthers and, admittedly flat earthers. This is long after the story of the globe, though. That's totally weird. Also, secondly, they actually found America to hide the old world because the old world was in America, and they titled it the New World. And they actually write about this as well, that they hid the old world by calling it the New World, and then they just came over here and tried to take it over, erase some of the history, and rewrite it. And they were all flat earthers, and so they write about all of that. Just so you know.
The citation that
Wait.
says
You're gonna have to come out with some expose on this because you're saying a lot right there. First of all, you're saying they're flat earthers, and what is hiding the old world?
Can you just drop the citation where they say we were flat earthers that founded America?
Well, I'm curious, but
they were flat earthers.
They uncovered a lot of America in the 1700s. So, like the guy is saying, it was a story before, and then it got covered in mud or whatever like that, environmental, and then we just repeated migration. But if it was the old world and then it's now the new world, then it's gone full circle, I guess.
I'm curious what he means about the old. What do you mean by
Sorry,
the old world?
I got a call right whenever that happened. But
What do you mean by the old world? Yeah, man.
Yeah. So this whole narrative that they came over here in 1492, the same year they made the first globe, and they used the globe to get here, and that's how they discovered the Americas because the globe helped them navigate accurately. But he thought he was in a different place. But anyway, they being certain Masonic literature writes about how actually America, and this is one Mason that says it this way, that America was the first land to be brought up out of the water, and it in fact is the old world. We deceptively label it the New World. I have quite a few writings. They're on my house, though. They're in the computer. But basically, what it is that the United States, basically 90% of food comes from the United States. You are from Americas, meaning North and South America, and the vast majority of animal life also originates here. And a lot of it is not here anymore, but it can be proven to have been here. And so this was kind of like the actual foundation spot. And for example, corn's in the scriptural prophecies, for example, and it's referenced oftentimes in all these different hieroglyphs and stuff. But the corn is native only to indigenous only to America. Corn's only indigenous to America. So that's what I'm trying to tell you is that everything came from here. They took it over. There was a huge people group here. They tried to make up a story about bringing 12 million slaves over many months' journey over water, but the people were already here. They weren't landing 16 ships a day with 600 slaves for 3 years straight, every single day. When they didn't even have their first harvest, they're like, let's take care of slaves and let's go many months across the water to take slaves. They lied about what was in America, and they created the founding father and the Constitution to kind of hide it. And so I have some literature I can send you, but it's at the house.
No, I fully agree with your statements on it being the old world. I have my own reasons to believe that. Definitely it is. But we rediscovered it, right?
In response to what was mentioned earlier, or what was asked earlier about the purpose of the lie, I'm of the opinion that at a time humans were spiritually liberated, and there was a plan to deceive people by keeping them trapped within their own minds, by manipulating the way in which they think and therefore perceive the world, and that every single possible conspiracy theory is just part of a giant psychological warfare to perpetuate the hamster wheel of psychological tail chasing that the majority of people go through. And if people want to be truly liberated, they need to awaken
government.
to their true nature.
Yeah, and
Except
they were also
I
flat
think it's a globe.
earthers.
I
You can
agree.
look at the Masonic literature. The people that founded this place were flat earthers. They say that the Earth is represented by a plane, and that the celestial realm is represented by spherical geometry. The Earth is 100% planar geometry, and they make this very clear in all their writings. We just go look at all the maps that George Washington supposedly mapped out, all the surveys he did. Anyway, and then you guys just bring back to me some writings from them saying the Earth's a globe, and then we can go from there because they don't exist.
Can I ask you a question with it?
Going back.
Can I ask you a question
Going
with
back.
it? Who was the first? Who were the first people who's documented discovered America? That's documented.
Thousands of years ago, there's Hebrew artifacts thousands of years ago. So, like, I
No.
don't believe
What's not documented? What is documented to, like the people? So was Columbus the first one who found America? I mean, in recent times.
That's what they try to say, but that's a lie.
It wasn't. It was the
It'd be more
Vikings.
likely-
The Vikings visited America over 1,000 years ago. Leif Erikson, a Viking king, has it documented that he was there. That's just an example, and they were there before that as well.
People were here long
It's
before
more
the
likely
Vikings.
Russian tribes and Asiatic tribes than Viking. The Vikings are too far away.
No. Let me finish my point. I'll ask you why I said it. You said America was founded by flat earthers. The people who first found America were not flat earthers because they were sailors and they sailed around the world. The Vikings had. They weren't flat earthers.
There's no citation
it doesn't
on
matter
that yet.
about flat Earth or not, but I mean, they navigated the seas, right? And the people that did that, look, the what is it? The Cape of Morocco to the tail of India is like 4,000 kilometers, I believe, and from Morocco to Texas, I think it's like 5,300 kilometers or miles. I might be mistaken, but it's not that much of a bigger difference. Without trade routes, obviously, there's a bigger problem. But the Phoenicians traveled this route in 2000 BC all the time. And
the trade routes show it's not a globe. The lack of southern trade routes throughout all of history show it's not a globe. First of all, the Vikings weren't the first to found anything. There are ancient Paleo-Hebrew artifacts, more Hebrew artifacts found in America than anywhere else in the world.
I know that. That's how I said. I said, who were the first people in modern times that are documented to have been in America?
2,800 years ago. Okay, and it's even before that.
Well
before that. It's well before that.
No, I'm just saying that's how old the artifacts are dated to be based on the language, and they were here before the flood, in my opinion. And anyway, the Vikings didn't get to America because they navigated as if the Earth was a globe. And if you want to drop some evidence to substantiate that, I would love to see it, because that's just patently false. It's just a made up claim. I don't know why you said that. So if you want to drop some evidence, that'd be great.
It's if you look up, you'll see that exploration didn't start to 1400. So for some reason, there was no exploration. Now either that's a rule or you're weatherly, weather permitted. You couldn't get south of a certain latitude because it was all frozen, possibly. So there's probably a reason. Yeah, it probably happened a few thousand years ago, not documented, blah, blah, blah. But maybe there's a cycle where it freezes at the south and it comes all the way close to the...
It does. That's been proven that there's recurring ice ages. That's geologists have proven that. And I never said that the Vikings had to sail around the Earth. Wait, let me finish. Let me answer your question. I didn't say the Vikings had to sail around the Earth to get to America. Second of all, I said they have sailed around the Earth. You said it was founded by flat earthers. How can they have been flat earthers if they sailed around the world? And the thing with the trade routes is because you can only go in certain sea lanes. That's because you can only go in certain places and sail. Because if you sail in other places, there's not the right wind. It's dangerous. There's no landing ports.
Okay, how can they
go slow
sail around the world if they're flat earthers? That's your question. Oh my goodness. First of all, geologists haven't proven anything. Okay. I know all about geology and it's pseudoscience. They haven't proven anything to do with the South freezing over. They can't
Okay, can
prove
I ask you
anything
something
because
then?
well, I'm
What?
in the middle of talking, man.
Sorry.
Their entire geological paradigm is just pseudoscience, and they build it all upon the age of the Earth. And then there's something called a great unconformity, where there's almost 2 billion years of missing sedimentary layers. That's almost half the age of the Earth. Okay, and I'm not understanding why you think someone can't surround or sail around the Earth if they think it's flat. Can you help me understand that?
Yeah, let me answer your first question. Yeah, geologists have, well, I don't know if it's geologists who do it, but basically what they've done is they've taken drillings, ice core samples, and within the ice core samples, they found air bubbles that they say, a million years old, from a time when the Earth's climate was very, like, when the atmosphere was much more oxygenated, 50% more oxygen. And that is one way that they have proven that there's been recurring ice ages, because it freezes over, then it melts, and it freezes over, then it melts. This is something that happens on Earth. Second of all, you can sail around a flat Earth if you, the way you all explain the flat Earth, to be. Yeah, you could do that, but they didn't do that because celestial navigation doesn't work on a flat Earth.
They didn't do
Celestial navigation. Okay, so why haven't any one of you guys taken the $10,000 celestial challenge to navigate around the Earth using a flat Earth model, so to speak?
Okay, all right. So first of all, Mattoon's little offer is a setup where he asked the questions based upon the longitude and latitude system that was made for the globe. Of course, it's made from flat Earth measurements. You take angles to Polaris, map out latitudes, and then they wrapped it around a ball, and then they turned it into a cylinder, and then they flattened it out and called it the Mercator map. So Mattoon says, use this longitude and latitude system where the governments of the world said that in order to patent a map, you have to use this longitude and latitude system. And if you can't use the globe longitude and latitude system to navigate without using the globe, then Earth's a globe. It's the most low IQ, disingenuous.
Okay. So if it's low IQ, you
Wait,
wouldn't be able.
That's all your pseudoscience, man. You got to calm down.
You
Secondly,
wouldn't be able to navigate with a flat Earth because, okay, answer me this then. How come when you say you could navigate on a flat Earth using celestial navigation? If you are in the southern hemisphere and you look up at the stars, they rotate in a different direction. They rotate clockwise around Sigma Octantis, or is it counterclockwise? I can't remember. But in the northern hemisphere, it rotates the opposite direction and it rotates around Polaris. You don't see Polaris from Australia, for example. How do you explain that then?
Okay, this is what you're going to have to do. You're going to have to calm down because you're saying a whole bunch of things that are just patently wrong, but you're not letting me answer them. Okay? So I'm going to go through all of them. Okay? And you need to calm down. First of all, finding air bubbles in ice doesn't prove anything is a million years old. That's insane pseudoscience. Yes, things freeze and melt. They still do that to this day in both the North and the South. That doesn't prove anything is millions of years old. Doesn't prove the entire southern region froze over. That's why that the trading routes didn't go there. Okay. Next, you're asking what was your most recent question since you're scattergunning questions?
Can I add something, please, real quick? 2 seconds. To add to what you're saying. Real quick. So yeah, these ice cores, man, like you're assuming that these ice cores are reliable, which they're not. And if you look at the most ancient maps from the 14 and 1500s, you can go, to map sites. You can look at free versions, right? And explorers. If you read the testimony from the explorers of the 14 and 1500s, you got Portuguese, Spanish explorers, Chinese explorers that, believe it or not, actually did explore the Antarctic Circle. And what's ironic and what's odd is that according to them, Antarctica was actually a desert wasteland. And in Latin, they actually refer to it as La Tierra de Fuego because it was extremely hot there. And going against the contemporary consensus that, this was all ice since the last ice age 12,000 years ago. I believe that there's been cyclical cycles of freezing and warming, and they're a lot more frequent than what modern geologists will tell you. Like
That's
have all these explorers from the 14 and 1500s saying that.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
You said it took millions of years, dude. You said it took millions of years.
I don't know. No, I said that the samples that they've taken, it could be thousands of years. It doesn't matter. My point is that they've taken samples that prove that there are cycles happening on Earth. Because for there to be old bubbles inside an ice core, it has to be from a time when it was melted and then it froze again.
You're freaking out, man. Okay, like no one here is denying that the Earth goes in cycles. No one's denying that things can freeze in the mountains. You said millions of years. Okay, that's what you did, and you're asking how the stars change in the south. Oh my God, I never heard that one before. So yeah, the stars in the north, they move
You still can't explain it with
counterclockwise.
it. You still
I'm
can't explain
trying
it.
to, but you think you know there's no answer. So the stars move counterclockwise around Polaris in the north. As you get far enough south, you can't see Polaris because you can't see forever. We're not Superman. So things optically decline in our field of view as we get further away. This is just basic perspective. We can't see forever. And there's something called attenuation of light. And there's angular resolution limits of whatever optics you're using. Next is when you get all the way to the south, you see them go clockwise around a point, not a star, but around a point that actually doesn't even match the globe, because when you take the actual directional observations of the, say, Southern Cross from 3 different southern continents at the same time, they don't intersect. They should all intersect on the Southern Cross, but they don't, according to the globe. So actually the southern stars debunk the globe. In addition, when it's just it's optical effect, just like anti-crepuscular rays. You can see the sun setting in the west. You have crepuscular rays coming out from the sun. If you look right behind you 180 degrees, you'll see anti-crepuscular rays look like they're converging on a point in the east, but there is no sun there. So where are the rays converging to? It's just optical effect. It's perspective, making it look like it's converging. The same thing happens with the stars. So if I look south and the stars are actually all moving counterclockwise, as I turn and look the opposite way towards this optical effect where it looks like it's converging on a point relative to me because of perspective, then it's going to look like it's moving the other way. This can just
Okay, let me
easily.
let me give you an experiment to test that. What I want you to do with it is I want you to get a clock. I want you to put it on your ceiling, glue it to your ceiling, and I want you to look at that clock, and I want you through perspective make it spin the other way. Make the dials appear to you to go the other way.
Okay, yeah, so this is what you don't understand. The clock would have to be incredibly big, and I'm
No,
trying to
it
explain to you
wouldn't.
that
No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't.
Why are you interrupting me? You don't understand this. You're saying a 2015 argument as if you're dunking on flat Earth or something, but you're not. So you just skated right past crepuscular and anti-crepuscular rays, which debunks your entire point. We have crepuscular rays when the sun's setting in the west. If I turn 180 degrees, there's something called anti-crepuscular rays, which means in the opposite direction, the rays look like they're converging on a point, but the sun's in the opposite direction, which means it looks like it's converging onto a single point simply because of perspective. There's no other answer. Even the globe model has to claim it's because of perspective. What that means is our perspective will make it look like there's a convergence point in the opposite direction of the actual convergence point. Now, if you started spinning the sun and you turn and look the opposite way to the anti-crepuscular rays, they would look like they're spinning the opposite way around that convergence point.
That's right. That's right. It's not like just like, there's an objective universe without an observer.
I want to say too that the firmament and the lensing effect does exaggerate the phenomenon. Like at the equator, it looks like the equator is zipping, right? Have you seen the phenomenon at the equator? The star lines look like they're zipping. It gets a zipper unzipping itself.
Yeah. And like that's even funny to me too, because how can you be in one position looking in one direction and see 2 different directions of motion in the stars? If you're on a ball and it's spinning one direction and that causes the stars to look like they're moving, how can you see multiple directions on one place looking in one direction? And they try to say it's just panoramic. It's not just panoramic. You can just look with an iPhone. You can look straight ahead with your eyes. Like that is an optical effect. So that doesn't even make sense on the globe. I don't know why people don't know this though. Like you can demonstrate this. You can show the you can actually use lights like that represent the stars. You can spin them, and then you can actually show that they'll be inverted in the south. This can be demonstrated. So we have a limit to our perspective. It's curved visual space. I can give you a paper about it if you want to read about it. This is the Vanderbilt University Astronomy and Physics Department says that we have a limit to our perspective. It's curved visual space, which is why seemingly boundless physical space, meaning outer space that's endless, actually has bounded and limited visual space. And that's why the sky appears to be a dome.
Yeah, but the other thing is that we always talk about refraction of up and down, but we never talk about refraction of left and right. So if anything that we're looking at and we think is happening, we also need to consider this theory of refraction, but it's also going to go left and right as well. So things that we've seen aren't necessarily what we've seen, possibly.
The real question is, are you going to keep saying these same arguments though? Like now that I've explained to you that they're incorrect, like, will you stop saying them, please? Like, what? Like, if you think there's a globe, that's fine. If you think there's a globe, that's fine. But you shouldn't like build that belief upon like
You haven't
faulty
disproved
arguments.
anything. You haven't disproved anything. You've just said stuff. You've just said stuff and then given me mostly word salad. You haven't disproven anything. And it's like yesterday as well with your
happens
whole
in cycles,
replacement.
bro,
Listen, with your whole
including these
replacement
arguments.
explanation for gravity with electrostatics and stuff. You said, oh, it works and everything. And I said, okay, is there experiment that proves that within a Faraday cage, if you isolate everything, that it will still be enough electrostatic to keep something grounded to Earth? And I didn't hear if there was an experiment. Where is it then? Where is the experiment?
You have to listen.
Why I'm asking, I'm gonna tell you why I'm asking, because someone said yesterday, and I didn't hear because it got interrupted because someone rang me, that you said, yeah, there is an experiment. I didn't hear that part. If there is an experiment, then show me the experiment because I want to see.
Okay, you have to understand the actual position. So
I do
an
understand
object-
it. Show me.
No,
You don't
don't,
assume.
because your
Don't
question
assume.
shows
Don't
that you
assume.
don't understand. Dude,
Don't
this is
assume.
why you ended up getting muted, because you're not letting the other people respond. You think you have all the answers and that there's nothing the
So
other
do
person
you.
can say. Please stop. Okay, so for an object will go up or down based on its density relationship, right? I can drop a beach ball in the air, it goes down. I drop it in the water from the bottom of the pool, it goes up. Okay, so we know that that's one thing that causes up and down. Now, I disagree with flat earthers that say that's it, because density is not a force and acceleration requires a force. Okay, so, but this is the question: what is density? Compactness of matter. Okay, meaning how tightly the matter's held together, mass over volume. Density. Okay, well then that means the cause of density is whatever's holding the matter together. If density is how tightly it's held together, i.e. compactness, well, electrostatics holds it together, which means even the density interaction itself is electrostatic. It interacts with the medium that is less compact, i.e. less electrostatically bonded, and it's going to interact with that and go up or down. This is going to give it what we call weight if it's going down. Okay, so if an object is more dense than the environment and it has quote unquote weight, then it's going to go down because of the resultant buoyant force from the density. And all of this is what electrostatics does, is sets the up and down. It sets the up and down. It's incredibly weak. It's like 10, like the electric current is 10 microamps, and it's measurable on the earth. There's a downward current going to the earth. So it's incredibly weak, which means that the density relationship that results in a buoyant force is way stronger than that. Okay, so if you're in a Faraday cage, you don't fully remove any electromagnetism. It's still there. You just try to control the variable the best you can. And that object is still more dense in the air, and it's intrinsically electrostatic, which means it's going to go down because that force is much stronger than the bias. To make an object float, you would have to increase electrostatics and flip the polarity of the field by introducing a ton of electrostatics because it's so weak. So that no one here, everyone that says my theory is wrong doesn't understand it.
Let me explain it to him real quick. I want to convey it in a way that you might understand. So,
Can
like,
I respond?
clouds.
Can I respond?
Hold on,
Because I was
quick,
having a conversation with him. Can I?
Real quick. It'll take me 2 seconds, bro. 2 seconds. So you got clouds, right? The clouds is what? It's moisture or humidity condensing. Literally, it's getting more tight. So what's it saying? Because of the electrostatics in the water is now accumulating in the sky, and it reaches a point where it becomes so dense that we have thousands of pounds of water that are floating in the atmosphere, and gravity does not affect it. But somehow, as soon as the density reaches the breaking point, it comes down as precipitation, because that water has now condensed to the point where the atmosphere can no longer hold it, and it falls as rain. And you're talking about thousands and thousands of pounds of water up there just being held by the air, where nobody can explain that except what Witsit just presented.
Actually,
Gravity
I
does
can't
not
explain
explain
that.
that.
Let me answer your question quickly, and then I'm gonna answer what Witsit said. First of all, yes, you can. You just explained it yourself, because when it condenses enough to turn into water droplets, it falls. And also, the reason why the sky can hold it up is because the sky is big, and this water is spread out over a very large surface area in terms of being through vapor. That's why it doesn't fall. That's why it can hold so much water, because the sky is huge. And what you said, Witsit, you just gave loads of word salad. First of all, let me ask you two questions then. First of all, you didn't show me an experiment to prove this whole thing with the isolation in the Faraday cage if electrostatics still happens. Second of all, can you explain to me how is buoyancy calculated? Because I don't think you know how the equation for buoyancy is calculated. Because the buoyancy equation requires gravity to begin
Gravity
with.
requires gravity. Yeah, like you
It
think I've
does.
never heard this?
It
Is
does.
so goofy. Okay, listen
It
carefully.
does.
What the buoyancy equation has is little g, okay, which is downward acceleration, right? You're claiming that gravity is the cause of downward acceleration. The acceleration itself is not gravity, okay? I can use a kinematic equation of initial velocity, height, and time to solve for downward acceleration, what you call gravity, little g. I can use a kinematic equation that has nothing to do with mass, nothing to do with the radius, and I can get the right answer every time. All we use is the value of downward acceleration to work out different equations, usually based on weight. That's what we use for weights. So that doesn't prove in any way that there's something called mass attracting mass, or that the bending and warping of space-time causes things to fall. Little g is the effect. It's not the cause. Yes, that's in the equation. That works perfect within my position, though. Secondly, you can prove, it's well known, there's not a Faraday cage in all of existence that attains zero. In fact, if you can find one, that person will have a Nobel Prize and have won billions of dollars. You can't get rid of electromagnetism in a vacuum chamber in a Faraday cage. If you have a vacuum in a Faraday cage, there's still dielectric and magnetic constants, magnetic permeability and dielectric permittivity, right? It's called free space impedance. No matter what you do, it's still there. Yes, the Faraday cage is going to control the variable a lot because it's constantly grounding the charge into the earth. Okay, but that doesn't mean that it disappears. Doesn't mean it disappears. And you also aren't. And let me also address the cloud thing. And what actually happens with clouds is eventually they become polarized, meaning that the quote unquote positive and negative charge accumulate on opposite sides of the cloud. And when this happens and it becomes fully polarized, the polarity causes the rain. The government knows this too, by the way. This is how they artificially trigger rain. They introduce electrostatic charge to the cloud and it makes it rain. Okay. And so, and I need you to address the actual point I'm saying, which is that the density relationship results in a buoyant force, which is much stronger than the downward electric bias. Okay. So in order to overcome that, you'd have to have a light object with tons of electrostatics. And yes, I've done an experiment to show this. You can use a Faraday cage. It's in the levelwithmefilm.com, right? You can go watch it, and you can put two plates parallel to each other, put a little object like hair, wood, iron, no matter what you use, even an insulator, and I can flip the polarity of the field by introducing electrostatics from the Faraday or from the Van de Graaff generator, and it will go up. I can even make things levitate in the middle. Okay, but that little bitty piece of, let's say, a little piece of styrofoam in those plates, like they're pizza trays, is equivalent to Mount Everest, and it's 250,000 volts, and that little piece is equivalent to Mount Everest. To move an object with electrostatics on the Earth, you would have to introduce an insane amount. Like, to make you float, I'd have to kill you thousands of times over to make you float. Okay, so that's the answer. The density and weight relationship between the medium results in a force that's way stronger than the downward electric bias. But the question is, what causes why do things go down? Why down? Why up and down? Because everything's seeking equilibrium electrically down to the earth. That's what sets the downward bias. Okay. And if you can rebut what I said specifically, saying word salad means nothing. I didn't say one thing that is word salad.
You again didn't explain. All you said that I claim that gravity is because of mass attracting mass. First of all, I've never claimed that I know what gravity is. If you actually know physics, no one knows what gravity is. All we know is that gravity, what we call gravity, exerts a force on objects. That's all that we know. And the Einsteinian or the Newtonian, these are just frameworks to refer and explain the effects of gravity. They're not to say what gravity is. Neither Einstein nor Newton said what is. And plus, I don't ascribe to Einstein anyway, because Einstein was a plagiarist. So we can leave Einstein.
Well,
out of it.
Okay.
However, when it comes to your electrostatic theory of to basically explain the effects that we observe because of gravity, it doesn't explain it, because you have all these interferences, you have electrostatic interference and stuff, yet somehow objects seem to function exactly the same as they do. Like, for example, if you have an area where there's more insulated, objects still fall in the exact same manner because it's a universal force. Your electrostatics, it just doesn't work, because we would be
That's not
able to
true.
measure this.
That's not true. You can measure it. See, this is why I know you don't know what you're talking
You said no. You said that you can measure, but you said it's very, 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 very small.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. You said you can't measure it. So actually they've used
I just said no. I
gravimeters.
just admitted I was wrong. I just admitted I said wrong. I heard you actually say it. I do apologize. You're right. You did say
Okay,
it.
it's fine. It's fine, dude.
very
Just
small.
like dude, you seem like you have hope. You can at least don't bow to the idea of Newton or Einstein. And you know, Einstein was a plagiarist who didn't come up with anything on his own at all. So I'm just trying to show you that you have
It was Einstein's wife who did the math as well. All the equations in Einstein's paper were done by his wife. I know this, yeah, but that's that.
Not all of them. Not all of them. Most of them was by Henry Poincaré, and he stole them. But yes, his wife helped him. She was a mathematician. That doesn't matter, dude. My point is that you're not understanding. So if you have a
I am
gravimeter,
understanding.
listen, dude. Do you know what a gravimeter is?
The gravimeter, yes, I do. Yeah. What about it?
Okay, so we have a spring-loaded one and we have an interferometry one, right? The interferometric one is much more precise. It uses lasers. Okay,
Yeah,
so basically
I know it,
it's a vacuum chamber. It's a vacuum sealed little
I know
box.
it is.
And
I know it is.
oh, okay, please stop. And they drop like a little BB in it, and it uses the cross patterns of the lasers to measure how fast the BB falls, very precisely. Okay, they've shown that during thunderstorms and lightning storms and rain, which we just covered, rain is intrinsically because of the electrostatic polarity of the cloud. During those events, the object drops at different rates. Okay, they've measured it and proven that it drops at different rates based on this is in a vacuum sealed chamber, yet the lightning and the electrostatics around it in the atmosphere is affecting how fast things fall. But in order to get a drastic, really measurable change, you would have to introduce a ton of electrostatics. It's going to have to overcome the object's bias, which comes from its intrinsic electrostatic relationship. So, and the density, which is electrostatic, causes a buoyant force. That buoyant force is way stronger. It's way stronger than the. So my actual position is not that electrostatics is holding everything to the ground, not that something on the earth is pulling everything to the ground. No, it's that charge always tries to go down to the almost done. Charge always tries to go down to the earth to equalize. That's why we ground things. Okay, so that creates the up and down. It just creates up and down. It's very weak, but it creates the up and down, and then the density relationship sorts the rest out. That's the actual position. And it isn't, there's no rebuttal. It's just a fact.
There is a rebuttal. I can rebut it very, very easily.
Let me ask Witsis something. Dude, hold on. Wait a second. So just to clarify.
Can I just finish
because I
first,
want to
and then
make
you can-
sure, bro. Hold on, bro.
You've done this twice. I'm gonna finish first, and I'm
Well,
done
you've been
after
talking.
this. I'm just gonna finish because he just addressed me and he said there's no rebuttal. You said it's an
You're not gonna finish
electrostaticity.
though.
Okay, then let me ask you a question.
I wanted to clarify his statement, bro, so that we all
Why
understand.
did he get muted though? I mean, why not let him and Whitson have a quick one-on-one, bro? You know, no one's gonna.
Because I want to clarify, bro. I want to clarify.
You can still clarify later. Whitson's not going anywhere, bro. Like, just let them finish their one-on-one, bro. Come on,
Yeah, bro.
back.
We got questions, bro. No, I want to ask my question, bro. What do you mean? This is a public forum. We all have a chance to talk. Since when is it like a proper debate between one-on-one? I wasn't. Nobody sent me the message.
Yeah, I don't know if you got muted. Go ahead and ask your question. There's so much.
Yeah, I just want. So I want to clarify, right? In order to reverse the polarity, right, on a dense object, to reverse it from actually falling, whether it's a person or an object, right? The amount of force needed to reverse the polarity is unfathomable. It wouldn't be possible. So the electrostatic interference that he's referencing, that seems to be a rebuttal to what you were saying. It doesn't make any sense because whether it's 5G, 6G, 7G, and all these radio waves, none of that's going to interfere with the polarity because you would have to overcome a ton of energy, right? Is that what you're saying?
Basically, the density, yes, the density and what people call weight is way stronger than this. Like that's why I brought up the experiment you can do with the Van de Graaff. You put a little bitty piece of styrofoam in these plates, you can make it levitate, and then you can make it go up as you flip the polarity. But that's equivalent to Mount Everest with 250,000 volts. So it's like you could never do it when they're like, oh, why can't you make my phone float? Why can't you make me float then? Why, like, dude, you know how much I would have to kill you 1,000 times to introduce enough charge. But in theory, it actually is attainable, right? Because we can prove that that's what happens. It just would require a ton. In fact, I think the government's already done this. They use electrogravitic propulsion. The Germans did it in the 30s. But anyway, so that's what I don't understand about it is no one seems to. Well, you do, but I'm saying the ballers never seem to understand the actual argument. It's like, yeah, it's there, it's just super weak. So any object's density relationship or its quote unquote weight is way, way stronger. Way stronger. I don't know if this other guy's still here. But this was going to happen tomorrow. Someone's going to ask me the question again, like it's a gotcha. Like, oh, why don't things float in Faraday cages? Someone's going to still ask it tomorrow.
No, well, what you're saying is succinct, right? You're saying it's the density relationship, right? Why you stay on the ground is because you're in air, and you're more dense, right? And the electrogravitics or the electro I don't know what words you use, but like
no, that's good. Electrogravitic is fine.
Sure, electrogravitics, electrodynamics, electricity that is causing a force is much weaker than the density, action, right?
That's correct.
That is a good stance to take, man. That is a good stance to take. That's fine.
Yeah, but and the reason that I don't go further than that because I actually can tell you I think there's more to it than that because I think there's an ether. But there's an equal and opposite reaction, right? But like I try to just stick with what we can actually show via experiment because you see how it's hard to even get that agreed upon. So like imagine me talking about the ether. But what people don't seem to know is even within the globe paradigm, people right now are proposing electromagnetic gravity models to try to explain the discrepancies, right? Like I have a paper from this dude named Konstantin Meis that's doing that. And he says there's a mass charge equivalence and that the relationship between Coulomb's law and gravitational law arises naturally. And that actually what people call antimatter is and dark energy and all this is just the equal and opposite reaction of the electromagnetic nature of gravity itself. So this is what's funny is even the globe paradigm is going to have to inch towards this, but they'll find out it's not going to work unless they have an ether. So yeah, long story short, I can test this, right? I did it in the movie. I tied helium balloons to 3 aluminum washers. And I did it and then I put electrical tape on it. So I took the wire from the Van de Graaff, I wrapped it around the washers, and then I put electrical tape around it, connecting all of that to the balloons. And I balanced it out just right to where it was making the washers float about 3 inches above the floor. And then whenever you introduce the electrostatic charge, you start turning the wheel on the Van de Graaff, it goes down to the ground and stays there until you pull out the grounding wand and you touch it. And then once it discharges, the balloons carry it back up to floating about 3 inches above, which shows that object is trying to just go down to the ground to seek equilibrium. And that's what all objects do when they have charge, and all objects have charge. So that's kind of the point. I can also make things go up and down by manipulating this variable. I can change the weight. I can change how fast things move, right? So I can change the vector, the magnitude, and direction. So this is an experiment. It shows that the independent variable of electrostatics can directly cause the effect of what we call downward acceleration. So if someone wants to show me a test where they can also isolate space-time and bend and warp it, then that would be cool. But what they do is they say, look at this mass. Well, yeah, okay, mass is also electrostatic. There's a mass charge equivalence. And then the flat earthers say density. Density is also electrostatics, and density is not a force. So density can't be causing it. That's a characteristic of matter. Then they say relative density. That's a comparative description, right? It's like that doesn't change that you're saying it's density just because you say the word relative. So long story short, like both sides are wrong. Both sides are wrong. When they say density, they're wrong, and when they say mass attracting mass or the bending and warping of space-time, they're also wrong.
Well, when you say density, what do you mean by it?
Well, yeah. So meaning the compactness of matter, right? Or
Right.
like what?
Sure.
Yeah. And so
Compared
then the
to other
question is
matter
what?
that it's in, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And the question is what causes density? And if the compactness
Right.
of matter, that's how tightly the matter's held together, then what's holding it together is the cause of density, which is of course electrostatics. So
Right. And like even in like when somebody uses the word electrostatics or the force of electrostatics or what matter is, right? I immediately, this is like my own fault almost. Like I get drawn back to this. Like I don't know why, it's just like a pinch. Like I just want to comment on this. Like it's just that is what we measure about that thing, right? Electricity, even, right? Whatever we understand about what it is, electrostatics, matter, the dynamics of it, the nature of it. That is only what we can measure about it, and I am positively sure that there is much more that goes on that we cannot measure. That like our measurements like don't actually account for, right? And I think that exists in the world, even like as a law, as a fundamental law. But we are like living on this like measurable, sort of, schematic level of things. But to argue what my argument is, I know that it's just not really worthwhile. But that's how I generally feel about things.
Well, no, I think you're right, though. It's actually a good point, but because like even with what we can measure, we've proven what you're saying is true, that there are things we can't measure, right? Because we have stuff like the Casimir effect, and that's attractive and repulsive. We have like just spontaneous emission in a vacuum. We have all kinds of things that show that there's energy in the vacuum, and it quote unquote pops into existence. So, like, where does it come from? And we cannot measure where it comes from, which shows us that, there's no way we can scientifically verify the full answer. We don't have access to it. But I mean, of course, for this conversation, I bring this up because it's like we have to get rid of all the pseudoscience. Like, no one's ever going to move forward.
Sure.
Yeah,
Help me understand this. So
that's gonna be hard though,
right? To apply the energy needed to make an object float, right? How would you keep the object from, separating, like the matter separate? You need for the matter to separate. Like, wouldn't the human being like swell up like a balloon? And how would you make objects float without that actually happening? If what you're saying is true, right? And because of the density of the matter, well, how do you reverse that without making the matter reverse in density, like actually expand and separate?
So you wouldn't be actually changing you can, by the way, you can like disintegrate matter with electricity from the inside out. But yeah, you wouldn't be changing the density. You would just be changing the way that density interacts with the medium, basically, right? Because what happens is something called electrostatic induction or transference, meaning that every object is gaining charge from the air or even in a vacuum from its environment. So when you flip the polarity, basically what you have is just like on the Earth, you have a downward current going down to the Earth. So with the two plates, there's a current going down. When you start to you hook the wires up to the plates, and then you start to turn the wheel, it flips that field. It makes the bias be up. Okay, and so now it's going to go up if the object is light enough. So you're not really changing the density of the object. You're just changing like its relationship with the environment and the field it's in, the polarity of the field it's in. So to make an object float on Earth, for example, I'm not even like, I know they can do it, but I'm not sure exactly how you would do it, because you would have to have some type of mechanism that can constantly discharge So it had to be in a process of like in the air, it had to be able to discharge while charging. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sure the government's already done it because the Germans did. But I think in theory you could make things float without it ripping apart. Basically, you would just have to have some type of way to keep basically a little force field around that object. And of course, I've never done it. But yeah, so two different things there. But yeah, if you were to just introduce a ton of electrostatics to a person, they would definitely die before they floated. It wouldn't even be close. As to whether or not they get ripped apart, you know, I don't know if they necessarily get ripped apart. They would just die long before that, you know. So. I hope that made sense. Like it's just the object's electrostatic relationship with the medium. If you change the medium, like the field in the medium, then how the object interacts with that's going to change. This actually shows that the only reason things go down is because something sets the up and down. And flat earthers hate the word downward bias, but that's what it is. You know, and I now if I wanted to jump into speculation, I would say that's actually Yah that does that. Like his presence alone presses down energetically onto the earth, and then this creates a downward bias. It manifests in the material world as electricity, specifically electrostatics, because when the ether's under strain, it creates electrostatics, just like Tesla said, and that's what holds everything together. Meaning, this all-powerful creative force of energy is literally holding the world together. Like its presence literally holds the world together. And to me, that sounds like God, you know, but there's no way the ballers are ready for that. Yeah, sorry, I know it's a lot.
You can't limit it that much, you know. That's all.
Yeah, but like Tesla said that so there's he called it the prana, the life-giving force, and then the ether. Yeah, and so it's like there are two components.
That word prana means breath, right? And like the yogis, that they would say, like, you know, your breath, right, has the power of the life force, not electricity.
Yeah, but I'm just explaining.
Yeah.
Tesla literally says prana, comma, the life-giving force. It actually says the life-giving force, comma, prana. So he's calling it the life-giving force, and he's saying that this causes the ether to be under strain or stress, like basically pressing down. Like if you had a container of gas and then you slowly like compressed it, the gas gets under stress or strain, right? Whatever's inside the container, you're pressing down on it. And that he said that when this happens, it creates what we call static electricity. And then whenever this ether is thrown into motion, it's manifests what we call magnetism and electricity. And he would specifically say that when the ether is thrown into infinitesimal, prodigious worlds of velocity, it manifests as matter. And when the energy resides, it reverts back to the ether, meaning like vortices, basically, like really, really small, super fast vortex.
So the ether is like in another dimension, essentially.
Yeah, but it's like an overlap. It's like if you put a lens over top of something. It's
Yeah,
like
but it's not moving in three-dimensional space, right?
No, it's non-Cartesian.
Yeah. But you're attributing, you know, some movement, right, to these activities, or to this, like, you know, as a life-giving force, right, to the things that we see in Cartesian matter. But yeah,
there would have to be some type of force setting everything into motion. Yeah. So I mean, I agree with Tesla. I'm not appealing to his authority. I agree with him logically.
Every time the ether is brought up, I'm super interested in it, because like I haven't been able to wrap my mind around it, but I find it just like a very intriguing concept.
I don't think anyone alive will ever fully wrap their mind around it, to be honest.
Yeah. But I mean, who knows? Like a lot of the imaginations of it, right, are incorrect, I think. But still, I'm just, you know, entertained or like intrigued by it nonetheless.
Well, yeah, all physics has shown us that there's an ether. Like there's free space impedance of 377 ohms. In a vacuum, we have the Casimir effect and spontaneous emission and the Lamb shift. We have all these effects where, like, in a vacuum, there's way too much energy there and it fluctuates. It's not constant. So, like, where's it coming from? You know, even magnetism shows you that there's an ether, because if you just use particle physics and you're like, these electrons move and cause the magnetic field, and you quantify it, there's too much energy there. So that's why they come up with virtual photons. They say that these virtual particles pop in and out of existence to make the math work. So you could also electrostatics, same thing. They say electrostatics has virtual photons. You know what I'm saying? It's just the ether.
Well, even to like encapsulate it or to get a grip on it, like philosophically, even, right? Like that would be enough for me. It, you know, what is its place, like its nature, its structure, you know? I mean, to get a grip on that, that's really all I'm asking for. Like fundamentally, like physically, I don't know if like that physically you can create like a correct representation of it, but even philosophically, like I'm you know, intrigued.
Yeah, it's a lot to wrap your mind around. But I would say it's philosophically a necessity. Like what exists outside the material world, something or nothing. And like if energy cannot be created nor destroyed, it can only be transferred. So where is it transferred from? Somewhere or nowhere.
Sure, something or nothing, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'll be back in a second.
Like whoever the ether experts are, you know, Austin and, you know, a couple of people out there, just interesting conversation. Probably best done, you know, in a colloquial setting or whatever. But I'm intrigued by it.
Yeah, well, you can't really talk about the ether with someone that's being argumentative because, yeah, it's just one of those things.
Yeah, no worry. I mean, I'm not being argumentative, am I?
No, I know you're not. I'm just saying, like, that's why I try to stay away from it.
Yeah, that's why I say like it's better. You know, there's just better places to have a good conversation about it. I personally like, you know, just sharing your thoughts is better like done. I don't know, in a small setting rather than, you know, between a bunch of people. But yeah, man.
Yeah, I'm actually going to be having quite a few quote unquote experts on my show in the coming weeks, and I think I have a few quantum physicists that are going to come on, and so I'm going to talk about the ether there. My new series in the field. So like I talk to people in their respective field. Yeah. It'll be way more productive, right? Like when I talk to the astronomer Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's way more productive 3.5 hours than 400 hours in here with someone that's just trying to argue. Although still, like I feel like I need to talk to that guy for like 10 straight hours to get to the bottom of some of it.
I know. You know, feel like you need to dig, but I thought it was a productive conversation nonetheless, even though he kept going back to like, you know, the standard thing and whatnot over and over. But at least like he was actually nodding his head. He was actually, you know, feeling, you know, what you were saying, right?
Yeah. Yep.
I don't know, man. That's as much as I expect from those types of people, to be honest. So, you know, you do well to have like good conversation with them, at least nowadays. So that's cool to see.
Yeah, thanks. I think he's cool. He's a nice guy. I mean, I think he drank the Kool-Aid, but you know, he's like a nice guy. So. That's why I didn't want to go like hard at him. Meaning, I didn't want to, not even being aggressive. Just like I didn't want to like really corner him. Like on the space-time thing, I could have like really cornered him, and I could have done with a bunch of stuff. But I didn't want to do that. I just wanted to show that this whole idea that someone that questions the mainstream model of the Earth is so stupid that they can't even like be taken seriously. And this conversation, alternative cosmology, belongs nowhere near like professional intellectual settings. Like I want to just destroy that an illusion. You know, that's kind of the goal of the show, is to show like, why is this crazy, stupid flat earther able to like stand toe to toe in these higher level conversations with the professionals? That's kind of the goal. I don't really want to. I'm not trying to go to war with. Like, I'm
It's
gonna
good,
have
man. It's good.
Robert. Yeah, I'm gonna have Robertson Genis on. You know who that is?
No, I don't.
Oh, dude, have you never seen The Principal, the documentary The Principal?
Nope. I may have heard of it, but I don't think so.
Whoa, dude, you have to watch that, bro.
Wait, what is it? The Principal?
Yeah, The Principal. I'll drop a link in a second. It's 100% worth watching.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, the principal, not to be confused with the janitor. You don't want to mess with either of them.
No, it's cool seeing somebody like, you know, stuck in their ways, right? Or not stuck in their ways, but it's their profession, right? They're surrounded by everybody around them that, like, you know, corroborates these types of things, and they really can't entertain, you know, somebody who's passionate, like what's it that wants to, you know, sort of, you know, break a little bit of, you know, break some holes into like what they're saying, right? But like at the same time, you can see also that they do want that, you know, they do want somebody to break those holes in their, like, in their perception. Even though like it's just so rare, like nobody comes along that does that. At least it's one of the first times that I've seen it take place, you know, on the live stream or whatever. But it's nice to see, man. It's cool.
I like to think that I poke holes in Whitsit's theories when he brings them up. Sometimes it's like a give and take balance.
I threw the link in the chat for that, for The Principal.
It's if why didn't Insane Clown Posse ever do a Flat Earth song? That's what I'm wondering right now. Surely they were woke enough.
The Principal. I wonder what this is about.
I tell you one thing about that film.
It's about the Copernican principle.
Ah, the Copernican
They
principle.
suggest that across the universe is an axis of evil.
I thought it was a porn about schoolgirls, but whatever.
Which I did find full thought. Does the universe have an axis? And will we discover it in the future? Or have these guys already found enough evidence? It could be geocentric or heliocentric, but the idea that there's an axis like the solar system, but for the whole universe.
No,
somehow Earth's on that special spot.
They're gonna explain away everything, and then it will be done. Everything will be explained.
Once we know there's an axis, we'll all be happy. I guess I've got a good question for any Principal fans. It's cool to be the center of the universe. Why do they call it the axis of evil? Who named it the axis of evil?
Because it's the center, man.
Yeah, probably someone that really loved the Copernican principle.
Yeah. Or it could be dyslexic. It's an axis of life. It's an axis of life. That sucks. That's probably not what's happening.
What is the center of anything if it's not evil?
Well, it might not be the center. It might be a whole plane across the blob.
Yeah, imagine goodness spread out everywhere, right? And then somebody makes a center.
Yeah, maybe. I think of cities a little bit like axes of evil, like death altars.
Do you guys notice that there's a lot of stuff on the 33rd parallel?
What's that?
And it's like a place on a map. It's a gray circle, I guess. Is it? Fuck, I don't know. Whatever.
Probably.
Force latitude. They say.
33. It's because that's 100 split into
It's just like
33, isn't
it's
it?
like damn near where the pyramids are, the Giza pyramids. But then there's other shit that is on the same on that same line. That's crazy.
What else is on the line? I've heard of the 33 parallel too. I don't really know what it means though. Maybe it's just a good place for culture to develop. I don't know.
What, Earth? The equator?
Yeah, somewhere near the equator, I guess, right?
The equator is like the hot bit in the middle. Sometimes it can be too hot, but people do seem to come from the hot places sometimes. It's also weird.
Or the very cold places, which is also, you know, I don't know, man. You learn from like struggle in your environment, right? And when everything's handed to you, when everything's too complacent, you know, it's like food, you know. Food gets too warm, and you know, it's sort of just. Actually, it's not a good analogy. Never mind. But people get too complacent, and they don't really, you know, find out things that are beyond their complacency.
Yeah, and as we meet in the middle, we can tell each other how to deal with the hot bit and how to deal with the cold bit.
I'm just a big fan of the Eskimos, the Inuits. You know, I think that they pretty much had things figured out. Despite all the craziness that goes on, you know, on the warmer parts of the world.
Is anybody here familiar with Judy Woods stuff and John Hutchinson.
Yeah.
I wanted to bring that up back when you guys were talking about electrostatics, gravitation or anti-gravitation, and John Hutchinson seems to have figured something out with respect to not only levitating objects, but like denaturing steel and other materials using an electrostatic field. And Judy Wood's whole thing is that something was used to turn the Trade Center towers to dust, to completely denature that material. And he brings up Hurricane Erin, which wasn't really reported at the time, but it was this, level 4 hurricane that like was right off the coast of New York at the time that the towers burned to dust, as she says. And the idea is that whatever device or weapon they used to turn the towers to dust required a massive electrostatic field provided by this hurricane, Erin. So I thought that was all very interesting.
I wouldn't dig too much into it, dude.
Why not?
Because, when are you ever going to know?
Know what?
I mean, how far does this journey take you, right? And to where?
Well, I mean, that's a big question. Why are we here then? What's anybody doing on this server?
You can ask questions, but you can ask good questions. You can ask bad questions.
Wow.
Is that not fair?
Well, no, are you saying that I'm like asking about electrostatics and what happened on 9/11 and the towers and stuff? That's not a good question.
I kind of am saying that, yeah. But that's not like, you don't have to listen to what I have to say. I just said that,
I mean, there's besides 9/11, there's video of Hutchinson doing stuff, and I don't know if the guy's still alive. I guess the idea was maybe
of like the metal melting into other metals and things like that.
Right.
Yeah. So
I thought is he trans now, John?
I have no idea.
Thought I heard that, like, maybe I'm wrong.
That would be interesting.
Quite.
Yeah, quite.
That would be very clarifying too, I think, of the whole I don't know, picture that is presented. Like, I know. You never know if something's true or based, or if it's a fucking psyop.
I'll tell you what. Like looking at the guy,
right like his,
Hudson,
I don't know, like where has his work really led anybody?
It hasn't led anybody anywhere, but it has been like a marvel.
Aside from this one thing.
Yeah.
I saw it as like a good, proof of concept of Judy Wood's work, that's the whole 9/11 conversation. So I don't know. Other than that, I don't know if anybody's replicated any of his stuff or he's even provided the basis of his work.
The basis for like frequency being able to have interesting actions on things.
I don't think that.
I would say that like probably Tesla
what Judy Wood says is like about disintegrating matter and that kind of stuff has any credit, because what I know from 9/11 is you can look at Tower 7, right, and that was the anomaly in the whole act, not like buildings disappearing into dust and hurricanes and whatnot, but like Tower 7 was brought down without any severe damage to its structure, and it fell. Right, that you can measure this. It fell at free fall speed, which essentially means that it was a controlled demolition. Now, it's not, when you look at that building falling, you're not talking about Judy Wood's work. You're not talking about hurricanes. You're not talking about, you know, any of that craziness, right? You're just talking about literally a building being demolished.
Yeah, but that doesn't work because what demolished it? It was a silent demolition then. Because I mean, video recordings of it, you don't hear the boom, 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 boom that is typical of every other demolition. Also, you don't get a ground wave typical of an earthquake or something hitting the ground of that massive size. So if it demolished to the ground, then there should be tons of rubble that hit the ground, causing a earthquake, seismic wave of some sort. And none of this is adding up, you know? So it's like, it's almost as if, yeah, it fell, but it also kind of fell in this way of like disintegration, you know? And that's what it looks like. And it was also silent, like I said. So I think Judy Wood has the best coherent explanation, even though it's not really an explanation insofar as we don't know
what
does that.
Exactly.
That some kind of directed energy weapon has been created that can turn.
When they're directed, they don't target, you know, the outside structure. They only target the beams.
I don't know. It could target the beams predominantly, or it could target the whole structure. You know how people were jumping out of the trade centers? Well, you know, her thought was whatever this kind of like energy weapon is, it like, you know, it's not good to be in it. You know, it feels terrible. It's like a microwave or something. And, you know, it can explode pipes. And that's also what could have been exploding out of the towers, you know. And,
Are there any other examples of this ever? Because I've seen many controlled demolitions, and they look identical to what happened. But
they may look similar, but they don't sound similar, and they don't have a similar effect on the ground.
The sound I would have issues with the fact that unless you were there, microphones can have phasing, they can have droning going on, resonance that are taking out frequencies. It's called muddying the sound, right? So to go off of that is not good enough for evidence on the sound aspect. If Tower 7 went down, think of how much noise was going on previous to it. It was the last one to go down, right? So how much noise was going on in that city? To say that there was no sound, you would have to be standing there to say that.
Well, there was, yeah, like you're saying, if video evidence and sound recording isn't really good enough, but you know, controlled demolition, if you listen to any of them, it's a boom, 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 like really, really loud.
I've never really heard that, to be honest. But
yeah, but they're also the only thing going on at the time.
What do you mean by that? Like the only technology we have to take down the tower?
They're like an attraction at the time. This was in a populated city at what, the most busy time possible after two towers had already gone down. So the amount of noise that would have been going on with people and vehicles and everything, the air, there would be so much going on. To go off of what a mic is hearing would not be good enough.
Well, the mic could pick up the voices of people, you know, honking of a car. It just didn't pick up the massive explosions that you'd expect.
I'm not sure that like your idea of like a sound, a boom 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 sound of a building going down is accurate, because first of all, a building falling is very noisy, right? And the explosives that are being used to blow up, you know, select aspects of that building periodically throughout that falling is not, you know, necessarily uncomparable to the noise of the building itself collapsing. And in any demolition that I've ever seen, I've never heard like, you know, explosions going on.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe there are demolitions that don't have those explosions. The ones I've heard do.
Well, you know, it is an anomaly, and the whole directed weaponry type of argument that's fine. You know, I'm not like, you know, yeah, I don't know. I don't think that it is the case, but I have an open mind to it, you know, in a way at least. But for me, you know, my general opinion is that these buildings, you know, were taken down in a controlled way, and I don't care how they were taken down.
The other big thing in favor of Judy Wood's explanation is when you do have a controlled demolition, typically you have like 20 to 30% of the height of the building in rubble and like just like concrete and material and stuff. And you don't get that with the Twin Towers at all. In fact, you could see like ground level pictures, and you have to ask like, where the hell is all the rubble? It's as if all the material like turned to dust.
Right. I remember that being like the major Judy Woods, you know, factor or argument factor. So where does that leave you? You know, it's like.
Well, it was more. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, so you believe in the, you know, story that was written how many years ago? 14, 13? I don't know, 12, whatever. But like, what does that do for you?
Well, it brings in John Hutchinson, who I don't know how to trust or not trust that guy, but the idea of electrostatics.
Yeah, sure.
And
I'm not like.
And what you. Yeah, it was that. That's what it did for me. It was opened up a little bit more understanding about
All right. And
possibility.
that might be wrong. That might be wrong, but it might open up another door of understanding, right? To something different, right? But yeah, you have like a questioning open mind, which is a good thing to have. I just think like staying stuck on like an idea or an interpretation of something, you know, who cares, right? Even if you're right.
What about the first-hand accounts of explosions? Like the multitude of first-hand accounts of explosions.
Well, yeah, that would be explained by the fact that you have compressed water pipes, gas pipes, and other things in a building that would explode when you're turning the steel to dust.
So, but we're talking about these people are saying there are explosions before things are happening and then during. So it's not after the destruction, it's before this destruction occurred and during the destruction.
You're saying the first-hand accounts describe before and during explosions?
Yeah, well,
yeah,
I'm pretty sure
fits.
you've probably seen the same documentaries or evidence that I have.
Maybe. I mean, I focused on Judy Wood's stuff. I saw a couple before that relative to like the news channels and like maybe they were fucking with video footage and stuff like that. Before I found about Judy Wood's stuff. But as to the explosions before the destruction happened and during the destruction, yeah, that's what I'm saying is like you're turning a tower to, you're disintegrating a tower, and that's gonna explode pipes, compressed, water pipes and all other kinds of stuff. There's also other like interesting things like the firemen's boots. After the rubble was down, it was nighttime. They were working to try to find survivors and like move rubble and stuff. And there was these reports of these firemen's steel-toed boots disintegrating. Like they had to import and bring in a bunch of new steel-toed boots because theirs were just like falling apart. And they had no explanation for it. Obviously, heat cannot be the explanation because these firemen weren't going to the hospital with burned off feet.
Wait, did Judy Woods tell you that? Or where did you learn that?
No, that was there's a a news camera, a mainstream news segment on how all these steel-toed boots are like disintegrating, and there's a whole an effort to bring in more steel-toed boots to accommodate the firefighters' heroic efforts. Blah blah blah.
Did they said that they were disintegrating?
Yeah.
Mysteriously?
Yeah.
I've never seen this. Yeah.
Like this, the steel-toed boots were like melting, I guess is the word they probably used, because how do you describe this phenomenon otherwise? But if they were melting,
yeah, I don't know.
Then you don't have a foot anymore.
There were fires going on, internally within the structure of the.
Well, there's that smoke, right? That like black smoke that was just filling up the sky, and it was just tons and tons of smoke. Yeah. But especially building 7, like tons of smoke. Yeah, there was fire.
I think we're arguing about
but
something that's unnecessary to argue about, really, though.
I don't know. I think it might go somewhere.
Well, it's a nice discussion, if anything.
Yeah.
I'll say there definitely wouldn't be any benefit to an argument, but it is definitely worthwhile to have this discussion. So I'd have to ask about the boots. Do they have any of these boots? Are there examples of them?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Did they all just disappear, get thrown away? What happened to them? Because if it was such an anomaly, and like you said, they're melting, it seems like some company or whoever made them would want to do some research and development and figure out how that happened, so that firemen aren't having that issue in the next, building that goes down or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's interesting. You're definitely it seems as though I don't know much about the argument about the direct energy weapon, but it seems as though she's crossed all the bases,
What do you mean by that?
Well, with the explosions, given the water pipes and such, I personally don't think that would be feasible, because generally most of it is either on the bottom or the top, and then it's fed throughout the system. And the pipes wouldn't just be exploding; they'd just be relieving the pressure. You know what I mean?
I'm just asking, what do you mean by she has covered all the bases?
Well, from what I've heard so far, I'd like to have the discussion to continue about this topic, like this angle. I've never heard this angle of a direct energy, and it seems like with the sound, that's all right, but I could see phasing being an issue with that, and white noise and so on. And the explosions, it makes sense that you would have, hot water tanks or gas pipes possibly bursting, but I don't know. How much more is there?
Probably all agree on direct energy weapons anyway.
Yeah, I can say that there's definitely some form of direct energy weapon, and Tesla even said it himself.
Yeah, you should check out the documentary. There's a few of them. They're not on YouTube, but of Judy Wood stuff. There's more stuff. It is like you were saying, covering all the bases I didn't even know that existed that you could cover in this investigation of that event. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of aspects that tie in, and once you tie them all in, you kind of rule out controlled demolition or nuclear bombs or cold fusion explanations that some people will go on to. And there's a clear, in my mind at least, controlled opposition in this discussion. The 9/11 commission to kind of I forget the exact website or what the group is called, but they're all about trying to get the truth about 9/11, and they just completely disregard Judy Wood and malign her. while offering explanations that just don't fit the evidence. So it seems like there's a controlled opposition in this topic.
Why do you think it's a controlled opposition?
Because the people who are in charge of it dismiss evidence and good points, like really important points that you should consider.
Right, but so if you consider those points, right, you agree that you're on the fringe, correct?
I guess if you want to put that, I guess it's just scarce number of people who are aware of certain knowledge points,
exactly.
I guess.
Yeah, exactly. So not,
right.
even if it's true, right, it will not be believed by the mass majority of people, correct?
No, I think anything is believed as long as you have an authority to tell you that it's true.
No, you can't tell somebody, something that they completely fundamentally don't understand. You can't you can't say that, like, all of a sudden everything you know about reality is untrue, right? And the government is disintegrating, buildings in front of
Well, that's not everything you know about reality is untrue. Disintegrating buildings with an energy weapon is very, very easy to understand. Like a 5-year-old could understand it.
No, they can't.
Oh, sure they can. It's a ray gun that turns buildings into dust. Pew pew, and then a cartoon is all you need to kind of conceptualize it.
It's a ray gun that turns buildings into dust. Show me that weapon.
It's like a Marvin the Martian gun.
Well, I'm just saying it's comprehensible at like a primitive level.
Comprehensible at a childish level.
Yeah, that's all that's needed, really. If you want to convince people, like, look at what's happening now.
That childish level is not reality that people live in.
Well, I don't know where this is going. I mean, like, there's the question of evidence and backing it up and trying to create a coherent model of understanding something.
We're talking about you saying that there's controlled opposition, and you yourself might have fallen into the controlled opposition.
Totally. I mean, that's the case. You could say that about any contentious issue whereupon you take a side. You could be on a controlled sort of opposition. The whole, like, I find it like that's the challenge of our era is to, like, know the truth and not be swindled by the pseudo truth, and
right.
So yeah, I'm not denying that that's a possibility, of course, but
I'm not saying that it is that you are right being a part of the controlled opposition either.
Posted cars, bro. Research it.
Oh no, I've researched it, man. I've researched it. But when you say, like, somebody trying to rationally describe, what took place in 9/11 and calling them controlled opposition, it just sounds hypocritical.
Well, it's not. Well, yeah. I agree. It's sort of you can level that. It's like calling something propaganda. You can level that to anybody that you disagree with, or any group that is putting out information you disagree with. You can call it propaganda, I guess, and it's a non-argument. Yeah, it's not really a great argument. That's why I don't really bring it up too often. But there is such thing as controlled opposition. I think there are examples where that's been sort of like attested to pretty clearly. And then in which case the question is, where else are these controlled oppositions existing?
I mean, hear me out. Like, the way I think about it, right, is if this was being done, right, and people were going to question it, the first thing you would do is create a story that's so, unimaginable, right, so ridiculous, that people couldn't even look at for 2 seconds without being like, that's an absurd insinuation, right? Which is pretty much the Judy Wood stuff.
I don't find that. I didn't get that impression, but go ahead, keep going.
Yeah, well, a normal person would, right?
That's okay.
Like just a normal everyday grandma, right? They wouldn't immediately see this and say, like, oh, that's a credible source. That's something I need to look into. They would completely throw it off mentally, right? Consciously. And that's all these people care about in terms of opposition, is like what the conscious mind thinks of. So,
well, no. They think they're concerned about the people like you and me potentially, or this group of Discord channels, people who are not going to just be the normal grandma, but are going to be like, wait, I'm not trustful of the traditional or the mainstream source. I'm going to look for an alternative explanation. That's the purpose of a controlled opposition, is to capture those people.
And where's the pitfall in that?
What do you mean?
Meaning, look, like there can be a phenomena that's taking place, and the description of it, the explanation of it, can be completely put to them in the wrong way. But it's in a way that these types of people, like you're talking about, you and me or whatever, that we could fall into that. We could say like, oh yeah, aliens exist, right? They come from Arcturus. That they're here to protect us, right? But really, it's just an orb of light out there. We don't actually know what it is. The government doesn't either. But like, that's the information that we're given. I mean, I'm using a different example, but like, really, the extreme ones are there to capture those people's attention, because when they try to go back into their like daily life and explain it to somebody rationally, they can't.
I don't know if I have that sense with Judy Wood or other kind of like things that I've kind of gravitated to. I feel like I can explain it rationally. It does make sense. I can hold water with the arguments, even though it is fringe. I think it is the most. It's funny because I find I'm on the fringe on many topics, and I find them to be the most rational and the most logical, the fewest logical fallacies, etc. And like, but they end up being the most fringe points of view. But when I then discuss it with other people, average people, what I see more is a shutdown, not a defeat in a debate. Like they kind of just sort of disregard it, want to end the conversation or whatever it is.
Right.
But it's not like they bring up good questions or points that make me go, oh, really? That is a good point. I didn't think about that, which I'm very open to do.
That's okay.
So,
and that'll get people too, I guess, right? But if you just tell somebody, look, this building fell at free fall speed, meaning physically, like there's no impedance beneath it. Every floor, every layer that crashed upon each other, there was no resistance there, or else it would have been slower. And you measure it and you say, look, 9.8 meters per second squared, this fell at free fall speed. Now tell me how that wasn't a controlled demolition. That sticks with somebody a lot more than just saying like, oh, there's directed energy weapons that disintegrated this somehow. I don't understand it either, but Judy Woods told me.
All right, but you're going off of one data point, which is it fell at free fall speed. There's other data points you have to take into consideration before you jump to a conclusion.
I'm not interested in those. I'm interested in showing somebody, a window into the truth.
Right, but what happens if your conclusion you drew off of one data point isn't the truth? Then, yeah, you might convince more people, but this is that's politics. I don't think that it's like, oh, let's get a larger body of voting, more people, more power kind of idea. I'm sort of over that. I mean, it's always going to be a part of
I'm over
your entrance.
I'm over all of it, to be honest. Yeah, even this conversation, like I don't think convincing somebody of 9/11 nowadays has any factor whatsoever.
Well, yeah, but now it's not 9/11; it's COVID or whatever. I don't know if we can talk about that, but now that's the topic. It's 9/11 2.0, and that's on everybody's mind. Everybody's talking about that, and everybody's very interested in either keeping people in the status quo or changing their mind about the situation.
I'm not interested at all. Yeah.
You weren't interested over the past 2-3 years?
No, once I saw what was going on, it was like a hit and miss for me. I was like, it just flew right over my head. I was like, yep, obviously. But if people don't want to listen or don't want to understand, it's not like the battle is going to be won with them, at least for me, convincing them of this certain particular aspect of things. I'm done with that. Like, really, I'm sure that people will do that, and they should, but they may be young and they haven't actually looked at the world 10 years ago. They've only seen it now, and they're upset that they have to wear masks or whatever. No, none of it. Even them convincing somebody of whatever COVID, nonsense. I don't know what they're going to convince them of. It's not going to lead anywhere, actually where it needs to be. It's just another assertion, another like flight from, the facts of things. And you're being given that by, these controllers and these, terrible people. It's a cause and effect mentality, right?
Yeah, and it's all controlled by them. What's the next one? Do you know? Does anybody know?
Aliens.
Yeah,
You think
that's
it's
what I
going to
was
be
gonna say.
aliens? I do see it. I do see it. I thought it was going to be the zombie thing for a bit there, and they were going to use COVID to do it.
Oh, yeah. Well, it was a little bit zombie, wasn't it? It was like the first act of a zombie movie.
Right?
They could put Act 2 and Act 3 on us, which would be terrifying.
Dude, I remember back in like 2013 worrying about like how, if we protested in mass, they just ruin it by like, creating chaos, putting in people that will shoot guns or whatever and ruin the peaceful protest. And like, inevitably, if they wanted to, they could just like release a virus, right? We'd all succumb to like our natural, I don't know, will to survive, to, succumb to this whole bullshit.
Yeah.
And, man, like that was just seeing it play out, right? Or how it did. I mean, there is a different, there has to be a different solution than like the fight through all that kind of bullshit.
What do you mean? What sort of solution? To what?
Sorry, what?
Are you just saying we shouldn't have to protest? Should be a better, easier way, better, different way?
I think there is like a true way to protest, right? Which doesn't involve like mass groups of people either, or it doesn't involve you like abstaining from like paying taxes or whatever.
Yeah, well, that's kind of a paradox for me. I'm very against tax. I think if everyone stopped paying tax, it would be cool to watch. But
no,
income tax.
I don't want to get told. I don't want to get told off and sent to jail. That's the paradox.
Yeah. Income tax is completely necessary. Income tax just goes to paying off the loan to the bankers. If we were printing our own money, we wouldn't need to have income tax. I mean, some kind of tax is justified, but income tax is it's illegal. In America, it's unconstitutional, and obviously, pardon?
It's like the same thing as saying like, should you drive on the right side of the road or not? You
No, it's not
follow
quite
the
the same
laws,
as that.
right? Follow the laws. That's fine. Pay your taxes, pay your bills, but there's something else that you can do. You don't have to like organize against something. What?
On the road, it's just a choice of being safe for you and others or not. And with money, it's a whole religion of debt.
Yeah, that was not a good analogy whatsoever between driving on the right side of the road and paying your taxes.
Are you sure? Are you sure about that?
A better analogy would be taking your gas tank, filling up two-thirds of your gas tank, and then taking the last third of your gas tank and pouring it in the trash. That would be a better analogy.
I didn't understand whatsoever about any
Well,
of that.
no one's required to pay income tax. You don't have to do that. You can just stop if you want.
Even Jesus of Nazareth himself, right? He was shown a coin, right, from Caesar, and the guy was like, what do I do with this? Do I pay my taxes or what? And he said, give to Caesar what's his, right? And give to God what's God's.
Yeah, Romans
Right.
13.
So if I'm transacting in gold, that has no image of any Caesar or any founding father, when I transact in gold,
Fuck Romans 13. It's wrong.
You're if you want to do whatever creative ways you want to do, that's not what I'm talking about, man. If you want to transact in gold and do a barter and trade community or set up a free community for yourself, go. I'm not talking about any of that, man.
Yeah, well, what was on the coin that he showed? It was the image of Caesar. It was a coin minted by the Roman government, right? So if you're transacting in their Roman fucking coins, and they want you to pay taxes for transacting their Roman coins, that kind of makes sense. But then it comes to a point where, what if I just have gold that no government created? It was just in the ground, and I'm transacting with that.
Don't be hung up on that.
Then I don't need to
Don't
give
make that. Don't make that your primary
I have a problem, dude.
Yeah.
With interrupting people in the middle of their sentence. I've noticed it with someone else.
Yeah, Santiago's an infamous interrupter. That's what he does.
I'm not really, but go on.
I think Santiago might have the purple pill. That's where you combine the blue pill and the red pill into one.
Yeah. Called I Don't Care Buddhism.
Is that also the Alice in Wonderland tale where you take the pill and see how deep the hole goes, but you forget to come back up?
Well, haha, guys, you've got to sort your own problem out. Haha.
All right, go on about the gold. What were you saying?
I'm just saying that if the gold is natural and there's no Caesar to pay because no Caesar minted it, then you don't have to pay anyone shit for taxes.
The problem that most people don't understand about money is the secret behind money is that money is anything people agree on. We could agree to use donkey shit as currency, like they do in some Tibetan villages, because their soil is so bad and it's so hard. There's so little nutrients in the soil that donkey shit is actually worth a lot of money because you can grow crops on that soil if you have donkey shit to fertilize it. So they use donkey shit as money. You could use anything as money. It doesn't actually matter. Gold is actually not a good money because it's in the control of the rich people who own the gold.
I agree to some extent. Money is just a religion of barter, and wasn't the Jews, it was people before them. They made up the concept to make classes between people out of fake paper, fake coins.
And then the bankers stole the gold, and then they went, "Oh, would you like a better place to keep your gold?" And then they made a bank, and then they gave you an IOU for your gold, and that's how you have paper money.
Have you guys seen the first Bond movie? You know, when they robbed Fort Knox?
No, I haven't.
So basically, in the first Bond movie, the plot of the villain, he sets up a plot to rob the Fort Knox of the gold. And they basically do it by like flying planes over and putting them to sleep with gas. But anyways, the point is the gold from Fort Knox is missing. The gold got stolen from Fort Knox. After Nixon took America off the gold standard, the people who were in charge of the Fort Knox sold off the gold. The Rothschilds sold off the gold to European investors. That's why they've never done an audit of the Fort Knox, where which was the world's biggest gold reserve. Go look it up yourself. There is no gold in there. So the thing that they actually stole the gold is true. They did. It's the biggest heist in history.
Okay, cool. So what does that have to do with what Jesus of Nazareth said, which is like give this currency to who?
Give to Caesar, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. Is that what you mean? What it has to do with that?
Yeah,
Yeah,
if not just Caesar, not just his face.
If that gold, wait, hold up. If the
it's not
natural
just,
resources,
no. Before you talk, it's not just Caesar's face on the currency. That's not really what he's saying.
Yeah, that is what he's saying. He's saying
no.
Caesar minted this. Yes, he is. He's saying Caesar minted this. This is his fucking money. If you're gonna use it, you're gonna pay taxes. You're not gonna fucking rob Caesar. You're not gonna go and use his currency system and use it for free and rob him.
Okay, so no,
it says more than that.
No, if a bunch of like natives, right?
My favorite verse says a lot more than that.
Currency system,
Guys,
great idea.
relax. Noah, the problem is, Noah, you take a long pause and then keep going, and people think you're done, and they start going, and then no one will stop.
Okay, I'll say thank you. I'll say the keywords thank you after I'm done. 2 words, and I will be done. The problem with all that is, if you wanted to have your own currency that wasn't minted by Caesar or the founding fathers or the Federal Reserve or whatever, one of the best options for that would be gold, because it's internationally and all of history has been recognized as a currency for trade. Problem is when someone
No, that's fine. That's fine.
I did not say thank you. I did not say thank you. I for sure didn't say it.
We'll go on then.
The problem is, if someone robs fucking Fort Knox, then there's even less of a supply of this thing that could be used as a currency. Thank you. Now I'm done. Jesus
All right,
Christ.
cool. I'm glad you finished. But like, somebody holding gold, right? Your friends, your partners, your traders, whoever you're going to barter with, whoever you're going to exchange gold with, it doesn't matter. It's the same thing, right? That you might owe them gold at some point, right? And that what he's saying is like, pay your debts, right? If you owe them gold, that's up to you, right? But that has nothing to do with God whatsoever. So don't mix the two. Monetary issues are monetary things. They are just structural issues. It's like, if you're born and raised in communist China, right? You have to respect Kim Jong-un or whoever the hell he is, right? Xi Jinping or whatever.
I mean North Korea.
North Korea or Communist China, Xi Jinping, Kim Jong-un, whatever. But like, your cultural respect to that person is there because you're trying to survive. You're trying to actually like feed your family, right? You're trying to live. That can be done, and you can also, hold out this like, to give God what's God's, right? To respect, the difference, respect what is God's, rather than like mix the two.
Okay, but
Can I say something? Because you asked me a question, what it has to do with Jesus. The thing I do agree about what Jesus taught is that usury shouldn't be a thing. Money should exist. We do need money to facilitate trade and commerce. However, usury shouldn't be a thing. Usury is when you put an interest on the money. Usury shouldn't exist. And the early church actually forbade usury. The only religion that permits usury, Islam forbids it as well, but the only religion who permits it and actually encourages it is Judaism.
Zing.
yeah, the Antichrist religion. Of course it supports fucking things that are against the Torah and Bible. It's obvious. But yeah, here's the thing: is that money is like Caesar's, because Caesar minted it. It's a man-made product. The difference between that and gold is God minted gold. Gold was fucking found in the earth. It was not fucking. There was no one who produced it. It was just naturally occurring. So the thing is, with Caesar's gold, with Caesar's minted coins with his images on it and his fucking laws that say you have to pay taxes if you're going to use these coins, you're gonna have to follow that because you're using his invention, you're using his fucking patent, his fucking product.
Do you think Caesar was instituted by God now? Sorry if my mic broke. Noah, do you think Caesar was instituted by God?
I mean, he was allowed to be instituted by God, so.
Would you believe Romans 13?
The whole chapter?
Yeah.
What are you referring to?
There's no
What
authority
does Romans
except
13
that
say?
which God has established. Let everyone be subject to the governing authorities.
Isn't that a bit brainwashing though, to make you submit to tyranny, essentially?
That's what I'm saying.
I would say, at least from my perspective, it there is a story when in the Old Testament when they have those three Hebrew children, and I think it was either like a Persian king or a Babylonian king wanted everyone to like bow to him or to his god, and then they didn't, and they got thrown in a fire, but they're saved from it. So I think, and then there's also like a thing where Jesus himself says, like, if someone asks you for the coat, your coat, you take it off your back or whatever. So I think it's to the point where you would want to follow the laws and customs of the land, but the as long as they don't contradict like the laws of God, per se. Whereas if they do contradict the laws of God, then you would obviously go with the higher authority
No,
on that.
master.
Which laws of God are you referring to? Because you were referring to the Old Testament. Which laws are you referring to? The law that says that you should stone people to death for eating shellfish, or right now, actually, we should stone you to death because I bet you're wearing two different garments, i.e., two different materials that your clothes are made from. The Old Testament says that you should stone people to death to do that. So which law?
No, it contradicts the scripture because it's saying
Of course
you have
it
two
does.
masters. You have God and the government. Two
Exactly.
masters. So
It does. It's all
the whole
contradiction.
thing's a contradiction,
Of course it is. All of it, from beginning to end.
especially Romans 13.
It doesn't
It
say
says it says that God is one. However, if you read in Genesis when it says God created humans, it says an Elohim. It uses the word Elohim in Hebrew. Elohim is plural. So is God one? Is God two? The first few lines of the Bible contradict themselves.
No, no. There's like four words in Hebrew that are singular but have the plural postfix or whatever it's called. I think one of them is water, the other one's faces, and the other one's God. And so these things there's no singular form or in their grammar for it. It's a plural word grammatically, but it's singular. So like I think it's Panaim or something means face. You only have one face, but it's a plural word, right? And then
Feminine is plural, yeah.
there's water, something like water, whereas water is like Shamayim or something, but it only means water. It only means a singular tense of water, right?
Yeah,
And so
it
there's
says,
four.
It says us as well. It doesn't
There's
just
four
say
grammatical words. Four grammatical words that have a plural form but are actually singular, and it's interesting because all these different words, like a face, is just one face but has many faces. A water.
Elohim is plural. All rabbis say that Elohim is plural.
One group of water is actually many waters. So, and there's only one.
It doesn't
but it
just
has
say
plural.
It doesn't just say Elohim. It says us multiple times.
Exactly. Thank you.
Yeah, because that's an English.
Come, let us make man. And Elohim said, "Come, let us make man."
Yeah, that was Yah and Yeshua for sure.
Sure, yeah, maybe. No, I take your arguments about maybe joining in with society to get along and all that. And hang on, about other people's money, don't get too involved in it, or do, but be careful. But I think you should denounce most of Romans 13 because that is about worshipping government, fascists.
It's not about worshiping government. It's
It
about
definitely is. You have to read through it, mate.
look at it in the greater perspective. Like I said, if Jesus says, if a random stranger comes to you and asks you for your coat, you're supposed to give him your coat.
No,
what
it's
is the
nothing
government?
about helping a stranger. It's about worshipping government.
Hold up. What is the government? It's a group of random strangers coming up to you asking you for something.
No.
You're supposed to give them what they're asking for as long as it doesn't contradict the fucking already established laws in the book.
You believe all authority is established by God that comes and asks you for things.
Everything is.
Fuck.
No, it isn't.
That's free will, bro. That's ego and free will. Roman governments, they're the ones that warped your religion into bits.
Religion was meant to govern people. It's meant to brainwash and govern people, make them submissive.
Let me ask you guys a question about Romans 13. If you don't submit to the traffic laws, will you get a ticket? If you don't submit to the laws and stealing people's property, will you end up in jail? If you don't submit and paying taxes, will they take everything you have?
No, they'll come and try and take the tax and force the tax out of me.
Right. So if you don't pay your tax, they can put a lien on your house. They can put a lien on your car. They can start taking things from you if you don't pay the taxes,
All
right?
of it's illegitimate, but I go along with it.
Right. So you submit to it.
Yes.
If you don't submit to it, oh, okay. So go back to Romans and read it again.
I have
And also, let me
submitted
ask you a
to,
question.
I've submitted to it in real life, but in my mind, I know it's totally made up and wrong. And I wish
Well, that may
things
be
could
the
be another way. And I know that that isn't the word of God at all. That's some Roman maniac.
Well, that's your assumption. You can have an opinion. But let me ask you a question about once last time about the plurality of God. Can you have one monarchy, but multiple people in the monarchy?
Well, it debunks the word. You could, yeah.
How does
That's
that
what
do?
government. That's what
No,
government
you
is.
guys are fucking wrong, dude. This is a grammatical issue. That's why the word faces, panaim, is a singular word with a plural postfix.
Why do you think
Because
they have
even though
plural
you only, because
postfixes?
even though you only have one face, you have a plurality of faces. Just like shamayim, which is water. Even though you only have one body of water, that body of water can then be divided into a bunch of
We just said that it's not just the word itself, it's the adjectives that you use surrounding it. They say us.
Okay, dude. No, I'm not done. When you look at the word Elohim, it's a singular word with a plural postfix, which means it's one thing, but has a plurality of forms. Just like the other words, you can go look this up. This is grammar in fucking Hebrew. You're mistaking a grammatical issue with the vocabulary of the language for a contradiction in the story itself or the narrative. Thank you.
Do the faces talk to each other? Does that make sense? While they're creating stuff, do they talk to each other as separate?
Have you ever had a conversation with yourself in your own mind?
Well, here let's talk about that for a
God
second.
exists. I
Hold on a
believe
second.
God exists. I'm not an atheist, but God is not what religion says God is.
Okay, hang on a second. Can you have one council, but within that council, multiple voices that speak to one another?
God was at that time in the story. It's a council of multiple voices.
I'm just saying. I'm just trying to going back to what he was saying about linguistics. You know, I mean, if there's a plurality in God, right? There's a singular God, but there's a plurality in that.
Yes. Okay.
So there's nothing that's not contradictory. I mean, if you're assuming the nature that you understand the nature of God, that only God can have one nature or one thing, then you have a misunderstanding.
No, you can totally read it as one God with a multiple personality disorder. Definitely.
Yes,
But see, you're reading into it. You're reading into it, though. See, you've automatically, you've got a personality disorder. No.
He
You can
does.
have a
He's a
monarchy with
psychopath.
multiple. You can have
Not
a
just,
king and queen, one monarchy.
he's a psychopath as
Family
well.
in one
The God
entity.
of religion is a psychopath. God does exist, but the God of religion is a psychopath.
I'll give you, Paul. You can read it as plural inside one.
And there is a passage in the Old Testament that says, "The Lord said to my Lord." Just that verse says there's a plurality, a duality, and there's other passages that seem to bear that out too. So it doesn't mean that there's one God, but there's a plurality within that God.
That's true. There is a dual nature to God. I agree.
Okay, so here it is. Water, sky, face, life, and Elohim are things which are never bound to one form, but which are one thing, and therefore have a plural. Yeah, dude, this is a. You guys are fucking don't understand Hebrew.
Finish it, and therefore has the plural what?
Okay,
Finish
I'm
it,
gonna
finish
have
it.
to fucking mute you, dude. Do you not know how to have fucking a proper conversation? When you hear someone else speaking, you don't fucking yell directly in the middle of what they're saying, dude. Seriously, like you gotta stop that. Those 5 words: water, sky, face, life, and God have a plurality of forms, but are one thing in Hebrew. That's why they have the im at the end. That's why anything that has im, goyim, nations, fucking plural. I mean, stop conflating this. This is not a fucking thing that should be debated here. We already know the answer. You can go look it up on Google. I told you multiple times.
If you get the old Bibles with the footnotes, you can easily tell it's about a council of gods. Easily.
And even in that council, there is one supreme Yahweh or Elohim, not Yahweh, one supreme Elohim,
I guess
and
that's
his name
possible,
is
yeah.
Yahweh.
That's what we see in humanity. One leader, usually. One guy that other people just look to.
But even in Yahweh, go ahead.
What's the Elohim if it's not a singular form by itself already? You guys can't answer because you're wrong. There is no
Can't
singular.
answer because you threatened to mute me.
Huh?
I can't answer because you threatened to mute me.
No, I just said you're interrupting other people, dude. It's not only me. I've literally witnessed you interrupt other people earlier.
Cool
It's not just.
story, bro.
It's just and that's not. It's not an issue between me and you. That's just an issue for this server where you can't just yell into the middle of someone's. Like if they're at the end of the statement and it's winding down, maybe it's okay, and then we can go on. But it can't just be in the straight middle, dude.
Is this turning into the same pussy fest that was going on yesterday? We got to figure out how to deal with opposition better because we're clever enough to do so.
Or maybe you just think you are.
That could be a problem.
I agree. Yeah.
I don't mind if it's plural or singular. I'm not that bothered. Me, it does hint at a bunch of archons. But right next to that bit in the book is also about the one God. So it gets confusing.
There is a God. There is one God, but religion is bogus.
I'll help you out real quick. It's just forms of God. God can take many forms.
I agree.
Yup. Just like your face can make a frowny face or a smiley face, but it's still the same singular face.
Or a crying face, like yours.
Bro, don't get butthurt that you have to be regulated.
Noah, we can all hear your voice, and you're not going to be the one to tell us anything about God.
That's fine. I mean, I'll be here to tell you about grammar and how you're wrong about it, though.
You can't even do that, bro. You still haven't explained why there's an adjective for a plural word, even if it's one singular thing that can have many facets. Why does he use a? Oh, never mind.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Nevermind is the best argument I've heard in a long time.
Yeah, that was a really bad argument. Because I'm gonna use a plural now. Cars. The cars are red. I just use an adjective on multiple cars. There you go.
Point though.
You didn't answer anything. That don't even make sense.
The point is it's pretty. The point is very, very simple. The singular version of the word Elohim is Elohim. It's a singular one thing, even though it has a suffix that's multiple.
It's
Just like
El. El is the single masculine. Elohim is feminine plural version of the word.
Don is right. Elohai is singular. El is singular. I'm singular. Eloah is singular, but Elohim is plural.
Thank you. It is a council of gods.
Doesn't debunk anything. It makes it more interesting. Here we go. Maybe the same word El is used for the big god and the Watchers. And they called them Elohim because they were talking about multiple Watchers. And then right in the book near it is the El about the god.
Exactly. So you were wrong, bro.
Not necessarily. Baal is actually a Hebrew word. Even Sarah called Abraham Baali, like my Baal. Literally, Sarah called Abraham my Baal in Hebrew, Baali, right?
Ali means Lord.
Baal is just exactly. Baal is just a title. It means Lord.
Yes.
Is the
right?
is the,
Or
is
master.
the Phoenician word for Lord? Sorry,
Or
Phoenician
master.
word
Right?
for Lord. I can't remember
Well,
now. Yeah,
hear me out. It means master. So Sarah was calling Abraham, her husband, her master, which was a Hebrew custom. The Hebrew women were subordinate to their husbands, the fathers. It was like the way of life, right? They would call their husbands Baali, right?
My Lord,
but
my master.
So Moloch's other name is Baal. Does that mean that there are two gods, one called Moloch and one called Baal? No. They refer to their god Moloch, Baali, which is my master, my Lord.
Something else then.
People that don't know the etymology.
So these important words.
What about the word El then? The word El is Babylonian word for Lord, for God. What about that then? So is that another god as well?
Well, yeah, that's another word for Lord from my research.
From Babylon. El is Babylonian for God. That's why Bab El means gate of the god. Babel. Babel. That means gate of God.
Yo, who's the mod that keeps muting people without giving warnings? Like who's doing that?
They worship the same God as Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Just because Abraham refers to Elohim, Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh as El or Baal does not mean that Abraham worships the Canaanite God. You feeling me?
They exist. Which means that Yahweh is just another god, just like them.
Yeah, what's the problem, Nate?
There's some mod that keeps muting people without giving them warnings, bro. It happened twice in a row.
I only
I'm sorry I'm doing it here, Jeremy. I
Happened to
just don't
me
know
many
how
times.
to use the.
hold
I'm
up,
talking. I'm talking. I'm talking. I'm talking. I'm still talking. It's my turn. I'm
I only muted
talking. I'm talking. I'm talking. I'm talking. I'm talking. I'm talking.
Jeremy. I only muted
I'm
twice.
talking. I'm talking. I'm talking. I'm talking. I'm sorry I'm bringing it here, Jeremy. I just don't know how to use the complaint function. I don't know if you guys still have it around. I've been looking for it the whole
I
day.
probably got muted multiple times. I only muted.
Yeah, I'm talking to Jeremy, man. I don't know what you want.
I got muted a few times like that. No one warned me. I
Yeah,
just
it
got
was
muted.
yeah, it was me and you, bro. We both got muted, right after each other without getting a warning, nothing.
I only
Okay,
muted
man, relax.
and that was before I
Listen,
even
let's just move on. This is pointless. Let's just move on.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
pointless.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for
I'm sorry.
bringing
I
it up.
apologize to you. I'm sorry. Everyone's happy. Let's
I'm
go.
sorry. Yeah, let's just move on.
real quick, Jeremy. Since Chirality's bringing it up, I only muted Alizal once when I hadn't even started talking yet because he was over talking other people, and then I took him off mute immediately. So if he's getting muted multiple times, it's not me because since I started talking, I haven't muted
You just
anyone.
admit it was you.
Bro, no one said it was you. Yeah, nobody even said it was you, Noah. You just like outed yourself. We didn't even know it was
I
you.
gave Dawn a bad warning. I mean, I gave Dawn a bad warning this morning, so
Yeah.
my bad,
But
Dawn.
yeah, but Jeremy, is there
I
still the
forgive you.
complaint thing, or how does it work now?
How's what work?
You know, you guys had a complaint function in the server. I don't know if you still have
Yeah,
it.
it's on the left-hand side. If anyone thinks they were wrongly modded, you can fill out a complaint form.
Where?
It's under. It's on the list on the left-hand side. Like you can't miss it.
But where on at the top?
No, you have to scroll down. It's under like support center.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
EA support center.
Sure.
It's in the game.
It's in the game.
Thank you.
Can
I
I say
barely
something?
talk,
Go back to
bro.
the topic. Oh,
Like I barely
sorry.
talk, and when I talk, I get interrupted. So I honestly, like, if we just had common courtesy and let each other speak, nobody would be getting muted.
That's because you
sorry,
interrupt everyone else.
Yeah, that is what happened. Wixit and what's your name?
I've been listening for
Elasmo.
hours, dude. And then when I feel
Elasmo.
inspired to talk,
You
right?
see,
just
now
for
you interrupted me. Like you got to practice what you preach, bro.
Shut the fuck up.
oh my goodness, I'm just saying, bro. I honestly, I can't talk. I can't ask questions because somebody else is butthurt. Well, dude, like if it's
The
a
only
one-on-one
one who's
debate,
butthurt is you. You're the only one who is butthurt right now. Just chill
We're
out,
just trying to
man.
keep the chat
No, I'm just
clean,
saying.
and if there's a lot of over talking, it's hard to hear. So we just like temp mute people. Nobody really gets muted for long. So
Last time I talked, I interrupted apparently, right? And then it's been a couple hours. I go to talk again, and I can't even get everything out, my train of thought out before getting interrupted. So now we're talking about Elohim and the plurality, and I can't even finish my train of thought without somebody interrupting me. It's been hours since I talked.
I'm sorry, Lion, but no one interrupted you right now. You know, number one. Number two, we all talk about something that happened earlier that you were involved in because you got in the middle of a conversation between two people to ask a question. You know, you was interrupting people, and for you interrupting people, me and the other guy who you interrupted ended up getting muted. You know, that's all, man. But if I have interrupted you, I am sorry, but I don't think anyone's interrupting you right now. But you are free to finish your thought on Elohim. Go for it.
Feel free, brother. Feel free, brother, to interrupt me anytime.
No,
after I pause,
no.
you know, you can ask questions. We can go back and forth. I have no problem with people interrupting me. Just wait for
I do
the
have a
pause. That's
problem,
it.
though. I do have a problem. Don't interrupt me. I do have a problem.
But Lion,
Anyways,
Lion,
go ahead.
Lion, the floor is yours, man. You can finish your thought on Elohim. Go for it.
Somebody had no. Paul wanted to talk. Go ahead, Paul.
Mod VV Jonathan. Maybe that would help. It might not, but it might.
Paul, you there, bro?
I was waiting for Don to finish. Okay, I was just going to say about language. Sometimes people, and we do this in our culture, through our language and society, and obviously Jesse's screaming over top of me, but we can adopt a term or a word from another language that if it expresses the idea that we're wanting to express, we will. Like if they take the Babylonian word El into the Hebrew, but their connotation or the idea is carried with it, That doesn't necessarily mean it's another god or entity, like the word Baal. Now, there was a god that I think the ancient people worshipped as Baal, but that doesn't mean the term cannot be used in another way. The context is important in any language. So, like what he was saying about Abraham or Sarah calling Abraham Baal, that the context is very important in what you're using when the word is being used. So, I think I just want to make that point. So, just because you're getting a word from another language doesn't mean that's another god necessarily.
I think that's what Lion said too.
So yeah, I agree. And in my opinion, the term or the title El and Baal existed way before the Canaanites were even on the map. Before the Phoenicians, those terms already existed. Before the flood, those terms existed. And they were given originally preserved, right, within the Elohim of Noah. Like, you know, so before Phoenicians were even born, those terms existed.
And if anybody does an in-depth study of the word Elohim throughout the scripture, within the context of the Bible, it doesn't have the same idea. Like a human spirit can be called an Elohim. An angel, a messenger of God, can be called an Elohim. A demon can be called an Elohim. And God himself can be called Elohim. So it's almost the indication when you read it, if you do any study on it, it's almost like this is a realm term. Like people that certain type of entity resides or is that thing. And most of it's some kind of disembodied spirit of some kind. You know, like when Solomon, I think the big good examples when the witch of Endor sees but Samuel coming out of the ground. She calls him an Elohim. A god has risen up out of the ground or out of the earth. Is he God? No, he's not God. Samuel is not God. But Yahweh is called, or Yah, however you want to use the term, is called an Elohim. You know what I mean? And it says that God sits amongst the council of the Elohim in Psalm 82. So almost it's like there's a divine council, so to speak.
The Watchers are the divine council, and they are referred to as Elohim by Messiah himself. But it doesn't make them the Elohim of heaven and earth. The one Elohim, which that term is originally preserved, like all these other little Elohims, they actually adopted that term because they wanted to be worshipped and deified. And then that's just the way the language evolved over time, is that they were called Elohims because they received worship.
And Yahweh is called the Elohim of all Elohims. So he's the Elohim above all the other ones. He's the Lord of Lords, King of Kings. He sits at the highest of the council. At least Don acknowledged that that's true. He sits at the highest place, the highest pinnacle.
You know what? I think some of that means like the one who always exists will always exist, and like exists independently of everyone else or something like that. The self-existent one. That's what it was. That's what it means.
Yeah.
The self-existent one.
Well, yeah, that's what Yahweh means. That's why in Exodus, the translators translated Yahweh as I am that I am, the ever-present, ever-existent, always existed, being. And actually, I posted this a couple days ago. If you break down like in Hebrew, every letter has a meaning. And if you break down the Hebrew letters and the meanings of Yahweh, it means behold the hand and behold the nail. YHWH or Yodve, is it Yodve, Yod? So if I never can remember them. But behold the nail, or behold the hand, behold the nail. Who does that sound like? Anybody know?
It's Yod Hey Vav Hey.
Good. Okay, yeah. I never can say it. Yeshua. Yeshua was pierced by a nail through his hand. Behold the. What's that?
Is this a standard Hebrew letter translation that means
Yes.
hand and nail?
Yes. If you just go look up just go look up Hebrew meaning of or meaning of Hebrew letters.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And if that is correct, I think you're right. It's obviously talking about Jesus.
So Jesus is Yahweh. He's the one that appeared in the bush. He's the one that rescued Israel from in the Exodus. He's the one that appeared to Abraham at the fire.
Amen. Hallelujah.
Different reading of it. I would say they've hidden the name of the sacrifice as a secret name of God.
They both have.
Hidden a reference to Jesus, the sacrifice, as the name of God.
It's the whole point of the story that the ever existent one came in a fucking flesh body.
Not necessarily.
Everything.
Not necessarily. Because you have the Father and the Son, and they both have the same name, Yod He Vav He.
Do you believe God is all powerful? Like, do you believe God is omnipotent?
They do, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So
Father,
yes or no? I'm asking you, religious people. Do you believe God is all powerful? Yes or no? Simple question. Yes. Yeah. So, if God is all, I believe God is all powerful as well. But I just don't buy the whole religion thing. But let me ask you something. So God is all powerful, but had to come down in a flesh body and die for our sins so that He could forgive us. But God is all powerful. Does that even make sense?
His Son. He sent His Son, who's a separate entity altogether.
To die so that He could forgive us.
Well, hold on. Let me explain real quick. So, the thing is, I don't believe that the Son is the Father incarnate. I think that's erroneous. Clearly, they're distinguished in Daniel 7 and in Enoch and all over the place in the Gospels. The thing is that the Son was concealed for most of history. Enoch tells us this is the righteous one, the elect one, who was concealed since the beginning and preserved and only revealed to the elect. So for most of history, he's been mediating for mankind, and he's manifested to the prophets, right, as Yod He Vav He. But there's a dilemma because nobody has seen the Father and lived yet. Many of the prophets communed and literally spoke face to face with Yod He Vav He. So who is Yod He Vav He? And it's the Son of the Father. He can actually mediate for mankind, and he's manifested multiple times in history to mankind as Yod He Vav He, but in secret and preserved. His identity wasn't revealed until he was born on earth. And that's why in King David's Psalms it says, "Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Father," because the Son came in the name of the Father. He inherited that name. It's like Yod He Vav He the Father and Yod He Vav He Jr. But it doesn't. But they don't tell you right out. And in the Tanakh, they don't tell with Abraham and Moshe and Jacob. It was the Son.
Can I go back onto that topic of all powerful? I mean, I think there's, of course, Jesse says no. First of all, you have to define what you mean by all powerful. Okay. God has all power over his nature and all power over creation. So when you define that, and you say, well, if he's all powerful, why did he have to do that? Well, he already if you read the scripture, he already set a standard by which he said that your sin has to be dealt with.
I have read the scripture. That's the problem. There was a guy who said, "Do you know what the best medicine against Christianity is? To read the Bible."
Well, you didn't let me finish.
That is my problem.
Well, I've read the Bible too, and I read it, and I come back stronger in my faith and understanding than walking away less understanding. Now, let me finish my thought, though. Let me finish my thought.
Sorry.
Throughout the scripture, there seems to be sacrifices required for sin. all the way back to Cain and Abel, right?
Yeah.
There seems to be that, or even in the sin of Adam and Eve, they tried to cover themselves with leaves, but God said, no, there has to be a sacrifice. That's why he sacrificed an animal and covered their nakedness with an animal skin, right? So it seems that sacrifice is necessary, but it also began to show that sacrifice was not sufficient. The sacrificial system was not sufficient to take care of the sin. But it said, but throughout the whole, if you read the text, if you go through the whole Bible, you start realizing God says, I will take care of this. I will redeem you. I will become the thing that you're wanting. I will provide the sacrifice. And you even see that with Abraham. You know, God commanded Abraham to offer his son, but God provided the lamb as a substitute, or a ram as a substitute. So you start seeing the substitutionary system throughout the whole Bible, and it culminates with Jesus. He is the God made flesh that became the substitute for the sin that no one can take care of except God Himself.
I know exactly what the story is, and I'm saying to you, it doesn't make any sense. Because if God was all powerful, He wouldn't have had to do all of this. It wouldn't make sense. God wouldn't make a creation that would stray so far, that would go so far astray. And if that's the case, then God is a sadist, like the God of religion. I believe in God. That's what you forget. I am not against God. I believe in God. I just don't think that the religious perspective is a good way of explaining God. In fact, I think it's quite insulting to God.
Can I come in real quick? So
Yeah, I was going to make a comment, but go ahead.
there's a God that's all powerful and perfect. We're created in His image, and because we're in His image, we're not Him. That would make us not perfect, right? He's perfect, we're not. He then gives us free will. We then take the free will and do imperfect things with it, bring us to our certain dilemma. There's a law that He puts in place. The wages of sin is death. So now there's a new precedent. If you die and if you've sinned, you're gonna die. Now he gives a replacement. Okay, since there's a sin, someone has to die. You can slaughter an animal, and the death can be paid by the animal. And then he says, you know what? Because the totality of God can't be experienced by anything, He needs a word that goes out from Him, or a son that goes out from Him that can be experienced by Him, to not get fucking destroyed immediately. Then He sends His word as a flesh body to then live a sinless life, but then is killed at the end, taking the precedent of the wages of sin are death, taking that precedent and annulling it. And in Him, you can live without that law, basically, to where your sin doesn't necessarily mean you die, because He died for you, even though He was a sinless person. He broke the system. He short-circuited it, basically.
To add to that, so the thing is, heaven is a lot like a court. There's a heavenly court. There's judges. There's witnesses. There's an accuser, and then and Messiah is supposed to be our lawyer who defends us. The crazy thing is that there's something about the blood and something encrypted within the law of the universe. Like, we know that the wages of sin is death. That's a law that was encrypted by Yah Himself, by the Creator Himself. But there's something mystical that's beyond me that I don't understand. But there's something about the innocent shedding of blood that in the ethereal realm does something. I don't know what that something is. I'm still trying to figure it out. It's a mystery. But there's something in the ethereal realm about the innocent shedding of blood that does something to the universe. And Messiah, who was unblemished, sinless, when He shed His blood innocently, there's something that was redeemed cosmically. Something happened. Something changed. So it's the beginning of the restoration of existence. But nobody really understands.
Do you understand it? Why?
No, I don't. Life is in the blood. What does that mean? Besides the fact that maybe the blood holds our genetics and our consciousness. Beyond that, there seems to be a component with the shedding of innocent blood and why Messiah had to come and die for us. Now, we don't know all the workings of the realm and the ethereal realm. So how are we supposed to actually know what that something was?
Well, blood is spiritual currency, so it's the most valuable thing you have in this realm.
What's up, Glat? How you
What
doing?
up?
Chillin', man. Kiwi.
What's up, everybody? Yeah, so the blood is very important because it's spiritual currency. You're made up of mostly blood. If you don't have, you can live without an arm, but you can't live without blood. You know what I mean? So it's the most important thing you got is your blood.
Does the spirit reside in our blood?
I don't know. I don't know where that thing resides.
That's actually the one thing I was gonna step in with. In saying that, like, you can almost make the connection to say that the blood is kind of a, I wouldn't say a byproduct, but the blood is necessary in order for the soul to exist. Maybe call it the 3D representative of the soul to a degree. No, that's too much of a stretch. But the connection is part of it, because you have physical heart, which beats the machine, which is what the soul resides within. Right? We wear this meat suit. I call it the meat suit, anyways. And the soul sits within that, and we learn the lessons that we're going to take on as souls up above, because we know one of the things that I talk about a lot is the idea of the meat suit. And for instance, spoken language, that's a form of the meat suit, not of the soul. The soul learns through the meat suit. But do we have spoken word when we go up above? No, because we don't have tongues and mouths. We can't communicate when we go up above. This is why developing the soul and the language of the soul is so important.
But that's
Thanks.
just that's your opinion, right?
100%. I mean, dude, it can
That's
only
what's up.
be my opinion because I am of the open opinion to learn. But I'll be quite honest and blunt with you. That is probably the most stripped down version of what the truth actually is. Believe it or not, I'd like to probably say that. Thanks.
It's an interesting opinion on things. I like it.
Hey, is there a mod that could do a voice check-in on Jonathan W?
Is he a friend of yours?
You can go do
There's
it.
no friend of
he's
yours,
just.
the friend of Jesse's Globe.
No, I don't think he is. He's just he asked. Because he can't get in VC to ask, and the mods don't watch the text chat. So I was just helping out. I think a flat earther actually.
Yeah, if he needs to go up there, tell him to go up there. I can do it.
Why can't I find another globe like that?
Oh, I just needed the live stream verify role.
Welcome to the server.
Oh, okay. Hop in. Voice check-in. She's waiting for you there, Jonathan.
Hello?
Yeah, we hear you.
He can talk already. Like,
Right.
where
Okay, I
isn't he-
misunderstood. But anyway, Shines is waiting in the voice check-in to talk to you, Jonathan, and then she can do whatever.
Okay.
Jesse Gordon, ladies and gentlemen. Jesse
So-
Gordon.
Yes, thank you, Jesse, for all your hard work. So then it should go then that Jesus is the richest guy in heaven because blood is spiritual currency, currency of the spirit worldwide. Then who spilt more blood than Jesus now? And apparently Jesus spilt it under the auspice that he was trying to save everybody from their own sins. people not born yet, people already dead, all sins for everybody. That's what he was trying to do. Now, if he knew something about this realm, right, he said, all I got to do is just get out there with my intent that everybody's safe from their own, misbehavior, whether or not they've misbehaved yet or they're going to, they're forgiven. And he spilt the most blood, at least at the time. That's the most blood that's been spilled from a single person. Why? I think that would get something done, wouldn't you?
That's an interesting point. One of the things I started looking into recently was the Shroud of Turin, and I mean that was the linen cloth that Jesus was wrapped in after he was taken down off the crucifix. What's interesting is the scourging at the pillar. It's been depicted from Mel Gibson in his movie most recently. I'm just referring to that because that's the most commercial one that's used. But they actually depict him losing blood at the pillar. Something that has been perverted has been that as one example. Now, remember the Romans, the soldiers, those guys, they don't like to get dirty and blood stains. So they want to contain the blood as much as possible, and the best place for the blood to be contained, obviously, is within the body. So the scourging at the pillar, the tool that they used to beat him was this like wooden handled thing. It had like 3 leather straps that came off of it. And at the end of the leather straps, that's where the depiction, the perversion comes in. A lot of people say it's bone, it's sharp, it's talons, it's this, it's that, it's whatever. It's actually just simply 3 lead balls. I had these 3 lead balls, they would hit the body. What's interesting is, and I didn't take this in until I took in a few talks about it, is that those lead balls, the equivalency is receiving a 3rd degree burn. Now imagine receiving a 3rd degree burn underneath your skin. The blood gets released into the subcutaneous layer, which is the skin layer, and the blood just sits there like a bruise. We've all been bruised. The bruise is an indication of released blood. So imagine he received, I think it was like, I don't know, 150 blows or something like that, multiplied by 3, 3rd degree burn equivalents, which is interesting. But then his journey up the mountain to Stone Hill was where events happened. He fell down, broke his nose, received like I think a bruise on his cheek, all kinds of stuff. But all these things, I start to think about, when did he actually start to lose blood, as Glad said. Then he gets pinned to the cross. The interesting observation with the pinning of the cross is they pin at the wrists, not the hands, because the flesh will tear. So they pin you at the wrists. And what's interesting is during, I think it was like World War I or II or something, the Nazis, it's one of the things they did with torture. They exposed those areas at your wrists because apparently that has 2 of the most sensitive areas in the body. Men were asking for death over having those areas tortured.
That's why you test a baby's bottle with that area.
On your wrist, Booyakasha. Thank you so much for that edification,
yeah, man.
Mr. Flatflow, ladies and gentlemen. So, they pin him at the wrist, they hang him. Bear in mind, the body still, the sac, the blood-carrying sac still hasn't been pierced. The wrists have been pierced, I agree. He received the crown of thorns. Notice they're all on high spots. 3 high spots where blood doesn't collect. So they would just be dripping blood. And here's where I'll withdraw. When he died at 3 p.m. and the soldier pierced him and the blood came out. And I think to myself, was that the first time that the sac was pierced, so to speak? Sorry to be so crude about it, but I'll withdraw now. Thanks for listening to me talk on and on, guys, with no interruption. I really appreciated that. Thank you.
Yeah, man, if that's how it went, then it would make sense that the blood just kept building up and building up inside the skin sac. And then just you pierce it once and it just goes.
The only problem I have with that description, and I'm not saying there wasn't lead or something at the end of it, but you said lead balls. When I think of lead balls, they're pretty heavy. You'd have to say that those ones on the scourging was not that heavy. And the Bible says that not a bone was broken. So if those are lead balls and he's been hit on his back repeatedly,
They're
and these are
small
lead balls, you would think that those would break his ribs.
It depends on how small the balls are, though.
That's what I'm asking. So that's what I agree. So I would like to see the source of that. Everything I've ever read over the years, it wasn't Roman scourging was not that. So I'd have to see the source that you sourced that information from.
He is right. That is exactly how the Roman whips were. There were 3 leather straps and there were small leather balls at the end of them.
Well, but I'm not saying that that's not. But I also have seen where they were embedded with shards of glass and pottery and things like that. I've also seen that.
Right, but
So I'd like to see the source that he's talking about. That's all I'm asking. To show me the source.
That I appreciate that. It was in a video on YouTube that it was like a 3-hour talk on this turf. I'll have to go look for it, post it up. But here's the thing, and again, these are all just guys. When I talk, I very much just speak about the practicality of things. This is why I try to make things as practical as possible when I'm speaking about them. Like, if I was this guy, how would I do it? How would it be effective? I hate to get dirty. I'm not going to stain my uniform. So would I want this guy to be like bleeding on me as I hit him? Hell no. I ain't about that shit. I need to keep my shit clean. Sorry to cuss. But
there's another.
Hold on. I'm just going to say this. I'll withdraw for this. Thank you so much. One thing is, as they said in scripture, as you said, not a bone shall be broken. And the last part is, if the skin and the muscle, provided enough pad, because what the Shroud of Turin shows, it shows the lashes, but it shows them as bruises. But again, when it comes to the skeletal level, you're 100% right. We cannot firmly state whether or not a bone would have been broken with the lashing that he received. Please, sorry, go ahead. Thank you for listening.
You went off on another thought. I had another thought I was going to bring up. I mean, let's see. I mean, the fact that he shed his blood is obvious. Well, I know what I was going to say. If you look within Roman, I mean, you're saying the arguments the Roman soldiers didn't want to get, filthy from doing this. I mean, if you just look at the Via Dolorosa when Jesus is carrying the cross, when Jesus stumbled and couldn't carry the cross, the Roman soldier didn't go over and pick up the cross. They grabbed somebody out of the crowd and he pulled him in and says, "You carry the cross." So if that's true, if that's possible, the Roman soldiers can grab anyone out of the crowd to do something that they would want to do. If they don't want to get themselves dirty, then they could just grab somebody from the crowd and say, "Hey, go over and pick up Jesus and put him on the cross for me." Now, the Roman soldier could have still driven the nail through his hand. It might have been, and he probably did that to ensure that the crucifixion was happening. Because if he didn't die, then the Roman soldier was going to be held accountable for for him not dying or being nailed to the cross. So the Roman soldier is going to make sure he's nailed to the cross for sure. And then, what was the other thing?
Wouldn't he?
Let him hold on. No, let him finish up though. Please, no.
No, I think that's it. I think I made my point. I mean, he could have been scourged and bloody from the scourging, and his argument about the Roman soldier could be gone in a different direction. The Roman soldier could just grab. Oh, I know what I was going to say. And if you look, the reason I say that passage, there's a passage where Jesus says, "Someone commands you to walk with him 1 mile, walk with him 2 miles." He's addressing something in the Roman culture, which means if a Roman soldier said, "Here, I need you to come carry my armor," well, then that person's required to carry the armor for the centurion for at least a mile. And then Jesus says, "You can go 2 miles. Don't go just 1, but go 2." So that's another reason to back up my claim. That's all. Go ahead, move on.
I just wanted to ask him, wouldn't he shed his first blood when they put the thing on his head, the crown of thorns?
Yeah, I would agree. He probably bled from that.
Yeah.
Yep.
But
isn't that like I'm not too certain on the exact way the events went, but that was way before he started walking with the cross, though. He might have might have been the first thing that actually happened to him was they put the crown on him. But it might have been they took his clothes or something. I can't quite remember.
No, and Noah, you make a really good observation, and I did respectfully mention that with respects to that being a high point. So his head and his wrists were all three high points. So like the blood wouldn't have been like pooling or collecting. But if his hands, let's say, were down at his sides, well, for sure the blood would have been flowing down out of his wrists. That's all I was illustrating from the standpoint of the orientation, the high points, so to speak, and how blood would work within the body. Like if they pierced his feet, actually, there's a good one for you. Him getting nailed to the cross. The nail itself goes through the heel bone, so the heel actually one heel gets connected to the cross, and then they're able to basically articulate themselves with their right foot so that they can breathe. Because when you have your hands up in that position, so open and wide, you're compromised. You actually can't breathe appropriately. So you have to basically work yourself with your right leg up and down the cross, ride the cross, if you will. Another thing I wanted to outline is the cross carrying. The post was already in the ground. It's only the beam he had to carry. So he's only responsible for carrying. Holy smokes, it's 33 minutes past the hour. That's amazing. I just noticed that. Yeah, he was only responsible for carrying the the beam itself. And then when he got to the crucifixion site, they would lay him down on the beam itself. They nail in his two hands, and then each soldier lifts each side, and then they just hang it onto the post. And he's only like I think it's like a maximum of like a foot or so off the ground, because they have to be able to, the two soldiers lift him into place. Sorry, that's it. Thanks for listening, guys.
Oh, they did it. They put them on a cross and then they hoisted the cross up. A few soldiers, they put ropes on it and hoisted it up. It wasn't just a feet off the ground. It was what, 3 feet off the ground at least.
So you guys hear about that structure that they're building in Saudi Arabia? Anybody? Called the Line.
Which one?
Called the Line.
I don't know, I'm not sure.
So 200-meter long skyscrapers
Oh
basically.
yeah.
So it's 100 miles in length. So if you remember back to our conversation last night, I was telling you that for every 100 miles that you travel, there'd be a 1.25 mile drop within it. So the question
Okay.
becomes, are they going to excavate those 1.25 miles, or are they going to berm the entire structure up 1.25 miles? Because the entire structure, they call it the wall, is 2 skyscrapers. It's going to be able to basically house a small city. The entire thing is based on 90-degree angles. It's a rectilinear structure, or 2 rectilinear structures. Based on the renderings I've seen, this thing appears to be completely, quote unquote, as I said, rectilinear, and it actually touches the Saudi Arabian Sea. So I don't know. That's going to be an interesting feat for the Globers to figure out or explain if that's done.
I don't know. I can't say I know. I have to look into it in more detail to be able to answer it appropriately. By the way, did you guys know the Earth isn't flat?
There's mountains and stuff.
The Earth isn't flat. It's a triangle. Can you explain something to me? And if you can, I will become a flat earther. How do lunar and solar eclipses work, like on the flat Earth so-called model?
Quite simply stated, it was Enoch who stated the sun leads the charge of all the celestial bodies. It's out of the gate first, and it goes around, it makes its circuit, and sometimes the moon catches up to the sun. Quite simply stated. Thank you so much for asking.
Are you saying that so there's a flat disk, say, and then the sun and the moon are more local, they're spinning over the disk, so they chase each other faster and slower? How come we don't see that? We don't see what you're trying to...
We observe the
I didn't
moon
think I needed to
taking
really answer that question. Sorry. Somebody started going. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, we observe the moon taking a full cycle. But the moon has a 28-day cycle that does the same cycle that the sun does. in 1 year.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
I'm gonna say what you're saying makes absolutely no sense as an explanation for solar and lunar eclipses. It doesn't work. I don't know why you can't understand that. It literally does not work because you're implying then that the sun and the moon chase each other and go faster and slower. The only change in the Earth's orbit around the sun is that every year, because of the Earth, it has an elliptical orbit around the sun. And that means that it's not a circle, but it's more like an oval around the sun. And as it gets closer to the sun, it accelerates because of the stronger pull of gravity by the sun. So it speeds up by 3%. Apart from that, the Earth and the sun, you can't observe. Like this is not a change you can observe in the sky. And for your theory to work, in terms of solar and lunar eclipses, the sun and the moon, either one, would have had to chase each other up, within the space of hours. And we don't observe that.
When a solar eclipse happens, you observe the moon moving in front of the sun. So, like, you could see.
I've seen it myself, yes. I've seen a solar eclipse. Like when the moon
The
goes in
moon
front of the sun.
approaching
I've
the
seen that.
sun and then blocking the sun, and
I've seen
then
it
you see
happen.
the moon leaving the sun.
Yeah, but it's such a short distance, and because of the angle.
So you've seen the
No, but that's what I'm saying. That only works on a globe
moon,
Earth.
the moon go right, approach the sun. Well, you should definitely have recorded that because no one's ever seen the moon approach the sun and then go in front of it and then leave the sun.
You guys ever see the Alaska Airlines eclipse footage?
That one's amazing.
Alright, cool. Hit the chat. I posted the long one. Here's the 3-minute version. You will clearly see, number one, please note the flat floor being the cloud. Call that I think the cloud line. I don't know. Anyways, note the floor made of clouds. Pretty damn straight. Also, you can note the sun, and then you see the moon show up and affect the shadow on the floor. Pretty cool.
And I've seen it. It is nice. It's amazing. Beautiful. God's work is amazing.
It's such an ignorant statement and question mark. Think about the people who haven't seen the video, number one. Secondly, it highly brings into, I'm talking shining the light into the pupils of the globe, asking it questions being, why don't you resemble what this video shows, globe?
Because there's no need to.
Wow, nice hand wave dismissal. Keep trying. Thanks.
No, because I'm outside walking. So if I mention some kind of evidence, I'm gonna have to back you up and pull it up, and obviously it's a bit difficult to do that right now.
So why are you commenting then? Like if you're, and I say this respectfully to you, I realize you're somewhat of a new kid on the block, but the whole idea of the art of conversation and when somebody provides something is that we're in a space that we can actually receive and attempt to negotiate through what they're posting and sharing. But if you're in a place where you can't do it and you're just not eyeing what I'm showing, then really, what is the point of your commentary, rookie?
You didn't take that, El Esma?
Because it's funny. I'm having fun. Sorry that you're not.
I'm so sorry. Are you attempting to speak to my mental state right now?
No, I have no idea what your mental state is like.
Right, but you seem to imply that I'm not having fun with this rigmarole that's happening right now.
I was talking more about your voice, the way you were saying it. You sounded frustrated.
No, my friend. Let me be very clear and specific when I say my voice is a clear representation of my cool, calm, collected spirit. If you choose to take offense or think that I'm getting upset in any way, shape, or form, then you're sadly mistaken. But thank you for trying.
Got upset.
You think I got upset?
I'm not gonna lie, you do sound a little bit upset that this cat and mouse game isn't panning out like kind of how you want it.
Dude, hold on a second here. Let me be very
You
clear
want
when
to
I
hunt more,
say
don't you?
the
You want to
truth is
pounce on him more.
not even that. No, not at all. I'm being clear just to say that this does not upset me in the least. By me
But
providing
imagine if he was giving you more of a chase. It would be more exciting, wouldn't it?
not at all. Please understand that the intonations in my voice are the expression of what we're discussing. There's no emotion involved here, strictly observation, providing impact for the things that we're observing.
What do you mean? There's no. You said you're having fun. That's an emotion. Got him.
Well, did that last interaction kill the server? What happened to the combo?
Yeah, what happened to everybody? Yo, percentage, bro. You there? Mm.
Earth isn't flat.
What's up, Elasma? How do you pronounce your name? Elasma?
Yeah.
Okay. I hear you continuing to say that mantra. I don't know what the purpose of it is. I mean, we can discuss things or whatever it may be, but it's not really purpose just to randomly push an idea that, that you think or whatever. It's not really relevant.
I think he's just trying to get people to talk to.
Little troll action. Get some troll action going.
Yeah, just get VC popping. It's like 50 people in here. No one's talking. Yeah, it's a bit unusual.
Yeah.
That's because the Earth isn't flat. They're all scared.
Yeah, I don't think flat is the best descriptor. It's a little too simplistic of a term. So I've never referred to myself as a flat earther for that and other reasons. It's not
I'm
a
still scared.
not a nuanced, descriptive enough term to describe the what this world, this realm, this dimension contains.
Hey, Gio, what are your thoughts on the day 2 creation, the second day creation, the firmament? What are your thoughts on that?
The earth isn't flat.
Well, what do you mean by like in terms of like in Enoch, or in terms of like what do you mean in particular?
Its purpose, what it does, things of that nature.
Can I answer after him?
You can go first if you want to, please.
Yeah, please. The firmament is the expanse. The firmament is not a dome. The firmament means the expanse. In Hebrew, the word that they use for firmament, what God created, was the expanse, i.e. space.
That would be rakia in Hebrew and then stereoma in Greek.
Well, I mean, I would say, in terms of the firmament, I mean, I love the concept of separating the waters from the waters and that whole component. So yeah, it seems like an essential like component of this whole realm, this whole creation, to be able to have that separation and to create the earthly plane, amongst the vaults of the heavens.
So it seems to be some kind of a barrier, a physical barrier retention device, perhaps.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to ever know. I think the heavens are like ultimately a mystery to humans. I don't think that there's never been a time that a human's been able to like go up there necessarily and get a sample, although there is sort of the Tower of Babel and these different concepts as well. But I'll just say, like, in terms of this current stage that we're in, I don't think that we'll be able to, know for sure, like it's something for the beyond, perhaps after we die, to be known. So it's not something that we'll be able to, I mean, I'm not going to say never. So obviously, who knows if there is some way to be able to do that, but it's like we're here living the mystery of life, as it were, and all of the components on Earth, but being able to, physically go to the heavens. I mean, obviously NASA's claiming they're doing it, like they're probing and they're claiming they're doing that, which is kind of an interesting to claim that they have these kind of high priest astronauts that are up there probing the heavens is kind of a whole nother symbolic thing that they're trying to claim they're doing. But
I got a train. Sorry, I'm going. Oh no, it was short. My bad. Okay, I want to show 4 pictures and to throw it in the voice chat. Just going to get your thoughts on this. This is from the Falcon 9 rocket launch that was televised. What are your thoughts on that? When that rocket was launched into the sky and it appeared to start making these patterns.
yeah, those are interesting. I mean, it does look to have kind of a liquidy quality to it, but it could just be the way that whatever that device is, the way that that's shooting out whatever it's shooting out. I mean, I don't know if that's enough, in my viewpoint, to say that it's like actually activating in a liquid, because it's like a high altitude rocket, like a SpaceX thing.
The Falcon 9 rocket launch. You can look it up on YouTube.
Yeah.
It's the thing that I find interesting is I take the correlation between what a boat looks like when it's going across water. It creates a wake. This the white sudsy foam aspect of the sea ocean. But the last part of it, like the cherry on top for me as an observer, is seeing this thing make ripples in the sky. And the thing that I'm only aware of medium water that can create ripples. But yeah, I don't know. That's just me though. I'll withdraw. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Gio. Appreciate that.
Well, it kind of looks like that when you see a fighter jet, doesn't it? When it breaks the sound barrier, it kind of looks like that. The second, third image.
Yeah, like what is the altitude of that thing claimed to be? What do they claim it is?
That I don't know. I took in the footage from News Lodge, which I'm not 100% sure. But that would be an interesting thing to compare between that and the definition of the encyclopedia in the 50s. I think the last version publishing was like the 58 version of the encyclopedia that had a definition of the firmament that actually had a listing of the height in it.
But yeah, I know what you mean. It does look like a wake, and it does kind of have a liquidy quality, whatever that thing actually is. You know, whatever that rocket is doing. I mean, it doesn't look like any other rocket we've seen, so it is kind of a strange phenomenon, that particular one. But
And the last point on that is like I see that, and then I think back to like Operation Dominic, Operation Fishbowl, over 200 explosive devices launched into the sky. For what purpose? Just to show off, or what's going on there?
yeah, for sure. There's a lot of questions around all that. Yeah, exactly. Like what they really know. And when I say they, I just mean these kind of and these controllers, these entities that are assuming whatever control position they're trying to assert or assume. But yeah, like what they have actually accessed at those very high altitudes, whether they've hit a barrier or yeah, like in the Project Fishbowl, and they were launching massive explosives up in the high altitudes. So yeah, be cool to build our own rocket of some sort and test it ourselves.
Rocket off the coast of New Zealand. But yeah, that's the thing that I'm holding steady on. That is the containment unit for the medium that we see. This thing that we can't quite explain. This arced roof. The Simpsons have been right.
Well, like, what do you think is beyond the firmament, if anything? Like, do you think there's anything beyond it? Like either spiritually or physically?
I think there's 7 of them. I think at the very tippy top is the last one is the star layer. That's just based on Vibes of Cosmos, their presentation. I mean, that's the model that I follow. But
That was.
go ahead, man.
I agree. No, I agree. I think that there's 7 layers. The problem is that there's 7 layers altogether. From somehow the inner Earth, it seems to be like another layer.
I had I should have taken a picture. I had a phone with me, but I was outside on Saturday. I looked up, and the sun was right in the middle, and then it had a rainbow all the way around it.
Yeah, I mean,
Seven.
Rakia, though, Rakia means expanse, but it can also mean firm, depending on context. Because in Job 37, it does talk about the Rakia being spread out and strong, like molten glass.
Isn't there a quote to like 4 corners on like a tent or something like that as well?
But so like molten glass, what could that be? And then there's other verses that talk about it being like forged, like hammered out, hammered. So it's not just like wide open space, but in some instances it's referred to as like a wide open space because essentially that's what it is. If it's the firmament, it's like another floor. You know what I'm saying? Like literally another level. There's things on it. Like that is the floor of the heavens. Is a molten floor. And there's above us, so you have Tartarus. That's one realm. And then you have in Tartarus, there's 3 layers. It's weird.
Make sure it's nice and straight, though. Yeah, and leave out the word "as" in that quote too, because that changes the whole meaning. It doesn't say that it is a molten. It says it as. But who cares?
Yeah. No, you're right, but doesn't mean it's actually molten metal or like molten, but it looks like it is though.
It's an analogy. That's right. It doesn't say what it is. It says it's as.
Yeah, and we know that space is not as a molten mirror. You know what I'm saying? Like, but beyond me, bro. It's anybody's best guess what the different layers of the heavens, the Shamayim, are separated by. But it is compartmentalized. The 7 heavens, 7 Shamayim. Some say dimensions, realms.
So then would you think ultimately then that, what we call our physical world at some point going up transitions to, let's just say, a non-physical world, whether one views that as the spirit world or heaven or, and within those categories, meaning like there's some transition from physical to non-physical? So I guess kind of where I was leading with that, if that's the case, then like where does that transition occur? Meaning, is there some physical water or boundary and then it transitions to non-physical? or does it just transition in a way that we like there isn't anything physical that's a barrier? It just transitions, in some other way.
Allahu Alam, bro. Only God knows. I mean, should the angels know too?
Yeah. Well, but then there is the component of, I mean, what do you like, there is Project Fishbowl and these different projects where they were launching stuff up there. So I wonder if they have some further information, at least what happens. Like, do the rockets just stop at some point? Is it just pressure that is there like a pressure layer, or have they hit something that actually is some kind of material?
Well, the things that I can kick around that seem to fit is this thing called H3 tritium. I talked about it before. You could have a lake full of it, and it would look like a valley because you can't see it. Which it kind of fits with the description of the sky. We don't see anything, then we gain altitude with things like the Go Fast rocket, as an example, which was launched up. It hit something, or maybe there was a yo-yo spin deployed. We're not 100% sure. But what we did see was the sun and the moon in the same shot, and we also didn't see any kind of a barrier. We just saw black sky. We didn't take any note of stars either. So there's definitely something weird going on up there in terms of like when you can see stuff, when you can't, and also how that interacts with stuff around it. Because if in fact those explosive devices were literally being received by a called like a plasma type liquid buffered hard thing field, like Star Trek kind of shit. I'm sorry for cussing. Then that would be like a somewhat rational explanation. My headspace, anyways. But it's definitely a comprehension level that I think is only obviously the greater level.
Tough to keep out that triple hydrogen, right? There's some slippery stuff there.
Mic check.
5-5. Yep, you're
Set up
good.
mic. All right. I thought, what's everybody quiet for? What's going on, guys?
Well, it's because the Earth is a spinning ball and everyone is dizzy.
Mercury just
Right.
Mercury just coming out of retrograde.
Okay, it sounds legit. Okay.
Well, Mercury is communication and everything related to the logos, the communication. So it's just freshly coming out of retrograde right now.
I like that. Logos. Maybe they can spread some logos around.
The winged messenger of the gods is what they refer to it as.
True, eh? Mercury. That's right. Yeah. It's from a Roman god, but it originated from a Greek god, which probably came from a Sumerian god. Yeah.
He's got wings on his feet or something in his helmet, doesn't he?
Yep. Wings on his feet. Yep. I believe.
Oops, sorry.
Is it Hermes or Herme?
I was gonna say, yeah, Hermes or Hermes,
Hermes.
whatever. That's awesome.
Huh. He's Mercury. That's alchemical. Doesn't he have like a twisted thing? And then isn't Hermaphroditicus like part of the alchemical like man woman thing? Is kind of wackadoodle.
He was one of the gods that brought knowledge, right? If I'm not mistaken. Was it metallurgy or I mix the gods up, to be honest with you. There's so freaking many of them.
Talk about Hephaestus or Vulcan.
That's Hephaestus. Yeah, that's right. Hephaestus. Yeah.
The artificer of the gods. Yeah, but Mercury, yeah. But it's just funny that we call it metal Mercury, but we don't have no Artemisium or Hephaestium or what have you. Mercury we have the there's a I'm kind of wondering if maybe people didn't consume that somehow in some way or develop some kind of paste or something like that made of it.
Yeah,
and
you're
put like
right.
a little dot on their forehead, maybe. And put a little dot on the forehead and be like, it's good stuff.
It was their belief, alchemy. Things being able to change form, but in terms of creationists, that was something that was they would create and consume apparently. 100% right on it.
So what do you guys think? What do you guys think of my argument with monopole Earth? Give me your honest opinion. Because the way I see it,
share
it seems, yeah. Let me have it. Let me have it. Don't hold back.
My issue is you make it seem like, drawn out and complex, but really you only have 1 point.
Well done. That's the whole point of the matter.
No, SE, I was actually. Could you share it? Like, tell us about it. Tell me about it, anyways.
Well, yeah, I got to thinking because I was researching magnetism, right? Okay. And magnets are dipole. They have 2 poles, north and south. Even if you cut a magnet in half, you're still going to get 2 magnets, and each going to have 2 poles. So I was researching something on CERN, forget what it was, and they mentioned that one of their biggest goals is to find monopole, single pole magnets. And I got to thinking, wait a minute, because I was talking about compasses, and I had compasses in my mind too, right? And I go, wait a minute, aren't we on a monopole? It just hit me like that, because wherever you are on Earth, if you have a compass, it always points north. So that's basically what I was thinking. What do you think?
Yeah, I can see what you're saying because it's. I always talk about the idea of we can circumnavigate the North Pole and realize that South is just it's the default position of North. Not the default, but it's the other position of North. You can only establish South by having North. But then you bring in the whole idea of the magnetic lines that move through this place, I guess. And there apparently is some kind of flow. But it's an interesting observation, dude. Like, interesting thought.
Yeah, I mean, we've had this discussion over the last 8 years anyway. And the other question that crops up a lot is the one that where do they go when they say they go to the South Pole on that arduous long march, days upon days, dragging their shit along with them supposedly? Where do they go? If we're on a monopole, like it's quite obvious we are on.
Did you get a new mic, Jin?
Well, what's up with my mic? No, I didn't.
No, I'm asking you, did you get a new mic? Your audio sounds a little bit cleaner. But what's going on, man? It's been a while.
Okay.
All well, buddy.
Yeah, nice to hear you too, sir. It's gonna deteriorate as the time goes on, I guarantee you. But let's use it whilst we can. Now, yeah, I mean that's the question that's come up. Where did Molson, Scott, and the latest people who have gone to the South Pole, the Prince Harry, for example, and this other Chindi, this Indian woman who's part of a British Army captain, she went there twice. I mean, where do they go exactly? If we're on monopole, where do they go when they claim they've gone to the South Pole? Great point there, SC. Great point.
Yeah, I hear you, Jin, and that's a good point what you're saying. But understand, I'm talking about magnetism, right? I'm talking about magnetism. But you bring up a good point too. Yeah.
When we speak about the monopole, prior to what you've been saying, it was deemed that the North Pole and the South Pole is like a ring magnet that you get like in speakers, where you get the North Pole in the center and the South Pole being 360 degrees. Are you aware of that school of thought?
I'm not sure I've heard of that, but I've heard of them referring to the way the magnet is on Earth, right? They envision it like a bar magnet running through their mythical sphere, but on a slight tilt, like the poles. That's how they envision it.
Right. Yeah. I from like back in 2015-16, they were talking about the flat Earth. When you look at the map, when you've got the North Pole and the Antarctica being the South Pole, they compared it and likened it to what they call a ring magnet, which I'm sure you have seen when you open up the speaker box, you see the speaker and you see that magnet right in the middle. That's what they likened it to. That was back in 2015-16.
Absolutely, but that wouldn't work. That wouldn't work either, because even a ring magnet, right, has two poles, if you wish. Well, they're more than poles. It's like, because a magnet you can magnetize in different ways, right? But what you can do is make it have one pole.
And south. Yeah, they say north and south. But you make a good point that the compass always points to the north. And then the other gentleman said that, the south has to follow because it's pointing in the direction opposite to the north. But it always points north, doesn't it? So it's interesting. I mean, that is such a poignant point that we shouldn't let slip by. Need more discussion on this. Excellent.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I brought it up. Like, I want different opinions on it, because I don't see how. I don't see how that's possible unless it's a monopole. And they've been searching for monopoles for 50 years, they're saying. They've been searching in CERN and nobody thought. Yeah.
Perhaps the powers that shouldn't be actually know that. It's all part of that deception. Do you understand? And you're now really lifting the lid, as it were.
What shouldn't be possible unless it's a monopole?
A monopole, Earth, right here where we're at. A compass always points north, no matter where you're at. Now, how is that possible unless it's a monopole? Can you
How do
see?
you respond to people that say that it just aligns north and south?
I've heard that many times. That's possible. Let's say you're in the center, you can make that argument, right? But if you go closer to either pole, that just can't happen. It will flip over. Try it. Take a compass and a magnet and try making it not flipping over as you bring it closer to either pole. It can seem so simple, right? But it can't happen. And if that's the case, we got a monopole here. They've been looking for it forever, and it's right under their feet.
There's definitely a monopoly.
Yeah. Surely somebody must have thought of that before, no? The big scientists, the bigwigs.
That Earth's a monopole? Yeah, I've heard it before.
You have?
Yeah.
Like you read it somewhere, you saw it somewhere. Do you remember any literature on it? Anything?
I don't remember any literature on it per se, but I remember the postulation has been made.
What do you think of the concept that I just had right now? Put no thought into. They got the sky and the ground, and in the center of the sky, there's a thing that comes down that is that energy that we would call the North Pole, the magnetic energy. Is that possible? Like it converges down there, you know, where people are like, there's a mountain of magnetism there. Is it possible it converges in like a vortex above the center of the plane?
Well, I heard somebody say something interesting. It's a bar magnet up north, but it goes down and we just have the top part of it, and it's so far away. Like, I mean, just putting that out there. And the also the one where they were saying before the field in the center, that's why it aligns, but that doesn't work because it'll flip when you go nearer to each pole.
Yeah, I guess really comes right down to it. I'm not exactly sure how a monopole would even work. So I don't know. Okay. Anybody savvy on monopoles?
Well, they're saying it's theoretically possible. That's why they're looking for it, but I can't see how.
Yeah, there's no evidence that they exist.
Except when we look at the Earth.
What?
Yeah. When you have a compass, right? And you're anywhere on the Earth, you know that it always points north, right?
Yeah, because the Earth is a plane.
Okay.
So we have so we live in the middle of a magnetic field. The North Pole, quote unquote, is above you. The South Pole is below you. But when we're on the Earth, the strongest concentration of the energy, more specifically the potential, is right in the center, which would be our North Pole, what we call the North Pole. So the compass is always going to point there. That's why when you go to the
Yeah, but
south, it doesn't do anything because the Earth's not a ball.
well, that'd be good, but magnets don't work that way. Magnets have two
They
poles.
do work that way.
How?
They provably do work that way. Okay, so all the energy in a magnetic field radiates out from the center. So that would be where all the energy is coming from.
So you're saying there's a monopole magnet somewhere out there?
No, man. Like if you take the toroid and you cut it in half, we live on that plane cut right through the half, and our compasses point right to the center. And then directly above it is the North Pole star Polaris. Right? Below us would be the South Pole. Since the strongest concentration of energy where everything's radiating out from is in the center, then the compass points there. Right?
So you're saying there's an alignment from the North Star down to the Earth? So north is up, south is down? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, technically. Yeah, but for us, since we're on the Earth and we live in the plane, the strongest energy close to us is in the center. So the compass is going to point there.
Yeah, but compasses don't point to the center. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Well, you're just saying that though. Like, can you show me someone that can put a compass in the middle of a magnetic field and it not point to the center? Like, I don't.
Well, I have a magnet right in front of me now. I've been playing around them for quite a while, and there's no way that when you put one pole closer to the compass, it points one way, and then when you flip it over, the compass flips. There's no way that
That's
you're going to
right.
make it. Yeah.
Yeah, so the only feasible explanation is that we live on a plane through the middle of the magnetic field, the strongest concentration being in the center, which is way closer than Polaris. The compass points towards that direction. Monopoles don't exist. I mean, it's like Paul Dirac theorized them like 100 years ago or in the 30s or something. Like, it's just a
I
theory.
know they don't exist. I know, but that's why I'm saying that. How is it possible, if they don't exist, that we seem to have such a situation here? We seem to have a magnetic, whatever you want to call it, pole that is only in one direction, and it behaves like a monopole. So since we know magnets have two poles, right? What's up? Where's the other pole? We know it ain't
Below
in the
you.
south, because when we go to the south, the magnet doesn't flip. So,
It's below you, dude. It's below you. We live in the middle of the field.
well, yeah, this is the first time I hear it. So you're saying it's aligned vertically, the field.
Yeah, like if you took a bar magnet and put it at the center, and let's say that if there's a magnetic mountain there, then you'd have sort of that would be like the top of it, and then the rest of it goes down into the earth.
Yeah. That's what I'm envisioning. But he's saying it starts from Polaris, the field. So that's different.
No, it starts from the center. That's where it actually starts. All magnets in the world do this. I'm trying to find a ferrocell. I'm just saying.
Oh, I understand. I've seen ferrocells. I know what you're talking about. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about which way a compass aligns when introduced to a magnet.
Yeah, I
And
know.
it doesn't align to the center of the magnet.
Yeah, because you're using a compass that's like the same size as the magnetic field. Take a compass and make it like 500,000 times smaller than the magnetic field and throw it in the middle of it. Where's the compass needle going to point then? It's going to point at the center. If you look at this picture right here, that center point, right, it goes up and down. So then you can look at the bottom. So the bottom would be, the left side would be our North Pole. That would be where Polaris is. The South Pole is down beneath us. We live on that white line through the middle. So if you stand on that white line, it's going to point towards where all the energy is converging. All the energy comes out from that center, that black hole. That's where all the energy comes out, and it radiates out in a loop, toroid, right? So the North Pole is basically just like the maximum of like acceleration and change of direction at the same time, right? It's just getting up to the top and then swooping back down. That's what causes what we call poles. And actually, it's just clockwise and counterclockwise movement. That's what it actually is. There is no such thing as a pole in reality. It's just the movement of the field. So long story short, your needle, if you're inside that thing, your needle's going to point towards the center. That's why when you go to the south, the needle doesn't point anywhere.
Sure it does.
Now,
It points north.
that's what I'm saying, though, dude. Like, if it's what they say when you go south, why would the needle not point south? Right?
That's my
Monopoles
whole
don't
point.
exist.
What's it?
Yeah, but
That's my whole point.
monopoles don't. Okay, so we know that it can't be what they say. A symmetrical dynamo field on a globe, because it doesn't point to the south. We know it can't be a monopole because there's no actual evidence that even exists. So then the only other option is it doesn't point south when you go south because there is no pole there. There is nothing for it to point at, right? It's pointing at the center of the field because we live in the middle of the field. When you take a magnet and you put a compass up to it, the needle's gonna go to the highest concentration of change of direction, basically. The climax or the zenith of acceleration and change in direction. That's why it points towards the pole, because it's swooping back down there. So the needle points there because the pressure mediates, causes the needle to point there where it's swooping back down. On the Earth, we're nowhere close to where it swoops back down. That's all the way up near Polaris. So therefore, our needles are just we're just a tiny little person with a tiny little compass, with a tiny little needle in this huge field. So it just points to where the pressure is being mediated the strongest near it in its proximity, which is the center.
When I brought this up yesterday, somebody told me a similar thing, but he said it starts at the surface of the Earth. That's a little bit more believable than you're saying, like somewhere between Polaris and the Earth. So
I'm saying the same thing. I'm saying it starts at the surface of the Earth because we live on the inertial plane. All energy from a magnetic field starts in the center. That's where it all comes from. The magnetic field doesn't radiate out from the North Pole. If you have a magnet, the North Pole will be above it. South Pole will be below it. But the actual magnetic field's coming from the magnet, right? That's in the center. That's not at the top near the North Pole.
oh, maybe I misunderstood you because I thought you said before the field starts from Polaris, Earth, and from the center of that. So so maybe I misunderstood you. So
Yeah,
you're saying it's a
the magnetic
vertically
field starts from that.
aligned.
Which
You're
is
saying
wrong.
it's a vertically aligned, let's say like a bar magnet running right through the Earth. And the north is at the top. That's where everything is pointing. And the south is somewhere way buried down wherever. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, seemingly equidistant from wherever Polaris is, equally below you. So like
Okay,
if you look at
that's
that picture the bottom left, if you flipped it over 90 degrees to make it horizontal. We live on that white line right there. We see the rotation around the North Pole, quote unquote, right, which is counterclockwise. Then you have the South Pole beneath us. We can't get through that white line. That's why no one can dig deeper than 8 miles. There's no way you can go through that plane of inertia. The pressure's way too strong from both sides pressing down there. You can never go through it. Certainly not with any material. You get ripped apart.
Just because we haven't gone further than 8 miles doesn't mean we can't go further than 8 miles.
Okay. Can you explain to me how material could go through an inertial plane of a magnetic field with all the pressure pressing in from both sides? Because, I mean, I've never even heard someone articulate why you could do that.
I say it different. I say if we could have, we would have already.
Like, I actually asked Ken Willer about this too. I said, do you agree that the center of the magnetic field would not be materially accessible. And he's like, yeah, of course not. And I'm not like appealing to his authority. I'm just saying, like, to me, it seems pretty common sense. If you got to the center, the pressure would be so intense that there's no way you could just go through there with material. Like, your body couldn't go through it. I don't think that man has ever been to the center. I don't think you can go there. Same thing with down below us.
Well, we know they only dug 7.8 miles. We know for a fact. We know they tried it for like 10, 12 years. They didn't succeed. We also know that they got just about everything wrong as they expected on the layers, what they would find: water, minerals, life form, heat. They got it all wrong. So the rest of it is just storytelling. Yeah.
Because they're doing everything they're doing is they're interpreting electromagnetic waves all relative to pressure, and they don't even understand what a magnetic field is or how it's actually working on the Earth. So of course they can't predict what's beneath us. Does that make sense? Like the pressure is actually all relative to the magnetic field. They're talking about a dynamic change in mass distribution and blah, blah, blah. Geodynamo convection currents coming from the center of a ball 4,000 miles down and all this nonsense. So that's why they change their story every 2 months.
Yeah, we know that's a farce. That's why when I was looking at it, I go, wait a minute, man. Are we looking at a monopole here? Now, the only explanation is that. It's the second time I heard that. So the only explanation is there is a dipole magnet, and it's aligned vertically, and it's way down that it doesn't affect, and I mean way down, right?
Yeah,
so
but how high do you think Polaris is, right? I mean, it may not be 500 light years away, but it may be a few thousand miles away. You know?
Who knows? Who knows? Yeah.
Yeah, no idea. But it's just like we're such a tiny little dot. Ironically, we are actually tiny in the grand scheme of things. So we're just like we're a tiny little human with a tiny little compass in this huge magnetic field. We don't even know how far out the Earth extends, right? We have no idea. But it's seemingly very big, right? So, like even with what we know, it's big. So. Yeah. Your needle's not going to point towards the sky, nor is it going to point down because these poles are so far away from you. And it's just going to point to the place that's really, really strong and much closer to it. And that would be the center, this little black hole.
Well, you know what's funny, though? It does point down. Apparently, the compasses that are in the north, the needle does point down. So the closer you move north. So apparently they're way down. I thought it was the opposite, but it's not. The compasses
What
in
do you
the
mean
north,
by down, though?
like it points down towards the ground.
They don't align.
What?
Yeah, so the needle won't be level, in other words.
Okay,
So they have
yeah.
to
You're saying
weigh.
Sorry.
Yeah, they have to weigh the other side of the needle to keep it
Yeah.
balanced. That's the story they say. Yeah.
Yeah, say that for the south too. But so yeah, like as in if you're holding it horizontal, that needle will kind of dip down a little bit off a level. But that also makes sense because you're going towards the center, and so the magnetic field is like it's a toroid, so it's like the donut. It's the donut, right? You just draw these lines, like right here. You see how it's swooping down into the middle? Well, like it's going to be swooping down relative to you, but you see how it's barely swooping down relative to you? Look at the white lines, right? And then look at the yellow lines above it. You see how they're technically going down a little bit, but it's not much. You see what I'm saying? Because it's just swooping more and more and more till it gets to that perfect horizontal in the middle. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's
Like it is
freaked out
slightly
the way
down.
that.
It's a vortex going down in the center or away from you.
Yeah, but think about it. It would have to be aligned.
Solid.
Because here we're looking at a flat disc, right? How would this be aligned in the way you're envisioning it? You know what I'm saying?
It's in our Earth is in that white line right there.
You're envisioning it in that line, in the center.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And like maybe like right on the top of it, right? Like when you start going down like 8 miles, you're getting closer to the center of that white line. Right, that's going to be a huge depth, as in miles and miles. Which is very interesting because what it seems to suggest is that if there were material on the other side, technically it could sustain life as well. So that's a trip, yeah.
This magnetism thing, there's definitely something to it. It definitely doesn't check out that everything points in one direction. So I think this is an important thing, like this seemingly, and I stress seemingly, monopole magnet that we have here.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's like that for us because we are in the middle of it. So we only experience the top half of it.
And again, that's
Hey,
the
I'm about
only.
to post some to give you guys some idea. What
Yeah,
he's
like that's
talking
the only viable
about.
explanation
These are
that
just
I can.
examples because nobody really knows.
Yeah, that's very close. Only that little circle would potentially extend all the way across the screen. Yeah, that bottom one is more like it. I mean, I guess technically they both could be right. I mean, I don't know. I think the Earth is huge though. So.
There's a better one out there. I know what you're talking about. Like when you dissect a toroidal field, they have real legit microscopic images of a toroidal field, and like apparently we live right in the middle of it. Like our plane is literally the middle of a giant toroidal field vortex.
Yes. I have a really good picture somewhere. I'm trying to find it.
Asked God what the true shape of the earth was, and I was doing drugs at the time, but I definitely saw a huge toroidal field. It was like mostly dark with a little bit of light. That was like pretty much it.
Hey, what's it? Are you saying that we live on the white line, or that the white line intersects like where the North Pole would be? Like, so the white line would like intersect and go up to Polaris. That's how it seems to me now.
No. This would be flipped over on the side. Like you need to flip it 90 degrees where that white line's horizontal. We live on the top part of that white line, and then that black above the white line is what we see as the sky, and Polaris would be at the top of that. And then the top row would be us looking down on the Earth.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah.
Right. Does anybody know if Nikola Tesla knew this? Wisbit, did he know this, Nikola Tesla?
I guess the only difference in what I saw was that like the toroidal field, the top part was thinner than the bottom part. It was like coming in almost like a base.
Was Nikola Tesla on the same page as you guys now? That's the question I'm asking.
Well, he never really talked about the magnetic field of the Earth, from what I can tell, to be honest. He said that his he said the discovery he was most proud of was the rotating magnetic field in an interview, but he never really talks about it related to the Earth.
Right. Because that would be fascinating to know if he did or not. But thank you very much. Very interesting.
So like these pictures don't really give it justice because like at least scripturally there's multiple realms and there's even like a bottomless pit at the bottom, at the very bottom of existence. So like that great abyss, that bottomless pit is like the closest thing to a black hole scripturally.
You
And
realize that's contradictory, though, right? At the bottom, there's a bottomless pit.
well, at the very bottom of existence, right, at the first layer, there seems to be a black hole. Scripturally, they call it the bottomless pit, the great abyss, the pit, and it's located literally in Tartarus, which is a subsection of Sheol, which is the inner earth. So literally at the bottom of the earth, at the bottom of this toroidal field, there seems to be a negative polarity, and that's why you get a downward bias. And that's what you say, right? What's it? There's a downward bias in the ether. Somebody was saying that
Yeah,
a
my
couple
point
weeks
is,
ago.
it wouldn't be the bottom of existence if there's a bottomless pit, that goes even deeper down.
Well, no, because that's where existence ends, and then from there on, it's just a void. It's a black void, the closest thing we have to space, scripturally.
So it's just a hole.
In Job, it says that the earth is literally over nothing. It's over this bottomless pit, like we are. And then upwards, when you go upwards, right? Then upwards north, like north points toward the center of our plane. But if you look at the image, you see the twirling that occurs, right? That's why we get our compass is pointing in the center, not to Polaris, because of that twirling that occurs from the toroidal field. But like if you go up, right, this is where you get Mount Zion, and at the top of that mountain seems to be the Creator Himself. At the top of the toroidal field, literally at the top, tippity top of it. So at the polar opposite ends, you have one side, you got the throne room of the Most High, right in the sanctuary, and then the other side, you got the Tartarus, the bottomless pit, the furthest away from the Most High.
Yeah, seemingly there's a bottomless and there's a topless. Right, so let me find the picture.
Just don't
Oh, this
Google
is not the
topless.
one, but
Don't Google topless Earth, because yeah, you.
Okay.
It seems like in those pictures that Lion's posting, sorry to go back to this, but the white line would intersect through the center. What am I missing there?
White line is the plane.
you have to flip it over to the side. Here, I'll share my screen just a sec. Oh, computer's freezing. Like 4,000 tabs. I'm gonna have to restart.
Enoch 21, depending on what translation you use, the art chart is a little bit different, but basically the same. It's very fascinating because Enoch talks about being in this pit for the first time, located in Sheol. He describes the inner realm, and he talks about it, and he says this. Verse 1, it says, "Then I made a circuit or a circle to a place in which nothing was completed. And there I beheld neither the tremendous workmanship of an exalted heaven, nor of an established earth, but a desolate spot prepared and terrific." It's like Yah just like finished his work, and from a certain point on, it's just a black void. Nothing was completed. It's just empty.
So how did Enoch get out?
He's given a tour by the archangels, and he's having a visionary experience, and he's given a tour of the realms, not by flesh and blood, but by astral projection, I would say. He's having a visionary experience traveling the inner realm, and he just sees it and he describes it in his literature.
So you're telling me you believe in space then?
No.
Well, you're describing basically a perfect vacuum where, you know, you have
It's the closest thing
no matter.
scripturally to a black hole, right?
No, a black hole is different.
Or
A
a singularity.
A black hole and
Where
singularity, there's compression. You know, there's matter that's moving in, being compressed. What you're describing is a perfect vacuum where there's no matter whatsoever. There's nothingness. So black hole would be incorrect way to
no,
describe it.
I understand. I'm saying it's the quantissimo singularity that creates a black hole in the fabric of space and time. That rip in the fabric of space and time that you guys call a black hole. Scripturally, that's the closest thing that you guys have to your defense. But there's only one. There's not one at the center of every galaxy or at the center of the. There's only one, and it seems to be in Tartarus.
Well, just like you could say there's a black hole in the magnet, right? I mean, it's not their definition of a black hole, which they don't even actually define. But yeah, I mean, what would you call the center of the magnetic field?
Would you guys say that the second law of thermodynamics doesn't apply to this zone?
What?
It's a perfect vacuum next to you know the rest of existence.
Why are you saying perfect vacuum?
Because it's absolute nothingness.
There's no
Absolute
such
nothingness
thing.
means there's no matter within this volume of whatever of nothingness, right? So that means it's a perfect vacuum.
Well, it would be just ether. Like there's no such thing as nothingness.
That's what you guys are saying. This is a whole of nothingness.
It's a void.
Yeah,
Black
so
void, dude.
Void means nothing.
Okay. What's in the center of a magnetic field?
How's that relevant?
What? Because I'm showing you the Ferrel cell image, which has what you could call a black hole in the center. So.
No. The point is, if we're like we can't speak out of both sides of our mouth. Either we're saying that there's this void which is of nothing and there's no matter whatsoever, right? And at the bottom of existence or whatever you guys said. Or we're sticking with, you know, second law of thermodynamics and that there's entropy and, you know, high to low and stuff like that. You can't have both. The air would escape through this hole or whatever, and we wouldn't have, or whatever, you know, medium would be there would constantly be in flux and constantly being escaping, unless it's being constantly replenished or something like that. You know, you need to make it cohesive.
What are you talking about? That's not saying that is part of this realm. This realm is enclosed. Under the earth, who knows what the heck is going on?
So it's another realm that we don't have access to?
Yeah, we don't have access to below us, yeah. Or even the center, in fact.
Yeah, there seems to be a division between each realm. There's 7 realms altogether. And I don't really know how they're divided, bro, but scripturally they are divided.
Yeah, but you guys are going off percentage point here. You guys are brushing aside what percentage said.
He's talking because he's saying he's being a violation of the second law of thermodynamics because gas or whatever is escaping through it, but that's not what we're saying.
Who's to say there's no gas? Like I don't even know. Like in the center of the Earth where a magnetic field is, I don't know what's in the center of there. I just know you can't materially access it. It could just be pure concentrated ether, sure. I mean, if you want to just use the word vacuum, whatever. But
so are you guys saying that there's different realms, and each realm kind of might have its own natural laws, and that the realm at the bottom, at least, with this black hole, might not have the law of entropy?
Exactly, bro. I was about to hit that right now, and you took the words out of my mouth.
Something else mediating.
Hold on, real quick. So I was about to bring this up because we're assuming that the law of entropy exists throughout every single realm throughout existence, but it doesn't. Now listen, I don't know it all, right? I'm still trying to put the pieces together, but scripturally I can understand our realm, and I rely on the scriptures heavily in my understanding. And in Ezekiel 47:12, it says, by the river on its banks, on one side and on the other will grow all kinds of trees for food. Their leaves will not wither and their fruit will not fail. They will bear every month because their water flows from the sanctuary, and their fruit will be for food and their leaves for healing. This is talking about a future prophecy, but it's referring to the tree of life that's located in the Garden of Eden, where, according to scripture, is the Holy of Holies, where the sanctuary lies, where it seems to be where Polaris is, or at the top of Mount Zion. Now, in this place, there is no decay, there's no death. It says the fruits do not fail and the leaves do not wither.
Heaven, bro.
Well, it's heaven.
There's no entropy there.
Right, so no entropy.
Or what do you call it? What's it? The other,
Atrophy.
not entropy, but what's it called?
Atrophy is when things decay over time, but I mean, technically that would be related to entropy.
Atrophy.
Yeah, atrophy.
So there's no atrophy either.
Yeah, of course, but that's heaven. I mean, like, are you guys saying that the
You realize
realm
that
is
heaven
like
comes here, right?
What makes heaven special if every realm has, or the bottom realm has it as well? Or are you saying it's like hell and there's no decay in hell as well?
No, these are just two. Yeah, well, these are just two different areas that are not the same as our material world. They are in the metaphysical realm.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean that like hell is just as good as heaven or something. Which means they're
Well,
both
not as good, but it's as eternal, right?
Yeah. Well, that's what it says. That's what it says.
Paul confirms the same thing. He corroborates that because of sin, our existence entered into entropy and decay in it. And it's not supposed to be here. We're not supposed to have that.
Yeah.
And the earth groans and the animals groan.
I have way too many pictures, man. It sucks.
I mean, it's possible. Imagine you have hell, and then in hell there's like this hole where you just fall out and like float into nothingness for eternity. Like maybe it's like a reprieve for those that don't that have kind of served their punishment in hell, but can't enter heaven or something like that. So it's like never-ending purgatory. They get the privilege of jumping out the hole.
All right, look. I got a picture here.
Fractions is back. Fractions, how you doing? Fractions. Come back from your long holiday? Nice to hear your voice, man. Your voice. Doing good, man. I'm hearing your voice now. Fractions. Want to change that side, man? Percentage. Who are you?
How's the
So
family,
you
Jake?
That picture that I'm
timid, though.
sharing.
What's up? You've been recovering from an illness or something?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay. I'm sharing the
Unlike
picture
you,
that-
Jin, I get sick sometimes. Go ahead with it.
I'm saying that blue circle right there, that's the plane of the earth, right? And like in my picture here, this is I'm sharing the screen. This is like the vortex in the center. Like right here, we live within this. So to answer SC's point, SC, if you can see my screen, if you live right in the middle of this, right, and this is as high as Polaris, right, your needle is going to point towards this section because that's where all the pressure is going down like this. It's just looping around from both sides. So all the pressure is going down. So no matter where you are around this, all this energy is going to be pressing radially inward. So your needle is going to point towards that. And in reality, it seems like this right here is where the source would be. The source, and that's why your needle points there. So
I think I see where you're getting at.
yeah, like we're inside this thing right here. You know, Polaris would be up here. And then who knows what's down here?
Would you say that that vortexual tunnel is actually probably smaller than it appears within the images you're providing?
Yeah, maybe so. Yeah, I
Like
don't know.
like that central column is probably a smaller area.
Yeah, kind of like this, but like I would say that it probably gets bigger as it goes up.
Right.
Here. Yeah.
But I know a lot of the like images that you find of toroids and stuff like that online give a fairly like wide hole through the center, but I feel like it comes to a fairly small spatial point.
Well, let's say like this. Say you're in. We'll just say for intents and purposes here, heaven and hell. Just for intents and purposes, we'll call it whatever you want to call it. As you go down into towards this plane, right? You're basically gonna like get into a smaller and smaller portal, and you'd have to be able to then cross over. That's what I was saying a second ago. Material cannot cross over this right here. I hope you guys can see my mouse. I don't know. Yeah. You can't cross over this. Material can't go in there, and it can't go out of there because there's so much pressure being pressed down from all directions. Now, this is why we live on this plane right here. This is why we also can't dig down because there's pressure coming from up here. There's pressure coming from down here. So it's pressing to this middle point. You can't dig down through that. You also can't go into that. I don't think that they're hiding the north because they're chilling there having a good time. I think it's they just don't want you to see what's there. And
Aren't all the accounts inward flowing rivers basically into a point?
Yeah, seemingly. And there's a fountain of the deep as well. So it's very insane to think what might be there. I want to see. I have some more pictures somewhere. There you go. This is what we see, right? This is the sky moving. So. I gotta find. I want to answer the other guy's question. But also right here, right? This is what we're seeing right here with the magnetic flux data of the Earth laid on a plane. We're seeing that. We're seeing that vortex. Or now let's look at this. We have the globe. Okay, so I mean, I guess the inertial plane would have to go through the equator. I mean, that's a cool story. But either way, this would be symmetrical distribution. Since we live on allegedly live on a globe, then you would see the effects down south as well, which we don't. That goes to what SC was saying. On this, you should go down and see the effects in the south. Also, it should be symmetrical in the north and the south. But the lack of symmetry makes sense on a plane Earth. Because we're only seeing the top half. Show a couple more, then I gotta go make my presentation, but here they are. To answer the other guy's question. So here's that picture, right? There you go. Now we're what we should be, right? Like this is you can look up, see the North Pole moving around like we showed in that other depiction. That make sense? I don't know who's asking, but like you live on this white plane, this would be like looking down onto the Earth. It's all vortexing around, right, counterclockwise.
Yeah, I think his confusion lied in the fact that the thin line that he was associating with the inertial plane, when drawn through a toroid, is actually the thinnest point of the hyperboloid. He was associating that with the inertial plane, which they're actually like the opposite of one another directionally.
Isn't this interesting that when you overlap the ISS's trajectory on a plane with the Ferrel cell image, it matches perfectly?
Incredible.
That's just a coincidence.
Yeah.
This
You're grasping
This
at
is-
straws. I'm just kidding.
incredible. This really should be like the frontier.
Someone tried to tell me that these things don't match. One of the ballers. Like, what? You see right here? They're just following the same exact trajectory in every line.
It's also a Native American dream catcher.
Hey. So here you go. So interesting about this, Geo, you may find that interesting. You see it's got the two rotations on the edges.
Can you blow that up a little? It's like hard to see on it.
Yeah, it's not going to be very good quality, I think. I could use AI to upscale it, maybe.
Who drew that? Crazy.
I don't know. I just scoured the internet. Actually, have you ever heard of Flat Earth or Crow and the Flat Earth Worms?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they gave me a picture.
I'm in echo. I'm in echo. I'm in echo. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, they designed like a airship, but yeah, they gave me a picture. It's blue, and they had designed it. It's very cool and signed it. But yeah.
Go back to that thing. I want to ask you a question.
Mhm.
You're saying now you envision the Earth in the center plane there, right? And the alignment of the magnetic will be the center there, the tube thing, right?
Yeah, right here.
Okay, now the way I see it here is you're saying it's gonna point to the center, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now I can't see that happening because the way I see it, the tube thing, right? That looks like a wormhole. That would be one would be north and one would be south. No.
Yeah, this would be north. This would be south.
Okay, so why would the field? Why would the if you're in the plane, why would it point in the center?
Because you're such a tiny little dot in this plane, and you have a little bitty compass, and so you're way closer to this area than this area, and all this energy is coming down from all directions, 360, all coming towards the center. Effectively, all of it's coming out from the center and then looping back around. So when you're that close to where all of the energy is coming from, right, your needle's going to point to where all that pressure is being mediated closest to you. Like, that's why we can't just take like a normal size compass and a little magnet and test it. You would need a huge magnetic field with a little bitty compass and put it towards the center and see, does it point horizontally to the center or does it point up? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, you're so much closer to this where all this energy is coming out from, right? This is the radial, like the center source of energy. All of it's coming out from there. So like your needle's going to point there. But okay, but as you get up here, then it starts to turn, it loops down, right? And then that pressure mediation is going to cause the needle to point towards it. which is why it points towards it with our needles. You see what I'm saying? Because of course, if you do your little, like you have a compass and a magnet, it's going to do both north and south, right? Like the needle's going to point to both of them, right? So that's because this is like the energy is coming out from the center, and then it's going to swoop back around, like swoop. That like angular momentum causes pressure mediation that's really strong. So the magnet points there, trying to like pointing to where there's the most action, if you want to say that. I'm trying not to use like.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but don't compasses just start acting erratic when you get that close? Don't they just start going in circles and pointing left and pointing right and pointing?
Oh, when you get to that close to what?
To the center. Like if you were to get close, it wouldn't just stick to the center. It would start going in circles.
It would probably do
That
something. Yeah,
can
it would be chaotic because it's swooping up in all directions.
This is you can't use compasses that close.
Sorry, you're breaking up, bro. But yeah, because this is 360, meaning this is going up in all directions, a full 360. So your compass is going to be like, wait, where's the energy? It's all over the place. When you get far enough away, it's just going to point in the general direction of where that pressure is being mediated. What a coincidence that all the quote-unquote planets do this in the sky. What a coincidence that we can look at all these different frequencies within water and they make the same manifestation. Oh, what a coincidence. What a coincidence that makes a toroid. What a coincidence they say that's what the atom looks like. Bunch of coincidences, huh? Our body does it. See, the very thing that we see in the sky is what happens in the magnetic field. You see it, maybe this will kind of visualize it for you. See, it's going out in all directions. This would actually extend out right here. This would go in all directions in a full circle around you. See, so it's coming out from there. So your needle's like, what's going on over there, basically? Because the pressure is guiding the needle.
When you say pressure, you mean the whatever the magnetic field is, call it whatever you want, like when you see ferrule particles in a liquid type of thing. Is that what you're talking about, pressure, or you're talking about actual pressure?
Well, pressure is just like force over areas. But yeah, like not like gas pressure, but just pressure in general. Yeah, like that energy trying to find equilibrium causes it to move around in the process of seeking equilibrium, and that generates pressure. So it's just all pressure mediation. So since that center is like the source of what's trying to mediate pressure-wise, then that's like the most action in the proximity of your needle. Your needle's like, what's going on over there, basically. I'm being like really, really lame in terms of.
What is that thing called that makes the sand do those different patterns? I can't remember.
I don't know.
Cymatics. Well, that's sound.
But the name of the machine or something? I don't know.
Yeah, well,
Cymatics is the book. These might be different types of plates, but I think the earliest goes back to Cialdini, Chaldini, making violins and stuff like that. Probably got to go back before that as well. But
it's all frequency.
No, that's a sketch.
Yeah.
I thought I've heard in the past that the Hebrew language, when spoken to one of those, like whatever word you say, it makes that image, kind of the image of what you're saying, essentially. Have you ever heard that?
Is
It's
that
not the word, it's the frequency, I think.
Yeah, all language has frequency base, and it all makes patterns. But I think they base that on that, but it doesn't make like it's not. I don't know. That's one of the mysteries. Like, it's nothing sensitive enough to make the patterns exact, but the patterns resemble it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I got you.
I've looked
Yeah,
into that. Yeah.
It like defines the term. Yeah, it's interesting.
The ballers told me that this is just a coincidence. I said it doesn't even look the same.
We'll just add it to that list for the stream.
Yeah.
Or no coincidence. You don't believe me? Prove it.
Is that concept from the Hebrew letters of fire? Concept of the Hebrew flame language, flame alphabet. That the letters themselves are drawn off of like plasmoid shapes or something.
That might be it. Yeah, that might be what I was talking about.
This is the astronomical eclipse clock on a plane.
That's an atom.
It's a big atom.
So it's crazy.
I sat next to a guy that was about 300 pounds on a plane before. His name was Adam. He put out some frequency.
You guys see like what they say the atom looks like?
Sick.
And it was vibrational frequency at a low hertz.
He had brown hair.
Cause you any time dilation?
Wet dog.
Hello?
Pressure mediation.
Mediate the pressure. It's an oxymoron, right? Like
equilibration of gases.
Yeah.
What's it? How goes your preparation for your radio thing?
I don't know. It fell to the back burner. I'm just trying to
Okay,
launch
you
out of
got, you got more pressing
Can you
things.
hear my mic? Am I on?
Yeah.
Were you looking through the papers of Walter Russell? It looks like you had some of his drawings up there. You should also check out, I'm sure you have, his Victor Schauberger, what he did with the vortexes. All that stuff is related. In the plane that you're talking about between the two, the plane of inertia, that's probably that skin that the Russians couldn't drill through, that Kola borehole. That's the inertial plane. That's what I'm thinking. They weren't picking up chips when they're trying to drill. They hit a certain level where they couldn't make progress. That would make sense that that's the actual plane. We're slightly above it. So whatever, 7.6 miles above that plane, that's approximately where we're at, my opinion.
Yeah, so that's what I was saying. Like technically, we're on the top of that little white line.
Yeah, the inertial plane is the impenetrable barrier where the Soviets couldn't drill through. It's like, wait, it's not picking up any chips. The drill bit is not making new chips. There's a barrier there that cannot be penetrated. And I think that's it.
Yeah,
I
we
think
live
it's
like
the
right here.
I think it's the first barrier though, because if you understand the biblical model, there's still chambers underneath. So maybe that one's just so that people don't go wandering where they don't belong.
Well, it's just material can't go past it.
How you guys
That's
doing
a good
tonight?
point. Yeah, that's a good point because that's for the souls. Yeah, fair enough.
I think that's what CERN does with it's opening a hole like we see in that vortex through the center of their miniature vortex like we have at the North Pole. They're making a miniature hole like a portal to go through. They're opening it with that giant magnetic field just enough to pass spirits and entities through. They're evil entities to let them through the skin of the barrier, right? The inertial field. They're
It's an
ripping a small
interesting
hole in it.
idea.
Holy shit! Isn't this the plot
I
of
mean,
Beyond Two
scripture
Souls?
does. Yo, You're pretty quiet.
My mic is quiet.
He's fine to me. I don't have him turned down though.
Maybe it's my fault. But I was gonna say to who's the other guy speaking? Wolfgang.
Yeah.
There's an interesting idea because Scripture talks about how there's like 90% of the demons are kept in their chains or are bound in Sheol, right?
Yes.
And at the end, it's going to be mayhem. They're going to be released. So maybe that's connected to what you're talking about.
Yes, in the War of the Greek Gods, they release the Cyclops, from the builders, the master builders from their held captive underground.
Elijah, you talked to Tartarus.
That means.
They had ceremonies there at CERN, these demonic ceremonies with these world leaders, and it's like, why are they doing such a satanic ritual? It's like, this is really creepy. And then the cover story is it's a particle collider, which is complete nonsense. Like, what are these particles? Like, atomic. They're smashing atoms together, which is complete nonsense. So they need a cover story. Why they're wasting billions of dollars. NASA has a cover story. You know the funny thing? I just talked to my mom who's on vacation, and guess who? She was at the pool with this lady, and her husband works for NASA. I'm like, oh God, maybe you shouldn't tell him. I'm like, and the lady is religious. I'm like, ask the lady why they cannot use the name Jesus at NASA. No, I don't. I'm like, just do it. Just do it. There's a lot of Christians in the Bible Belt that work for NASA, and they know this. They can say any other name. They can say Buddha, Muhammad. Why is Jesus forbidden at NASA? I mean, there's a lot of things, but it's like, why?
Because they scared.
Yeah, but why? Why would you infringe anyone's religious liberties to only one subsect of people? Like, why that specific? Why are they being bigoted? I think they
like
are.
What you talked about earlier, because of what they're engaging in, right? Again, I'm going to quote scripture, but it just simplifies it, right? So I think it's from James. It's like, you believe in Jesus or Yeshua. The demons do also. You do well, but that's not like. And then he goes on to give a lesson. So they know he exists and they tremble. And because these guys are engaging in that behavior, that name and the authority that's behind that name will make them tremble because they're degenerate.
I think that name in particular, which they don't want us to say, is the name that is their kryptonite. And they're like, no, his name is really this. It's not Jesus. It's something else, because that is their kryptonite. Otherwise, they wouldn't forbid that particular name. It must injure them somehow. My friend actually called a demon, like he thought he was under some demonic attack, and he called it off in the name of Jesus. He called it off, and the demon left him alone.
Yeah, because that's the authority. So, because when people say name, they think it's just like just the name of a brand or whatever. They misunderstand what that means, especially from the Greek, right? It's talking about authority. So if you, with all your business and all your wealth behind you, send somebody to speak in your name, that has all the weight of that behind it. And there is no greater authority than the name or the authority of Jesus or Yeshua. So of course these demons are going to be tripping when that's
try them both, man. Try both names, but I mean,
yeah, no, they both work, because I mean, depending if, like, let's say for instance, just for argument's sake, you have a bunch of people who are misusing Jesus, right, because they don't actually believe in what the scriptures talk about. That's like a side shoot. But in terms of whether it's Jesus or Yeshua, the person who's saying it is usually saying it with the mindset of what the scriptures talk about. So the different way of saying it is irrelevant, because the essence behind it is in the authority of this guy who's the son of the creator, who's resurrected. Shut your mouth and leave that person, and the demon has no option but to leave.
So you're saying the demon doesn't care what you call Jesus, as long as it's clear.
Oh, they tremble in that name. That's why they forbid it at NASA. I think there's demonic entities all over that place.
All over NASA?
Yes.
Bro, I was there a couple of weeks ago. Awesome.
And here's the thing, like the guy that my mom was talking to on vacation, I'm sure he's a good guy. They employ a lot of good, decent people. That's not what I'm saying. Is they're sucked into this false reality, just like all of us were. They take the best and brightest people. These people are very intelligent that work at NASA. I'm not saying they're not smart, But even an intelligent people can be fooled, can be deceived. Doesn't mean you could have the highest IQ, you could have such, immense brain power, and you can still be roped into a lie.
Do you think it's easier for smart people to be roped into a lie than it is for stupid
Misled?
people?
I do, because they're
Yeah, because
indoctrinated.
most people who think
They're
they're smart are
targeted,
not
actually.
really that smart.
Well, they can be intelligent, like my brother. I have an older brother. He's an engineer, and he's a globetard because he will not hear anything I say. Like anything that I say doesn't have weight because maybe I'm not credentialed. Maybe his appeal to authority. If it didn't come out of a textbook, then it's not true. Like that's the way how these people are indoctrinated. The more indoctrination you have, a lot of times the harder it is to break your conditioning, right? Like once
Right.
you've went down this road and you think you've earned your credentials, that you think you cannot be wrong because I've earned them. I've read the textbooks. These textbooks say this. My professor told me this. Therefore, it's true. Anything that contradicts this is false. And they hold on to those beliefs with like a cast iron grip. They just won't let go. So those guys are the hardest to reach. Younger people are not.
Also, intelligence in and of
prison
itself
rules.
isn't enough.
Go to
You need
war.
one
You
second,
say,
Demo.
Ben, guard. Yeah. Hold on. You guys been talking
One
for an
second.
hour.
Let me finish my sentence, please. I'll give it over. I was just gonna be quick. So, intelligence in and of itself is not enough, right? Because if you don't have wisdom, then you can be mugged off easily. You can be led astray easily because intelligence is just like a cognitive capacity, but it doesn't mean that you're going to put that capacity to good use.
Memorization is not
That's it. Go ahead,
intelligence.
So I have a question. Wolfgang.
Hold on.
All right, let him
just
get his
on
other,
legit,
let him
right?
get his
There's
words in
prison
because
rules
you don't want to
and
lose
there's
his thought.
outside rules. You have outside rules and you have prison rules. If you go to prison, what's called prison rules, inside prison, that would be considered the Bible of rules that you have to follow. And if you don't, it's not going to go well for you. Then if you get in trouble, the thing that you yell out is guard, warden, help me. So no matter how you do it, no matter what language, somebody going to hear you screaming and hear, oh my God, this dude needs help. So yeah, it just reminds me of that. Like if you're in prison and you don't follow the rules.
Hey Wolfgang, what kind of engineer is your brother?
He's a mechanical engineer. He does like AutoCAD. He's a he's a draftsman and he draws parts for like auto industry.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, real quick. So there's this thing where
Sorry.
Hold on, man. There's this thing where if you think you're too smart to be fooled. You know what I mean? So if you're super smart, you think, they can't fool me. I'm too smart for that.
Yep. I've definitely seen it myself.
That's the arrogance, dude. The arrogance of these people. Like when you when you got your document that says that you've earned this and someone else doesn't, right? They're a peon. And that's this whole ceremony. They put a breadboard on your head, this Masonic ceremony, and you get a diploma, you get a degree that you think that you're superior to someone who doesn't have that paper. Like, oh no, I've got this and you don't, right? So it's a pissing contest.
Filled with those people. Yeah,
Not
prison's
with
filled with
all
those
of them.
people that
I'm
thought they were
speaking
too
in general
smart to get
terms,
caught.
not with all of them. I'm just saying
Yeah,
with
me
a lot
too.
of them.
So you don't have to be smart to think that.
Psychological room.
It's not even intelligence. Like
Psychological
memorization
places and prisons.
is not intelligence. Like
Nobody said that memorization is intelligence.
no, but a lot of people equate it. It's someone who could retain a lot of information.
Who
The spelling
does?
champion. A lot of people say, "Oh, he's a spelling." Would you listen and I'll tell you? Like someone who's a spelling bee champion. Oh wow, they're so smart. You hear that all the time. But can they invent something? This person who spells every word in the dictionary correct, and another person who can't spell for anything, but he creates inventions like or Tesla at his level, but he's like a horrible speller. Maybe he's dyslexic.
A parrot versus an engineer. Yeah.
I don't think anybody says that being able to memorize a lot of stuff.
No, I
Oh,
just
they do.
told
Yes,
you.
they do. That's how you get graded in school.
No. I mean, have you ever
He's
seen the
right.
movie? Have you ever seen the
That's how
movie
you get
Rain
graded
Man?
in school for math and English and everything. Memory. If you don't remember what the teacher said, you are not going to get a good grade. You might as well try again. So yes, he's right. 100%.
Have you ever seen the movie Rain Man?
high school diploma.
Would you
is
say
so
that
evidence.
would you say the protagonist from Rayman is a very smart person?
I'd say like an
No.
autistic person.
Okay, why
You
wouldn't
could-
you say he's a very smart person
No,
by
he's not
your own
smart.
metric?
What's he building? What's he making for the world? He's just saying, there's 52 matchsticks, 47 tuned matchsticks. Yep, got to go to Kmart. What are you talking about?
I was talking about the fact that he could recall
He's
somebody's
repeating
phone number
himself.
from
So
the
you
phone
think
book,
that's
right?
smart?
Requiring a lot of memorization, right? So I think most people
To
that
repeat
watch that
himself?
movie would be able to say that he's not very smart, but he's able to
I
memorize a lot
am
of stuff.
here's what I'm saying. The guy at NASA who's a PhD engineer who's memorized every mathematical formula, people would say he's smart. What I'm saying is because he retained and memorized all this doesn't make him intelligent.
I
He could have
guarantee you he didn't memorize the formulas.
Okay, but maybe he
built an
does.
intuition. He built an intuition around the concepts, right? Most good engineers and most good scientists will be able to construct the formulas not from memory but from their intuition. I mean, this is something
Like a
that I do
bum?
myself.
Are
Can
you
bums
sure
do it?
about that? They're supposed
Absolutely.
to be able to from first principles, but the majority of them don't. They're just academically adept.
So, I mean, potato
Why
potato,
why
right?
do you think there's so many
They paid
engineers?
for their
Man? It's not
spot in that
it's not the
school, so they
same
got
as
that
like
little
it was
bit.
before.
They're all divided into subcategories. You have electrical, you have software engineers, you have so many different
Why is
engineers.
that?
Yeah,
Why
and
is
that
Same
never
with
was the
medical.
case before. An engineer was an engineer. They solved
But the
problems. End
medical,
of story.
they don't want, you know why? They don't want you to see the big picture. If you look in the medical industry, you have a foot doctor, an
That's
ear
what we're
doctor,
getting
an
at.
eye doctor. They don't treat the whole patient. In other words, they should have a whole, each doctor, whether it's a foot doctor, an eye doctor, you should have a better comprehension of how the whole system works. But they want to specialize you down to such a level that you don't see the big picture. Just like NASA, everything is dissected into such a small piece that you don't see the big picture because you're looking through a keyhole. You're looking through a straw. You only see this.
We have engineers whose job it is to see stuff at the big picture, and we have engineers whose job it is to specialize in very fine-grained stuff.
They
who
should
get
all
managed
have
by the other engineers that have
everyone
big
should
picture
have a
vision.
broad view. That's the point. Everyone
Yeah,
should first be
and
taught
then you
macro,
have
macro,
go-betweens
and
that
then
make
special.
them function. Because without the
I'm sorry, I
go-betweens, those
can't hear three
engineers
people at the
can't
same
work.
time.
And none of them can fix their own air conditioner. It's really sad.
Or change a tire on their car. Some of these people.
I used to take heating and cooling. It's actually air conditioners are pretty badass. They usually don't stop too much. There's only a couple things that mess up on.
Yeah, it turns out that reality is a little bit more nuanced and it requires highly specialized knowledge.
Yep,
What does?
compartmentalization is the way to
Highly
go.
specialized?
All fields
Hold on,
are.
what does that mean? Highly
And
specialized?
being
Hold on a
highly
second.
specialized in
What do you
getting
have to
the
be? Hold on a
education
minute. What?
does not necessarily mean that you're going to be successful. The not smart people are not successful. They may have the degrees, but they don't have the smarts to make it or cut it or apply it in their profession or in the field. But people that are successful in their careers, those are smart people, and you can't argue with that.
Yeah, we need people to be specialized in their fields. I mean, the whole reason we're at where we're at today is because of specialization, but there is a thing to where you don't have anyone looking at the big picture enough, synthesizing all the data. You know, you don't want your primary doctor doing heart surgery on you. You know what I'm saying? The
Yeah,
guy
you don't want your handyman replacing your roof for you, right?
Why not?
Wait, why not? If he's
handyman
handy
work.
enough to replace the roof, let him replace the roof.
Because
that.
it's
That's
a bad
replacing
analogy.
a
Try
roof
again.
That was a bad
is a
example.
big
His
project
roof
that
is
I personally would
easy as
rather have only people that all they do is replace roofs do it. Because if they don't do it right, it costs you tens of thousands of dollars.
I do
What
both.
type of person can't do another person's job after you show them? I'm going to ask you guys this one time. If I take anybody in here to a job, doesn't it take just like a week for me to show you how to do my job? So what are you talking about?
depends on if you're doing open heart surgery or
You should go hound a heart surgeon then. Take you out for a week, teach you how to do his job, and then you can do heart surgery.
You use roofer
if you
as
gave
the
me 2
analogy.
years, if you gave me 2 years with a heart, if you gave me 2 years, 8 hours a day with a heart surgeon, no prior medical training at all, I could probably do heart surgery at the end of that.
Sure, but that's not a
For
week.
sure.
Yeah, but just don't do it over Discord because
not a
the lag
week,
will
yeah.
kill the guy.
What's your point, Charlie? What are you trying to talk about? I know in text you just said, "Hey, I want to fight somebody. Let's fight." So now you
Yeah.
come in and so what are you trying to talk about here?
I'm just contributing to the conversation, right? Somebody, I
He's
forget who it was.
trying.
Somebody here said
Somebody's got to be the bad guy.
that they don't like it when people specialize. I think people specialize too much, right? And they don't have enough general
That wasn't
It
knowledge.
exactly what was
can be
said.
detrimental in other aspects of your life, right? Like if you're too highly
It might be
specialized
bad.
into one thing, you can have a lack in another.
Absolutely.
No
And
compartmentalization is
so
how
you
they
threw
hide.
out. Sorry.
It's how they hide things in plain sight. Like all these specialist departments in NASA, everything is a subgroup, and nobody connects the dots. Right? You have to look from a further. You have to look further back. You're looking too close at things, and when you take a broad view, you take a step back, you could see the bigger picture and
Yeah, there
connect
are
the
people
dots.
whose job it is to see the bigger picture, is my point.
Right, and those are the elites at the top, right? They don't want everyone else seeing the big picture. That's why they
No,
got them
bro. Like
too tight.
if you want where I work, right? If you want to not be to not have the trees right up to your nose, you can apply for a different position, and sometimes you don't even have to apply. You just do the job.
How many
Where
positions
you
are
can
at
see
the
stuff.
top?
You can see the forest
One.
of the tree.
There's one
No,
or
bro.
two at the top. That's
Dude,
it.
no, that's not true. Okay,
Top
there are
level
different levels.
management.
Listen. There are different levels of hierarchy, right? My immediate manager manages like 10 other people. His manager manages 10 other managers, right? It depends on
All
what
in the
level of
same field.
abstraction you want to see things, right?
That's
Do you want to be working with making individual nuts and bolts? Do you want to be working at the engine level? Or do you want to be working at the outer design level?
I'm
Or do you
talking
want to be working at a more
CEO.
abstract level than that, like marketing? Okay, like there are multiple
Mid-level?
levels.
No, you're
Doesn't
talking
matter what you
mid-level
want.
management. I'm talking CEO, CFO. I'm talking top of the pyramid. Everything. And don't you find it strange? Everything's structured like a pyramid. All the hierarchy,
Yes.
like the Freemason pyramid. Only the top
I
is the
have
need
no
to
idea where
know.
the fuck this is coming from.
Who controls the science is what he's trying to tell you. Usually it's not the guy that gets paid by the other guy to go do what the guy wants. So if
Hold
I
on.
want a car made or a plane made or something made, I go get a guy. Maybe I think I can't do it just because I got the money and I'm lazy anyway. Maybe I could. Who cares? I want to pay a guy to do it. I go get Billy Bob Thornton, who knows all this stuff, supposedly, right? And I say, I want this done. And they figure out how to do it. They're not doing what they want to do. They're doing what I tell them to do, or else they don't get paid. Or I'll
Hey,
get a new
Jeremy or
bum
Napalm,
that
can
knows
one of you
how to
guys
do it.
get Jonathan verified voice, please?
What shape is less offensive to you than a pyramid?
Cornbread.
I may be in a bad spot right now. Someone else could do it. If there's any mods.
I like odd shapes like clouds.
Yeah, I can do it.
What shape is that?
Have him jump up into the room.
What shape is a cloud? The
I'd
cloud
prefer a
shape is
flat.
better than a pyramid.
I'd prefer a flat level
Heaven
plane
shape.
than any kind of shape.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah. But exactly. So what is the shape of chaos? A horizontal shape with topography
It's
that isn't a shape.
U-shaped, obviously.
Well, I'm just saying it's turd shaped apparently.
The shape of
A
chaos.
U has a shape to a U is the actual shape that's perfect. It's just a U line. A
What does
turd
that
horizontal
mean?
plane with tops and bottoms. A U has a drawing to it. A U is a letter. It has a definite design to it. A flat earth doesn't. That's what that means. It's all.
I
I
don't
mean,
know
we
what it
got
means
topography, hills,
for
valleys,
shape.
a horizontal plane. It's not a shape. Get the shape out of your
I
head.
don't know what it means for chaos to have a shape.
It's not a
That's like
shape.
saying,
You don't.
what does love taste like?
A turd. What shape is a turd? I'll go through it real slow.
Depends
Keep it
on what
like a
you've had
kid
to eat,
folder.
Demok.
So it's a chaotic shape. It never is the same thing.
No, I mean,
It's
if
always
you've
a
had a lot
turd
of
shape.
fiber
What shape is
consistently,
a turd? You'll never.
you
If I
squeeze
ask you to
out.
draw a turd, you can never get it right or wrong. Do you understand? That's just like your globe. If I ask you to draw your globe, no matter what you draw, that's the globe, right? Because of math.
Well, how can we
Right.
all recognize Mr. Hanky from South Park then?
Because it's a turd. It's a chaotic turd. Mr. Hanky could get replaced tomorrow with the next turd, and you wouldn't know the difference. Would you? He'd look just like another turd. But a turd doesn't have a definite shape like the last turd, because one could be
Why
running.
does that always happens?
Well, we're talking about reality here. You guys keep talking
Fucking
about
hell.
and shapes. You say a round shape has no end. What if I walk around a square? What if I keep walking around a triangle?
No better way to
What if I
kill
walk around
discussion.
here?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
every shape is infinite, right? No shape has an edge.
Yeah, why don't you just relax for a minute, Demok?
That's impossible. What are you talking about?
That's hilarious. Oh man, I feel so weak right now. What the fuck is going on? I hope I'm not having like a severe medical problem right now.
So,
Jeremy can help you in 6 months.
You're roboting.
Maybe you caught a dose of truth and you're having a mental breakdown. You had too much truth, too many red pills.
Nah, I've been feeling like this since this morning.
How old are you?
30.
Let's get a booster.
I had my last booster in January.
Try and get some air, dude. Try and clear your head. Take some deep breaths and just push
I was
out your
just
negative.
outside mowing my lawn.
Like I said, listen, you definitely want the handyman putting a roof on. The guy you don't want putting a roof on is like your.
Nah, bro. A roof being replaced is not a job to go cheap on.
No one said it is, but I'm saying it doesn't mean the handyman is not capable because that's exactly what I do.
I'm not saying no handyman is ever as capable of as a usual roofer, right? That's not what I said. What I said is
be a jack
I
of
don't want the
trades.
people whose specialty isn't roofing doing my
Well,
roof.
I have many specialities. I work in metal and I work in wood. I do roofing. I do plumbing. I do electrical. I have to wear a lot of hats because I employ, I work for myself. So I would say I'm a handyman, but I'm also a licensed builder. I could build a house. I could pull a permit. Now there is things I can't do. Like I have to be a licensed plumber or electrician to do things on a new construction job. But on a remod job, I'll do them myself. If I'm just doing a remodel, if I'm doing a remodel of a bathroom or building a basement, like a finished basement where I'm adding a kitchen, a bathroom, I'll do all the plumbing and electrical myself because I know the codes. And that doesn't mean, that's what I mean, just because I wasn't trained in one of those fields as a plumber, as an electrician, doesn't mean I can't do them.
Nobody said it doesn't mean you can't do them. I'm saying that the chances that a random handyman is able to fuck. I'm saying that the chances that a random handyman is going to be able to replace my roof better than than a random person whose specialty is roofing.
Okay,
is low.
but I'm saying, okay, the handyman, like the maintenance worker that works at a building, like the superintendent, he unclogs your toilet and stuff. Maybe he wouldn't. I mean, there's different levels of people that would be considered a handyman.
Sure.
Like there might be a handyman, like, oh yeah, this guy could fix
was just
brakes on
saying
my
the guy
car.
you
He could
don't.
Either way, that wasn't his point. His point is you want someone who's a specialist to do something
Right.
that they specialize in. So,
But you should have a general. Everyone should their macro view of the body. If you're going to treat people as a doctor, you should have a better understanding of the macro system, how the entire body works, which they don't. They kind of gloss over all that. They don't want the ear doctor to know what the eye doctor like the whole body works as a
What are you
machine.
talking about? They all go to medical school and they spend
All
like
right,
years and years.
every
having,
single
like,
one I've talked to, they say that the macro view is just the whole system. They get a very short amount of training on the macro, how the entire body is working. They don't spend much time on that. And they say, well, that's understandable because they have to know their specialty. Yes.
Hold on. How much time do you, when you say not a lot of time, how much time are you
Say
talking about?
5%. Say 5% of the time is spent
Okay,
on that.
so you think that when doctors go to medical school, they spend 95% on the things that they want to specialize?
You're
and
asking
5%
for a
on everything
general
else?
thing. I'm not going to I didn't go to medical school. I'm just saying they should spend half the time on the whole system. It shouldn't be such a small percentage.
Again,
like you should have a good
but
understanding.
you don't know that. But you don't know that. You just said yourself you
Okay,
didn't go to
but do
medical
you
school.
know? Do you know? I know from the people I've spoken
That is
to.
an
It's very
excellent question.
brief.
Okay, why don't we Google it? Okay, instead of arguing over facts, just Google it.
Trust
So,
Google.
how long is medical school?
4 years, usually.
it is true, but it's because of the vast knowledge you need to become a specialist. You know, like you could train 40 years on every system in the body, and maybe you're competent to work in all those individual specialties, right? But You don't have enough time to train every little intricacy. That's why they narrow it down and pick a specialty, or every doctor would go for one overall thing.
That's the difference between Western and Eastern. Like the Asian people, they study the body as a whole, and then they do have specialists, but they are much well versed as studying the whole body. They go deeper into that under having a broader understanding.
They involve more like homeopathic stuff, but they still have specialties.
Of course,
like they still practice Western medicine over there.
Okay,
And-
so you said you think 95% of their time is spent on their specialty, right?
You asked me for a number or a
So-
random number, so
No, I mean what you think it is, right? And you said 95%. Well,
it could
I'm telling
be
you
half.
right
It
now.
could be 10%. Like,
Well, I'm telling you right now that you're wrong. Okay, so like
okay, I
everybody
didn't
that goes
expect
to
to
medical
get it
school,
right. Do you expect
everybody
to
that
get?
goes that's fine. Everybody that goes to medical school needs a 4-year undergraduate degree, and this typically is in biology, but it doesn't have to be, right? Then they spend 4 years in medical school, of which 2 years is like in a classroom setting, and it includes all sorts of subjects like anatomy, physiology, biochemistry, massive breadth of knowledge. All right. Then they spend 2 years in the clinical phase, right, in which they actually get to specialize in what they want to.
It's a
So-
Yeah,
residency.
Charlie, he's wrong with the percentage, but his overall point remains. There are a lot of doctors that are so narrowly focused on their specialty. I mean, you can have the same symptoms, and a neurologist is going to say, "Oh, it's a brain problem." You got the immunologist who's going to say it's some sort of immune system issue. So
I don't deny that.
there's
Everybody
And
here
they-
agrees that there are people who get too specialized, right? But his point was on education.
My point, I'm speaking in general terms, is that maybe he doesn't know about a digestive tract type of illness or something like that. Something who's only special. Say you're an eye doctor or you're a heart doctor. You might not know about these other ailments because you don't have a general grasp of it all.
You're exactly right. You're exactly right. If someone goes because they're hearing noises, right, and they're a little worried because they don't think there's actual noises, you can go get your hearing tested by an ear doctor, right? They can check you out totally fine, say you're good to go, but they don't realize it's a neurological problem, and you're hearing noises that aren't actually there, and it's a mental health issue. So you are right. That doctor would have no clue that it's an issue other than to say, well, you might want to go see a neurologist.
You want to know something else? There's something called referred pain. My cousin had this pain that was emanating from her neck, and she didn't know that because she felt pain in her hip. That she thought she needed hip surgery because it was so painful, her hip. Anyway, they gave her an MRI on her neck, and it turns out something was wrong in her neck, which she had a surgery for, corrected the pain in her hip. It's like, oh, I need to get my hip replaced or whatever because it was so painful, but it was a referred pain. It wasn't emanating.
That's usually cancer. Was it paraneoplastic syndrome?
I don't know what it was. There was something wrong with her neck that was causing pain, the referred pain.
It wasn't cancer, though?
No, it was not cancer.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's interesting. That's pretty rare,
It's
actually.
from her job. She works on a computer and she's hunched over in a certain way, and her neck is bent, and it was causing like some kind of it was causing some damage to the nerves. The way how she's like hunched over the keyboard all day, and when they corrected it, all the pain in her hip went away, which she was convinced 100% she needs some kind of hip surgery. And all the doctors like, yeah, we're gonna have to operate on your hip. Like, and then I don't even know how this happened, but some random guy's like, well, let's give you an MRI. They checked out her neck, and it's like, holy shit, your neck. You got all this going on up here. Let's fix this. And it solved all the problems. Now, if you didn't have a macro view, right? Say you're just the hip replacement doctor or whatever, and you'd say, well, let's give you a full body MRI. Let's not just examine your hip. Let's do a full body scan. See if anything else is going on. That's my point. My point being that people that zoom in too close don't see the big picture. And the doctor that's trained to be whatever anesthesiologist or whatever, he might not have a good macro view. He might not understand something like that. But this other guy was able to connect the dots. And it took years. This is an ailment that went on for years, like 5 or 6 years.
Mm.
Wait one goddamn second. Everybody talking?
Yeah, I don't think anybody's talking. I don't know.
It's like so silent. Everybody was like, "Ah, my connection bad. I'm gonna rejoin."
Yeah, I thought mine was. My Discord's been jacked up past week or so. So
What's up, Snacks?
Yo yo. So what's the deal with Jonathan's? He just can't. Nobody can verify him. He's saying. I don't even know if I believe him.
dude, I don't. I went through the voice verification room and sat there for 15 minutes, and he never came up there. So
I know. I'm so
if all
sorry.
he wants is like pick perms, like where did you come from?
Oh
How long
no,
have you been here?
no, they verified me finally.
Okay.
Napalm, I
Today?
wasn't able to come up into the voice verify because once you're already voice verified, you can't rejoin unless you're like a mod.
Oh,
So
so you need it.
yeah,
You basically need pick perms, is what you need, not voice verification.
yeah, it was the live stream role. That's all I needed, and someone gave it to me, so I'm good now. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. So, yeah. What's going on, people? Charlie agitates the room and then leaves. What happened?
There's no doubt that the medical industry is lacking. Like they suppress holistic medicine. They kind of corral all the doctors into one, area of medical science. They don't really want them knowing about natural remedies. I don't know, man.
Yeah, there's no money in the cure, right?
All synthetic drugs. It's either synthetic prescriptions or surgery.
That's the Rockefeller medicine.
If you deny that, and I can't help you. I'm saying, like, you can't. Yeah, if you can't see that, then you can't really proceed forward. If you don't think that the medical industry is corrupt, then I can't help you. I can't open your eyes.
There was a doctor back in 20s, I think, Royal Rife. He invented his own microscope and he studied bacterium. And under certain frequencies, he could destroy them. And you've probably heard of a Rife machine.
Yeah.
When you tune it the right frequency, it could destroy cancer cells. It could destroy like flesh-eating bacteria. Everyone has a specific vibration that you can destroy it at a certain. There's a certain way he does it, and he was treating these people that were thought to be like incurable, and they were coming out, and all his laboratory was raided. They destroyed his shit, and then they ruined him because they couldn't have that. They couldn't have natural treatments.
They were trying to pass a bill, but it didn't pass. It didn't get through. They were trying to make it so like anything that GNC or Vitamin Shop sold had to be FDA approved, including supplements like minerals and vitamins and like herbs. Like all of it had to be FDA approved.
They've been working on that for a while, for at least a decade that I can remember. Like supplements, like you say, vitamin C, all these different vitamins, they're trying to make them classified as like a pharmaceutical drug. Like, oh, I need a prescription to buy vitamin C. Like, what? They want to do it like that, so that it'll be out of reach for most people. Bullshit, complete bullshit. That's where you got to fight them every like tooth and nail against this. You know who was fighting them? Actually, was Suzanne Summers. It was like putting up a big fight years ago. I remember her doing that about the supplements. Like, no, f that. You're not going to do this. And she was outspoken against it. So like even like some of the smaller list celebrities might have some decency. Like Robert F. Kennedy is against certain things like the Fauci stuff. And not that I agree with him and he might be controlled opposition or whatever, but at least he's a mouthpiece for it. And even Robert De Niro spoke about that in one of his movies that he made. Not that I agree with him, but I mean, like a broke clock is right twice a day. So even someone like him.
There's good doctors and bad doctors, man. There's good doctors that kind of go off their own research because they study, they go on WebMD, they do their own studies, and
I'm
they
saying
realize
most of them are good. Most doctors are good, but they don't know necessarily they're doing bad. A lot of them join it for like altruistic reasons. Most doctors don't have an evil heart. Not what I said. I don't think that at all. But I think, like I said, good people can be deceived. And he probably would give that same treatment to his own children that he thinks is the right treatment. So he thinks he's doing the right thing.
Yeah, it's like they go in with the intention, like, I want to heal people. I want to be a doctor. I want to be a nurse. I want to be, a doctor of osteopathy. I want to be a surgeon. I want to help people. You go into the field and then you get trained in a specific way. So you get trained to be in this field that you want to do, probably through some altruistic reasons, maybe monetary reasons. Not going to lie, I'm sure some people want to be doctors because it pays a lot. But I think many times it's altruistic reasons. But then what you think you're doing many times to help people, which, don't get me wrong, people in the field certainly do help people. I'm not trying to say they don't. But the whole entire structure to get you certified, your certification process is based on certain standards and rules and regulations. And those are dictated by certain people. And you have to operate within those parameters. So people may think that they're doing the proper thing because they're taking what they learned, what they think is the best route, and how they are trained to do what they thought is going to be an altruistic thing and the best thing for every individual they interact with. And they might not understand that the system that they're trained within might not have the altruistic reasons for every process, the same way that they got into the field for altruistic purposes. Does that make sense? Like the system that they have to go through, the certification processes that
You
they
could have
have to
said
go
that with
through.
a lot less words. That's what I said. Good people with good intentions doing things. They're like, you could have summarized that a lot more succinctly.
I'll try to be more pithy in my next statement. My apologies.
I have a question. If DNA was what they said it was, wouldn't each individual person be able to be treated and diagnosed on an individual basis, not put in a range?
not all problems are rooted in the DNA. Not all medical issues are rooted in the DNA.
No, I fully understand that, but if they say they know our DNA, then they would be able to pinpoint certain things like cancer or these kind of things that get diagnosed. And like I know two people that got diagnosed with cancer probably 20, one was about 22 years ago and one was 25, and they just ignored it. They're like, nah, I don't believe you, and they're doing fine. They never got one treatment whatsoever.
Probably a lot of people with cancer, they don't even know it. Like it's not causing any ailments, and unless you could see it, like if you could visually see it's eating your skin, like skin cancer, like your skin is turning black or something. A lot of this could be, you could live with it. It's really the treatment is the poison. Because if you look back into the 80s, there was people diagnosed with AIDS. When was the last person that you've ever heard of who's died from AIDS? Have you heard of anybody recently dying of AIDS? No, because it was completely fabricated. In other words, it was a fabricated illness to give people a treatment, which was actually chemotherapy. The drug that they were using at the time, it was called AZT, and guess who was pushing it? Mr. Fauci. He was
Dr.
pushing it on the
Yeah,
AIDS.
so just
Yeah,
just to
he
let
was
you guys know,
100%
hey, hold on
involved
a
in all
second.
that.
Just to let you guys know, point of moderation. This isn't necessarily something that we need to be discussing in live stream. Just for rules and regulation purposes, we don't want to get.
No,
We don't
medical
want to have
stuff.
issues
We're
with
not. I'm just
Discord or
glossing over
YouTube.
like something historical, something that happened in the 80s.
What?
Something that happened in the 80s. I'm just saying, like, people that never took the treatment for AIDS are still alive because they couldn't afford it. It was very expensive, and they're like, "Damn, I wish I could afford it, but I can't." Well, guess what? Their friends that
As
took
you
it.
I mean,
as you
did you hear me?
continue, yeah.
Did you hear me say like we can just?
I did. I wasn't being specific. I'm speaking in general terms. If I can't speak about anything, why have any conversation at all?
Did I say you can't speak about
Well,
anything? I said
you
just,
have to
hey,
read between the lines to
where have you
understand what
been for
I'm
the last
saying.
2 years, bud? I mean, like,
All right. Well, I'm putting it out in a vague enough sense that you have to read between the lines. I'm not being specific,
you.
and
Yeah, but this is
I know what we
broadcast on
can.
YouTube and they're strict.
I know what
So
we can and can't speak of, and I'm very aware of it.
So, yeah, don't bring up that guy's name and the V and all that stuff. But I was gonna say, so my mother had cancer, and she was stage 4 colon cancer, colorectal cancer to be exact. Doctors really didn't have too much expectation. They caught it kind of late. And I was already studying cancer for a long time since I was a teenager because I had a friend whose little brother died of brain cancer. He had a brain tumor. They started noticing it because his eyeball started like bulging out. His eyeball was like looking the other way. And then they scanned him. He ended up having brain cancer. The doctors are like, yeah, this must have been a cancer that he was born with, but it took 9 years for it to manifest. So a lot of these cancers, they take a long time to manifest. And
Can you talk about cancer and chemotherapy? Is that off topic?
no, you can't bring up that guy's name, bro.
Not his name. Oh, but chemotherapy. Can we say that word?
Bro, if you need to read the rules again, just read them.
Well, chemo. I don't know if it's a bad word because he said chemo. Because I know in my family, I lost my dad, my they all, and each one of them took chemo. So I don't know if I'm allowed to say chemo, but the ones who didn't take it are still alive.
There's certain words you can't say because you're gonna get flagged. Enjoy. Anyways, long story short, so my mother's tumor shrunk 80% in literally 1 month. No, 5 weeks. In 5 weeks, 5 or 6 weeks, it shrunk 80% from the treatment that I was giving her. When she went in and they rescanned her to check the size of her tumor, it had shrunk it 80%. The doctor's like, "What did you do? Like, this is like that's not normal. That's not normally. They expect it to like maybe slow down if they can get it to. I forgot what they call it. To get it in recession, or regression. but they realized not only was it in regression, but it had shrunk 80% in 5 weeks. And the thing was, when they first scanned it, it was the size of a apricot seed, and they were like amazed. And I'll tell you what I did. Like Dr. Budwig is her name. It's a German doctor. She died at like 96 years old, and she was healing patients that were like, there was patients that were given like 3 days to live, bedridden, feeding tubes, all that. And she was able to not only save these patients, but she got him walking like overnight. Like patients that were bedridden for like weeks at this point, if not months. She treated them in like a couple of days. They were walking around. But she resorted to holistic medicine. But she understood the medicine. She understood the voltage of the cell, the lipid membrane, and how a lot of these patients have low voltages. Their cells are weak, low electrical output. And she talks about flaxseed oil and omega-3 fatty acids and sulfur. And I recommend her work. But she's just one of many doctors out there in the field that are just not being heard by the medical establishment. You know, they're just being pushed aside as, even though they're credible, like they're licensed doctors, they're just not being heard.
Have you tried cannabis oil, like concentrated THC?
The thing is, my mother doesn't like being high, so I thought about giving her that, and she just doesn't like being high. So
I could understand that, because I made some distillate, some cannabis distillate, and it actually got me really like one drop of it, like just not even I just touched it on my fingernail to get like a small amount. It was less than a drop, and it did get me high. I'm like, holy shit, it's very potent. But once you get accustomed to it, it kind of levels out. You don't get high anymore. It's kind of like dose dependent. Like, you know, someone could drink one beer if you never had a beer and you get a buzz, and then after a while you could drink a whole case of beer and not catch much of a buzz. It has that same effect with THC. Like people who are like OG stoners who smoke all the time, it takes a lot to get them high. And the same thing with using like a THC treatment. I had probably what I think is cancer. There was a black spot on my hand, and I treated it with cannabis oil, and it took like 3 weeks for it to go away, but it did. It was only the size of maybe like 1/8 inch, maybe. It wasn't very big, but it was black and it wouldn't go away. And I looked at it under like a magnifying glass. It was crusty, maybe a little bigger than 1/8. It was less than 1/4 inch, so maybe 3/16. And it wouldn't heal. Holy shit, dude, this looks like cancer. And it went away, but like I said, 3 weeks. Put a Band-Aid, put a drop of THC oil on it every day, and it did go away. And I spend a lot of time in the sun doing like roof construction and stuff like that. So I do get exposed to a lot of sun, if that's what's even causing it. I don't know if sunlight's causing it. I also do welding, so maybe UV from the welding. I don't know. Goes through the welding gloves. You could feel the heat through it.
that'll do it.
You think the welding
and roofing combined, that'll do it for sure.
Yeah, because it's intense. Even with gloves, you can feel the heat when you're welding at high amperage. And I thought that's what it was. I thought it was weld spatter because I get burns all the time. I thought, oh, it's just weld spatter, but it didn't heal. Like, why is it wouldn't heal for weeks?
So yeah, people don't cover their arms, and they get the welding releases the UVC, and that would literally disintegrate your DNA. Like, it'll mess up your DNA if you don't cover your arms. Some people think it's a joke, like they don't care, like they don't understand the damage that you're doing to yourself.
You get burns from it. You do get, like, they call it like a welder's tan. You get like these UV burns on your skin, and it could be painful. It could be like a sunburn, like a painful sunburn. And if you do it every day, I don't weld every single day, but I do a fair bit of it. And I do have a leather coat that I wear in sleeves. Most of the times I wear the cloth sleeves because they breathe better. They don't you get sweaty with like a leather coat on. So I tend not to wear that often, but I wear my sleeves, but they're just cloth. They're like a flame retardant material. So the spatter it just kind of rolls off it, but you get the UV through it. It cuts it down somewhat, but you still feel it. Yeah, but definitely for topical things, it wouldn't hurt to have some TH if it's legal in your state to have some on hand.
Check that those new welders they're coming out with, like little made out of China, but they're like cold welders. They're like little tiny spot welders.
Cold welding?
I mean, they call it that. It's not really. It's just like low temperature. Like I guess they use some kind of frequency to help that shit out. But there's like all kinds of frequencies, right? That are going through that machine. But that current.
Here's a picture of what this looked like. It wasn't very big. It was just this little dot. But what does that look like? See, it was there for like 3 weeks, and it's dark around the edges, and it wouldn't. It looked to me like a weld burn. It was on the back of my hand, so it's like, okay, what is it?
Well, that's obviously what it's.
Here's someone in the background.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm at a restaurant. I was gonna say that you guys ever heard of Bob Lazar and Element 115? He brought it up like he brought it up in the 80s, right? This element. He spoke about it, and everybody thought he was lying because it was like one of the main active ingredients for their anti-gravity propulsion system. I don't know, whatever. And it wasn't like it was mathematically predicted, and then they ended up discovering it in 2003. But it was like extremely what do you call it? Like it decayed extremely quick. So like they weren't able to actually have any stable amount of it, but they were able to create it. But the stuff that Bob Lazar talked about, he said that it was stable. But like I guess like he was right. Like it was a theoretical element, but they found out he was right. He was legit.
a lot of people back in the, what was this, in the 80s probably, or 70s?
Yeah, 80s.
That's when they came out with a lot of truth. Even like Ted Gunderson, people that were inside the system and they tried to tell you some shit. I just think a lot of them have been, a lot of that information gets covered up. Like he probably was dropping some truth bombs back then, and it'd be good if we could find his work. Do you have some kind of video we could check out with this, what you're talking about?
I would just type in Bob Lazar. He was a whistleblower. He worked at Los Alamos Labs.
Chris is gonna take care of you.
Thank
okay?
you, dear.
Thanks.
And he got like fired from the Los Alamos Labs in Area 51, bro. And he knew, like, he actually knew where everything was located. Like, he definitely worked there. Like, he was part of the he was in newspapers. He created like a Toyota. He had like a Toyota with like a jet engine in it. That's how he first was notarized, or when he first got noticed by the government. He was an engineer, rocket engineer. They hired him to work at Area 51, and he like leaked a bunch of stuff. He got caught leaking a bunch of stuff. I don't know much about him. That's all I remember.
Yeah, sometimes it's good if you have like a smaller bit, because it's like finding a needle in a haystack. Digging through all his work would be like very time consuming to go through all his list of work to find the nuggets. There's been a lot of good people like that you don't hear about much. You hear about Tesla, you don't hear about Victor Schauberger or Victor Korbinigoff. You don't hear about those guys for shit. Because they were, even Walter Russell, you don't hear about him much. All their work is like, it's still out there, but it's people don't talk about it. The research they've done, if you could put the two, like combine that research, you'll figure out a lot of shit that you otherwise wouldn't. There was other brilliant minds. They found this stuff like in recent times, even not just the ancients, but these people from the 50s and 60s, like Walter Russell and Schauberger. They were geniuses. I had some drawings too, because Walter Russell was an artist. He used to draw these sketches, and they looked like the diagrams Whitsitt had. His drawings. That looks like Walter Russell's drawings.
Ron, have a look in the chat. I tagged you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was resting my eyes. My eyes are really tortured. I stare at screens all day, so I don't look too much. Ah, okay. Bob Lazar. I'm gonna tag that. Thank you.
That's not linked to the film, but that's an IMDb about it, right?
I'll read up on it. Yeah. Sometimes I just rest my eyes because I stare at monitors all day and my eyes are really beat up. Flying saucers. Well, that's nothing new. You know what? You know what is like interesting? Have you heard TR3B? It's like a triangle shape, like a Dorito shaped flying machine. At least from pictures I've seen of it, there were some good videos on YouTube, and they've been pulled. That they were depicting things like that. TR3B, people with like video clips. It was odd that was erased. It was good. It was out there for a while, but I think I have a copy of it on my backup hard drive, my external hard drive that I downloaded some stuff before they changed their policy. There was, I think they announced in 2020 they're going to be getting rid of some stuff, and that's part of their house cleaning. That was some of the stuff that went away. Oh my God, some of this stuff is back. This was a good video. Healing people with frequencies. I don't think they'll, they'll ever allow that to go mainstream. Anybody in the chat? Hello?
Hey, Tor for ya.
Yo, brother.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if my mic sounds clear, because I got one bar right now.
Yeah, it sounds all right.
I was gonna say, so you think that like while weather modification, you think that every hurricane or earthquake, you think because a lot of people like every time there's like an earthquake or hurricane, they want to contribute it to like humans causing it.
No. I don't believe that. I do believe that Yah creates weather and everything like that, but I do believe they can manipulate it. I think that they can take something natural and turn it into a disaster. I think they can like make a hurricane more powerful, and they can direct the direction it goes.
I mean, me too. I know that they have the capabilities to influence systems, but I don't think they're making hurricanes from scratch. I mean, I guess it might be possible, but I'm not convinced that they're doing that.
Yeah, I'm not convinced that they make them from scratch either. It is interesting that they all form in the same area. A lot of the ones that come to Florida form off the coast of Africa. And but yeah, I think it definitely is just normal weather patterns that they have been able to hijack and increase the strength of and the direction of. I mean, it's pretty weird. The last few that we've had have gone right up, the Gulf into Texas lately, is where a lot of the hurricanes have been hitting. But yeah, did you see that list of patents that I dropped of all the patents on weather
Yeah.
modification? Yeah, it's crazy.
I was looking at that. Yeah, I believe all that for sure. They've been doing it for a long time. Vietnam, I heard that there was like last time that was like they admitted to it. The last time they admitted to it.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, and they don't admit to that kind of stuff all the time, right?
Nah.
My beef with it, that Hurricane Dorian is really one that I think was manipulated, because I've never seen a hurricane just stop over one place, and it was one of the strongest ever. And I mean, the Abacoas in the Bahamas was leveled to the ground. There's no, like, I think one house stood after. It's insane, dude. And the amount of money over there, but then the amount of like, there's super rich people on the, on one side of the island, like on the south side of the island, and on the north, it's all Haitians, and no one even knows the amount of people that died because they don't even count it.
Why everybody hate the Haitians?
I don't know, Haiti, man. I don't know, right? Is that what
Isn't
Shields
Haiti like the second poorest country? Isn't Haiti the second poorest country in the Western Hemisphere?
Here in Florida, we have tons of Haitians, and I don't know. The big thing here is like they're like, I don't know, they worry. Haiti is super poor, and then they have cannibalistic culture and stuff. It's very strange, strange culture. Interesting language, though, for sure.
I'm from the Caribbean, and I have a Haitian friend too. And like I'm in Massachusetts right now, but I was born in PR, and like there's a few islands down there. Like Haiti's like one of them. Everybody says Haiti's cursed. They've been cursed for a long time. They just get a lot of bad luck, a lot of earthquakes, AIDS, epidemic, like rape culture. Like out of all the islands in the Caribbean, that's like the worst island there. Um, Now Dominican Republic is part of it, but Dominican Republic isn't as cursed as Haiti is. There's legends that go back to why it's cursed, but I don't know. I'm not gonna go into that. But I was gonna say that. What was I gonna say? Yeah, man, like all these crazy earthquakes, dude. Like the last craziest earthquakes has always been in Haiti, dude. Like hundreds of thousands of people dead in one island.
Yeah, that's nuts. Did you say your DR is where you're born, or PR as in like
Not
Peter?
PR.
Okay, Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because DR is attached to Haiti, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's wild.
But the thing is, DR is not the one. Even when the earthquakes happen, DR is fine. I mean,
Yeah.
not completely fine, but Haiti seems to get the worst end every time, dude. Like I'm telling you, there's something going on there.
Yeah, that is weird. That is super strange. Well, their culture too is just super. It's very interesting. Well, like I worked in the restaurant industry here in Florida, and most of like the kitchen, you'll find a lot of Haitians, like the dishwasher and stuff. And they have the way that they talk about their culture. They're super family orientated, but they're definitely not like they're not from a loving spirit. It's definitely feels like an evil spirit that is among them for sure.
And like Africa, basically, at least because Africa has a lot of white people in it. It's not just all black people. Like Southern Africa has a lot of white people. The British colonized South Africa. But like there's like they brought like the Africans brought to the Caribbean, and this is where the legends go. Because I heard about Little St. James way before like Epstein. Like people in the Caribbean knew that there was this island there, and that kids were getting banged there. Like it was like people have been knowing that for years, right? Decades, and kids go missing all the time in the Caribbean. All kinds of stuff. Like where all the kids going? You know what I'm saying? Sex trafficking, and we've known that, and now it's out in the open. But like the legend goes about Haiti is that because of the witchcraft, because of the voodoo, and the blood sacrifices that they're doing, they have generational curses that go back a very long time, and it was brought there by the Africans. Now I'm not racist, but that's just the legend that because of the voodoo, and they're still doing voodoo, they still drink blood, they still do all these things that are forbidden because you're gonna curse yourself and the land. That land seems to be cursed, but like Jamaica too. Jamaica does a little bit of that, but I don't think it's as bad as in Haiti. But you could see the same thing started to happen in Jamaica, where like people are walking because Jamaica has one of the per square mile. Jamaica has one of the most concentrated densities of churches in the world, like Christian churches. So like Jamaica's pretty good, but like but you could see how they're converting over to like lawlessness. And I'm not even trying to bring religion into this, but I just saying like Haiti is weird, bro. Like when it comes to that stuff, there's a lot of rape, gang rape, AIDS, like, and it's like, why is just that island like that and not every other island there in the Caribbean?
Yeah, a lot of voodoo. That's huge there. Voodoo is a big ordeal. But yeah, I didn't realize that about Jamaica. I love visiting Jamaica. I think it's a beautiful place, but yeah, it's a dangerous place too. I mean, you go out to places like that if you were to live out there. I remember we flipped the news on one day and it was like a family of 4 all dead. The only thing they could find missing out of their house was cell phones. You know what I mean? It's like it's a whole different lifestyle that they're living out there, and yeah, lawlessness, like you said, taking over. Days of Noah, man.
It's speculation, man, but yeah.
Puerto Rico got slammed a couple years back too, if I'm remembering correctly, didn't they? By a big hurricane too.
Yeah, Maria, I
Yep.
think it was. But not only that, they were getting hit by earthquakes at the same time as COVID. Like, dude, they were like, "What's going on?" Earthquakes and COVID all at the same time, and like just people, the unrest and everything that was going on, and is this the end of the world? Like people were thinking like this was the beginning of the tribulation, but and then it just kind of like stopped. The pandemic stopped. Well, I didn't mean to say the C word. Crap. But yeah,
Yeah, I mean, I see. That's why I think there's something important about when we talk about those alignments of certain stars and everything. How like Geo has said, like there was an alignment during that time that caused isolation, this and that, and now we're moving into a
yeah.
Jupiter Uranus alignment. I think a lot of that matters, dude. I'm not huge into it, but I think a lot of that's very important.
You know what Uranus means in Greek or Uranus?
What's that?
Paradise.
Nice, yeah.
And literally, it means paradise.
I know a lot of people relate Jupiter to Yeshua as well, the same energies and stuff. So, but I know obviously, pagan stuff going on in there too. But I think it's all made by the Creator, so I don't let them try to take that from us.
Yeah, man. Constellations and the star trails consistently show that we are definitely on a stationary Earth, because you have these same star trails all the time, dude. Like for thousands of years, they have not changed.
Yep, center of all creation, in my opinion, for sure. You ever
What
see
kind?
the description of where they said like the Gilgamesh that they found and everything? Like, did you ever see where they dug and everything like that? The tunnels they had to dig down to get to it?
I just heard that they found Gilgamesh's tomb in Iraq around the same time that we went to war with Iraq over 9/11 or whatever it was.
Yeah.
I've like there were some videos that were leaked. I don't really believe those videos. What about you?
No, I don't know too much about it. It's the reason why earlier I was saying the Nimrod thing was because, it's again, I can't verify the information, but it looks like they pulled him from a pit that didn't have bottom. And I guess and then resurrection texts weren't returned ever. They were just stolen and kept. And I think America's symbol being the eagle, being a phoenix for resurrection, a part of me thinks that the beast, the Antichrist, has already been here, who is Nimrod, and will be re-resurrected. That's my speculation. That's kind of what I think. I can't prove any of this, obviously, but
It's fascinating. I'll give you that. And I know that Rob Skiba, he believed that Gilgamesh was Nimrod, and he believed that they were trying to clone Gilgamesh. Now, I disagree with Rob Skiba. Rest in peace, Rob Skiba. But yeah, like I mentioned earlier, they're two different characters altogether from two different from completely different generations.
different
Gilgamesh.
different timelines. You mean? Like, I know Nimrod's after Noah. What about Gilgamesh?
So exactly. So Noah had 3 sons, and Nimrod came from Ham. But
Yeah,
it goes Ham, Cush, and
Japheth.
Nimrod.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Ham,
So
Cush, to
through
Nimrod.
Cush, Cush was Nimrod's father, and then that line keeps going. That line keeps going like another 4 generations before you get to Gilgamesh. You follow me?
Yeah, no, I hear you. I understand. So you're saying he's a lot younger. Gilgamesh is a lot younger than Nimrod.
Yeah.
Okay. And and that's like going from like the Egyptian timeline alongside the Bible timeline, or like, because I know Gilgamesh isn't really mentioned, right?
I compare the Bible with the Sumerian tablets.
I gotcha.
And you can figure out who's who. It talks about them, it talks about Noah, it talks about Cush, it talks about all them guys. Gilgamesh befriended I forget who he befriended. I gotta refresh my memory on this. I don't want to screw it up.
I think the thing that really made me see the creator was how these people up top do worship the great deceiver, the adversary too. benevolence. You know what I mean? So that's I think what really got me to open my eyes fully to it. And then, yeah, trying to go back to research this stuff, you could see how there's just deceit all over it, you know, like to the fact that it's all covered up and can't even get the information. Like, how do you live in a world that there's pyramids and no one can explain how they got here? Like, that doesn't even make sense to my mind.
But yeah, I was gonna say I think Gilgamesh was friends with Pan. If I'm not, but it wasn't. He wasn't called Pan. He was called Enkidu. They were best friends, dude. Gilgamesh and Pan were best friends at one point. Like they were like, dude, I don't know. That's what the Sumerian tablets talk about, dude. I kid you not.
That's crazy. That's the dude that like the little children.
Yeah.
And everything. Yeah, that's messed up, man.
Goat demon, part
Yeah.
human, part goat.
That's like what they base Peter Pan off, don't they?
Yeah, yeah. So if they found Gilgamesh's body and they were able to retrieve DNA, they recoverable DNA that's not too fragmented, then yeah, it's theoretically possible that they can, clone him. But so what? Like, why? Even if they were able to clone him or make copies of him or introduce his genetics into another modern human, you think you're gonna get like Gilgamesh, his soul? You think it's gonna come back? Like, I don't understand.
Yeah, I mean, depending on the preservation of what he is, I think we'll be way further. I don't think this is happening right now. I'm still of the belief like we got some time left, because I think that transhumanism thing has to come, like that people are okay with, I don't know how they show that you could like have the eyesight of an eagle, when they put this certain thing into you, or you could have this or that. And then I think they're going to sell it, first to, a paralyzed, like someone who's paralyzed. They're going to be like, look, we can make this dude walk again. And then people that aren't even in any like detrimental health issues, we can make you stronger. We could do this with you and this and that. And then I think that will help lead it to that point that I don't have it exactly worked out, but for some reason I do think that the beast was here already and is to come. So I think he's going to be resurrected. I think that I'm of the belief system that I think that the Great Deceiver is up in a Death Star. I think that's what causes the eclipse. I think that Death Star is going to be shot down to Earth at the first trumpet with the fiery arrows. And then I think he will have the key, and he will be able to go down to the bottomless pit and resurrect Nimrod. And then that will be the first beast, or the Antichrist, I should say. And he will be the perpetrator of, he'll be the ruler of the world, just like he was at the time of the Tower of Babel.
Interesting. You made me think of something about, because somebody, I think it was Frank, not Frank, Snacks. You still there? Dude's always on here. Yo, earlier you brought up you brought up Nibiru.
Nibiru.
And just go on.
I thought it sounded like Hebrew. Then I looked at it, and that's like a whole thing. Like there's a whole controversy about like or the Hebrews. Are you hip to that? I don't know.
It's interesting. I mean, Hebrew, very similar, but in the Hebrew, it's not Hebrew, it's Ivrit. Ivrim, more like it, Ivrim. Ivri is so that's Hebrew, and Hebrew is Ivri. But in English, it does sound similar to Hebrew.
But there's also like that's the like a competitive spelling, the Hebiru, or the Habiru. Actually, it's Habiru. That may have eventually become to be known as Hebrew or Hebrew or Hebrew. I don't know, man. This it's just something I looked up. You can check it out.
No, it's all good. In Spanish, or in Latin, in Spanish, it's Hebreo. But so you brought up Planet X or Nibiru, and like that was all the rave in 2012 with the Mayan calendar, and the world was going to come to an end, and everybody was talking about Planet X, and Zachariah Stitchin made a ton of money probably from his books around that time talking about
Also,
Planet X.
shout out to Jabiru, wherever you are. Homie. Sorry, I had to do that.
There's some truth to that. I mean, there's a lot of different cultures that talk about this foreign object in the sky, or like this, and it's on a cyclical orbit apparently, right? But it's like it comes around, and every time it comes around, there's like massive cataclysms on the earth. There's like all kinds of havoc and earthquakes and electrical storms and volcanic eruptions and nuclear winters. Not due to nuclear bombs, but due to the volcanic eruptions. And like there's been resets in history due to this thing that comes around. Some call it the Phoenix. Some call it the Destroyer. Some call it Planet X. Some call it Nibiru. And within all, it's basically all the same thing. It comes from the sky. Some say it's the Sumerians said it was a planet, but the Cobran Bible, the Cobran Bible talks about it being a fiery dragon. And if you think about the phoenix is a fiery bird, but some dragons are like cockatrice. They're like fiery birds. They have beaks and they have feathers. Some dragons had feathers, feathered serpent. And these things fly, but I've looked into this, bro, but I can't tell you definitively what it is. I just know that it does coincide with both the Cobran and the Masonic literature. In the Bible, for whatever reason, this thing is secluded. It's not spoken of at all. In the Bible, it comes up a few times as the Destroyer. Mastema. It was responsible for a lot of the stuff that happened in Egypt. Like the Cobran Bible records some of the occurrences in Egypt during the Exodus. Like after they had already left, it continues the story of things that happened in Egypt after the Exodus of the Israelites. Like there was like a fiery serpent. I don't know, man. It's weird. I don't know how true it is, but
was it they followed
something
a light?
to ponder.
Didn't they follow a light by night or something like that?
Yeah, that's the Israelites. They did. They followed a fire at night and a cloud in the day or something like that.
Right.
But he's saying like
some
after
people theorize that was like a cometary event that they were following the comet. Some people say
That was a common military practice. They would have a giant thing a guy would carry, a giant pillar, and it would have a little like fire in the top and a bowl in the top of the thing. And then at night they would have it be fire. You could see the fire. The army knew where to go. And then during the day, they would make it be smoke, and then you could see the smoke.
Yeah, I wonder where they got that idea from.
That's what Egypt used to do when they went to war, or so the story goes.
in the Masonic literature, it's referred to as a phoenix.
Phoenician.
Like Moses was heavily military minded. He was no joke. He knew what he was doing when it came to war tactics, shit like that. He went and raised a huge army over that 40 years in the desert, and then pillaged that whole area. You guys hear me?
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
according
I'm listening.
Yeah, I'm listening. According to that story, the reason we see him being that great was because he was, in direct contact or speaking with agents of Yah or Yah. But I agree, Jeremy, just by looking at the story, he obviously, that's military minded for sure. Because what they did
Oh yeah,
was
dude. He
crazy.
came to get busy. I don't know why they sent him or what the story says he was doing in the desert, but he was getting busy.
He was from the tribe of Levi. Give you a little hint.
During Exodus, when Yah came down on Mount Sinai, in the Psalms, it says that the heavens quaked when he did that, and there's accounts from the Cobran, which the Cobran Bible is really just a compilation of a bunch of random manuscripts that were compiled in like the Renaissance, like the Dark Ages. I don't even know when exactly it was compiled, but it doesn't follow like it's just a random, like if somebody went to a library and just collected a bunch of random old ancient manuscripts and put it onto, and they call it the Cobran Bible. But in that Bible, there's all kinds of references from the Druids, the Scottish, the Brits, going back to Egypt and Egyptian testimony of things that happened in Egypt. Like we don't have that stuff in the Bible. But when Yah came down on Mount Sinai, and it says that the heavens quaked, there was repercussions worldwide when that happened. And the Egyptians record some of the things down on Mount Sinai. We don't get those testimonies in the Bible, but we get them from and it's pretty remarkable, bro. When I get home in like 5 minutes, I'm about to lose reception. But if you want, look up Heavens Quake verse. I forget which one it is. I think it's 97 something.
Yeah, I'll check that out. It's crazy too how Mount Sinai still looks burnt at the top.
The whole Mount Sinai thing is there's tin there. There's a lot of tin found in that.
Did you say 10, Jeremy? I didn't hear you.
10, yeah. You need tin to make. They were in the copper era. So they're making copper weapons, and you need tin to mix with the copper, and it makes it like stronger or something.
Yeah, definitely harder. Yeah.
Everything he did was based on like military shit.
When you mix tin and brass, you make bronze.
When you say the military thing too, it's very interesting because like everything in the military can be tracked back to like making sure the right people reproduce with the right people to create to create a better race in the future. That's why there's all those like sexual innuendos in the names, right? Like a private.
I think they want a dystopia for the common man, and then for themselves, they want to be kings. Like they want genetic misfits. They're easier to control. People of and that's why they do certain things with the water and the food to dumb us down. Then we're the slaves, and they're the kings.
Yeah, for sure. Now I'm kind of talking like early on, like the first forming of the military. I think their first duty was ensuring the genes to be produced the way they wanted, like the
Soldiers,
best of
yeah,
the
they
best.
wanted strong soldiers, but not. They don't want thinkers.
Exactly. But I believe in giants and stuff too, so I know that's kind of far out there.
Oh, there's evidence of it. It's not even a belief, man. There's bones and there's hard evidence for giantism.
No doubt about it. That is not far out at all.
Tons in Florida when they dig. Just like Jeremy says, we're not allowed to dig anymore, dude.
Dude, and Florida is the most shallow state, dude. You guys are barely above sea level. You don't got to dig too far.
I mean, we can dig, but like they shut us down from the Giza Strip like back in the 90s or something. They don't really want to dig. They're not like fighting to dig.
No.
Dude, you know what I want to dig is those mounds. Those, the mound builders in Ohio and such, and there's a serpent. I want to dig that shit. They say they're Indian burial grounds. I know that's a bullshit cover story. I want to see what's legit in there. They were finding stuff in China in these mounds and these clay soldiers and all this amazing shit. Like, I want to see what's in that stuff. And that's probably why they don't want us going there. There's reasons they don't want us to see what's in there.
Yeah, every time you read mound, you could almost just change it out for pyramid. Like they change that word out because they don't want us to know. But yeah, we have two
China.
in
My bad.
we have two in my town, and yeah, I want to dig there's a littler one, and I want to dig just to see what's in there. But yeah, they're overgrown with grass. You can't even, it's all of them are state parks, all of that.
There's like ground penetrating radar.
China.
Go ahead. There's a delay. Go ahead.
No, that's good. China came out and said they're like, we don't, because they got tons of pyramids in China, dirt ones or whatever. Nonetheless, though, they terrace them off and use them for farming, for agriculture. But anyways, China came out and said they're like, yo, we can wait. They're like, we can wait another 200 years if we want to get that stuff that's under the ground. We've waited this long, like it'll be fine. They're not even in a rush to do it or anything.
Well, they're part of the system.
And archaeology is messy right now. Like shit gets fucked up and it's not clean. It's cleaner now than it was before, but it's not. It's still messy.
Dude, it's so messy. We have it going on right now in Miami here. Archaeological dig, because they demolished a building and then they start digging to put the foundation. They find all kinds of things. Like even the Miami Circle is one of these, that they dig, and it's crazy. Every time they knock down one of those buildings and dig to put a new foundation, they halt the whole program.
There's old world buildings underneath them.
Dude. Buy a metal detector. The next time you guys want to go poke around at one of these sites, bring that thing along with you, dude. You'll be surprised what kind of fucking shit you can dig up.
True
yeah,
that.
But the problem is the depth of these mounds are deep, right? A metal detector is only going to pick up the first maybe couple feet. Some of these are 100 feet tall.
It's all about finding a few artifacts and that contradict the mainstream narrative to blow the cover.
People that have been digging in their fields, like farmers and stuff, they found giant bones and stuff, and then they're like, "What do we do? I don't know. Let's call the Smithsonian." And that's the last thing you want to do, because it'll never be seen again. People think they're doing the right thing, like, "Oh, let's save this so other people can appreciate it." Right? That's what comes to their mind. They want their shit to be in a museum and be preserved. And
just to throw it out there, anytime you go beyond 4 feet, you have to have a digging permit. You need to get permission from the government and/or the state.
Beyond what? 4 feet, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, it's crazy. I live on the treasure coast of Florida. We have the most shipwrecks that, like, in the past, I can't even tell you the amount of money they say that's in the ocean. You gotta see all the guys with metal detectors after we have a big storm and shit, dude. People find these sweet, like, Aztec gold pieces here all the time.
Yeah, if you got scuba gear, there's lots of shipwrecks. You could find gold coins and treasure, like gold, silver, even like artifacts like cannons and stuff. Who knows what these cannons were too? Like the more I'm looking into it, like were they really firing big iron balls at other ships that are moving? It's like, what were these actually used for?
Are you serious?
Yeah, in general construction, they seem to be an explosive device. Like what else could it be? I guess. What do you propose it could be?
The cannon? I don't know. Like other people said, sound like a acoustic weapon. I'm not sure exactly, but the whole thing of a bunch of like heavy iron balls rolling around on the deck of a ship, loading them with gunpowder, single shot. I don't know. I mean, that's what Hollywood depicts: broadside shots of a cannon. I could see for destroying a ship, it might be useful, but for like a battlefield, like say I got a bunch of soldiers and I'm supposed to shoot one big iron ball at 100 soldiers and hopefully maybe hit one of them with this, it seems like a waste of material, and it is a waste of
What was
material.
what was the thing that Archimedes developed that was able
With
to
the
burn a hole
mirrors.
through ship using the mirrors? Like, how long ago was that? You mean to tell me a fucking cannonball is better than that when you can fucking sink a ship fucking probably twice as far just using
Well, the
mirrors?
thing with
Well, it would be
the thing
limited
with a
by
cannonball.
conditions. Sorry, go ahead.
We didn't hear anything you said, man. Go ahead. I
It'd be
overtalked you.
limited. It'd be limited by the weather conditions.
Yeah, you're limited with that. The cannonball thing, though, I'm surprised they weren't using bolo rounds back then, especially for something like troops. Maybe if you're trying to take out a city, walls or something, yeah. But yeah, if you're trying to take out troops, like I figured you'd want a bolo round. You know what I'm saying?
I think they did. They had chained rounds. They'd put silverware in them. They'd put anything they could put in them.
Well, they had like buckshot too, where they call it grape shot, where it's like a giant shotgun, where you put say you throw 100 musket-sized
No
lead
doubt.
balls,
That
and it
makes
comes
sense.
out like a giant blast.
That makes sense.
That makes
That's
more
better than a
sense.
bolo round, honestly.
That makes more sense than a single round.
To this day, smooth bore weapons are still the most advanced weapons we have.
I don't know.
When it comes to ballistic weapons, I'll state that.
How are they advanced? I don't get it. I mean, like any
No,
needs
además,
to have rifling.
Because you do not require a specific size weapon. You can use sable rounds. You can use so many different types of rounds in a smooth bore barrel.
You could use sabos in a rifle barrel. That's
no. I assume you probably could at certain velocities, but generally, no, you can't.
yeah, you can. They're fired out of almost every rifle. Well, every rifle is definition rifled. Only shotguns are smooth bore.
Exactly.
Bro, I seen guns where it's a survival gun. It's got like attachments on the back where you can. I think it's like a 12 gauge, but you can make it so you could shoot 22, whatever.
Yeah, you can switch out the barrel, and
the
you can
shell
also
is an adapter. It has different size. I've seen it. It's got a small rifled section of barrel, and they have it for every single caliber, like 9mm, 45, 22, and it's slightly longer than the shotgun shell. It has a bit of barrel attached, and you put it right in there. It's an adapter. It's a single shot adapter.
There's also semi as well, where just the end of it is rifled on the rifle. You can get like semi rifling in a shotgun as well, where the whole barrel isn't
That's a
rifled.
choke. Yeah, that's a rifled choke.
Thank you.
Listen,
Yeah.
when a guy shoots, oh my bad, go ahead.
No, it's all you. I think there's lag. Go ahead.
I'm always lagging. Yeah, when a shooter adjusts for the Coriolis, is the bullet goes straight and he's shooting where the guy is gonna be, right? Like a sniper.
It's actually called leading the target.
Yeah, if the target is moving, you definitely want to.
Yeah, that would be the only time you
Why
would
would
lead
you
the
have
target.
so?
There
Or
is a
Wendy's.
thing. there is a thing called spin drift from the rifling of the barrel. The bullet's rotating like 300,000 rotations per minute. It's got a high spin, so it's called spin drift, and it always goes the direction of the rifling. So if it's a right hand twist or a left hand twist, that's what they're calling Coriolis. Everybody knows about spin drift that does long distance shooting, and they account for it, but it's not Coriolis because sometimes it's a left-handed threat or rifling, and sometimes it's a right. So you're going to have spin drift in either direction.
I got a video from an unbiased military instructor saying that Coriolis, the drift effect, goes right out the window when it comes to ballistics with the rifle. He said we don't use it. He said the 4-inch deviation in MOA can easily be accounted for within windage adjustments and doping. So.
Yep, I agree. My uncle is a hunter, and he's got 1 million fucking rifles, and he's never adjusted for Coriolis.
And it's especially how like the flight time is so small. Like you really need to adjust for that, but not these things that take a lot longer, like a football. Don't you think a football's in the air longer than a bullet? Wouldn't it have more Coriolis effect? If the Earth is moving irrespective of something in the air, it's like, okay, this football's in the air for 4 seconds, the bullet's in the air for 2 seconds, but you got to adjust for the bullet, not the football.
Dude, didn't Neil
But
deGrasse
speed
Tyson say someone like kicked a field goal and they made it because of that?
Yeah, right. It's moving 700 miles an hour, and the ball's moving like 40 miles an hour.
I think Neil deGrasse Tyson has made some really good arguments for flat Earth.
Sometimes I think flat Earth's a psyop because of the people that are on the other side.
It's definitely something like that because the Illuminati card game mentions it. It says flat earthers know something. Well, no shit. So where are they going to take it? It's like we figured it out, and I think by the time enough people figure it out, where are they going to take it from there? Like they have a plan to like pull the rug at the end. There is something up. They're going to let us do the dirty work, and we spend all this time right trying to like make people aware of it. And then when it hits a critical mass, maybe they have a plan. They obviously have a plan for it, or they wouldn't even put it in their card game. I don't know what they're going to do at the end when we do reach critical mass.
Yeah, it's called hit the red button.
I don't know, but I think they have some like they subvert everything. You know how they subvert language? They subverted the word woke, right? So we let them co-opt these words and change the meaning. Like they co-opted the word gay. They co-opted the word woke. They taking these very effective words. Well, gay wasn't necessarily effective, but the word woke was very effective. And they turned it into a shitty word, right? You don't want to be called woke now. They totally polluted it.
Or do your own research. Polluted that one too.
Not necessarily. You shouldn't trust anybody. You should be skeptical. You should research everyone. You shouldn't like take anything at face value. You should be skeptical.
I completely agree, but they pretty much use that as a statement to make fun of conspiracy theorists or truthers in the mainstream.
Well, when you do the research, you find out that it's conspiracy truth, right? It's like, well, okay, fuck it ain't.
That's why they're probably trying to do it, right?
I don't know. It will backfire.
I remember what you're talking about with woke. I remember when it came out, and I loved it. And then all of a sudden, it turned into a completely different fucking thing.
They can't do it with red pill. If they try to, woke and red pill went hand in hand. Like, it's from the Matrix, right? Everyone's in this sleep. They're sleepwalking through life. And then you wake out of the sleepwalk and you see reality. And you're like, oh my God, I woke up. I was sleepwalking. I woke up and see how fucking crazy everything is. What I thought was reality is completely fake. That's the hard part to deal with for a minute. If you don't have like a strong mental capacity, you could get really messed up. Like when I found out about it, there was no one to talk to. So it was early days, and it's like it was very isolating. It's like to know this and you can't talk to anybody about it because they think you're fucking crazy. It's like, who do I tell? Do I tell my best friend and he won't be my friend anymore? He's gonna think I'm fucking weird. I know that their playbook is all they don't deviate much from their playbook. Like what they planned 30, 40, 50 years ago, they follow through on that shit.
I think we need practicality from the convo as well is the big part of it. I know we, have these proofs and we can prove it to someone or we can argue it and this and that, but I think now we need like I know we're working on it, but obviously it's out there to harness energy. We hear about self-repairing concrete. We hear about these things. Like we need to start doing that stuff.
I think to our capabilities, a lot of people are doing their own experiments, observations. That's how it grew to be what it is. Like people doing these experiments. Like especially the balloon ones for me were very telling. The balloons with the cameras in it. That was when I saw the footage, I'm like, oh my God. You just see that giant flat horizon. You see the sun. You see like the hot spot on the clouds. You see how everything's localized. It's like, oh my God.
Yeah, and then watching NASA footage and it all making way more sense after seeing what it should look like and how they portray it.
No curvature at all. It's like, oh my God. And the camera was like the dog cam. It was just an advertisement for camera gear. They didn't intentionally, maybe they did intentionally. Maybe they were like crypto flat earthers, but they made it look innocent. Like, no, we're just selling camera gear. But that was, you got to think, it's an expensive proposition to launch that type of cameras, to buy that volume of helium. And did you guys notice like the price of helium really skyrocketed about 10 years ago? And maybe not even quite that. And it had to do with flat earth. It made it cost prohibitive. Helium used to be a lot cheaper and they jacked up the price. They made excuses why the price is so high.
Do you know who owns majority of the helium producing factory?
NASA, dude. NASA owns it all. They own pretty much everything.
George Bush.
NASA buys like 90+%. They buy up the biggest volume of helium. They've got it cornered.
Well, they're buying it from the Bush family.
They got to be concerned. They got to be concerned at this point. These globers pulling all the helium out of the earth. It ain't going to be floating anymore.
There's a strategic.
When we are successful, and we will be. God, that's so creepy when he says it like that, dude. And we will be. Like, holy shit. Are you sure, Mr. Bush? You sure, Mr. Bush?
His wife is just as bad too.
And we
She
will
was
be.
creepy as fuck.
They're all demon people. They're all fucking just like ugly ass demon people. I swear, the older they get, the more it's like, that's not a human. Look at that fucking thing. Look at it. Sorry.
Bush is Aleister Crowley's spawn. If you look
it's like
at
skin bags are hanging off their. The skin is hanging off their fucking bones like skin bags. It's just ugh.
Barbara Bush never fucking blinks, man.
Yeah, it's just all kinds of wrong with all those fucking people. It's like I watch people age in my family and they don't age like that. It's horrible what's happening to those people visually. Right? Strange. Ugly as sin. Sorry, someone had to say it.
Aside from that, they're evil people. Everything I've researched on them, they're some of the most evil people. And he seems like such a harmless Mr. Rogers type, right? Oh, gee whiz. Like he just seems like just a nerdy, harmless guy. But, George Bush Sr., they were some evil, creepy people. That's a good disguise if you could, depict yourself as just some nerdy kind of guy. Like, oh, he's just a nerdy old guy. He's harmless.
You guys seen the videos of the Border Patrol busting in all these illegal immigrants straight from the border since Title 42 is about to end?
I thought they hadn't crossed the border yet, and they haven't. They're just like going through different towns towards the
Nah,
border. You're saying they've actually
got-
breached it now?
we got U.S. buses pulling up right at the border and letting these people on the bus, and then they're distributing them all throughout the United States, in Texas, you name it, dude, all over the place.
That's their
Social
Cloward
Security.
and Piven strategy to collapse the system, and they want chaos. It's called their order out of chaos. So right now we're in the collapse phase. They're putting these people on social programs and collapsing, and then they're charging more taxes to the people who do work, and the system is imploding on purpose by design. They're purposely imploding everything.
Well, in one way, isn't it, in order to print more money, if they have more Social Security cards and birth certificates, they could do that, right?
Yep.
Well, they always have to print more to keep up with the debt repayment. How do you repay them? You repay them with their own notes, so they got to loan you more of it. And it's a vicious cycle. It's never ending. It can never be paid back. Like the debt, like if the only person you could borrow from is the person lending you and printing the money, you could never print it back. Because after the first bill, if you got to pay me back too, you got to borrow another one from me and another one. And it can never be fulfilled after the first dollar's printed by design.
Yeah. I'm just saying because it's not backed by gold anymore. In order to print it, they use your Social Security card and your birth certificate. So if they allow a bunch more people in, and those people have children, it gives them the opportunity to be able to print the more money.
Yeah, the whole system needs to go away, but the problem is they implement what do we implement after it? I'm sure they already have what they want to implement it. I'm sure they know exactly how it's going to be done. Like they're doing it because they have a plan what they want to inject afterwards. And it's going to happen because like we don't have the ability to print it fiat currency like us, like in this room. We don't have that ability. We don't have the ability to go to a gold standard like us. Like who's got like funds right now?
There was two people that wanted to Lincoln wanted to introduce the greenback, and JFK wanted to get rid of the central banking system. I mean, they turned out fine.
Yeah, watch out.
I don't even know about these characters like Lincoln or even Jackson. Andrew Jackson supposedly got rid of the first central bank. Why would they put him on the $20 bill? Like the guy was a hero that took on their central bank, and they're going to put him on their fiat. That doesn't make
Ironic,
sense.
huh?
Lincoln made the U.S. into a corporation.
It is a corporation.
Yeah, it happened under Lincoln, from what I understand. And even if we did go back on the gold reserve, right? They still have fractional reserve banking. It would just happen on the gold. You can keep dividing the gold indefinitely, like Bitcoin. You can just
That's
keep
what they
dividing the gold
did.
infinitely and
They
keep
did
loaning
with the
out.
deposits.
It doesn't even matter.
Once they
Well,
issued paper notes on the gold deposits, right? That's what they did. They were printing fiat. That was they had banknotes that they called gold certificates. Let's say they had $1 million of gold in the bank. They printed $10 million of paper notes, and they're like, "Well, nobody's going to come take all their gold at once, until they do have these bank runs." But they were always doing that. And then they would they're like, "We could loan out 10 times as much as we actually have, or 100 times. Nobody will know."
yes, but now they have the bank system in the control of the population, and they call it a Federal Reserve Bank. And Woodrow Wilson is the one who signed that one in, and that's really the killer.
I'm pretty sure it's private. It's not public owned.
No, they make us believe, like Chase, like employees at Chase and stuff, like they make you believe that you're in control of the money, but it's not. They still control it all.
You want to know something crazy? In 1933, you're right. Like, tell me this is an accident. 1933, FDR declared an executive order that on May 1st he did it, which is May Day. It's a communist holiday. 1933. This is their Freemasonic number, right? That's when he ordered the gold be confiscated under penalty of whatever, by an executive order, mind you. This was not an act of Congress. And that was when they confiscated the gold. And at the time, gold was worth $35 on the open market, the world market. It was worth $35 per ounce. They only paid $20 per ounce. So not only did they force you to turn it in for fiat under penalty of their law on an executive order, which is a dictate. People did because they had to conduct business. Like, well, I got to buy food for my family. I can't use this gold anymore because it's illegal. I have to convert it to their fiat because the law says so. And a lot of people did, unless you had, like, say you had additional wealth. Let's say you had additional wealth where you didn't need to turn into gold. You could just afford to keep it. I'm sure they had to do it with some amount just to live, buy shit, but most of it got sucked up. Most of it got sucked up into their system just by an executive order. So I mean, why couldn't it happen today? It probably will. Even if we had some kind of gold standard, other people had their gold. What if they do the same kind of shit? Well, I want to turn it in. What if no store accepts it? If you can only use digital currency, like their digital central bank currency, if that will be the only thing the stores accept, you need to buy gas, you need to buy food, you have to use their currency, their digital currency, or you can't just go to the store with an ounce of gold or whatever and buy anything because they won't take it.
Well, if they got away with the national lockdown, probably pull that off also.
Now they're not
that's
even
what-
fucking fiat at most places. Now it's all digitized. Like, I took the kids to watch the Dodger game, and in order to purchase anything, I had to do it with either a debit card or you take your cash, and they've got a place where you can exchange it for a debit card. But
where was this?
This is at the Los Angeles Dodger Stadium, and most places are doing this now.
My brother went to the amusement park, Cedar Point, and they would not accept any cash. You had to pay with credit card or debit card, which
Well,
is
the
crazy.
thing is, when you're handling cash, you know, it starts getting weird when you start handling cash because now you got employees could steal cash. People are going to try to rob the cash. If it's all through the, debit, credit cards, digital, whatever, like there's not really a risk there. No one can come
Well,
like rob you or.
That's
That's
yeah.
the comfort
I'm
story.
not saying that there's not advantageous things about it, but for the most part, it's like, since when am I not allowed to conduct business with US fiat? Like, it just makes no sense.
Yeah,
Even when you go to a
if you're
baseball game, you'd buy a pretzel or a hot dog or a beer or a glass of Coca-Cola, whatever. You would pay. There'd be a guy walking up and down the aisle selling those things, and you'd pay him with cash.
like you basically got to send a Brinks truck to pick the money up after a game or something. You know what I'm saying? It's got to be,
Jeremy,
hundreds of thousands.
Jeremy,
like
that's
that
the
world
same
better.
excuse they used with the gold, man. That's the same exact excuse. They said, who could carry all this gold in there?
Dude, that is how they use. They're like, you only lose a paper note. Here, let's keep your gold in the bank, and we'll issue a paper note. That's what the Rothschilds did. We'll give you your deposit will be safe in one of our banks. You redeem this paper note, and you will get your gold. Say you want to go from London to Venice, and that you could withdraw your gold once you get to Venice. And then there'd be a record of the paper note on their bank deposit slip, right? Like, so even if you lost the paper note, you could say, look, no, I went in your London deposit. I deposited 10 ounces of gold, and they could check the records.
Look what England did to Venezuela, dude. Venezuela tried to come up with their own currency, and they asked for their gold back from England, and they were given tungsten coated gold bars, or
Nice.
gold coated tungsten bars. Yeah.
What are they going to
And
do? Sue them? You're going to sue them in
Well,
the world court? Like, you're fucked.
Well, that's the whole thing, is they got ripped off, and then they just crashed right after all of that because of what England did, and nobody's talking about it. No one's done shit about it. Like, it's just a fucking modern heist.
Dude, you want to know something funny? I do some scrapping, like scrap metal. The price of tungsten carbide, it spiked around 2010 when we had that banking crisis and the price of gold went up. So did the price of tungsten. These fuckers were buying up tungsten. Like, scrap tungsten was going for like 20, 25 bucks a pound. They're buying that shit up, like your carbide inserts and stuff. And that's where it was going.
China's been doing it too. There's been a lot of countries ripping
Canada
people
did
off.
it. Dude, Canada did it to China. Canada sold them tungsten gold bars.
It's just getting funny out here, dude.
They're all fucking each other over. But the thing is, we know that they're connected. We know all these countries are independent, or like not independent of each other. They're all promoting the globe. They're all promoting outer space.
Yeah.
They're all
No, they're
they're
it's the
frenemies.
facade. Yeah, the facade is that they're against each other, but it's really
Yeah,
the world government's against the citizen.
they're
It's why the
frenemies. I
mafias
call them.
working together against the citizens.
They
Or
are
against
all working against them, right? But they'll still fuck each other over on those levels like that. Like, hey, we'll fuck over this country. Like, there's no honor among thieves. But
Exactly.
none of them deviate off the course, is what I'm saying. So somebody has all these fucking thugs by the balls. Someone has them by the balls enough that none of them step out of line and say, no, this is not a fucking globe. None of them dare step out of line and tell the truth about that. So someone really has them by the balls, or else they're all just puppets on one big play, which is what I subscribe to that, because it's like the proof is there. They're all colluding. There's physical proof.
So
Otherwise,
go ahead, bud. I'm sorry.
I was going to say, otherwise the whole system falls apart. This whole illusion falls apart. If any of them step out of line as a nation state, and say, you know what? Let's say Russia did. Let's say Russia wants to go legit. Says, you know what? We never went to space. The United States never went. It's completely bogus, and here's why. And if they wanted to spill the beans like we are right here, things would destabilize really fast. The whole illusion would fall apart. But none of them ever do. That's the point.
What were you gonna ask me, Hammer?
Yo, I was gonna ask you, what do you think is gonna be the repercussions of DeSantis in Florida saying no CBDC here?
He gonna be president.
I think it's an illusion, though. It's an illusion.
I was asking Dysel real quick. Sorry about it.
Basically, he's going to lose any sort of innovation, any sort of crypto company looking to set up somewhere. He's not going to have any of that. America's facing that right now as a country. Like, we're with the fact that we don't have any regulatory clarity within that space.
But do you think it matters? Do you think Rick DeSantis or whatever his name is, do you think it matters? I mean, he's just obviously he's another one of them. It's like you have good cop, bad cop.
Well, he declared. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying it's the only. He declared like we're not taking any part in cryptocurrency here in Florida.
He also didn't do a lockdown during COVID, which was nice. People could go about their business and enjoy themselves. They didn't mask up, which is good. But I do think that is a good cop, bad cop. I think
that's because that happened on spring break here, and that's where Florida gets its revenue from.
Right, but what I'm saying is, like, all the players in the game, you got to admit that all these people, Trump, Hillary, DeSantis, whoever, they're all puppets, and like on a bigger scheme, but they have to get street cred. So for the people to think that these people, like you just asked the question, oh, he's legitimate because he's not going to take this CBDC.
No, man. No, that's
Did you guys hear me at all, or did I cut out?
You cut out, Dice. I didn't hear the end of it.
Okay. Go ahead. I'll wrap it up in a minute.
Yeah, no, I was just asking the precautions, not saying like, oh, how awesome is it that DeSantis did this? So that's not by no means what I'm asking. I'm just saying, I know Dysel knows a lot about cryptocurrency, so I was asking what kind of effects will that have? And I think it makes a lot of sense what he's saying. No cryptocurrency is going to like start their business here, which he said America's even having trouble with that.
Almost all of them are based offshores. That's what I do all day is trade crypto, and almost like all the exchanges you have Coinbase, all of them are moving outside the U.S. jurisdiction. And what else they're doing is trying to go after VPNs, because if you want to use an exchange that's not in the United States, they don't let American customers on their exchange because of the rules here. They're like, sorry, America says you can't use our exchange, so we won't allow you. And they're trying to take away the VPNs. They're trying to make having a VPN a crime.
The problem is if they don't do something, if they don't act fast, if Congress doesn't step in to provide some sort of a guardrails for the space, then yeah, we pretty much lost the next fourth industrial revolution that's going to take place. And if they're all going to go overseas, and we're going to be left in the dust, and literally become a third world country overnight.
Yeah, that's what I see. That's as soon as the U.S. dollar doesn't have any prevalence, that's it. We're done for.
Well, that's not how it's going to go because they already have a digital dollar. They already have that roll. They have what's called Britcoin. It's a fake. They're British central bank.
DeSantis says he wants no part of it.
Well,
That's
he's
what I'm
only a
getting
puppet.
at.
He ain't gonna control shit.
Yeah, but aren't we already digital with the banking in the first place?
Yeah, we're
I mean-
digital, but we're not decentralized. That's the problem. Is we need to be decentralized because the fact that these idiots are running the show and doing a horrible job and have been for the last few hundred years now just goes to show that we don't need an overarching government to manipulate the fungibility of our fiat.
No, I 100% agree with you on that. But I think cryptocurrency, I mean, even the name of it, it's like death money. I think it was invented just for this reason.
I think you're right.
I mean, you could be right. This all could be, playing itself out, and the script's been written long ago, and technology's just come to the point where we can execute step 3 now, or they can execute step 3 now, and controlling the populace. I mean, it's all possible.
Well, yeah, I mean, but that's kind of their whole plan, right? Is to control the populace. I mean, it's from day one, from birth.
I think you're
That's why
right.
I
They
can't throw
rolled
it
it
out.
out to normalize it, and then how do they make it grow faster? You incentivize it with people making huge profits. Like, oh my god, I'm making huge profits.
Yeah,
So that makes everybody want a piece of it. It makes you want your enslavement. So it got normalized with Bitcoin. Bitcoin was the first one, and then came there was like Litecoin and other like altcoins, Ethereum. They just started popping up. And then the meme coins like Dogecoins, and then comes Shiba Inu and Pepe Coin and all these other meme coins. People were getting huge returns off of just menial amounts. Like $50 was turning into millions of dollars. And that makes everybody want a piece of it. And just calling it a digital dollar or a stable coin, that's what they were going to call it. No, this is a Federal Reserve stable coin. Nothing. The digital dollar, it's the mark of the beast. It's literally the mark of the beast. It fits every narrative of that. You will not be able to buy and sell. Like maybe we'll inscribe it on the back of your hand. We'll implant this chip in your hand, and then you don't have. If you forget your wallet, your hand is always with you. You could buy anything you need. It's right there. How
Yeah,
convenient.
but I mean, you say it's the mark of the beast or whatever, but I think the market is just progressing. It's always been here because if you don't use dollars today or digital currency that they have in the banks that you have in your bank or whatever, you still can't buy or sell.
But you have to take a mark. That's the key. You have to take a mark.
Yeah, you're taking a mark just by being in the system. That's the mark.
Well, I mean, a physical. I think this the
Yeah,
mark.
but I
is
don't agree with that. I just think
all right.
It's. I mean, it's said to be on your forehead, but I mean that's your mind
or your hand,
right?
Your hand or your
Yeah, it was
Or your
either over your right hand or your forehead or something.
And there is a thing they embed in your hand between your thumb and your index finger.
It's an RFID
Yeah, but we're already using our hand.
We're already there. I get it. We've already
Yeah, we're
succumbed.
already there because I mean, you hand them your, or you
We
hand them
haven't
your debit
literally
card,
taken.
hand them the money.
We haven't taken any like injection or physical mark.
But I
like
don't think that. I think that's symbolic.
Maybe,
I think,
so. Maybe
yeah.
so. But they've had us by the balls for a long time. I get your point. I mean, like you can't without dollars. What are you going to do? You use their fiat or you're screwed. Like it's been that way a long time. Back in the 20s or whatever, people still used gold and silver coins. That was like normal currency in their pockets. Before 1933, that was their money. You like imagine that, like going to the store, you give the cashier like gold and silver, and he gives you back change in gold and silver, like in your pockets, like physical precious metals, like that you can go. Say you want to go to France, France will accept it because they know that's 1 ounce of gold or 1 ounce of silver or half ounce or whatever. They can trust that it's legit. Like, oh yeah, this is not some fake shit. This is real gold and silver. You could go anywhere in the world and they would take it. China, whatever.
They manipulated the populations into turning that all in for paper money.
Yeah,
So
I don't know. Anytime I need
my
money, I
aunt
just
lived through the whole. My
go ahead, bro. I'm not gonna sit here and do that. Go for it.
I didn't hear him.
What about your aunt, Jeremy? Let's hear it.
Nah, I might be roboting. I'm in a bad spot.
I didn't hear anything.
yeah, me either. I was
That's
like, who's he talking to? A ghost?
Yeah, it was like a void. It was silent. You know what? We had in the money up until 1963. They had silver in the money. In fact, my mom was telling me one of her, I think it was one of her aunts. She went to somewhere in Europe, and she was giving out tips. These Kennedy $half that were silver. They were 90% silver.
I think
And
it
the
was prior to
people,
65.
1963 is when it happened. But after 1963, they took the silver out. But she was giving these as tips. And in Europe, they're not accustomed to tips anyway. But when they got that, they were like, they thought she was like a movie star or something. They were like dumbfounded, like, oh my God. They were like so freaked out and like they thought she was some wealthy individual. They were like so appreciative, like, oh, thank you, oh my God. Like people would freak out, like you gave them like if you gave them $1,000 or something. That's because it was real money. It was like real legit silver, and I think they knew it. They're like, "Oh my God, this person just gave me a half ounce of silver. Holy shit!" As a tip, I brought their luggage in, and they gave me this. Wow.
Last year for silver coins in the U.S. was 1964. That's
Those
when
were not 90%.
Yeah, they were
I'm
90%.
pretty sure.
1964. That's when the Kennedy half came out. Kennedy
I'm
wasn't
pretty
killed
sure.
in 63. There wouldn't have been a Kennedy half in 63.
63 is when he died.
He died in 63, and they made Kennedy halves in 1964. And those Kennedy halves were 90% silver.
Yeah, 64. That's why I was saying prior to 65. But, fuck, what was I gonna say? Oh, if you've got between, I think it's 100 and 300 ounces of gold, you're in the top 20% of all the silver holders in the United States.
You lost me. If you got 100 ounces of gold, what?
It's between 100 ounces, 100 and 300 ounces of silver. You're in the top 20%.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, because you said something about gold, and I'm like, what is? And then silver. I'm like, what is?
Yeah, I can say not many people have 100 ounces of gold.
If you had 100 ounces of gold, you're pretty fucking rich.
That's $200,000.
Nah. Yeah, I meant to say silver. My bad. But yeah, I think I've got about 70 ounces silver stackers.
Silver's pretty cheap. It's only $25 on the spot price, or 24. I think it was 24 last week. But I mean, nobody pays spot. You can't get that shit for spot.
Point is, it's heavily manipulated. Out of all the precious metals, silver is like the most manipulated precious metal. So,
Oh, I know.
just saying,
Yeah.
Yeah. Once the manipulation stops, you know, it's going to skyrocket in price because it's been held back for over 100 years now.
The funny thing is, like like 64, you could get your dollars and change them for coinage that was real silver. Like it was $1 face value, and it was $1. You could like buy the shit at a bank. Like, oh, could I get a roll of Kennedy halves or even the quarters? That was before they even made fake plaid quarters. They were silver. The dimes, quarters, and half dollars all were silver. That's not that long ago. To think that we
Yep.
had like in the money, real fucking money.
Even dollar bills were silver certificates. I'm not sure when that stopped. Maybe in the 50s. But
I've seen one of those. I've seen one that had blue ink on it and it said silver certificate, but I know they won't redeem it. You can't go anywhere and redeem
not
it
any
for
longer
silver.
now. I
Huh?
mean, they're still collectible. Coin collectors,
Right.
money collectors will still pay for it, but it's worth more than $1, but it's not worth what it was.
It's not worth It's not worth $2. $2 silver dollars is the point.
No.
They were
A
$2.
nickel.
Can't take it to a bank and get silver. Yeah, absolutely.
No, that's what I mean. Because they don't have
Yeah.
it. They don't even have it if they, you know what I mean? Like if they had it, they wouldn't give it to you, but they don't have it in their vaults.
I think a nickel melted down back into nickel and copper is worth more than the 5 cents the nickel's worth.
Oh, it definitely is, dude. The nickel is mostly made of copper. The center is all copper. It's clad in nickel. But a copper penny is worth 5 cents in scrap.
Start melting them down, man. It's an investment.
You need to get you a 1965 90% silver no mint coin. That's very good.
Can't melt
Oh,
down U.S. currency. It's against the law, buddy. Unfortunately, it's actually against the law. Melt
Everybody
down.
would do it. Everybody would do it. But who's got enough copper to make it worth your while? It's $5 a pound. How many pennies do you fucking have anyway? You know what I mean? Like who has 1,000 pounds of pennies? Nobody, or even 100.
Yo, if you can take, if you can go to your bank, get rolls of pennies. Like I don't know about you guys, but my bank, I can just dump pennies into the thing and they turn them into cash for no charge. So I mean, if you had some way to sort through them mad quick, I saw one guy doing it with a magnet or something, or he was checking for steel ones or something. I don't know.
Zinc pennies. Steel ones are 1944, I think, 43 or 44. They did during the World War II when they used the copper to make ammunition. They wanted it for the bullet jackets, and they started making steel pennies. They took the copper from the mint. So those are actually collectible steel pennies.
There's a couple pennies that are worth close to $100,000. I think there's like 2 or 3 different ones.
If you find that it when the government
1943 penny.
Yeah, well, the 1943 penny was supposed to be in on steel, but there were some copper blanks or that were still in the machine. So there's like 20. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a couple double dies. There's all sorts of fun little
If you find a
anomalies to
mint
look for.
error, it's a needle in the haystack to find one. But yeah, those are exceptionally rare. You can make a lot of from just a penny. It could be worth so much.
Oh yeah, there are 1943 copper pennies when all the pennies were supposed to be silver, just because there were copper blanks still in the mint press, and some got through. Just like there were some 1944 steel pennies out there, and if you
It
find
could have
those
been someone
errors,
at the mint, like someone at the mint threw one of
that's
his
a lot of
copper
money.
pennies. He threw one.
Yeah.
Let's say you worked at the mint and you throw a copper penny in for shits and giggles, and you restrike it in the machine. Right, you got in your pocket change.
yeah.
Oh, let me throw a penny in and I'll restrike it. We're striking all steels, but it would just smash that penny, restrike it, totally reform it, and there you go.
Oh yeah, there's money in coin collecting. If you know where to look and you find like an old hoard in someone's basement or something, there's some value there.
I'm sure the mint workers do it. Let's say right now, right? You have a 2023 and you work at the mint and you throw a washer in there or you throw a steel slug and you stamp it out as a quarter or whatever. And it comes out, oh, look, it's a mint error. But literally someone at the mint did it on purpose, right? And he sold that shit secondhand or had a friend of his sell it for him. I'm sure there's a little bit of shenanigans.
I'm pretty sure there's a story where they it was like a brink style truck that was carrying a load of nickels straight from the print press, and the truck crashed over this bridge and all the nickels spilled out. And there's something special about those nickels to where they're like worth like a significant amount of money, like if you find one, and people still find them at the crash site. I think it might be in Indiana, if I'm not mistaken.
They would have been in sacks, like big bags. So most of it probably got picked up.
I got this 1884. That was extremely high frequency. 1884 draped Liberty bust with the off center. Little error, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, that won't be. You won't find that in circulation. Anything from 1800s.
No.
My dad said something about the newer bills. If you find a star like after the serial date, to keep it because it was an error or something. Rather,
Yeah,
they're worth
all
a
the
lot of money.
star bills are somewhat collectible. But if you got a hollow star, usually it's a solid one. But if it's like hollow in the middle, it's more valuable. There's certain videos I was watching. There's certain things about even paper currency that could be more valuable.
Yeah.
But
I got some
no one even
bank
uses
notes, like dollars that are like from banks. It's like really, it's weird.
Just the general Federal Reserve notes, or what I was talking about.
Yeah, these are like, I guess, before greenback money.
Oh, those
Oh,
are
yeah.
even more rare, yeah.
Oh yeah, county banks, national banks are printing their own money. Yeah, you find
Well,
that stuff in.
certificates, gold certificates, really. But that's the thing. That's the whole point. Like back then, you had to trust your local bank. Let's say your bank of your city, that was printing out these things, these certificates. They had some credibility in the community, and they passed. People used them back and forth for conducting business, so they did have trust. There was a certain amount of trust until eventually the trust broke. There's some kind of bank run.
Well, and that's the problem. If no one's regulating those local banks that are printing their own money and they're saying it's backed, but there's no one checking to see if it's backed. That's where those
But
bank
don't you
runs
think?
come
Do you
from.
think that was by design? I mean, look, problem, reaction, solution. Like even back then, the people that owned the Federal Reserve owned these private banks, and they're like, let's create a chaos, just like the FTX crypto exchange. They create order out of chaos. So they created a problem with all these bank runs and people not trusting them. Hey, let's enact regulation, and we'll have a centralized currency. And this one you can't have a bank run on a centralized currency. And that's how you get people to accept things like that. And they think, well, we can even you got FDIC insurance. It's federally backed by the Federal Reserve. Will back your bank account, $250,000. FDIC insured. Well, guess what? You know how much money the FDIC has for insurance? It's a pittance. It's like 100 billion, or probably not even that. So that bank that bank in California, the Silicon Valley Bank, like that would have cleaned out the whole FDI insurance deposit. All they had on reserves. Even just insuring that one bank, which is large bank.
Yeah, but that's
See,
still
because
ultimately backed by the guys that are making the money. So all they got to do is print more money.
right, they dilute it. It's like, okay, now you got back your $1 million, but now it buys you a hamburger, right? It's like you could dilute it to infinity.
Oh, there's some safety in that. If your bank fails, you don't lose your life savings because of the FDIC insurance.
Right, that's for the common man, right? I get that. But like, say a company like
Yeah.
Microsoft has 50 billion deposited, they don't they can't these large accounts with huge deposits that cannot be insured. They were meant to just
The
like those
Vatican
guys
got
are
like
shit out of luck.
Yeah.
the Vatican got like 60 billion in actual liquid assets or something somewhere. But yeah, my great aunt lived through the Great Depression, and she told me, said always keep your jewelry. Don't ever sell. You know those buy and sell gold people. She's like, don't ever sell your old jewelry. She's like, always keep it because you can always eat. You'll
Why
always be able
would
to
you?
eat if you got.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, but that shit's not
Like,
pure
why would
gold,
you?
bro. That shit's alloyed, bro.
It doesn't
What is
matter
it?
though. It's still got gold content in it, and heads know it because you could test it.
They'll still
Yeah, but
take it.
they'll
Any
still take it
jeweler.
at a discount. But that's what he's saying is that you're never gonna get your value out of it and selling it like that. Like you'd be better off stripping it down and separating
the silver and the alloy out of it into pure gold and refining it,
Nah.
and that
If you got
process
to eat,
is
if you got like people in Venezuela, there's people eating dogs and there's people eating food. The people who had some jewelry and stuff, they're not eating dogs. They're not
well,
starving.
yeah, but I'm just saying, like, if your gold's gonna go twice as far or 3 times as far, why would you just short sell yourself when you could fucking sit there and melt it down into
No, it's
pure
you
gold?
don't want to sell your gold at all. That's a last ditch thing. But to refine it yourself, like I'm gonna refine it, and someone's got to trust me. Like you still have to sell it to an end user, which is the jeweler's always gonna rip you off. He's always gonna
But
take his cut.
that's the whole point. That's the point is you're never gonna get your money's worth selling it in that form. Like
No, you're
the
better
most
off
money
with
that's gonna be
coins.
made is the purchase of it.
You're better off with the coinage, like you was saying, the silver coins. They're smaller denominations, and they're already. It's easier. Hey, here's a silver dime. Like gold is too expensive. Like if you got a gold necklace and let's say it's worth $1,000, how do you make change from 1,000? It's kind of hard. You got to cash it all in to fiat. So you can't really break one link off and sell one link, and it's not. Maybe you could, but
Yeah, you could. Fuck yeah, you can. That's typically what people did in the past. They'd just chip off a small piece.
they'd
You
break
break
a
a
link
link
off.
off or something.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
why
you
you want
can.
to.
Yeah, you can.
That, that happened with coins. You know, whenever they had like back in the pre banking stuff. So if you had a coin, you know, you'd cut it in half to pay half the bill. You know, if your
Pieces,
bill was,
yeah.
yeah, if
Pieces
you
of
had
eight, cut it like
yeah,
a pizza pie.
exactly. So like, you know, if your bill was 1 and you had a piece of 8, you'd break it in half again, etc.
Kind of a crude way
That's
of doing it.
exactly what my aunt.
Yeah, really.
You guys hear me?
Yeah.
Jeremy,
go ahead, bro.
You're going in and
Well,
out,
that's
buddy.
exactly what my great aunt told me to do. She's like, if you got a chain or something, you got to get a loaf of bread or milk. You just snap a link off.
Yeah, that's why you want the Cuban link, bro.
That's what I got the Cuban. Yeah, got the Cuban link.
That's what the old ones used to have. Like they would have these thick links, and it would the link had a you could just bend it apart. It was just pinched together. You didn't need nippers or anything to cut it. Like some of the old treasure they would find, they were links, like ring links, and that's how you would denominate. So you say like you're a king or somebody, you have a big long gold chain, and to pay for small items. Here, let me twist off a link. There's whatever link that weighs so much. Put it on your scale. Same thing with pieces of silver. You got a chisel or whatever, you chop that bitch into 8 slices, or maybe the loaf of bread is 1/8 of an ounce or whatever.
What do you guys think about the
Pieces of 8.
Abraham Accord coin that Trump's on?
Isn't he on the Israeli
after
shekel?
that was
They
after
put
he
him on.
gave the keys to Netanyahu to the White House, and then they put him on the coin and started calling him the Messiah.
Right,
Some
they put
weird,
him on
that's
Israeli
weird
coin.
shit.
Yeah.
Do you guys
Yeah,
find
man.
it? It's like pieces of 8, and then the pyramid's divided into 8 pieces, and pirates use silver, and they're pirates, and there's pyramids, and they're spelling it wrong now. It used to be PY. Interesting. Silver, pieces of 8. I don't know. Well, what's the connection here? Anybody?
Jesus
I like where your head's at, though.
he was
I'm
sold
not
out
sure.
for 30 pieces of silver.
Yeah. So was Joseph.
What's up with
It should have been
Prince Charles?
33, dog. He undercharged.
33
What's up with
pieces.
Prince Charles going to Israel here soon? What's up with that? Fuck's going on there?
Some weird shit going on. But hey, if you look at the back of this coin, dude, look at it, dude. I posted it. You got the V, the jab. You got satellites. You got like what it looks like to be a heart monitor. Like they had already predicted the side effects from the jab. You got the gears. You got binary code, whatever that means with satellite, and then you got the 5G with the those fake palm trees with the 5G on them that radiate outward. And then you got NASA with some stars. You got a dove, and then at the end of it all, you got Saturn. Like what the hell? And then Trump signed
I don't see
this.
the back of the coin.
No, it's on there. It's in the. If
Did
you
you
go to
post it back?
637. Yeah, I zoomed in.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I got it.
He's got magicians for friends though. So what do you want?
That's
Their
what I mean.
plan
They're
is
all
all right
puppets.
there, dude.
70. They're all puppets, bro. Trump is he. I was like a fan of Trump, but I learned early on before the Space Force. I'm like, dude, he ain't no better. Oh my God, yeah. Look at the
Nah.
gears and I see those things. Holy
This is what they
crap!
want, dude. They want complete and total control. With this is their plan.
I thought it was pretty cool. Was it the new 20 from the UK with Queen Elizabeth on it? It was like purple, but it had like the ship's wheel, wheel of Dharma. It has 5G references, other things. It's pretty interesting for a piece of currency.
I think he's gonna get reelected, man.
Oh, without a doubt, dude.
And it's just gonna get crazier because I think Israel is gonna be a main focal point in the next 20 years in our relationship with Israel.
Well,
Jared
none of that
Kushner.
matters. I mean, like it's going to go the way it's supposed to go, regardless of who's in charge. Yeah.
I wonder
But,
where I
like,
get my hands on that coin. I gotta
Trump
get one of those.
on the shekel?
eBay.
Yeah.
Like what? Like that's unheard of, dude. That should have been like all over the news everywhere. That Trump was put on the temple shekel, dude.
What?
Well,
Yeah, like what kind of figure is Trump that Israel and the Jews would bow down to him and put him on the shekel? Like there's
I think
more to the story that we
Is
don't
that
that we
a-
don't know.
I
Who
think
did
the
that?
third temple mount being rebuilt is far more important than Trump's
Was
face
it,
on some stupid fucking shekel.
was it a certain
Well,
sect?
Trump had all those flags inside of the Oval Office, and I think because he had all those flags, he was able to do some kind of contracting. Fucking clues about.
Was
I
it a
think
You guys
certain?
know about
all those flags. You're not supposed to do that, but he brought all the flags in there.
Trump
you guys
was
know
a
about the
Jew.
Noah Hyde laws?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey,
most
Lon,
people don't know about that.
was it a certain sect who did this, or was it Netanyahu? Who was it that exactly
Israel?
minted
Yeah,
the coin?
that's a good question.
So
I'm
I
not
would say
sure, bro.
look into that and see who exactly done it. It's not as if Netanyahu or everyone agrees with that and has done that in Israel. So it's not, entire Israel. But I heard the guy speaking about, collecting the gold and silver. I agree with the one guy who said you're never going to get out of it what they say it's worth. No one's going to buy it for what it's worth. Maybe you will, but no one else is going to buy it from you for what it's worth. And as far as saving it for, I guess, a rainy day or collecting coins and things like that, I see some value and some worth in that because people put value and worth in things, and there's collectors, right? So something only has worth or value if you put that worth and value in it. But as far as, times are going to be hard and people are starving, eating dogs, and other people are eating food, whatever, I don't know so much that you're going to be able to take your heavy gold around and your silver and buy food from people when times are hard and people are starving, right? That just seems
They
that's
do in
always seemed
Venezuela.
ridiculous to me.
It's pretty hard. I mean,
You got to be selling to the right person, Otherwise, you're gonna
yeah.
get your shirt taken.
You're
Yeah,
not going
I
out to
think it's
heavy
crazy,
bag.
man.
If you got one coin in your pocket and you go to the jeweler and he gives you, and you buy a little food, or go to the baker or whatever, like
The
that's what
jeweler,
it is. It's done on the down low. You're not going out advertising you got a big sack.
when people are starving, you think you're gonna take in a gold chain to a jeweler
They did
and
in Venezuela. Is my point.
get money to eat good
There's
food?
people wanting Rolexes, gold Rolexes in Venezuela, right? And the man on the street is starving. Like, not everybody is being marauded.
So people had money to buy Rolexes, but they didn't have money to go to another country when they
Yeah,
seen the times that were coming hard. I mean, there's so many things that I hear, man, and it's just to me, I think it's crazy. I'm more in line with like
3,000.
I'm more in line with like the the scripture when it says they'll throw their silver and gold in the streets. It'll just be
Maybe
useless to you, man.
But I'm saying, like, in Venezuela, $3,000 ain't gonna take you and a family out of your country. Like, if you got a Rolex, say like a middle class person, it ain't enough to get you out of Dodge. Sometimes you're just
You know
stuck
how
there.
hard it is to get a citizenship in another country? or a dual citizenship or anything. Like, you can't just go live. You can't just go like move somewhere.
How much are you paying for a Rolex watch? $3,000?
No, I'm saying before, maybe
Paying
$3,000-$4,000
$3,000?
before all the chaos.
$3,000 you paid for a Rolex watch before all the chaos.
I didn't pay. I'm saying you could buy different watches like that, and it didn't
Like
have to
what?
be a Rolex. It could be any watch with a gold wristband. It doesn't have to be a Rolex.
So you're not gonna take a Rolex to the jeweler. So what are you gonna
You
take to the
can.
jeweler that you're gonna get food with?
You could take a gold watch, gold chain, gold ring, whatever. My point being that anything that you had precious metal content could be taken to a jeweler or a pawn shop and converted for some kind of currency so that you can eat. Your immediate concerns that you're not starving to death. And not everybody starved. People with money, there is going to be rich and poor in every society. There's starving people all over that are not necessarily marauding every rich. But go to Mexico. I mean, yes, there's people that do get robbed and whatever, but there is starving people, and some of them do have to drive armored cars. But not my point being that it'd be better to have than not to have it.
Yeah, I've
To be
worked with
fair,
people from Venezuela, so I know some Venezuelans, and I know quite a few people, man, and we've talked about the cost of living and different things like that. But I think people have a vested interest in selling this idea that you're gonna collect the gold and the silver, and then you're gonna be happy, man. Everybody's gonna be starving but you, right? Okay, man.
no, yeah, I actually agree with North because like you have to be smart about this, and you have to see the recession come in or the depression come in, and actually sell your silver right before. It's like in the stock market. You don't want to sell your shit after the curve is dropping. You want to sell it right before the curve drops, or in the process where you can still barter that silver. You're not gonna be able to barter that silver like initially. There's gonna be complete chaos, dude. You're not gonna be able to do nothing with it. It's gonna be just weighing you down.
Yeah, you
Dude,
can. You
if
could
people are
probably get your
starving
ass
like that,
jacked or robbed.
go ahead, Dicelaw.
I finished.
If people are starving like that, you think it's going to matter if you have cash or gold? You think the cash is going to be able to buy food? I mean, I don't know.
I think it matters if you got a gun, man.
Nah, bro. That's the thing is you can't eat gold. You know what I mean? Having food readily available, like already anticipating this sort of an event is going to be what's most crucial. Like you're right. In the main pandemonium before the dust settles, dude, people aren't going to be trying to barter with fucking gold and whatnot. They're going to be looking for the things they need. So it's going to be,
Lead and brass.
perceiving.
Food, gas, guns.
During that
Yeah,
time, you're better
yeah.
off with coffee grounds or salt or spices or
Well, I call it
lighters.
the three B's. The three B's: beans, bullets, and band-aids. So basically, medicine.
See, we ain't from the
Ammunition.
same family. We ain't from the same family because I was thinking Beamers, bitches, and Benzes.
Yeah, you want to have the staples of what's required when you can't go out and you can't get the
Tobacco,
medicine
son.
your kid needs or Grammy needs or whatever it is. Like you better have stocked up before
You
all this
left out
shit.
the most obvious B, the Bitcoin.
Oh
Just
yeah,
kidding.
that ain't gonna matter.
The Bitcoin people would be like, no, I got my Bitcoin. But who's going to take it in a chaos situation? I'm sure someone would.
No
I'm
one's
getting
gonna
on
care
my
about that.
sailboat.
The thing is, in this sort of situation, this is when the government starts doing some crazy changes that the people can't go and stop. You know what I'm saying? Because they're too busy surviving instead of like trying to battle it out in court. So that's when all the crazy fucking switches are made. And
True that.
yeah, and the one I'm perceiving is the digital crypto switch.
We're not far from it. Like that whole point of everything unwinding, we're just like a couple blinks away from something like that devolving here. It could unwind really fast. I mean, it's like all these
it's
banks
inevitable.
going under. Silicon Valley
inevitable.
Bank. Right. I think that's all been done by plan. It was first, and they wanted okay, this is what they wanted to get rid of private cryptocurrencies that they built themselves. I think that these controllers put out Bitcoin and other ones to get us used to it, to normalize it. I'm guilty of playing in that sandbox, the crypto sandbox, but I'm trying to make a little bit of money. get myself my truck fixed, and I have a goal, right? I was trying to use it to my advantage, and then not live in that system necessarily. But what I'm saying is they normalized it upon us, and then they're going to make it fail. They're going to make the private cryptos like Bitcoin, Litecoin. That shit's going to go bad. Like Sam Bankman, where he robbed that FTX exchange. You can't trust these. You need a government-backed exchange, and it needs to be regulated. And you need our digital dollar will never go defunct. It's not going to. You can't trust Bitcoin because look what happened to it. That's why I think they're going to sabotage something like Bitcoin or whatever. They'll sabotage it, and then other people will lose so much. And oh, we can never trust this. Oh, but you can trust our central bank currency because it's backed by the central bank, right? It's backed by the Federal Reserve, just like your FDIC. And it's just a digital dollar, no different than Bitcoin. Way
Well, that's
different than
the
Bitcoin.
whole narrative they're trying to play. But people
Yes.
that actually have money at the moment, they're aware of all that stuff, and they're not getting played like that. So
But
the gig's up for the most part.
We might not have a choice. Like, look, they foisted paper fiat upon us, and we didn't have a choice. It's just here. You will use this. This is what you use. Just like the lady said earlier, like fiat was always imposed on us. We didn't really have much choice. When you're born into this world, this is what your parents use. This is what you use. We don't really have much choice. If all the shops around you, if like Walmart and your local gas station and all your shops only accept this one fiat and it comes from them, like how do we get around that? Like what's the alternative? I don't know. Do you take Bitcoin? Like, what do we do?
Yeah, I don't think it's. Well, yeah, you just basically exchange it for the proper coin. That's going to be the universal token. But it's no different than like when I went to Dodger Stadium, and I've got cash in hand. I thought cash was king. Nope, not accepted here. You need to go that way and go exchange it for a digital card. So it's going to be something of that nature.
You know, Mark Cuban, the Dallas Mavericks owner, he said, "Oh, I'll accept Dogecoin or Bitcoin as payment in our the gift store where you buy like jerseys and shit. So you want to buy a Dallas Mavericks jersey, you could pay in Bitcoin or Dogecoin. And what they do is they like if you ever go on like Simple Swap, they will swap it for fiat or for like a like Tether or whatever, like a stable coin, which is basically equal to $1, and then they'll cash that out into whatever, right? So say someone pays you
There's a
$200.
Bitcoin.
Yeah, it's just
My
a
bad,
placeholder.
bro. Go ahead.
Like Tether is just like a digital. It's worth $1 fiat, so you can take it to like Coinbase if you have $100 or $1,000 and cash it out into fiat and deposit it in your bank account. It's a bridge. Think of it as a bridge to get you from one place, the crypto world, into the fiat world. That's all it is. It's just a intermediate bridge. It's not meant as
Yeah,
an
we all know what Simple Swap is, but yeah, they make
I
a
don't
they make
know.
a payment systems. They make a payment system specifically for vendors, so that as soon as you get the crypto, it instantly turns it into some sort of fiat, whatever
Right,
country you're in.
dollars, euros, whatever. Right, it's simpler. It's not like Simple Swap. There's a fee and there's like $150 minimum swap. And I don't
Yeah,
think
I
most people
highly
don't
doubt
even
they're
know.
using Simple Swap.
I'm not. Yeah, they're not using Simple Swap. They're using a system like that. I used it as an example.
Yeah, no doubt. Simple Swap is good. I think I use. I can't remember the name of the one I use. Huh. Wow, I can't remember the name of the bridge I use.
There's one called Stealth EX. There's a lot of them. The problem is there's a minimum. I had a Trust Wallet, and the Trust Wallet has a Trust Wallet. What's the other one? Exodus, Atomic. You can do transactions. Let's say you had stable coins and you want to buy Bitcoin or whatever, like Litecoin, Ethereum, whatever. There's a transaction fee, but there's $150 minimum swap. You have to have at least 150 to make the transaction viable for them, or else there's not enough profit. They'd say, "Fuck it, no, we don't deal in anything smaller than $150." And that was I had some Ethereum in my Trust Wallet. It was worth $100 at the time, and that's only because Ethereum was worth $4,300. I'm like, holy shit, dude! I want to swap this into some stable coins. It's $4,300. I just want to cash it out. and I didn't have an exchange set up, so I sent it to my brother who had an exchange account, so he could sell it for me. And the gas fee to send the Ethereum from my wallet on the Trust wallet to him was $30 on $100 worth of fucking Ethereum. $30 fee.
Yeah, but I heard they fixed that. They fixed that though. I think it's super cheap now. It's
I know it's
almost
not
down to
super cheap.
BNB. It's almost
not.
down to BNB prices now.
got-
Yeah, it's super cheap now compared to what it was.
You guys ever
I
been
won't
on?
use it.
You guys ever been on Silk Road?
Nah,
heard
my
of
boy
that.
used to. My
Like
boy used to get stuff
15
off
years
of
ago
there though.
before the government shut it down. Like I remember okay, so I used to hang out at the skate park. There's a skater kid that was like, if I was like 21, the kid was like 17, dude, with long hair. And he showed me about how to use Silk Road. I had no idea. Like I was computer savvy, but I wasn't like all into the dark web. And he showed me what to download. He's like, here, download the Tor browser, do this VPN this, then go on this site, bro. And he showed me exactly what to do. Anybody could do it. If he could do it, anybody could do it, bro. And I went on Silk Road. They had the first one, something happened to it, shut down. They had Silk Road 2.0. The kid was getting
Yeah,
all
my
kinds.
boy was. My
But
boy was getting half pounds delivered to the house. To his
dude,
house,
he
yeah.
was. This kid had lean on him. He had Molly. He had everything, bro. Bud, concentrates before concentrates were even out. Like nobody was dabbing back then. Nobody was doing concentrates. Like very rare percent of the population was dabbing back then, dude. This kid had all that. I'm like, what is that? He had all the vape shit before vape shit was even like viral. And I tried lean through him. And this was years ago. But
Otis.
He had Bitcoins, dude, before Bitcoins blew up. That's how he was actually transacting all these deals over Silk
That was
Road.
the only way, right? That's what they
And
were using.
if he knew if he knew back then that Bitcoin would have been so profitable, bro, he has Bitcoins in some account somewhere that he can't get to. And you hear it all the time. Like if they would have known, they would have made sure that they had their password or whatever. But he ended up getting arrested anyways for beating his girl with a gun while she was pregnant. But anyways, like the kid was nuts, but he was like a little skater kid, but he was like a thug at the same time.
What's the point to all this shit? Why
What
are
I'm
we
trying
talking
to
about
tell
this
you,
the
shit?
point?
What I'm trying to tell you that the things that I seen on Silk Road, bro, like when digital currency first came out, bro, there was like guns on there, there was like Botox injections on there was like kidney parts, dude, like anything.
What did I
that
miss? Why are we talking about Silk Road right now?
Whatever point you got, just be concise with it. We don't need the whole. Just be concise.
Yeah, I don't need his
Go ahead.
life story,
Go ahead,
bro. Let's
Larry.
What I'm
Go
trying
ahead,
to say
Larry.
is that when Bitcoin first came out, its main purpose was to be able to transact things over the internet with no paper trail. That was like
what
the whole.
people, they wanted
Right?
to soil Bitcoin. They wanted to give it a stain and say no, they only do it for Silk Road stuff that's illegal. That's what what's her name, Pocahontas. That's only done with Silk Road transaction. That they want to paint it now as still like like an outlaw currency.
It was though. That's
It
legit.
was
That's
at the
what it was
time. I
initially
know
used
it's
for. It was
totally.
an underground web where not only sex trafficking but all kinds of stuff were being transacted through Bitcoin, bro. It's a fact. Like it's
It
not
was.
not propaganda.
Those coins can be tracked too. Like the wallet from that kid that was doing that shit. His coins and his wallet address can be. Those coins can be. They can be tracked from piece to piece. You know, whoever's hands they went through. So they call those dirty Bitcoins.
Yeah, eventually they
You can
caught on
mix
and they
them.
shut it down, but at first, dude, it was like crazy. Like it was a wild,
Dude, he
wild
could have
west.
washed that shit clean. He could have washed that clean so easy. It's not even funny.
If he knew, I don't know that he might have been sophisticated enough to know all that now. Like back then, it was just that was what's used.
See, when the internet first came out, it was a wild, wild west. The internet's not the same today as it was back then. Even in the 90s, the internet was way more free and open.
Dude, I knew a guy is like, all he did was just buy web addresses and sell them. And I was like, that's crazy. Are you serious? Who would want to pay that much money for a website name?
You know, they call that cyber squatting. You buy the websites like shoes.com, hats.com, and then you sell it to company. Oh, Foot Locker, you want shoes.com? It'll cost you $1 million. They would cyber squat on these names. And that's when you were getting people getting their what are those called? Like your web address. Like they were going and registering all these names they could think of and trying to sell them. That was a big thing.
But Bitcoin eventually branched out, dude. Like, look at it when it was first came out, dude. What it was used for, bro. I'm telling you. It was
I
just
know
dark web
someone here
business.
in this on this server had like $300 of it. I don't know how many coins he got for $300, but he did it to buy a Silk Road, some kind of drug. Forget what he wanted.
But think about it. Blockchain, right? Crypto. It says it all in the names, bro. It's bondage. You're getting. They say it's freedom, but it's really not. It's bondage beyond our wildest imaginations. Like, dude, what they're trying to set up, bro. Yeah. Oh, it's decentralized, dude. It's a trick, dude.
You ain't got to convince me, dude. All the miners, all the people who mine it, right? Like the people, the developers. It has the illusion that it's independent. There's no centralization, but it's totally centralized, dude. All the big miners are billion-dollar companies. It ain't your guy with one little computer mining this shit. It ain't millions of little nodes like that. I mean, yes, there is some of those, but they don't account for any big percentage of the Bitcoin movement.
Yeah, there was one point where China, it was almost, we were almost in a dangerous position with China, where they had, they were getting close to getting 50% of the mining. I don't think it's like that anymore, but yeah, if you do control 50, yeah, if you control 51% of it, you can do a thing that can fuck the whole thing up.
Yeah, you can break the
I think it's called like a double spend or something. I don't know.
Yeah, but they thought it was too decentralized for anyone to accumulate 51%. You got guys like Michael Saylor and what's that one? Grayscale Bitcoin Trust, like these big whale accounts. But we don't know who has like all this other shit. Like it's hard to know.
Well, they
And then
know where the mining's happening at.
the hash rate, right? You can
Don't
check
they?
that.
Yeah. That's all that matters. It doesn't matter who's got the coin, does it? They can't do nothing just because you got it. It's about the miners.
People can't even mine anymore. Really?
Why?
Not like before.
It's not worth
I mean,
it. They're not getting anything on reverse on investment. They're not really getting as many Bitcoins as they were before.
You know,
No, you buy a miner for like 20 G's and then it ends up making you 20 G's in like a few months or something, no?
that used to be the
It
case.
used to be the case. Now it's not even worth it, dude. Like, you
Like
might get
the hash
lucky.
rates.
At that point, you're really gambling.
yeah, you might make your ROI back on like 4090s now. Who knows?
The
You're
problem
gambling
is
now.
like electricity cost of the price of Bitcoin is lower. Like we don't know. Like let's say the price was to go down by 50%. Like now what? Like all this stuff you put all this electrical cost of your mining rig, and now your coins are worth
That's why
less.
you
Like
ROI in like 2-3 months and then hopefully nothing happens in those 2-3 months and you're good.
I never done it, so I can't really. I don't know how much they pay out.
That's how I started off with Bitcoin. I had racks of Bitcoin miners. I was so pissed. I was messing with this one place. I ordered some Bitcoin miners. They came fine. It was working. I was mining, getting Bitcoin. Then I went for I ordered like $600 worth of miners. Everything was fine. They worked good. Then I went to order like $4,000 worth of them, and the company just like packed it up. Never gave me the 4Gs back. I took so many losses when I first got into Bitcoin. It's not even funny.
What year
It
was
was like the
this?
Wild West.
What year was it? Because I know early on you could make a lot of money if you got in like 2010 or 2010.
2013. I was in it about 2014.
It was still okay then, but the earlier days it was much more profitable. If you got one of those rigs, it'd be spitting out big money if you
Yeah,
held
basically
them.
when Dogecoin and when Elon Musk started, like when he went on Saturday Night Live, it basically crashed. You know what I mean? Like it started to be really unprofitable to try to mine, and people still holding on. You know, because they got like I don't know, some of these fucking channels, man. You look at racks and racks and miners, you're like, fuck, what? How much money
That
is
would
this shit?
suck, dude. How are you going to compete with a company, $1 billion company? You know, your $4,000 mining rig compared to them, and they go obsolete they go obsolete every couple of years because it becomes more difficult. Right. So your older
Well, if you
graphics cards are not as profitable to run.
if you have a thing set up where you have some kind of renewable energy source like hydro or solar or wind, and you're in a cold climate, also being in a cold climate is huge because the miners get hot. You want to keep them cool. If you're in a hot climate, you're fighting double. But if you're in a cold climate, it's like, yo, just bring some cold air in from outside, and we're good.
Even in the wintertime, this guy was saying he had so many rigs down there. His basement was like 100 degrees. He's trying to get rid of all this heat. They're making so much heat
You
generated
gotta
from
make
his.
you gotta have a vent come. Yeah, you gotta have a vent come in from outside and then go inside and then have it go back outside. Yeah.
At that point, you're better off with water cooling. You can't really air cool your cards that efficiently if you got that many rigs running. You gotta get some kind
In
of
the
liquid.
wintertime, you can.
You could heat your
I
house
think
with that shit.
In the
I
winter.
think you could do something with. I was thinking it might be, if you don't mind. You just use a lot of air pressure. You force it through a small orifice, and then make it enlarge and run it through a big tube and cool it down with air pressure.
You can use air, but air compressors use energy. To run an air compressor is not cheap.
I understand that.
And it's loud.
I wouldn't. Yeah, I had a whole.
Yeah, that's why you
I
gotta
had a different setup.
do it in a cold climate, and you can just use a little teeny tiny fan. If you're doing a cold climate, all you gotta do is use like one or two little teeny tiny fans and cool down a ton of shit.
That's the big if.
No, it works. The air cooling and liquid cooling, they both work, man.
Well, I'm saying if you have a whole basement full of mining rigs, let's say you got like 20, 30 rigs all set up, and you got like you had to put an extra panel in your house, an extra 100-amp panel because you're running big shit. Stuff
Still
like
work.
people
It
run
would
big
still work
scale.
because what you're using is essentially it's the heat that's generated is per watt. And that can all be worked out with BTUs. Like it's the same thing with growers. They each 1,000-watt HPS over your grow. You have you have 100 HPSs, each 1,000 watts each. You need a certain amount of cooling because they already know.
Right.
They already know how many watts you're using and how much
The
heat
volume
you're
of
gonna be.
air is the volume of air. If you're putting that much stuff, what I'm saying is it's hard to dump that much heat to get it out of your house because they're building up all these cards. They're
It's
running
not
too
though.
much stuff.
It's not though. As long as you have it engineered correctly, like you have to build the place with like intake and outtake, and
This is
even
not.
if
These are guys doing it in their basement. It's not an engineered thing. They just bought too many rigs for their capacity for their house to dump the heat. The
I know,
shit could get
but it's literally as easy as putting an intake on one side of the room and a exhaust on the other, and that's it, dude.
You ever seen
And
him
have it all
throw
linked.
them in? I've seen people throw racks and grow tents with like fan systems in them. Seem to work all right.
I used to use 1,000-watt high pressure sodium lamps. I had 4 of them in one room, which is not even a lot, but it was a small room, like 10 by 12, and then one room was only 10 by 10. But it builds up heat more so and I had them air cooled. I had there was a constant fan blowing over the bulbs so they wouldn't get hot, and they were sealed in a encasement. The bulbs were sealed so it would keep some of the heat out of the room. But your what do you call it? The transformer gets hot too. There's a transformer that runs your sodium light, and that thing gives off a lot of heat.
Yeah. Yep.
You ever seen somebody run an HHO torch on limestone?
I did see that. He melted stone with that.
Not melted. No, with this, limestone produces a shits light out like real bright. You run a HHO flame on that.
And it illuminates.
Mm-hmm.
I know I have oxyacetylene torches, and dude, it's insane what rocks turn into. Like that was the first thing I did with it. That was crazy. But
You
yeah,
want to
I
know
do.
something crazy?
Well, this
They
is how
could
they
do
used
it
to
in a
do.
microwave.
They used to do. It's called limelight. You heard of limelight before? This is what they use.
Yeah,
limestone.
yeah.
Yep.
What's it do? I don't know. I'm just
Yeah, it just seems for the amount of heat, maybe I'm not sure if it's worth it or not, or if it's more efficient. No.
Then you got a flammable gas to contend with. I don't know what light
It's
spectrum
all
it gives
fucked
off.
up. Yeah, I'm just wondering if you could go plant off of it.
Probably.
Like it'd be tremendously inconvenient. But
I don't know. I mean, it probably seems a bit dangerous having an open flame and stuff. And
maybe, I don't know.
even those bulbs, dude, those bulbs get hot. Those 1,000-watt bulbs get really hot.
They do all LED now. You know what I mean? Like it's all.
I
freaking-
haven't. I was an OG, man. I was in it when it was like outlawed. So I'm not using the new tech. I haven't grown in a long time.
Yeah, no, I hear you. It's crazy the
The way
technology.
electricity works, though, per watt, you're still gonna get the same amount of heat. Doesn't matter if you're using LED or not. The only thing is the LED requires less watts because the light is brighter. So like a 600-watt LED is equivalent to like 1,000-watt HPS. So that's why you're getting less heat.
Yep. No, for sure it is. But the par values, the spectrums, they're getting really good.
I'm trying this near infrared light. I'm sure it's I'm sure it's above 700. But they say like far infrared light, like you're not supposed to. It's not supposed to be able to absorb by plants. They said that, but apparently that's been overturned. So, yay, red lights.
Far infrared light actually kicks the plants into flowering quicker because it simulates the sunlight or the spectrum of the sunlight in the fall at sunset, and the plants can sense the spectrum change.
Yeah,
when fall is
also
getting
helps. Like I'm germinating with
They
it.
flower twice a year. I have a basil plant and it flowers twice a year. I keep it in the windowsill, like in the spring and in the fall. It sends out buds. So I imagine it's the same as a cannabis plant.
Basil related to cannabis?
Could be. It has a little bud. It grows a little bud on the top, and they both grow flowers. I mean, anything that has buds and flowers, like hops for beer, that's like related to cannabis.
One of the best lights to have for your studio or for webcamming or whatever, if you do YouTube, is a full spectrum LED, and add the UVB, UVA.
What you got, OnlyFans?
Photo red and deep red and infrared. You add all those spectrums together in your studio, the video looks ridiculous. The photos look ridiculous. It makes everything pop.
Yeah. What kind of camera you have, man? You got some kind of Cinecam?
Yeah, my camera is like 20 years old, dude. I bought that thing like 20 years ago. I still have
Is
it.
that for skateboarding or something?
Yeah, yeah, but no, it's not. It wasn't just for
psychic. I
skateboarding.
swear to goodness. But
But
anyway,
yeah, that's what it basically was used for originally. But no, it's a Canon
what kind of camera is it?
XH-A1S. For the price, it was equivalent to like cameras that were worth like $7,000 at the time. It has the same sensor as like a $6,000-$7,000 camera back then.
What's the model again? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Now it's probably worth like $800. A Canon XH-A1S, 3 CCD, optical zoom, and it has a fluorite lens.
It's 20 years old.
Yeah.
So even the
No,
camera
it's not. The model is 20 years old. I bought it in 2010.
Okay. Yeah, they make the same models for years. Like you could, I bought a P900 in when was it? 2015, I think, and it was about $600. And I think they went up in price because everything's went up in price since then. But they don't make that model anymore. It's like they made it obsolete.
So when I bought my camera, it cost me like $2,400.
Damn.
And that was pretty cheap, bro, because it was 10 years old, the model, but it was, even back then, it was still pretty good. But now, I'm trying to save up for a Canon.
It's only worth $800 now. That's a lot of depreciation.
Just get an EOS M.
most of it's your lens, but I mean, yeah, the sensors have gotten much better in 20-year technology for sensors. Dude, like the cell phone cameras have better sensors than the cameras from even like 5, 6 years ago. It's like they're not the sensor technology has progressed a lot.
I want to get the EOS R6. That's what I'm saving up for.
Damn.
Why? I know
Check out
it's a
the
lot,
EOS
but
M, man. Check out some of these fucking Magic Lantern cameras, man. They're fucking killing it. 5.2K, fucking all kinds of crop modes now and stuff. No?
no,
Couple
yeah. I
$100
mean,
though.
if I look into it and it seems better deal, yeah, I look into it, man.
Yeah, guess what you're getting? Links.
I already bought a lens for this though, and I'm buying some lenses for it already. So
Lenses don't go out
kind
to
of lens?
be. Your investment in lenses is a better investment. You get good
Hell yeah.
lenses. Yeah, because you could have a 20-year-old lens and it still holds its value.
100-year-old lens is still good.
Well, I'm saying for cameras, like say you got a Nikon or a Canon lens that's like interchangeable with modern cameras, that shit still holds its value. They don't they don't depreciate like the cameras themselves.
I do want to film the sun, the moon, the luminaries. I want to get, but I know they have different cameras specific tailored for that, like infrared ones. But
You get a filter. You put a filter on there. There's like you polarized filters and stuff, and there's a sun filter you screw on. It was like $70. I didn't buy one. It's a sun filter. I'm like, fuck that. I don't want to spend that much. It's just a thin
Got
piece of
a
glass that screws on the front like a dust cover.
what's up, Snacks?
I don't know. No, I still have to try it out though. I guess for stellar stuff. But I bought this like IR lens. It's like a Russian lens for like a night scope, and it's like M42 mount, so I was able to adjust it to Canon camera. But it's really cool. Like it's really sharp. Like it's super. I like super fast lenses. They're pretty fun to play around with. You know, it just worked out light. Better. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I should have bought that lens when I was trying to film the eclipse, the solar eclipse, and I was using my welding helmet. I was putting it in front of the camera because I had some cheaper screw-on filter lenses, and they didn't show any eclipse at all. Like when I looked through the cheap lens, it just showed a complete sun. It didn't show anything eclipsing it. It didn't show when I looked with my
What you
naked eye.
mean?
What's that?
No, what you mean you didn't see the sun eclipsing through the filter?
No, well, here I'm explaining it. When I looked through my welding hood, right? I looked through my welding hood with my naked eye. I could see some kind of eclipse happening with just my bare eyes through the welding helmet. I could see it. But then when I used the camera through the same setup, the camera didn't see it. Camera was seeing a complete sun.
Hold on. I'm trying to understand. So you could still see through the rig, but for whatever reason, it wasn't eclipsing.
And no, the camera was showing a complete sun. Like my camera, without the welding hood in front of it, like I used just a screw-on lens, it didn't show any eclipsing whatsoever. It just showed it like a sun, like nothing's going on, complete sun.
What?
Yeah, it's here. I got pics. I'll show you because
Dude,
I
please.
filmed it. I'm like, what? I thought my camera's broke. I'm like, what the fuck? I bought this camera. I can't even use it to film the eclipse. Why the fuck ain't it working? Like, I obviously can see it eclipsing because I'm looking at it with my welding hood, and I see something going on. And then when I look at it with the camera alone with the filter on it, nothing. And you know what else is funny? I only got like a partial eclipse in my location. It was like 75, 80% maybe. So there was 20 to 25% that didn't eclipse, but there was no temperature difference whatsoever. So in other words, if when the clouds came over, you know, between me and the sun, it got substantially cooler, 20 degrees cooler. I could feel it
Oh
like,
my goodness, dude, you're freaking me out. No, you're not freaking me
80%.
out, but you're. So wait, let me clarify.
80%, right? Like, but pretend there's something in between me and the sun. Pretend there was a solid object. Wouldn't you expect the heat to drop 80%? No, none, zero. I was sweating bullets, but then the clouds come rolling past. Relief. It was really hot that day, like 90 some degrees, hot, and I could feel it baking my face. But then It didn't change during the eclipse. No temperature difference whatsoever. There's a lot of weird
I
anomalies
never
from
thought
that.
about that. I never thought about that. So even though the sun was covered, which should show a significant drop in temperature,
Yeah.
even with like a radar, a laser temperature gun, you're saying
A FLIR gun, like
anecdotally
FLIR.
that you didn't actually try the temperature. You didn't
I
test
didn't
up.
feel it on my face whatsoever. I felt no relief, is what I'm saying. It was blazing hot, just like it was because it was near high noon, right? I'm looking up at the sun, blazing hot. And then when this eclipse is allegedly happening, picture you had anything giving off heat, like 1,000 watt sodium light, and you put a metal heat shield in between it. You're going to lose a lot of the heat because only 20% is reaching you. You're going to feel a lot cooler. Like, okay, I'm only getting 20%. I'm getting
Hold on. Let me just ask you.
200
I want to
watts
pick your
instead of
brain real
1,000.
quick, bro. So you don't. So you think there was still infrared going through the eclipse?
Some light spectrum was totally visible, and some
Well,
spectrum of the
infrared
light
is
was
what you
not.
feel on your skin. That's what heats up your
You
skin. Is
feel
the
it all. You
infrared
feel
heat.
all that. You felt all the
So
heat. Like
there
I
was,
could feel
even
warm
though there was no
temperatures.
light during the eclipse, there was still infrared heat penetrating.
In my
Right?
situation, there was no reduction in the infrared heat, none.
Okay, so
But I didn't get a
theoretically, there was still
totality.
infrared shooting through that eclipse. And then let me clarify. So when you shot the eclipse with your camera, it was a full sun, so the camera didn't pick up the eclipse. Is that what you're saying?
Right. The camera, unless I had the right filter, I didn't have the right filter for it. I didn't buy the solar filter because I was too cheap. I'm like, fuck. I think it was close to $100. It was like there was different varieties, right? There was cheaper knockoff
It doesn't
ones. One
matter
was like
though because
130.
it should still pick something up. And even if it didn't, I mean, did you have it a manual
Manual
exposure?
focus, yeah. It was weird,
Maybe
dude.
that's
I'm like,
why.
what the fuck? Why is it picking up a full sun? I have it on video when I'm recording it. I'm like, I couldn't figure it out. What? Why is my camera showing? Because I'm like, okay, now it's eclipsing. Let me get some footage, right? And I'm playing with the focus. I'm like, why? Why is it showing a full sun? It shouldn't. My camera's malfunctioning. Something's not right. And I only put it together afterwards. I only put this together afterwards. I'm like, wait. There's an eclipse. Why is it so fucking hot? And then it's like the clouds roll in. Ooh, that was nice. Temperature drops 20 degrees. That's a little relief because I'm sweating, dude. I'm looking up, sweat's rolling off my head. I'm doing this for like an hour outside. I'm paying the price. You know what I mean? I'm fucking paying the price. I'm like, it's hot out here. I got to film this eclipse. And occasionally clouds would roll by, right? The clouds would roll by, get some relief for a minute. I'm thinking, okay, the cloud is obstructing the sun, but this eclipse is not. Cloud is dampening the heat, but not an eclipse. What? Only
Like
came to me afterwards. After I was
it's still a
like
mystery
totally.
what an eclipse is. Nobody really knows. So that's why I'm very interested in getting a camera and doing it myself. And then
Yeah,
like
you
just
gotta
filming
pop.
the sun in general. Like I'm always looking at the sun and the moon, bro. I have sundials that I follow the luminaries all the time. And I've noticed things that I can't explain with the sun that, NASA doesn't talk about. Nobody talks about. Because like what they say the sun's doing, I see it doing something else. Like I can't explain it, bro. Verbally, I can't convey my ideas. So it's like I'd have to show you. A picture's worth 1,000 words. I can't convey my ideas to you, but basically the shadows, bro, that I pick up every day, every week. I see the sun do some things where like it goes around the same circuit twice a row. Like in a
Check this out.
48-hour
I'm sending.
period, the sun doesn't shift an increment in the sundial, which it should. Every day it should shift a little bit. But
Here's what I
sometimes
saw,
around the
bro.
equinoxes or the solstices, the sun doesn't budge in increment in the shadow.
Go in the live stream text. This is about what I had for my eclipse. You could see the top of it. And the picture in the bottom left is what I'm saying, how it shows like a full sun. And then you see a lens flare to the left of what it should have looked like. To the left, you see two images. Those are lens flares. But the main central image is showing this big, this big complete ball.
It's hard to tell. It might have been overexposed. If I was you, I would have like lowered the exposure a little bit to see if it's really just
I didn't
filming.
have the right filter. I had a shit filter on there, and I didn't. The other one, see the green tinge? The green tinge is done through a welding hood, and the other one was done through a gold tinted filter. This other one, that's what it looked like through the gold tinted filter. And then there's the pic I did with my P900 looking at the moon. That's the detail I got. I think I got one with better detail than this too. But that just shows you, like, okay, it's not that the moon is not far away. If I'm picking up this detail with a 2-pound camera, right? Like, this is not that far away. You're not going to pick up
What
that
do you
much
think that is? Do you
detail on
think it's the moon?
Huh?
Do you think it's the moon?
What do you mean? No, that's
What
not
do
the
you
moon
think it is?
eclipsing the sun. No,
You don't think it is?
nah.
How
No.
sure? How sure are you?
Well, I don't know. I mean, is the moon translucent? I was looking at it. Here's what it looks like on the edge. Give me 1 second. I got more pics. Now, if you look at these close, right? I was trying to see the crater detail. I'm thinking, okay, with the sun as a backlight, I should be able to see the details of the craters on the edge of the moon, right? Should be able to see that shit much more clean. That's what I was trying to pick up. This is what it looked like with the different. Like I said, I had only just got the camera. I didn't have time to really order lenses and stuff. I only had it for about a short amount of time. I didn't figure out all setting exposures and all this shit. I just pulled it out of the box like the week before, and I didn't have the proper stuff, so I used what I had. I had welding lenses because I weld, and I tried gold tinted. I tried green tinted, and that's the difference in color you're seeing. One is gold tinted, one is the green, the typical green lens you look through, cheap ones, and one was an auto shade helmet, auto darkening. If you zoom in closely on the where the eclipse is at the edge there, you can see like an eggshell texture, very uniform, pebbly, like really small text. You don't see any craters whatsoever. And like I said, this is not the best quality. I'm gonna get the better filter. I'm gonna pop for it and just do it.
It'd also be good if you use a slower lens, maybe. Something like a 4.5.
Slower shutter speed.
No, just like a lens that doesn't have such a high f. Something like a 4.5 or something, maybe.
I just have one stack of lenses. I don't have detachable lenses. I had a P900, so it's just got one lens that has different zooms.
Oh, I'm aware. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, if I had multiple lenses, I would set it up proper. I'm gonna get the solar lens. I was on Amazon when I bought it, and they had like 3 or 4 different types. They had like the cheapest one, like mid-level, and do I need that? And the answer is yes, you do need it. And don't buy the cheap one. I wouldn't
I
buy
got like a Canon FD, like 200 millimeter. It's like pretty slow.
So this is
But if I put like a speed booster in front of it, it'd be pretty decent lens.
This is from Stellarium, and it shows the sun at the equator during a whole year at the zenith, right? And you could see how it does the figure 8.
Yeah.
From
That's
underneath.
the infinity symbol, man. That never stops. That's where they get that, they get that as their infinity symbol, a sideways 8.
Yeah, it's the infinity symbol, but it's very strange, man, because for it to complete a circuit, right? A figure 8, certain years it takes 365 days, and certain years it takes 366 days. And that's an anomaly, and nobody can explain.
Well, that's because we're on artificial time. It's the calendar that we're on, the Gregorian calendar. We get leap years and shit. It's not a
No.
precise calendar.
No, it has nothing to do with the Gregorian calendar. It's not even a quarter. That whole quarter days, they add that. We don't have that. That doesn't exist in real time. In real time,
No, I know.
you only have 365 days and 366 days every 4 years on average.
Well, it's all dictated by a lunar like the lunar cycle, right? So, and then
No,
the
it's
sun is
not.
1 day. The circuit of the sun is 1 day.
Well, nah, the moon doesn't even really. The moon serves another purpose. I don't really getting into the moon right now. I'm just talking about the sun. The moon is important, but not for what I'm trying to talk about.
You're taking 365 circuits of the sun versus 366.
Like this.
Why is
this
it colder
trigger-
when you stand in front of the moon?
The moon
There's
is
an
doing
answer for
something
this.
else. There's a give and take, the yin and yang. One is giving and one is taking. There's that's how everything stays in balance. I think the moon is absorbing. There's a canceling out, like noise canceling headphones. You can emit
Yeah.
one sound to cancel another sound. You can do the same with the heat. You can emit one light wave to cancel out the other heat wave, right? You can cancel them out. And the moon is canceling out so that everything doesn't overheat. It's keeping things in balance.
Do you think it's
It's
the moon
literally
that's
colder
canceling out?
though. It's literally
It is
colder in
cold.
direct moonlight than in a shadow.
Yeah, it's canceling out your heat, your UV heat that your body's radiating. I felt it,
No,
dude.
like the
I've
ground.
measured it.
That's not why.
I've measured it.
Like
My
you can take an laser interferometer gun and shine it at the ground, and it'll be noticeably different in the direct moonlight versus the shadow. Be significantly colder.
I know. I've done it. I've done that experiment. It's fucking crazy. Even in the wintertime, it works. Even in the dead of winter, it works. It's colder in the moonlight than in the shade. This is the funny thing. Like on the top of my truck, right? There was frost on the top of it, but on the side, it was about a 5-degree temperature difference. Keep in mind, I'm in the open air outside, top of the hood, 5 degrees colder than the side that was not in the moon, right? That just a little bit over to the side, no frost, a little bit warmer, about 5 degrees. It's weird, man. I mean, when you're freezing your ass off, your body, if it's like 1 degree or 5 degrees, you ain't gonna notice much when it's that cold. In the summertime, you notice it a lot. But my infrared heat gun picked it up. My picked up the difference in temps on a really cold ass winter day.
Last time I tried to explain why the moonlight's cold, Nate came on here and just like fucking hounded me for like an hour and just yelled at me and stuff like that. So I'm just not gonna even try.
He never tried it, dude. You got to get out there and try it yourself.
I think we need to invent a moon screen because, like, you get sunburn, but what if you get like frostbite or something from the moon?
Things rot in the moon. Like you put your vegetables out, they rot more in the moonlight than they do otherwise.
That's
Like
what
the
I'm
sun,
saying. Yeah, need some kind of moon screen, dude. Like, I don't know, bro. Could be the first of its kind.
the compost heap in your yard will rot. My basil plant, it tipped over and one of the branches broke off and the leaf started to like turn into mush. They started getting rotten looking and because I was going to use them, I'm like, what the fuck? They wilted and turned into shit like fast. Like, I don't know, maybe an hour or two. I didn't notice it blew over. It was just a small plant. It didn't have any weight to it. Like you buy it at the store, it's like a little cube sitting in a little plastic container. That's what I had it in. And it grew really tall because I kept it for a while. It grew like maybe over a foot tall. And then the wind blew it over. It was just like on a small table, maybe, I don't know, a couple feet off the ground, whatever. It fell over and snapped one of the branches. And then that branch, all the leaves turned shitty and wilted. I couldn't really use them.
Yeah, that seems to happen when the branches break.
But
call
it's
it
fast.
gas equalization inside the plant, just like it's all fucked up. That's
Really
why I guess when
fast.
they,
So I thought they would have been edible. I'm like, why did these build so fucking fast? If I had picked those leaves, if I picked them off the plant, I could have left them out way longer than that. They wouldn't wilt.
yeah, weird, huh?
Like if you made a salad, right? I picked them off. I could have left it out for hours. But something, yeah, maybe it sent something up the stem. There was little fibers of it still, and it caused it to decay really fast. Like, why are they so shriveled up this fast? What the fuck?
That could just be shock or something.
Yeah, it did. It sent some kind of hormone that kind of ruined it.
Let that branch die. Save
Oh,
ourselves.
I trimmed it. I trimmed it off. I just said, fuck it.
Alright, I think Lion wanted to talk about the leap year or something. I think you had something going there.
Leap year? Leap year.
Yeah, because I mean, the thing is, I have to present stuff to you guys to understand where I'm coming from because I can't convey it vocally. I just can't. I don't have the vocabulary to do it. Because like, what they call an equinox or an equilux, and then the beginning of the year is based off of Gregorian timing, but like the sun isn't doing what Stellarium says it's doing. The sun isn't doing what the data on the internet says it's doing, at least from my observation and others that have been observing the sun. Basically, like when New Year's begins, it's not actually New Year's. I just think that the sun actually is speeding up and slowing down. Reason why they find it takes like a little bit longer for it to reach its final destination or its revolution. But the wobble, the figure 8 wobble, this is why the Earth, they have to include a wobble. It's not because the Earth is wobbling. It's because the sun is going through different phases, man. Like I don't know how to say it. Like I'm saying, I don't know how to explain it. There's something
Agree
mysterious.
100%. Because I don't think the sun actually clipped oblong sort of shape.
I lost you. I can't hear you.
Shit.
Am I roboting or something?
Cutting out just a little bit. You're not roboting, but in and out.
I'll go out and come back in.
Yeah, but the reason I think it's getting cold with moonlight is because of isoenthalpic demagnetization.
I think all the objects in the sky or whatever, except for the stars, which we can actually see in like overexposure or whatever, that travel in circles. I think everything else travels in like a spirograph, except for the sun. It's like more, it's more like a oblong or oval shape. And when it comes in and out of different things, it causes different weather patterns, which they're calling, climate change.
Hmm. Yeah, it's hard to say.
Now, if you actually, look at the patterns of the planets, so-called planets or whatever, and they don't come around for very often or whatever, they're in different places every time. So it's like the spirograph, which we were taught as kids, right? That was introduced to us as kids. And of course, we would never think that it related to the sky. I think this is how they do all this stuff. It's like they introduce stuff as kids, and then you forget about it, and you never relate it to reality at all.
So the sun bounces between the two tropics. For those that don't know, you got the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer. And literally, this is the furthest that the sun will travel in real time. It bounces between these two lines right here on the flat Earth model. This is what it does.
Right.
From year
And
to
so
year.
bouncing between the two would automatically make it not a perfect circle, right? It's doing something else besides that.
Now picture you're looking down on that. Picture that as a funnel shape, right? You have a donut, and then in the middle is the funnel, and it's going up and down that funnel shape from in and out. In and out is also tapering with distance, like it's going up and down that funnel. It's not moving over a flat, it's moving up, and it's moving in a curve. The toroidal field it's going in and out of the toroidal.
Going
That's
up and
Yeah, but
down
I
as it
mean,
goes
wouldn't
side to
you
side,
think
right?
that wouldn't you think that the sun itself and its spiral or whatever it does is actually creating a vortex up
the
and down?
wind, yeah, definitely
Yep.
correct. The wind currents, definitely, because it's creating a hot spot, and then there's cold, and they're always seeking equilibrium. So it's heating one spot, and then it's always you got like the dog chasing its tail, the yin and yang. It's always chasing that hot spot, the air. That's why you have predominantly your trade winds. Your they follow these jet streams. This is a wintertime test I was talking about that I did on my pickup truck, and the part nearest to me, where you see that part was not in the moonlight at all, and it was warmer in the dead of winter, and the top part was colder. I couldn't really detect it
Does
'cause it
this
was just cold.
explain the toroidal field in science?
What's
The
that?
sun movements, where it's like there's this field that is constantly moving, and it causes different things in this reality or whatever. I think they're explaining the sun in symbolism.
There was a guy, he's not a flat earther, he called it primer fields, and this is one of his picks. He was taking these cup-shaped magnets, and he was generating plasma. And this is like his experiments. He had his little experiments in his vacuum chamber. I forget the guy's name. It's called primer fields, is like what he called it.
That's sweet.
I'll go see if I can find it.
Yeah, it's good
It
stuff.
was interesting. It was at least he made these videos 10 years ago plus.
Mhm.
So flat Earth wasn't even really a thing back then.
Nope.
So I'm gonna try to demonstrate what I'm talking about, but it's gonna be a little bit difficult. But what's interesting is that this sundial that I have, it mimics the same thing that I just showed you on a flat Earth. It has these rings around the sundial that count the months. Now, this sundial was found in the deserts of Yehuda or Judea, and it's dated to like 2,300 years old. Now, this is a replica, though, the scale replica of one that was found in the deserts. And, you know, the Hebrews had a flat earth cosmology, but, you know, it was an enclosed dome, da 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 da. What's odd, though, is that I've been able to calibrate the sundial, but what I'm saying, like, there's something strange because somehow this sundial is more accurate than the Gregorian calendar and can tell you the beginning of the months or the beginning of the years, and it's self-correcting. Like, you don't need to actually add a leap day every 4 years like the Gregorian does. You don't need to make any calibrations because somehow the luminaries adjust on their own. Like, that's what people don't understand. Like, it's insane. Like, you don't need to calibrate at all. And every single calendar in the world right now has to calibrate, has to do some sort of mathematical correction for us to stay on time. But somehow
Because it's
this,
artificial. That's
go ahead.
the sun is real time. Like you're trying to equate a mathematical formula to approximate the sun, right? So that's why it's always needs correcting. Like the sun doesn't. One circuit of the sun is one day, regardless. The sun will dictate what a day is. That's what dictates it. One circuit of the sun, high noon is dictated directly south of north. That's high noon. Wherever you are on Earth, that's high noon. So it's like man trying to approximate nature. Is what that's why it doesn't jive. It's not perfect. That's what God's time is. We're on God's time. One circuit of the sun is one day. Period. The end. I mean, you could say whatever it is, but one day is on His time. So.
Yeah, it's. I don't know. I'm not even gonna try because this is a little bit too complicated, bro. To be honest. But like, for example, March 17, 2021, Abib, or the beginning of the year, was this marker right here on the Hebrew calendar. It was March 17th. So you'd think that 365 days later, or 364 days later, according to the Hebrew calendar, would be March 18th. And that March 16th would be the beginning of the year. But it's not, dude. There's something going on with the sun, bro. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, let me show you.
I think the sun chooses its own year. And
basically,
if people aren't watching and realizing what the animals do and things like that, then they would never know because the animals don't have a calendar. They just go by instinct. They know. They know when to start having babies. They know when to start hunting for certain foods or whatever. They know all this stuff. And we are the ones in the dark because
So do
we
the
don't know
plants.
any of this stuff.
The plants know as well. They know when to flower, when to bud.
Right,
Like,
right.
to say a plant doesn't have a brain, but like these vegans that like, I only eat plants. Well, guess what? A plant is a living thing too. It's like you're eating a living thing that maybe it's not. It doesn't have a face, but it's still a living thing.
So 7 months later, the sun had